Under the circumstances, it is not surprising that the wartime alliance between the major capitalist and the socialist power now at the head of its own zone of influence should have broken down, as even less heterogeneous coalitions so often do at the end of wars. However, this is clearly not enough to explain why U.S. policy, Washington's allies and clients, with the possible exception of Britain, were considerably less overheated, should have been based, at least in its public statements, on a nightmare scenario of the Muscovite superpower poised for the immediate conquest of the globe, and directing a godless communist world conspiracy ever ready to overthrow the realms of freedom. It is even more inadequate to explain the campaign rhetoric of a J.F. Kennedy in 1960, at a time when what the British Premier Harold Macmillan called our modern free society, the new form of capitalism, Home, 1989, Volume 2, p. 283, could not conceivably have been said to be in any immediate trouble. Why could the outlook of the State Department professionals in the aftermath of the war be described as apocalyptic? Hughes, 1969, p. 28. Why did even the calm British diplomat who rejected any comparison of the USSR with Nazi Germany then report from Moscow that the world was now faced with the danger of a modern equivalent of the religious wars of the 16th century, in which Soviet communism will struggle with Western social democracy and the American version of capitalism for domination of the world? Jensen, 1991, pages 41, 53-54, Roberts, 1991. For it is now evident, and was reasonably probable even in 1945-47, that the USSR was neither expansionist, still less aggressive, nor counting on any further extension of the communist advance beyond what is assumed had been agreed at the summits of 1943-45. Indeed, where Moscow controlled its client regimes and communist movements, these were specifically committed to not building states on the model of the USSR, but mixed economies under multi-party parliamentary democracies, which were specifically distinguished from the dictatorship of the proletariat, and still more of a single party. These were described in inter-party documents as neither useful nor necessary. Spriano, 1983, p. 265. The only communist regimes that refused to follow this line were those whose revolutions, actively discouraged by Stalin, escaped from Moscow's control, e.g. Yugoslavia. Moreover, though this has not been much noticed, the Soviet Union demobilized its troops, its major military asset, almost as fast as the USA, reducing the Red Army from a 1945 peak strength of almost 12 millions to 3 millions by late 1948, New York Times, 24/10/1946, 24/10/1948. On any rational assessment, the USSR presented no immediate danger to anyone outside the reach of the Red Army's occupation forces. It emerged from war in ruins, drained and exhausted, its peacetime economy in shreds, its government distrustful of a population much of which, outside Great Russia, had shown a distinct and understandable lack of commitment to the regime. On its western fringe, it continued to have trouble with Ukrainian and other nationalist guerrillas for some years. It was ruled by a dictator who had demonstrated that he was as risk-averse outside the territory he controlled directly as he was ruthless within it. J.V. Stalin, see Chapter 13. It needed all the economic aid it could get, and, therefore, had no short-term interest in antagonizing the only power that could give it, the USA. No doubt Stalin, as a communist, believed that capitalism would inevitably be replaced by communism, and to this extent any coexistence of the two systems would not be permanent. However, Soviet planners did not see capitalism as such in crisis at the end of the Second World War. They had no doubt that it would continue for a long time under the hegemony of the USA, whose enormously increased wealth and power was only too obvious. Loth, 1988, pages 36-37. That, in fact, is what the USSR suspected and was afraid of. Its basic posture after the war was not aggressive but defensive. However, a policy of confrontation on both sides arose out of their situation. The USSR, conscious of the precariousness and insecurity of its position, faced the world power of the USA, conscious of the precariousness and insecurity of Central and Western Europe, and the uncertain future of much of Asia. Confrontation would probably have developed even without ideology. George Kennan, the American diplomat who in early 1946 formulated the containment policy which Washington adopted with enthusiasm, did not believe that Russia was crusading for communism, and, as his subsequent career proved, was far from an ideological crusader, except possibly against democratic politics, of which he had a low opinion. He was merely an able Russian expert of the old school of diplomatic power politics. There were many such in European foreign offices, who saw Russia, Tsarist or Bolshevik, as a backward and barbarous society ruled by men moved by a traditional and instinctive Russian sense of insecurity, always cutting itself off from the outside world, always under autocrats, always seeking security only in patient and deadly struggle for total destruction of rival power, never in compacts and compromises with it, always, consequently, responding only to the logic of force, never to reason. Communism, of course, in his opinion made the old Russia more dangerous by reinforcing the most brutal of great powers with the most ruthless of utopian, i.e. world-conquering, ideologies. But the implication of the thesis was that the only rival power to Russia's, namely the USA, would have had to contain its pressure by uncompromising resistance even if it had not been communist. Conversely, from Moscow's point of view, the only rational strategy for defending and exploiting a vast but fragile new position of international power, was exactly the same: no compromise. Nobody knew better than Stalin how weak a hand he had to play. There could be no negotiation on the positions offered by Roosevelt and Churchill at the time when the Soviet effort was essential to defeat Hitler, and was still believed to be essential to defeat Japan. The USSR might be ready to retreat from any exposed position beyond that fortified by what it considered to have been agreed at the summit meetings of 1943–45, and especially Yalta, for instance on the borders of Iran and Turkey in 1945–46, but any attempt to reopen Yalta could only be met by a flat refusal. Indeed, the no of Stalin's foreign minister Molotov at all international meetings after Yalta became notorious. The Americans had the power, though only just. Until December 1947 there were no planes to transport the 12 available atom bombs or military capable of assembling them. Moisey, 1981, pages 78–79. The USSR had not. Washington would give nothing away except against concessions, but these were precisely what Moscow could not afford to make, even in return for desperately needed economic aid, which in any case the Americans did not want to give them, claiming to have mislaid the Soviet request for a post-war loan, made before Yalta. In short, while the USA was worried about the danger of a possible Soviet world supremacy sometime in the future, Moscow was worried about the actual hegemony of the USA now, over all parts of the globe not occupied by the Red Army. It would not take much to turn an exhausted and impoverished USSR into yet another client region of the US economy, stronger at the time than all the rest of the world put together. Intransigence was the logical tactic. Let them call Moscow's bluff. Yet the politics of mutual intransigence, even of permanent power rivalry, do not imply the daily danger of war. 19th-century British foreign secretaries, who took it for granted that the expansionist urges of Tsarist Russia must be continuously contained in the Kennanite manner, knew perfectly well that moments of open confrontation were rare, and war crises even rarer. Still less does mutual intransigence imply the politics of life or death struggle or religious war. However, two elements in the situation help to move confrontation from the realm of reason to that of emotion. Like the USSR, the USA was a power representing an ideology, which most Americans sincerely believed to be the model for the world. Unlike the USSR, the USA was a democracy. Unfortunately, it must be said that the second of these was probably the more dangerous. For the Soviet government, though it also demonized the global antagonist, did not have to bother about winning votes in Congress, or in presidential and congressional elections. The US government did. For both purposes an apocalyptic anti-communism was useful, and therefore tempting, even for politicians who were not sincerely convinced of their own rhetoric, or, like President Truman's Secretary of State for the Navy, James Forrestal, 1882–1949, clinically mad enough to commit suicide because he saw the Russians coming from his window in the hospital. An external enemy who threatened the USA was convenient for American governments which had concluded, correctly, that the USA was now a world power, in fact, the greatest world power by far, and which still saw isolationism or a defensive protectionism as its major domestic obstacle. If America itself was not safe, then there could be no withdrawal from the responsibilities, and rewards, of world leadership, as after the First World War. More concretely, public hysteria made it easier for presidents to raise the vast sums required for American policy from a citizenry notorious for its disinclination to pay taxes. And anti-communism was genuinely and viscerally popular in a country built on individualism and private enterprise where the nation itself was defined in exclusively ideological terms, Americanism, which could be virtually defined as the polar opposite of communism. Nor should we forget the votes of immigrants from Sovietized Eastern Europe. It was not the American government which initiated the squalid and irrational frenzy of the anti-red witch hunt, but otherwise insignificant demagogues, some of them, like the notorious Senator Joseph McCarthy, not even particularly anti-communist, who discovered the political potential of wholesale denunciation of the enemy within. The bureaucratic potential had long since been discovered by J. Edgar Hoover, 1895–1972, the virtually irremovable chief of the Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI. What one of the main architects of the Cold War called the attack of the primitives, Acheson, 1970, p. 462, both facilitated and constrained Washington policy by pushing it to extremes, especially in the years following the victory of the Communists in China, for which Moscow was naturally blamed. At the same time the schizoid demand of the vote-sensitive politicians for a policy that should both roll back the tide of communist aggression, save money, and interfere as little as possible with Americans' comfort, committed Washington, and with it the rest of the alliance, not only to an essentially nuclear strategy of bombs rather than men, but to the ominous strategy of massive retaliation, announced in 1954. The potential aggressor was to be threatened with nuclear weapons even in the case of a limited conventional attack. In short, the USA found itself committed to an aggressive stance, with minimal tactical flexibility. Both sides thus found themselves committed to an insane arms race to mutual destruction, and to the sort of nuclear generals and nuclear intellectuals whose profession required them not to notice this insanity. Both also found themselves committed to what the retiring President Eisenhower, a moderate military man of the old school who found himself presiding over this descent into lunacy, without being quite infected by it, called the military-industrial complex, i.e. the increasingly vast agglomeration of men and resources which lived by the preparation of war. It was a larger vested interest than ever before in times of stable peace between the powers. As might be expected, both military-industrial complexes were encouraged by their governments to use their excess capacity to attract and arm allies and clients, and, not least, to win profitable export markets, while keeping their most up-to-date armaments to themselves, and, of course, their nuclear weapons. For in practice the superpowers retained their nuclear monopoly. The British acquired bombs of their own in 1952, ironically with the object of lessening their dependence on the USA, the French, whose nuclear arsenal was actually independent of the USA, and the Chinese in the 1960s. While the Cold War lasted, none of these counted. In the course of the 1970s and 1980s some other countries acquired the capacity to make nuclear weapons, notably Israel, South Africa, and probably India, but such nuclear proliferation did not become a serious international problem until after the end of the bipolar superpower world order in 1989. So who was responsible for the Cold War? Since the debate on this question was for long an ideological tennis match between those who put the blame exclusively on the USSR and the, mainly, it must be said, American, dissidents who said it was primarily the fault of the USA, it is tempting to join the historical mediators who put it down to mutual fear escalating from confrontation until the two armed camps began to mobilize under their two opposing banners. Walker, 1993, p. 55. This is plainly true, but it is not the whole truth. It explains what has been called the congealing of the fronts in 1947–49, the step-by-step partition of Germany, from 1947 to the building of the Berlin Wall in 1961, the failure of the anti-communists on the western side to avoid complete involvement in the US-dominated military alliance, except for General de Gaulle in France, and the failure of those on the eastern side of the divide to escape complete subordination to Moscow, except for Marshal Tito in Yugoslavia. But it does not explain the apocalyptic tone of the Cold War. That came from America. All Western European governments, with or without large communist parties, were without exception wholeheartedly anti-communist, and determined to protect themselves against possible Soviet military attack. None would have hesitated if asked to choose between the USA and the USSR, even those committed by history, policy, or negotiation to neutrality. Yet the communist world conspiracy was not a serious part of the domestic politics of any of those who had some claim to being political democracies, at least after the immediate post-war years. Among democratic countries it was only in the USA that presidents were elected, like John F. Kennedy in 1960, against communism, which in terms of domestic politics was as insignificant in that country as Buddhism in Ireland. If anyone put the crusading element into the realpolitik of international power confrontation, and kept it there, it was Washington. In fact, as the rhetoric of J.F. Kennedy's electioneering demonstrates with the clarity of good oratory, the issue was not the academic threat of communist world domination, but the maintenance of a real U.S. supremacy. It must, however, be added that the governments of the NATO alliance, though far from happy about American policy, were ready to accept American supremacy as the price of protection against the military power of an abhorrent political system, while that system continued in existence. They were as unprepared as Washington to trust the USSR. In short, containment was everyone's policy, the destruction of communism was not. 3. Though the most obvious face of the Cold War was military confrontation and an ever more frenetic nuclear arms race in the West, this was not its major impact. The nuclear arms were not used. Nuclear powers engaged in 3 major wars, but not against each other. Shaken by the communist victory in China, the US and its allies, disguised as the United Nations, intervened in Korea in 1950 to prevent the communist regime in the north of that divided country from spreading to the south. The result was a draw. They did so again with the same object in Vietnam, and lost. The USSR withdrew in 1988 after 8 years of providing military support for a friendly government in Afghanistan against American-backed and Pakistan-supplied guerrillas. In short, the expensive high-technology hardware of superpower competition proved indecisive. The constant threat of war produced international peace movements, essentially directed against nuclear arms, which from time to time became mass movements in parts of Europe and were regarded by the Cold War crusaders as secret weapons of the communists. The movements for nuclear disarmament were not decisive either, although a specific anti-war movement, that of young Americans against being conscripted for the Vietnam War, 1965–75, proved more effective. At the end of the Cold War these movements left behind a memory of good causes and some curious peripheral relics, such as the adoption of the anti-nuclear logo by the post-1968 countercultures and an ingrained prejudice among environmentalists against any kind of nuclear energy. Much more obvious were the political consequences of the Cold War. Almost immediately it polarized the world controlled by the superpowers into 2 sharply divided camps. The governments of national anti-fascist unity which had led all Europe out of the war, except, significantly, the 3 main belligerent states, USSR, USA, and Britain, split into homogeneous pro-communist and anti-communist regimes in 1947–48. In the West, the communists disappeared from governments to become permanent political outcasts. The USA planned military intervention if they won the 1948 elections in Italy. The USSR followed suit by eliminating the non-communists from their multi-party people's democracies, which were henceforth reclassified as dictatorships of the proletariat, i.e. of the communist parties. A curiously restricted and Eurocentric Communist International, the Cominform or Communist Information Bureau, was set up to confront the USA, but quietly dissolved in 1956 when international temperatures had cooled. Direct Soviet control was firmly clamped on all of Eastern Europe except, oddly enough, Finland, which was at the Soviets' mercy and dropped its strong Communist Party from its government in 1948. Why Stalin refrained from installing a satellite government there remains obscure. Perhaps the high probability that the Finns would once again take up arms, as they had done in 1939–40 and 1941–44, dissuaded him, for he certainly did not want to run the risk of a war that might get out of hand. He tried but failed to impose Soviet control on Tito's Yugoslavia, which consequently broke with Moscow in 1948, without joining the other side. The politics of the communist bloc were henceforth predictably monolithic, although the brittleness of the monolith became increasingly obvious after 1956, see Chapter 16. The politics of the US-aligned states of Europe were less monochromatic, since virtually all local parties except the communists were united in their dislike of the Soviets. In terms of foreign policy, it did not matter who was in office. However, the USA simplified matters in two ex-enemy countries, Japan and Italy, by creating what amounted to a permanent single-party system. In Tokyo, it encouraged the foundation of the Liberal Democratic Party, 1955, and in Italy, by insisting on the total exclusion of the natural opposition party from power, because it happened to be communist, it handed the country over to the Christian Democrats, supplemented as occasion required by a selection of dwarf parties, liberals, republicans, etc. From the early 1960s, the only other party of substance, the socialists, joined the government coalition, having disengaged themselves from a long alliance with the communists after 1956. The consequence in both these countries was both to stabilize the communists, in Japan, the socialists, as the major party of opposition, and to install a government regime of institutional corruption on a scale so sensational that, when finally revealed in 1992–93, it shocked even the Italians and Japanese. Both government and opposition, thus frozen into immobility, collapsed with the superpower balance that had kept it in being. Although the USA soon reversed the reforming anti-monopolist policies which its Rooseveltian advisers had initially imposed on occupied Germany and Japan, fortunately for the peace of mind of America's allies, the war had eliminated National Socialism, fascism, overt Japanese nationalism, and much of the right-wing and nationalist sector of the political spectrum from the acceptable public scene. It was therefore impossible as yet to mobilize these unquestionably effective anti-communist elements for the struggle of the free world against totalitarianism, as the restored German big business corporations and the Japanese zaibutsu could be the political base of Western Cold War governments. Therefore ranged from the pre-war social democratic left to the pre-war moderate non-nationalist right. Here the parties linked to the Catholic Church proved particularly useful, since the anti-communist and conservative credentials of the Church were second to none, but its Christian democratic parties, see Chapter 4, had both a solid anti-fascist record and a non-socialist, social program. These parties thus played a central role in Western politics after 1945, temporarily in France, more permanently in Germany, Italy, Belgium, and Austria, see also p. 283. However, the effect of the Cold War on the international politics of Europe was more striking than on the continent's domestic politics. It created the European community with all its problems, an entirely unprecedented form of political organization, namely a permanent, or at least a long-lasting, arrangement to integrate the economies, and to some extent the legal systems, of a number of independent nation-states. Initially, 1957, formed by 6 states, France, the German Federal Republic, Italy, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. By the end of the short 20th century, when the system began to totter, like all other products of the Cold War, it had been joined by another 6, Britain, Ireland, Spain, Portugal, Denmark, Greece, and was in theory committed to even closer political, as well as economic integration. This was to lead to permanent federal or confederal political union for Europe. The community was, like so many other things in post-1945 Europe, created both by and against the USA. It illustrates both the power and ambiguity of that country and its limits, but it also illustrates the strength of the fears that held the anti-Soviet alliance together. These were not only fears of the USSR. So far as France was concerned, Germany remained the chief danger, and the fear of a revived giant power in Central Europe was shared, to a lesser extent, by the other ex-belligerent or occupied states of Europe, all of whom now found themselves locked into the NATO alliance with both the USA and an economically revived and rearmed Germany, though fortunately a truncated one. There were also, of course, fears of the USA, an indispensable ally against the USSR, but a suspect because unreliable one, not to mention one which, not surprisingly, was apt to put the interests of the American world supremacy above all else, including those of America's allies. One must not forget that in all the calculations about the post-war world, and in all post-war decisions, the premise of all policy makers was American economic preeminence. Mayer, 1987, p. 125. Fortunately for America's allies, the West European situation in 1946–47 seemed so tense that Washington felt that the development of a strong European, and a little later, a strong Japanese economy was the most urgent priority, and the Marshall Plan, a massive design for European recovery, was launched accordingly, in June 1947. Unlike earlier aid, which was clearly part of aggressive economic diplomacy, it mostly took the form of grants rather than loans. Again, fortunately for them, the original American plan for a post-war world economy of free trade, free convertibility and free markets, dominated by the USA proved quite unrealistic, if only because the desperate payments difficulties of Europe and Japan, thirsting for ever scarcer dollars, meant that there was no immediate prospect for liberalizing trade and payments. Nor was the US in a position to impose on the European states its ideal of a single European plan, preferably leading to a single Europe modeled on the USA in its political structure as well as in its flourishing free enterprise economy. Neither the British, who still saw themselves as a world power, nor the French, who dreamed of a strong France and a weak and partitioned Germany, liked it. However, for the Americans an effectively restored Europe, part of the anti-Soviet military alliance which was the logical complement of the Marshall Plan, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, of 1949, had realistically to rest on a German economic strength reinforced by German rearmament. The best the French could do was to so entangle West German and French affairs that conflict between the two old adversaries would be impossible. The French therefore proposed their own version of European Union, the European Coal and Steel Community, 1951, which developed into the European Economic Community or Common Market, 1957, later simply the European Community and, from 1993, European Union. Its headquarters were in Brussels, but Franco-German unity was its core. The European Community was established as an alternative to the US plan for European integration. Once again, the end of the Cold War was to undermine the foundation on which the European Community and the Franco-German partnership had been built, not least by unbalancing both through the German reunification of 1990 and the unpredicted economic troubles it brought. However, even though the USA was unable to impose its politico-economic plans on the Europeans in detail, it was strong enough to dominate their international behavior. The policy of the alliance against the USSR was the USA's, and so were its military plans. Germany was rearmed, hankerings after European neutralism were firmly suppressed, and the only attempt by Western powers to engage in a world policy independent of the USA's, namely the Anglo-French Suez War against Egypt of 1956, was aborted under American pressure. The most that an allied or client state could allow itself to do was to refuse complete integration into the military alliance without actually leaving it, like General de Gaulle. And yet, as the Cold War era stretched out, there was a growing gap between the overwhelming military, and therefore political, domination of the alliance by Washington, and the USA's gradually weakening economic predominance. The economic weight of the world economy was now shifting from the USA to the European and Japanese economies, which the USA felt it had rescued and rebuilt, see Chapter 9. The dollars, so scarce in 1947, had flowed out of the USA in a growing torrent, accelerated, especially in the 1960s, by the American penchant for deficit financing of the enormous costs of their global military activities, notably the Vietnam War, after 1965, as well as the most ambitious social welfare program in U.S. history. The dollar, keystone of the post-war world economy planned and guaranteed by the USA, grew weaker. In theory backed by the bullion of Fort Knox, which had held almost 3/4 of the world's gold reserves, in practice it consisted increasingly of floods of paper or book entries, but since the stability of the dollar was guaranteed by its link to a given quantity of gold, cautious Europeans, headed by the ultra-cautious and bullion-minded French, preferred to exchange potentially devalued paper for solid ingots. Gold therefore poured out of Fort Knox, its price rising as the demand for it rose. For most of the 60s the stability of the dollar, and with it of the international payment system, was no longer based on the USA's own reserves but on the willingness of European central banks, under US pressure, not to cash in their dollars for gold, and to join in a gold pool to stabilize the price of gold in the market. It did not last. In 1968 the gold pool, now drained, was dissolved. De facto, the convertibility of the dollar ended. It was formally abandoned in August 1971, and with it the stability of the international payments system, and its control by the USA or any other single national economy came to an end. When the Cold War ended, so little was left of the US economic hegemony that even the military hegemony could no longer be financed out of the country's own resources. The 1991 Gulf War against Iraq, an essentially US military operation, was paid for, willingly or reluctantly, by other countries which supported Washington. This was one of the rare wars out of which a major power actually made a profit. Fortunately for everyone concerned, except the unhappy inhabitants of Iraq, it was over within a matter of days. 4. Sometime in the early 1960s the Cold War appeared to move a few tentative steps in the direction of sanity. The dangerous years from 1947 to the dramatic events of the Korean War, 1950–53, had passed without a world explosion. So had the seismic upheavals which shook the Soviet bloc after Stalin's death, 1953, especially in the middle 50s. So far from fighting off social crisis, the countries of Western Europe began to notice that they were actually living through an era of unexpected and general prosperity, which will be discussed more fully in the next chapter. In the traditional jargon of old-style diplomats, slackening tension was détente. The word now became familiar. It had first surfaced in the last years of the 1950s, when N.S. Khrushchev established his supremacy in the USSR after post-Stalinist alarms and excursions, 1958–64. This admirable rough diamond, a believer in reform and peaceful coexistence, who incidentally emptied Stalin's concentration camps, dominated the international scene in the next few years. He was also perhaps the only peasant boy ever to rule a major state. However, détente had first to survive what looked like an unusually tense spell of confrontations between Khrushchev's taste for bluff and impulsive decisions and the gesture politics of John F. Kennedy, 1960–63, the most overrated U.S. president of the century. The two superpowers were thus led by two high-risk operators at a time when, it is hard to recall, the capitalist West felt itself to be losing ground to the communist economies, which had grown faster than its own in the 1950s. Had they not just demonstrated a short-lived technological superiority to the USA by the dramatic triumph of Soviet satellites and cosmonauts? Moreover, had not, to everyone's surprise, communism just triumphed in Cuba, a country only a few dozen miles from Florida? See Chapter 15. Conversely, the USSR was worried not only by Washington's ambiguous, but often only too bellicose rhetoric, but by the fundamental rupture with China, which now accused Moscow of going soft on capitalism, thus forcing the pacifically minded Khrushchev into a more uncompromising public stance towards the West. At the same time, the sudden acceleration of decolonization and Third World Revolution, see chapters 7, 12, and 15, seemed to favor the Soviets. A nervous but confident USA thus confronted a confident but nervous USSR over Berlin, over the Congo, over Cuba. In fact, the net result of this phase of mutual threats and brinkmanship was a relatively stabilized international system, and a tacit agreement of the two superpowers not to frighten each other and the world, symbolized by the installation of the telephone hotline which now, 1963, came to link the White House with the Kremlin. The Berlin Wall, 1961, closed the last undefined border between East and West in Europe. The USA accepted a communist Cuba on its doorstep. The small flames of liberation and guerrilla war lit by the Cuban Revolution in Latin America, and by the wave of decolonization in Africa, did not turn into forest fires, but seemed to flicker out, see Chapter 15. Kennedy was assassinated in 1963, Khrushchev sent packing in 1964 by the Soviet establishment, which preferred a less impetuous approach to politics. The 60s and early 70s actually saw some significant steps to control and limit nuclear arms, test ban treaties, attempts to stop nuclear proliferation, accepted by those who already had nuclear weapons or never expected to have them, but not by those building their own new nuclear arsenals like China, France, and Israel, a strategic arms limitation treaty, SALT, between the USA and the USSR, even some agreement about each side's anti-ballistic missiles, ABMs. More to the point, trade between the USA and the USSR, politically strangled by both sides for so long, began to flourish as the 1960s turned into the 1970s. The prospects looked good. They were not. In the middle 1970s the world entered what has been called the Second Cold War, see Chapter 15. It coincided with a major change in the world economy, the period of long-term crisis which was to characterize the 2 decades beginning in 1973, and reached a climax in the early 1980s, Chapter 14. However, initially the change in the economic climate was not much noticed by the players in the superpower game, except for the sudden jump in energy prices brought about by the successful coup of the oil producers cartel, OPEC, one of several developments which seemed to suggest a weakening of the international domination of the USA. Both superpowers were reasonably happy about the soundness of their economies. The USA was plainly less affected by the new economic slowdown than Europe. The USSR, whom the gods wished to destroy they first make complacent, felt that everything was going its way. Leonid Brezhnev, Khrushchev's successor, who presided over the 20 years of what Soviet reformers were to call the era of stagnation, seemed to have some cause for optimism, not least because the oil crisis of 1973 had just quadrupled the international market value of the gigantic new deposits of oil and natural gas which had been discovered in the USSR since the middle 1960s. Yet, economics apart, 2 interrelated developments now seemed to shift the balance of the superpowers. The first was what looked like defeat and destabilization in the USA, as that country launched itself into a major war. The Vietnam War demoralized and divided the nation, amid televised scenes of riot and anti-war demonstrations, destroyed an American president, led to a universally predicted defeat and retreat after 10 years, 1965 to 75, and, what was even more to the point, demonstrated the isolation of the USA. For not a single one of America's European allies sent even nominal contingents of troops to fight alongside the US forces. Why the USA came to embroil itself in a doomed war, against which both its allies, neutrals, and even the USSR had warned it, is almost impossible to understand, except as part of that dense cloud of incomprehension, confusion, and paranoia through which the main actors in the Cold War tapped their way. And, if Vietnam was not enough to demonstrate America's isolation, the 1973 Yom Kippur War between Israel, which the US had allowed to become its closest ally in the Middle East, and the Soviet-supplied forces of Egypt and Syria, made it even more evident. For when a hard-pressed Israel, short of planes and ammunition, appealed to the USA to rush supplies, the European allies, with the single exception of that last holdout of pre-war fascism, Portugal, refused even to allow US planes to use the US air bases on their soil for this purpose. The supplies reached Israel via the Azores. The US believed, one does not quite see why that its own vital interests were at stake. Indeed, the US Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, whose president, Richard Nixon, was otherwise engaged vainly trying to fend off impeachment, actually declared the first nuclear alert since the Cuban Missile Crisis, an action characteristic in its brutal insincerity of this able and cynical operator. It did not sway America's allies, who were far more concerned with their oil supplies from the Middle East than with supporting some regional ploy of the USA which Washington claimed unconvincingly to be essential to the global struggle against communism. For, through OPEC, the Arab states of the Middle East had done what they could to impede support for Israel by cutting oil supplies and threatening oil embargoes. In doing so they discovered their ability to multiply the world price of oil. And the foreign ministries of the world could not fail to notice that there was nothing the all-powerful USA did, or could immediately do, about that. Vietnam and the Middle East weakened the USA, though it did not in itself alter the global balance of superpower, or the nature of the confrontation in the various regional theaters of the Cold War. However, between 1974 and 1979 a new wave of revolutions surged across a large part of the globe, see Chapter 15. This, the third round of such upheavals in the short 20th century, actually looked as though it might shift the superpower balance away from the USA, since a number of regimes in Africa, Asia, and even on the very soil of the Americas were attracted to the Soviet side and, more concretely, provided the USSR with military, and especially naval, bases outside its landlocked heartlands. It was the coincidence of this third wave of world revolution with the moment of public American failure and defeat which produced the Second Cold War. But it was also the coincidence of both with the optimism and self-satisfaction of Brezhnev's USSR in the 1970s, which made it certain. This phase of conflict was waged by a combination of local wars in the Third World, fought indirectly by the USA, which now avoided the Vietnam error of committing its own troops, and by an extraordinary acceleration of the nuclear arms race, the former less evidently irrational than the latter. Since the situation in Europe had been so clearly stabilized, not even the Portuguese Revolution of 1974 nor the end of the Franco regime in Spain changed it, and the lines had been so clearly drawn, in effect both superpowers had shifted their competition to the Third World. Détente in Europe had given the USA under Nixon, 1968–74, and Kissinger the opportunity to score two major successes, the expulsion of the Soviets from Egypt and, much more significant, the informal recruitment of China into the anti-Soviet alliance. The new wave of revolutions, all of which were likely to be against the conservative regimes of which the USA had made itself the global defender, gave the USSR the chance to recover the initiative. As the collapsing Portuguese African Empire, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Cape Verde, came under communist rule and the revolution which overthrew the Ethiopian emperor turned eastwards, as the rapidly growing Soviet Navy acquired major new bases on either side of the Indian Ocean, as the Shah of Iran fell, a mood close to hysteria gripped American public and private debate. How else, except, in part, by a staggering ignorance of Asian topography, are we to explain the American view, seriously put forward at the time, that the entry of Soviet troops into Afghanistan marked the first step of a Soviet advance that would soon reach the Indian Ocean and the Persian Gulf, CP 479. The unjustified self-satisfaction of the Soviets encouraged such gloom. Long before American propagandists explained, ex post facto, how the USA had set out to win the Cold War by bankrupting its antagonist, the Brezhnev regime had begun to bankrupt itself by plunging into an armaments program which raised defense expenditure by an annual average of 4 to 5%, in real terms, for 20 years after 1964. The race had been pointless, though it gave the USSR the satisfaction of being able to claim that it reached parity with the US in missile launchers by 1971, 25% superiority by 1976. It remained far below America in the number of warheads. Even the small Soviet nuclear arsenal had deterred the USA during the Cuba crisis, and both sides had long been able to reduce one another to multiple layers of rubble. The systematic Soviet effort to build a navy with worldwide presence on, or, rather, since its main strength was in nuclear submarines, under, the oceans, was not much more sensible in strategic terms, but at least it was comprehensible as a political gesture by a global superpower, which claimed the right to the global showing of the flag. Yet the very fact that the USSR no longer accepted its regional confinement struck American Cold Warriors as plain proof that Western supremacy would end, if not reasserted by a show of power. The increasing confidence which led Moscow to abandon the post-Khrushchev caution in international affairs confirmed them. The hysteria in Washington was not, of course, based on realistic reasoning. In real terms, U.S. power, as distinct from U.S. prestige, remained decisively greater than Soviet power. As for the economies and the technology of the two camps, Western and Japanese, superiority was beyond calculation. The Soviets, crude and inflexible, might by titanic efforts have managed to build the best economy of the 1890s vintage anywhere in the world, to cite Jowett, 1991, p. 78, but what did it help the USSR that by the middle 1980s it produced 80% or more steel, twice as much pig iron and 5 times as many tractors than the USA, when it had failed to adapt to an economy that depended on silicone and software? See Chapter 16. There was absolutely no evidence, or likelihood, that the USSR wanted a war, except perhaps against China, let alone that it was planning a military attack on the West. The feverish scenarios of nuclear attack which came from the mobilized Western Cold Warriors and government publicity in the early 1980s were self-generated. They actually had the effect of convincing the Soviets that a preemptive nuclear attack by the West on the USSR was possible, or even, as at moments in 1983, impending. Walker, 1993, Chapter 11, and of setting off the largest mass European anti-nuclear peace movement of the Cold War, the campaign against the deployment of a new range of missiles in Europe. Historians of the 21st century, remote from the living memories of the 1970s and 1980s, will puzzle over the apparent insanity of this outburst of military fever, the rhetoric of apocalypse, and the often bizarre international behavior of U.S. governments, especially in the early years of President Reagan, 1980–88. They will have to appreciate the depth of the subjective traumas of defeat, impotence and public ignominy which had lacerated the U.S. political establishment in the 1970s, and which were made even more painful by the apparent disarray of the American presidency during the years when Richard Nixon, 1968–74, had to resign over a sleazy scandal, followed by 2 negligible successors. They culminated in the humiliating episode of U.S. diplomats held hostage in revolutionary Iran, Red Revolution in a couple of small Central American states and a second international oil crisis, as OPEC once again raised their price to an all-time peak. The policy of Ronald Reagan, elected to the presidency in 1980, can be understood only as an attempt to wipe out the stain of felt humiliation by demonstrating the unchallengeable supremacy and invulnerability of the USA, if need be by gestures of military power against sitting targets, like the invasion of the small Caribbean island of Grenada, 1983, the massive naval and air attack on Libya, 1986, and the even more massive and pointless invasion of Panama, 1989. Reagan, perhaps just because he was a run-of-the-mill Hollywood actor, understood the mood of his people and the depth of the wounds to its self-esteem. In the end, the trauma was only healed by the final, unpredicted and unexpected collapse of the great antagonist, which left the USA alone as a global power. Even then, we may detect in the Gulf War of 1991 against Iraq a belated compensation for the awful moments in 1973 and 1979 when the greatest power on the earth could find no response to a consortium of feeble third world states which threatened to strangle its oil supplies. The crusade against the evil empire to which, at least in public, President Reagan's government devoted its energies, was thus designed as therapy for the USA rather than as a practical attempt to re-establish the world power balance. This had, in fact, been done quietly in the later 1970s, when NATO, under a Democratic US president and Social Democratic Labour governments in Germany and Britain, had begun its own rearmament, and the new left-wing states in Africa had been kept in check from the beginning by US-backed movements or states, fairly successfully in Central and Southern Africa, where the US could act together with the formidable apartheid regime of the Republic of South Africa, less so in the Horn of Africa. In both areas the Russians had the invaluable assistance of expeditionary forces from Cuba, testifying to Fidel Castro's commitment to Third World Revolution as well as to his alliance with the USSR. The Reaganite contribution to the Cold War was of a different kind. It was not so much practical as ideological, part of the Western reaction to the troubles of the era of troubles and uncertainties into which the world had seemed to drift after the end of the Golden Age, see Chapter 14. A lengthy period of centrist and moderately social democratic rule ended, as the economic and social policies of the Golden Age seemed to fail. Governments of the ideological right, committed to an extreme form of business egoism and laissez-faire, came to power in several countries around 1980. Among these Reagan and the confident and formidable Mrs. Thatcher in Britain, 1979–90, were the most prominent. For this new right the state-sponsored welfare capitalism of the 1950s and 1960s, no longer buttressed, since 1973, by economic success, had always looked like a sub-variety of that socialism, the road to serfdom, as the economist and ideologue von Hayek called it, of which they saw the USSR as the logical end product. The Reaganite Cold War was directed not only against the evil empire abroad, but against the memory of Franklin D. Roosevelt at home, against the welfare state as well as any other intrusive state. Its enemy was liberalism, the L word used to good effect in presidential election campaigns, as much as communism. Since the USSR was to collapse just after the end of the Reagan era, American publicists were naturally to claim that it had been overthrown by a militant campaign to break and destroy it. The USA had waged and won the Cold War and utterly defeated its enemy. We need not take this Crusaders' version of the 1980s seriously. There is no sign that the US government expected or envisaged the impending collapse of the USSR or was in any way prepared for it when it happened. While it certainly hoped to put the Soviet economy under pressure, it was informed, mistakenly, by its own intelligence that it was in good shape and capable of sustaining the arms race with the USA. In the early 1980s the USSR was still seen, also mistakenly, as engaged on a confident global offensive. In fact, President Reagan himself, whatever the rhetoric put before him by his speechwriters, and whatever went on in his not always lucid mind, actually believed in the coexistence of the USA and the USSR, but one which should not be based on an abhorrent balance of mutual nuclear terror. What he dreamed of was a world entirely without nuclear arms. And so, as became clear at their strange and excited summit meeting in the subarctic gloom of autumnal Iceland in 1986, did the new General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev. The Cold War ended when one or both the superpowers recognized the sinister absurdity of the nuclear arms race, and when one or both accepted the other's sincerity in wishing to end it. It was probably easier for a Soviet leader to take this initiative than for an American, because the Cold War had never been seen by Moscow in the crusading terms common in Washington, perhaps because an excited public opinion did not have to be considered. On the other hand, just for this reason, it would be harder for a Soviet leader to convince the West that he meant business. That is why the world owes so enormous a debt to Mikhail Gorbachev, who not only took this initiative but succeeded, single-handed, in convincing the US government and others in the West that he meant what he said. However, let us not underestimate the contribution of President Reagan, whose simple-minded idealism broke through the unusually dense screen of ideologists, fanatics, careerists, desperados, and professional warriors around him to let himself be convinced. For practical purposes, the Cold War ended at the two summits of Reykjavik, 1986, and Washington, 1987. Did the end of the Cold War entail the end of the Soviet system? The two phenomena are historically separable, though obviously connected. The Soviet type of socialism had claimed to be a global alternative to the capitalist world system. Since capitalism had not collapsed, or looked like collapsing, though one wonders what would have happened if all the socialist and third world debtors had united in 1981 to default simultaneously on their Western loans, the prospects of socialism as a world alternative depended on its ability to compete with the world capitalist economy, as reformed after the Great Slump and the Second World War, and as transformed by the post-industrial revolution of communications and information technology in the 1970s. That socialism was falling behind at an accelerating rate was patent after 1960. It was no longer competitive. Insofar as this competition took the form of a confrontation of two political, military, and ideological superpowers, the inferiority became ruinous. Both superpowers overstretched and distorted their economies by a massive and enormously expensive competitive arms race, but the world capitalist system could absorb the $3 trillion of debt, essentially for military spending, into which the 1980s plunged the USA, till then the world's greatest creditor state. There was nobody, at home or abroad, to take the equivalent strain on Soviet expenditure, which, in any case, represented a far higher proportion of Soviet production, perhaps a quarter, than the 7% of the titanic US GDP which went on war outlays in the mid-1980s. The USA, by a combination of historical luck and policy, had seen its dependencies turn into economies so flourishing that they outweighed its own. By the end of the 1970s, the European community and Japan together were 60% or larger than the US economy. On the other hand, the Soviets' allies and dependents never walked on their own feet. They remained a constant and vast annual drain of tens of billions of dollars on the USSR. Geographically and demographically, the backward countries of the world, whose revolutionary mobilizations, Moscow hoped, would one day outweigh the global predominance of capitalism, represented 80% of the world. In economic terms, they were peripheral. As for technology, as Western superiority grew almost exponentially, there was no contest. In short, the Cold War, from the start, was a war of unequals. But it was not the hostile confrontation with capitalism and its superpower that undermined socialism. It was rather the combination of its own increasingly evident and crippling economic defects and the accelerating invasion of the socialist economy by the far more dynamic, advanced, and dominant capitalist world economy. Insofar as the rhetoric of the Cold War saw capitalism and socialism, the free world and totalitarianism, as two sides of an unbridgeable canyon, and rejected any attempt to bridge it, one might even say that, short of the mutual suicide of nuclear war, it guaranteed the survival of the weaker contestant. For, barricaded behind iron curtains, even the inefficient and slackening centrally planned command economy was viable, perhaps sagging slowly, but in no way likely to collapse in short order. It was the interaction of Soviet-type economics with the capitalist world economy from the 1960s on which made socialism vulnerable. When socialist leaders in the 1970s chose to exploit the newly available resources of the world market, oil prices, easy loans etc., instead of facing the hard problem of reforming their economic system, they dug their own graves, See Chapter 16. The paradox of the Cold War was that what defeated and in the end wrecked the USSR was not confrontation but détente. Yet in one sense the Washington Cold War ultras were not entirely wrong. The real Cold War, as we can easily see in retrospect, ended at the Washington Summit of 1987, but it could not be universally recognized as being at an end until the USSR had visibly ceased to be a superpower, or indeed any kind of power. 40 years of fear and suspicion, of the sowing and harvesting of military-industrial dragon's teeth, could not be so easily reversed. The wheels of the war-making machine services went on turning on both sides. Professionally paranoid secret services went on suspecting every move by the other side as an astute trick to disarm the enemy's vigilance, the better to defeat him. It was the collapse of the Soviet Empire in 1989, the disintegration and dissolution of the USSR itself in 1989–91, which made it impossible to pretend, let alone to believe, that nothing had changed. But what exactly had changed? The Cold War had transformed the international scene in three respects. First, it had entirely eliminated, or overshadowed, all but one of the rivalries and conflicts that shaped world politics before the Second World War. Some disappeared because the empires of the imperial era vanished, and with them the rivalries of colonial powers over dependent territories under their rule. Others went, because all the great powers except two that had been relegated to the second or third divisions of international politics, and their relations with each other were no longer autonomous, or indeed of more than local interest. France and, West, Germany buried the old hatchet after 1947 not because Franco-Germany conflict had become unthinkable, French governments thought about it all the time, but because their common membership of the US camp and the hegemony of Washington over Western Europe would not allow Germany to get out of hand. Even so, it is astonishing how rapidly the major preoccupation of states after large wars disappeared from sight, namely the winners' worry about the recovery plans of the losers, and the losers' plans how to reverse their defeat. Few in the West were seriously preoccupied by the dramatic return to great power status of West Germany and Japan, armed, though non-nuclear, so long as both were, in effect, subordinate members of the US alliance. Even the USSR and its allies, though denouncing the German danger, of which they had bitter experience, did so for propaganda rather than out of real fear. What Moscow was afraid of was not the German armed forces, but the NATO missiles on German soil. But after the Cold War other power conflicts could emerge. Second, the Cold War had frozen the international situation, and in doing so had stabilized what was an essentially unfixed and provisional state of affairs. Germany was the most obvious example. For 46 years it remained divided, de facto if not, for long periods, de jure, into four sectors: the West, which became the Federal Republic in 1949, the Middle, which became the German Democratic Republic in 1954, and the East, beyond the Oder-Neisse line, which expelled most of its Germans and became part of Poland and the USSR. The end of the Cold War and the disintegration of the USSR reunited the two western sectors and left the Soviet-annexed parts of East Prussia detached and isolated, separated from the rest of Russia by the now independent state of Lithuania. It left the Poles with German promises to accept the 1945 frontiers, which did not reassure them. Stabilization did not mean peace. Except in Europe, the Cold War was not an era when fighting was forgotten. There was hardly a year between 1948 and 1989 without a fairly serious armed conflict somewhere. Nevertheless, conflicts were controlled, or stifled, by the fear that they might provoke an open, i.e. a nuclear, war between the superpowers. Iraq's claims against Kuwait, the small, oil-rich British protectorate at the top of the Persian Gulf, independent since 1961, were old and constantly reasserted. They did not lead to war until the Persian Gulf had ceased to be an almost automatic flashpoint of superpower confrontation. Before 1989 it is certain that the USSR, which was the chief armorer of Iraq, would have strongly discouraged any Baghdad adventurism in this area. The development of the domestic politics of states was not, of course, frozen in the same manner, except where such changes would shift, or look like shifting, the allegiance of a state to its dominant superpower. The US were not more inclined to tolerate communists or philo-communists in office in Italy, Chile, or Guatemala than the USSR was prepared to abdicate its right to send troops into brother states with dissident governments, like Hungary and Czechoslovakia. It is true that the USSR tolerated far less variety in its friendly and satellite regimes, but on the other hand its capacity to assert itself within them was much less. Even before 1970 it had completely lost what control it ever had over Yugoslavia, Albania, and China. It had to tolerate some very individualist behavior from the leaders of Cuba and Romania, and, as for the third world countries it supplied with arms, and which shared its hostility to American imperialism, community of interests apart, it had no real hold over them at all. Hardly any of them even tolerated the legal existence of local communist parties. Nevertheless, the combination of power, political influence, bribery, and the logic of bipolarity and anti-imperialism kept the divisions of the world more or less stable. Except for China, no important state really changed sides unless by a homegrown revolution, which the superpowers could neither bring about nor prevent, as the USA discovered in the 1970s. Even those US allies which found their policies increasingly constrained by the alliance, like the German governments after 1969 in the matter of Ostpolitik, did not pull out of an increasingly troublesome alignment. Politically impotent, unstable, and indefensible political entities incapable of survival in a real international jungle, the region between the Red Sea and Persian Gulf was full of them, somehow remained in being. The shadow of the mushroom cloud guaranteed the survival not of liberal democracies in Western Europe, but of regimes like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. The Cold War was the best time in which to be a mini-state, as after the Cold War the difference between problems solved and problems shelved became obvious. Third, the Cold War had filled the world with arms to a degree that beggars belief. This was the natural result of 40 years when major industrial states had constantly competed to arm themselves against a war that might break out at any moment, 40 years of superpowers competing to win friends and influence people by distributing arms all over the globe, not to mention 40 years of constant low-intensity warfare with occasional outbreaks of major conflict. Economies largely militarized, and in any case with enormous and influential military-industrial complexes, had an economic interest in selling their products abroad, if only to comfort their governments with proof that they were not only swallowing the astronomical and economically unproductive military budgets which kept them going. The unprecedented global fashion for military governments, see Chapter 12, provided a grateful market, fed not only by superpower largesse, but, since the oil price revolution, by local revenues multiplied beyond the imagination of earlier Third World sultans and sheiks. Everybody exported arms. Socialist economies and some declining capitalist states like Britain had little else to export that was competitive on the world market. The trade in death was not only in the large chunks of hardware which governments alone could use. An age of guerrilla warfare and terrorism also developed a large demand for light, portable and adequately destructive and murderous devices, and the underworlds of the late 20th century cities could provide a further civilian market for such products. In such milieu the Uzi machine gun, Israeli, the Kalashnikov rifle, Russian, and Semtex explosive, Czech, became household names. In this manner the Cold War perpetuated itself. The little wars that had once set clients of one superpower against those of the other continued after the old conflict ended on a local basis, resisting those who had launched them and now wanted to end them. The UNITA rebels in Angola remained in the field against the government, although the South Africans and the Cubans had withdrawn from the unhappy country and although the USA and the United Nations had disavowed them and recognized the other side. They would not run short of arms. Somalia, armed first by the Russians when the Emperor of Ethiopia was on the side of the US, then by the US, when revolutionary Ethiopia turned to Moscow, entered the post-Cold War world as a famine-stricken territory of anarchic clan warfare, short of everything except an almost unlimited supply of guns, ammunition, landmines and military transport. The US and the UN mobilized to bring food and peace. It proved harder than flooding the country with guns. In Afghanistan, the USA had distributed the handheld Stinger anti-aircraft missiles and launchers wholesale to the anti-communist tribal guerrillas, calculating, correctly, that these would offset the Soviet command of the air. When the Russians withdrew, the war continued as though nothing had changed, except that, in the absence of planes, the tribesmen could now themselves exploit the flourishing demand for Stingers, which they sold profitably on the international arms market. In despair, the US offered to buy them back itself at the rate of $100,000 apiece, with spectacular lack of success. International Herald Tribune, p. 24, May 7, 93, Republica June 4, 94. As Goethe's Sorcerer's Apprentice exclaimed, Die ich rief die Geister, werd ich nun nicht los. The end of the Cold War suddenly removed the props which had held up the international structure and, to an extent not yet appreciated, the structures of the world's domestic political systems. And what was left was a world in disarray and partial collapse, because there was nothing to replace them. The idea, briefly entertained by American spokesmen, that the old bipolar order could be replaced by a new world order based on the single superpower which remained in being, and therefore looked stronger than ever, rapidly proved unrealistic. There could be no return to the world before the Cold War, because too much had changed, too much had disappeared. All landmarks were fallen, all maps had to be altered. Politicians and economists used to one kind of world even found it difficult or impossible to appreciate the nature of the problems of another kind. In 1947 the USA had recognized the need for an immediate and gigantic project to restore the West European economies, because the supposed danger to these economies, communism and the USSR, was easily defined. The economic and political consequences of the collapse of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe were even more dramatic than the troubles of Western Europe, and would prove even more far-reaching. They were predictable enough in the late 1980s and even visible, but none of the wealthy economies of capitalism treated this impending crisis as a global emergency requiring urgent and massive action because its political consequences were not so easily specified. With the possible exception of West Germany, they reacted sluggishly, and even the Germans totally misunderstood and underestimated the nature of the problem, as their troubles with the annexation of the former German Democratic Republic were to demonstrate. The consequences of the end of the Cold War would probably have been enormous in any case, even had it not coincided with a major crisis in the world economy of capitalism and with the final crisis of the Soviet Union and its system. Since the historian's world is what happened and not what might have happened if things had been different, we need not consider the possibility of other scenarios. The end of the Cold War proved to be not the end of an international conflict, but the end of an era, not only for the East, but for the entire world. There are historic moments which may be recognized, even by contemporaries, as marking the end of an age. The years around 1990 clearly were such a secular turning point. But, while everyone could see that the old had ended, there was utter uncertainty about the nature and prospects of the new. Only one thing seemed firm and irreversible amid these uncertainties: the extraordinary, unprecedented, fundamental changes which the world economy, and consequently human societies, had undergone in the period since the Cold War began. These will, or should, have a far larger place in the history books of the third millennium than the Korean War, the Berlin and Cuba crises, and the cruise missiles. To these transformations we must now turn. There was a spectacular lack of reference, in any context, to China in Zdanov's report on the world situation, which opened the founding conference of the Communist Information Bureau, Cominform, in September 1947, though Indonesia and Vietnam were classified as joining the anti-imperialist camp and India, Egypt, and Syria as sympathizing with it. Spriano, 1983, 286. As late as April 1949, when Chiang Kai-shek abandoned his capital in Nanking, the Soviet ambassador, alone among the diplomatic corps, joined him in his retreat to Canton. 6 months later Mao proclaimed the People's Republic, Walker, 1993, p. 63. Mao is reported to have told the Italian leader Togliatti, "Who told you that Italy must survive? 300 million Chinese will be left, and that will be enough for the human race to continue." Mao's blithe readiness to accept the inevitability of a nuclear war and its possible utility as a way to bring about the final defeat of capitalism, stunned his comrades from other countries in 1957, Walker, 1993, p. 126. The Soviet leader N.S. Khrushchev decided to place Soviet missiles in Cuba to offset the American missiles already in place across the Soviet border in Turkey. Berlatsky, 1992. The USA forced him to withdraw them by the threat of war, but also withdrew its missiles from Turkey. The Soviet missiles, as President Kennedy was told at the time, made no difference to the strategic balance, though a considerable difference to presidential public relations. Ball, 1992, p. 18, Walker, 1988. The U.S. missiles withdrawn were described as obsolescent. Chapter 9. The Golden Years. It is in the past 40 years that Medina has really seen the great leap forward. The era from Italian unification until then had been a long age of waiting, or of slow and intermittent modifications, before transformation accelerated to the speed of lightning. People now came to enjoy a standard of living previously confined to a tiny elite. G. Muzziola, 1993, p. 323. No hungry man who is also sober can be persuaded to use his last dollar for anything but food. But a well-fed, well-clad, well-sheltered, and otherwise well-tended person can be persuaded as between an electric razor and an electric toothbrush. Along with prices and costs, consumer demand becomes subject to management. J.K. Galbraith, The New Industrial State, 1967, p. 24. Most human beings operate like historians, they only recognize the nature of their experience in retrospect. In the course of the 1950s many people, especially in the increasingly prosperous developed countries, became aware that times were indeed strikingly improved, especially if their memories reached back to the years before the Second World War. A British Conservative premier fought and won a general election in 1959 on the slogan "You've never had it so good," a statement that was undoubtedly correct. Yet it was not until the Great Boom was over, in the disturbed 70s, waiting for the traumatic 80s, that observers, mainly, to begin with, economists, began to realize that the world, particularly the world of developed capitalism, had passed through an altogether exceptional phase of its history, perhaps a unique one. They looked for names to describe it: the 30 glorious years of the French, les 30 glorieuses, the quarter-century golden age of the Anglo-Americans, Margolin and Shore, 1990. The gold glowed more brightly against the dull or dark background of the subsequent decades of crisis. There are several reasons why it took so long to recognize the exceptional nature of the era. For the USA, which dominated the world economy after the Second World War, it was not all that revolutionary. It merely continued the expansion of the war years which, as we have seen, had been uniquely kind to that country. It had suffered no damage, increased its GNP by 2/3, Van der Wee, 1987, p. 30, and ended the war with almost 2/3 of the world's industrial production. Moreover, just because of the size and advance of the U.S. economy, its actual performance during the golden years was not as impressive as the rate of growth of other countries, which started from a much smaller base. Between 1950 and 1973 it grew more slowly than any other industrial country except Britain and, what is more to the point, its growth was no higher than in the most dynamic earlier periods of its development. In all other industrial countries, including even sluggish Britain, the Golden Age broke all previous records. Madison, 1987, p. 650. In fact, for the USA this was, economically and technologically, a time of relative dropping back rather than of advance. The gap in productivity per man-hour between it and other countries diminished, and if in 1950 it enjoyed a national wealth, GDP, per capita double that of France and Germany, over 5 times that of Japan, and more than half as large again as Britain, the other states were fast catching up and continued to do so in the 1970s and 1980s. Recovering from the war was the overwhelming priority for the European countries and Japan, and for the first years after 1945 they measured their success simply by how close they had come to a target set by reference to the past, not the future. In the non-communist states, recovery also meant putting the fear of social revolution and communist advance, heritage of war and resistance, behind them. While most countries, other than Germany and Japan, were back to their pre-war levels by 1950, the early Cold War and the persistence of powerful communist parties in France and Italy discouraged euphoria. In any case, the material benefits of growth took some time to make themselves felt. In Britain it was not until the middle 1950s that they became palpable. No politician before then could have won an election on Harold Macmillan's slogan. Even in so spectacularly prosperous a region as Italy's Emilia-Romagna, the benefits of the affluent society did not become general until the 1960s. Francia, Muzziola, 1984, pages 327-29. Moreover, the secret weapon of a society of popular affluence, namely full employment, did not become general until the 1960s, when the average of West European unemployment stood at 1.5%. In the 1950s Italy still had almost 8% out of work. In short, not until the 1960s did Europe come to take its extraordinary prosperity for granted. By then, indeed, sophisticated observers began to assume that, somehow, everything in the economy would go onwards and upwards forever. There is no special reason to doubt that the underlying trends of growth in the early and middle 1970s will continue much as in the 1960s, wrote a United Nations report in 1972. No special influence can now be foreseen which would at all drastically change the external environment of European economies. The Club of Advanced Capitalist Industrial Economies, the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, revised its forecasts for future growth upwards as the 1960s advanced. By the early 1970s they were expected to be, in the medium term, over 5%. Glynn, Hughes, Lippi eds. Singh, 1990, p. 39. It was not to be. It is now evident that the Golden Age essentially belonged to the developed capitalist countries, which, throughout these decades, represented about 3/4 of the world's production and over 80% of its manufacturing exports. OECD, Impact, 1979, pages 18-19. One further reason why the specificity of the era was only slowly recognized was that in the 1950s the economic upsurge seemed quite worldwide and independent of economic regimes. Indeed, initially it looked as though the newly expanded socialist part of the world had the advantage. The growth rate of the USSR in the 1950s was faster than any Western countries, and the economies of Eastern Europe grew almost as rapidly, faster in hitherto backward countries, slower in the already industrialized or partly industrialized ones. Communist East Germany, however, lagged behind non-communist Federal Germany. Even though the Eastern Bloc of Europe lost pace in the 1960s, its GDP per capita over the whole of the Golden Age still grew slightly faster, or, in the case of the USSR just less, than that in the major capitalist industrial countries, IMF, 1990, p. 65. Still, in the 1960s it became clear that capitalism was forging ahead rather than socialism. Nevertheless, the Golden Age was a worldwide phenomenon, even though general affluence never came within sight of the majority of the world's population, those who lived in countries for whose poverty and backwardness the experts of the UN tried to find diplomatic euphemisms. Though the population of the Third World grew at a spectacular rate, the numbers of Africans, East Asians, and South Asians more than doubled in the 35 years after 1950, the number of Latin Americans rose even faster. World Resources, 1986, p. 11. The 1970s and 1980s once again grew familiar with mass famine, its classic image, the starving exotic child observed after supper on every Western TV screen. During the golden decades there was no mass starvation, except as the product of wars and political madness, as in China, see pages 466-7, indeed, as population multiplied, life expectancy stretched out by an average of 7 years, even by 17 years if we compare the later 1930s with the later 1960s, Morawetz, 1977, p. 48. This means that food production rose faster than population, as it did both in the developed and in every major area of the non-industrial world. In the 1950s it rose by more than 1% a year per capita in every region of the developing world except Latin America, and even there it grew per capita, though more modestly. In the 1960s it still rose in all parts of the non-industrial world, but, once again with the exception of Latin America, this time ahead of the rest, only very slightly. Nevertheless, the total food production of the poor world in both the 1950s and 1960s rose faster than in the developed world. In the 1970s the disparities between different parts of the poor world make such global figures useless. By then some regions, such as the Far East and Latin America, were drawing well ahead of their population growth, whereas Africa was falling behind by more than 1% a year. In the 1980s the poor world's food production per capita did not grow at all outside South and East Asia, but even here some countries produced less per head than in the 1970s, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, the Philippines. Certain regions stayed well below their 1970 levels, or even continued to fall, notably Africa, Central America and the Asian Near East. Van der Wee, 1987, p. 106, FAO, The State of Food, 1989, Annex, Table 2, pages 113-15. Meanwhile the problem of the developed world was that it produced so much surplus food that it did not know what to do with it and, in the 1980s, decided to grow substantially less, or else, as in the European community, to dump its butter mountains and milk lakes below cost, thus undercutting producers in the poor countries. It became cheaper to buy Dutch cheese on Caribbean islands than in the Netherlands. Curiously, the contrast between food surpluses on one side, hungry people on the other, which had so outraged the world during the Great Depression of the 1930s, caused less comment in the late 20th century. It was an aspect of the growing divergence between the rich and the poor world which became increasingly evident from the 1960s. The industrial world was, of course, expanding everywhere, in the capitalist and socialist regions and in the Third World. In the Old West there were dramatic examples of industrial revolution, such as Spain and Finland. In the world of really existing socialism, see Chapter 13, purely agrarian countries like Bulgaria and Romania acquired massive industrial sectors. In the Third World the most spectacular development of the so-called newly industrializing countries, NICs, occurred after the Golden Age, but everywhere the number of countries depending primarily on agriculture, at least for financing their imports from the rest of the world, diminished sharply. By the later 1980s a mere 15 states paid for half their imports or more from farm exports. With one exception, New Zealand, all were in Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America. FAO, The State of Food, 1989, Annex, Table 11, pages 149-51. The world economy was thus growing at an explosive rate. By the 1960s it was plain that there had never been anything like it. World output of manufactures quadrupled between the early 1950s and the early 1970s and, what is even more impressive, world trade in manufactured products grew tenfold. As we have seen, world agricultural output also shot up, if not so spectacularly. It did so not so much, as so often in the past, by bringing new land into cultivation, but rather by raising its productivity. Grain yields per hectare almost doubled between 1950 to 52 and 1980 to 82, and more than doubled in North America, Western Europe, and East Asia. World fisheries meanwhile trebled their catches before falling again. World Resources, 1986, pages 47,142. One byproduct of this extraordinary explosion was as yet barely noticed, though in retrospect it already looked menacing: pollution and ecological deterioration. During the Golden Age it attracted little attention, except from wildlife enthusiasts and other protectors of human and natural rarities, because the dominant ideology of progress took it for granted that the growing domination of nature by man was the very measure of humanity's advance. Industrialization in the socialist countries was for this reason particularly blind to the ecological consequences of its massive construction of a rather archaic industrial system based on iron and smoke. Even in the West, the old 19th century businessman's motto, "Where there's muck, there's brass," i.e. pollution means money, was still convincing, especially for road builders and real estate developers who rediscovered the unbelievable profits to be made in an era of secular boom from speculation which could not go wrong. All one had to do was to wait for the value of the right building site to rise into the stratosphere. A single well-sited building could now make a man a multimillionaire virtually without cost, since he could borrow on the security of his future construction and borrow further as its value, built or unbuilt, occupied or empty, continued to go up. Eventually, as usual, there was a crash. The Golden Age ended like earlier booms in a real estate banking collapse, but until then city centers, large and small, were ripped out and developed across the world, incidentally destroying medieval cathedral cities like Worcester in Britain or Spanish colonial capitals like Lima in Peru. Since the authorities in both East and West also discovered that something like factory methods could be used to construct public housing quickly and cheaply, filling the outskirts of cities with blankly menacing high-rise apartment blocks, the 1960s will probably go down as the most disastrous decade in the history of human urbanization. In fact, far from worrying about the environment, there seemed to be grounds for self-satisfaction, as the results of 19th century pollution yielded to 20th century technology and ecological conscience. Did not the simple banning of coal fires in London from 1953 abolish, at one stroke, the impenetrable fog so familiar from Charles Dickens' novels, which had periodically blanketed the city? Were not, some years later, salmon once again swimming up the once dead River Thames? Cleaner, smaller, quieter factories distributed themselves around the countryside instead of the vast smoke-swathed plants that had previously signified industry. Airports replaced railway stations as the quintessential buildings representing transport. As the countryside emptied, people, or at least middle-class people moving into abandoned villages and farmsteads, could feel themselves closer than ever to nature. Yet there is no denying that the impact of human activities on nature, primarily urban and industrial but also, it was eventually realized, agricultural, increased steeply from the middle of the century. This was largely due to the enormous increase in the use of fossil fuels, coal, oil, natural gas, etc., whose potential exhaustion had worried earlier gazers into the future from the mid-19th century on. New sources were discovered faster than they could be used. That total energy consumption shot up, it actually tripled in the USA between 1950 and 1973, Rostow, 1978, p. 256, Table 3, p. 58, is far from surprising. One of the reasons why the Golden Age was golden was that the price of a barrel of Saudi oil averaged less than $2 throughout the entire period from 1950 to 1973, thus making energy ridiculously cheap, and getting cheaper all the time. Ironically, it was only after 1973, when the oil producers cartel OPEC finally decided to charge what the traffic would bear, see pages 473 to 4, that ecology watchers took serious note of the effects of the consequent explosion in petrol-driven traffic, which was already darkening the skies above the great cities in the motorized, and in particular the American, parts of the world. Smog was the immediate worry, and understandably so. However, Carbon dioxide emissions warming the atmosphere almost tripled between 1950 and 1973, that is to say the concentration of this gas in the atmosphere increased by a little less than 1% a year. World Resources, Table 11.1, p. 318, 11.4, p. 319, v. Smil, 1990 p. 4, Fig. 2. The production of chlorofluorocarbons, chemicals which affect the ozone layer, rose almost vertically. At the end of the war they had barely been used, but by 1974 over 300,000 tons of one compound and over 400,000 tons of another were being released into the atmosphere each year. World Resources, Table 11.3, p. 319. The rich Western countries naturally generated the lion's share of this pollution, though the unusually filthy industrialization of the USSR produced almost as much carbon dioxide as the USA, almost 5 times as much in 1985 as in 1950. Per capita, of course, the USA remained a long way ahead. Only Britain actually lowered the amount emitted per inhabitant over this period. Smil, 1990, Table I, p. 14. 2. Initially this astonishing explosion of the economy seemed merely a gigantic version of what had gone before, as it were, a globalization of the state of the pre-1945 USA, taking that country as the model of a capitalist industrial society. So, to some extent, it was. The age of the automobile had long arrived in North America, but after the war it came to Europe and later more modestly to the socialist world and the Latin American middle classes, while cheap fuel made the truck and the bus the major means of transport over most of the globe's land mass. If the rise of Western affluent society could be measured by the multiplication of private cars, from Italy's 469,000 in 1938 to the same country's 15 millions in 1975, Rostow, 1978, p. 212, UN Statistical Yearbook, 1982, Table 175, p. 960, the economic development of many a third world country could be recognized by the rate at which the number of its trucks grew. Much of the Great World boom was thus a catching up, or in the USA a continuation of old trends. The model of Henry Ford's mass production spread across the oceans to new auto industries, while in the USA the Fordist principle was extended to new kinds of production, from house building to junk food. McDonald's was a post-war success story. Goods and services previously confined to minorities were now produced for a mass market, as in the field of mass travel to sunny beaches. Before the war never had more than 150,000 North Americans traveled to Central America and the Caribbean in any year, but between 1950 and 1970 their numbers grew from 300,000 to 7 millions, U.S. HIS Statistics I, p. 403. The European figures were, not surprisingly, even more spectacular. Spain, which had virtually no mass tourism until the later 1950s, welcomed over 54 millions of foreigners per year at the end of the 1980s, a number only slightly surpassed by Italy's 55 millions, Stat Jarbook, 1990, p. 262. What had once been luxury, became the expected standard of comfort, at all events in the rich countries: the refrigerator, the private washing machine, the telephone. By 1971 there were over 270 million telephones in the world, i.e. overwhelmingly in North America and Western Europe, and their spread was accelerating. 10 years later their numbers had almost doubled. In the developed market economies there was more than one phone for every 2 inhabitants, UN World Situation, 1985, Table 19, p. 63. In short, it was now possible for the average citizen in those countries to live as only the very wealthy had lived in their parents' day, except, of course, that mechanization had now replaced personal servants. However, what strikes us most about the period is the extent to which the economic surge seemed powered by technological revolution. To this extent it multiplied not only improved products of the old kind, but quite unprecedented ones, including many which had been virtually unimagined before the war. Some revolutionary products, such as the synthetic materials known as plastics, had been developed between the wars or even begun to enter commercial production, like nylon, 1935, polystyrene and polythene. Some, like television and recording on magnetic tape, were then barely out of the experimental stage. The war, with its demands on high technology, prepared a number of revolutionary processes for later civilian use, though rather more on the British side, subsequently taken up by the USA, than among the science-minded Germans, radar, the jet engine, and various ideas and techniques which prepared the ground for post-war electronics and information technology. Without them, the transistor, invented 1947, and the first civilian digital computers, 1946, would certainly have appeared considerably later. Perhaps fortunately, nuclear energy, first mobilized during the war for destruction, remained largely outside the civilian economy, except as a, so far, marginal contribution to the world's generation of electrical energy, about 5% in 1975. Whether these innovations were based on interwar or post-war science, on interwar technical or even commercial pioneering, or on the great post-1945 forward rush, the integrated circuits developed in the 1950s, the lasers of the 1960s, or the various spin-offs from space rocketry, hardly matters for our purpose. Except in one sense. More than any previous period, the Golden Age rested on the most advanced and often esoteric scientific research, which now found practical application within a few years. Industry and even agriculture for the first time moved decisively beyond the technology of the 19th century, see Chapter 18. Three things about this technological earthquake strike the observer. First, it utterly transformed everyday life in the rich world and even, to a lesser extent, in the poor world, where radio could now reach the remotest villages thanks to the transistor and the miniaturized long-life battery, where the Green Revolution transformed rice and wheat cultivation and plastic sandals replaced bare feet. Any European reader of this book who makes a quick inventory of his or her personal possessions, can verify this. Most of the contents of the refrigerator or freezer, neither of which most family homes would have owned in 1945, is novel, freeze-dried food, factory-farmed poultry produce, meat stuffed with enzymes and various chemicals to change its taste, or even constructed by the simulation of boneless high-quality cuts. Considine, 1982, pages 1164 ff, not to mention products imported fresh by air from halfway across the globe, as would then have been impossible. Compared to 1950, the share of natural or traditional materials, wood, metal treated in old-fashioned ways, natural fibers or fillings, even ceramics, in our kitchens, household furnishings and personal clothing has gone down dramatically, although the hype surrounding everything produced by the personal hygiene and beauty industry was such that it obscured, by systematically exaggerating, the degree of novelty of its enormously increased and diversified output. For technological revolution entered consumer consciousness to such an extent that novelty became the main sales appeal for everything from synthetic detergents, which came into their own in the 1950s, to laptop computers. The assumption was that new equaled not just better, but utterly revolutionized. As for the products visibly representing technological novelty, their list is endless, and needs no comment. Television, vinyl records, LPs came in 1948, followed by tapes, tape cassettes came in the 1960s, and compact discs, small portable transistor radios. The present writer got his first as a present from a Japanese friend in the late 1950s, digital watches, pocket calculators, battery and then solar powered, and then the rest of domestic electronics, photo and video equipment. Not the least significant thing about these innovations is the systematic process of miniaturization of such products, i.e. portability, which vastly extended their potential range and market. However, the technological revolution was perhaps symbolized just as much as superficially unchanged products which had, since the Second World War, been transformed from top to bottom, such as pleasure sailing boats. Their masts and hulls, their sails and rigging, their navigational equipment had little or nothing in common with interwar vessels except shape and function. Second, the more complex the technology involved, the more complex was the road from discovery or invention to production, and the more elaborate and expensive the process of traversing it. Research and development, R&D, became central to economic growth and, for this reason, the already enormous advantage of the developed market economies over the rest was reinforced. As we shall see in Chapter 16, technological innovation did not flourish in the socialist economies. The typical developed country had upwards of 1,000 scientists and engineers for every million of its population in the 1970s, but Brazil had about 250, India 130, Pakistan about 60, Kenya and Nigeria about 30, UNESCO, 1985, Table 5.18. Moreover, the process of innovation became so continuous that the cost of developing new products became an increasingly large and indispensable share of the cost of production. In the extreme case of the armaments industries, where, admittedly, money was no object, new devices had barely become fit for practical use before they were scrapped for even more advanced, and, of course, vastly more expensive, pieces of equipment, to the considerable financial benefit of the corporations concerned. In the more mass-market-oriented industries such as pharmaceutical chemicals, a new and genuinely needed drug, especially when protected from competition by patent rights, could make several fortunes, which were explained away by its producers as absolutely essential for further research. Less easily protected innovators had to clean up more quickly, for as soon as other products entered the market, the price dropped through the floor. Third, the new technologies were, overwhelmingly, capital-intensive and, except for the highly skilled scientists and technicians, labor-saving, or even labor-replacing. The major characteristic of the Golden Age was that it needed constant and heavy investment and, increasingly, that it did not need people, except as consumers. However, the impetus and speed of the economic surge was such that, for a generation, this was not obvious. On the contrary, the economy grew so fast that, even in the industrial countries, the industrial working class maintained or even increased its share of the occupied population. In all advanced countries but the USA, the reserve lakes of labor filled during pre-war depression and post-war demobilization were drained, new supplies of labor were sucked in from the native countryside and from foreign immigration, and married women, hitherto kept outside the labor market, entered it in growing numbers. Nevertheless, the ideal to which the Golden Age aspired, though it was only gradually realized, was production, or even service, without humans, automated robots assembling cars, silent voids filled with banks of computers controlling the output of power, trains without drivers. Human beings were essential to such an economy only in one respect, as buyers of goods and services. Here lay its central problem. In the Golden Age it still seemed unreal and remote, like the future death of the universe by entropy about which Victorian scientists had warned the human race. On the contrary, all the problems which had haunted capitalism in its era of catastrophe appeared to dissolve and to disappear. The terrible and inevitable cycle of boom and slump, so murderous between the wars, became a succession of mild fluctuations thanks to, or so the Keynesian economists who now advised governments were convinced, their intelligent macroeconomic management. Mass unemployment? Where was it to be found in the developed world in the 1960s, when Europe averaged 1.5% of its labor force out of work and Japan 1.3%, Van der Wee, 1987, p. 77. Only in North America was it not yet eliminated. Poverty. Of course most of humanity remained poor, but in the old heartlands of industrial labor what meaning could the internationals arise, yes starvelings from your slumbers have for workers who now expected to have their car and spend their annual paid vacation on the beaches of Spain? And, if they fell upon hard times, would not an increasingly universal and generous welfare state provide them with protection, undreamed of before, against the hazards of ill health, misfortune, even the dreaded old age of the poor? Their incomes rose year by year, almost automatically. Would they not go on rising forever? The range of goods and services offered by the productive system, and available to them, made former luxuries part of everyday consumption. It widened year by year. What more, in material terms, could humanity want except to extend the benefits already enjoyed by the favored peoples of some countries to the unhappy inhabitants of those parts of the world, admittedly still the majority of mankind, who had not yet entered upon development and modernization? What problems remain to be solved? An extremely intelligent and prominent British socialist politician wrote in 1956. Traditionally, socialist thought has been dominated by the economic problems posed by capitalism, poverty, mass unemployment, squalor, instability, and even the possibility of the collapse of the whole system. Capitalism had been reformed out of all recognition. Despite occasional minor recessions and balance of payments crises, full employment and at least a tolerable degree of stability are likely to be maintained. Automation can be expected steadily to solve any remaining problems of underproduction. Looking ahead, our present rate of growth will give us a national output 3 times as high in 50 years, Crossland, 1957, p. 517. 3. How are we to explain this extraordinary and quite unexpected triumph of a system which, for half a lifetime, had seemed on the verge of ruin? What needs explaining, of course, is not the mere fact of a lengthy period of economic expansion and well-being, following on a similar period of economic and other troubles and disturbances. Such a succession of long waves of about half a century in length has formed the basic rhythm of the economic history of capitalism since the late 18th century. As we have seen, Chapter 2, the age of catastrophe had drawn attention to this pattern of secular fluctuations, whose nature remains obscure. They are generally known by the name of the Russian economist Kondratiev. In the long perspective, the Golden Age was just another Kondratiev upswing, like the Great Victorian boom of 1850 to 73, curiously the dates almost coincide at a century's distance, and the Belle Epoque of the late Victorians and Edwardians. Like earlier such upswings, it was preceded and followed by downswings. What needs explaining is not this, but the extraordinary scale and depth of this secular boom, which is a sort of pendant to the extraordinary scale and depth of the preceding era of crises and depressions. There are no really satisfactory explanations for the sheer scale of this great leap forward of the capitalist world economy, and consequently for its unprecedented social consequences. Of course, other countries had enormous scope for catching up with the model economy of early 20th century industrial society. The USA, a country devastated by neither war, defeat, nor victory, though briefly shaken by the Great Slump. Other countries did indeed systematically try to imitate the USA, a process which speeded up economic development, since it is always easier to adapt an existing technology than to invent a new one. That, as the Japanese example was to show, could come later. However, there was clearly more to the Great Leap than this. There was a substantial restructuring and reform of capitalism and a quite spectacular advance in the globalization and internationalization of the economy. The first produced a mixed economy, which both made it easier for states to plan and manage economic modernization, and which also enormously increased demand. The great post-war economic success stories of capitalist countries, with the rarest exceptions, Hong Kong, are stories of industrialization backed, supervised, steered, and sometimes planned and managed by governments, from France and Spain in Europe to Japan, Singapore, and South Korea. At the same time, the political commitment of governments to full employment and, to a lesser extent, to the lessening of economic inequality, i.e. a commitment to welfare and social security, for the first time provided a mass consumer market for luxury goods which could now become accepted as necessities. The poorer people are, the higher the proportion of their income they must spend on indispensable essentials such as food, a sensible observation known as Engels' law. In the 1930s, even in the rich USA about a third of household expenditure still went on food, but by the early 1980s only 13%. The rest was available for other expenditures. The Golden Age democratized the market. The second multiplied the productive capacity of the world economy by making possible a far more elaborate and sophisticated international division of labor. Initially this was largely confined to the collective of the so-called developed market economies, i.e. the countries in the U.S. camp. The socialist part of the world was largely separate, see Chapter 13, and the most dynamic developers in the Third World in the 1950s opted for a segregated and planned industrialization by substituting their own production for imported manufactures. The core countries of Western capitalism, of course, traded with the overseas world, and very advantageously too, since the terms of trade favored them, i.e. they could get their raw materials and foodstuffs more cheaply. Still, what really exploded was the trade in industrial products, mainly between the industrial core countries. World trade in manufactures multiplied over tenfold in the 20 years after 1953. Manufactures, which had formed a fairly constant share of world trade since the 19th century at a little less than half, now shot up to over 60%. W. A. Lewis, 1981. The Golden Age remained anchored to the economies of the core capitalist countries, even in purely quantitative terms. In 1975 the Big Seven of capitalism alone, Canada, the USA, Japan, France, Federal Germany, Italy, and Great Britain, contained 3/4 of all the passenger cars on the globe and almost as high a proportion of its telephones. UN Statistical Yearbook, 1982, pages 955 ff, 1018 ff. Nevertheless, the new industrial revolution could not be confined to any region. The restructuring of capitalism and the advance in economic internationalization were central. It is not so clear that technological revolution explains the Golden Age, though there was plenty of it. As has been shown, much of the new industrialization of these decades was the spread of old industrializations based on old technologies to new countries, the 19th century industrialization of coal, iron, and steel to the socialist agrarian countries, the 20th century American industries of oil and internal combustion engines to European ones. The impact of the high research-generated technology on civilian industry probably did not become massive until the crisis decades after 1973, when the major breakthrough of information technology and genetic engineering took place, as well as a number of other leaps into the unknown. Perhaps the chief innovations which began to transform the world almost as soon as the war ended were chemical and pharmaceutical. Their impact on the demography of the Third World was immediate, see Chapter 12. Their cultural effects were a little more delayed, but not much, for the Western sexual revolution of the 1960s and 1970s was made possible by antibiotics, unknown before the Second World War, which appeared to remove the major risks from sexual promiscuity by making venereal diseases easily curable, and by the birth control pill which became widely available in the 1960s. The risk was to return to sex in the 1980s with AIDS. All the same, an innovating high technology soon became so much part of the Great Boom that it must form part of any explanation, even if we do not regard it as decisive in its own right. Post-war capitalism was unquestionably, as the Crossland quotation put it, a system reformed out of all recognition or, in the words of the British Premier Harold Macmillan, a new version of the old system. What happened was far more than a return of the system from some avoidable interwar errors to its normal record of both maintaining a high level of employment and enjoying some non-negligible rate of economic growth. H. G. Johnson, 1972, p. 6. Essentially it was a sort of marriage between economic liberalism and social democracy, or, in American terms, Rooseveltian New Deal policy, with substantial borrowings from the USSR, which had pioneered the idea of economic planning. That is why the reaction against it by the theological free marketeers was to be so impassioned in the 1970s and 1980s, when the policies based on this marriage were no longer protected by economic success. Men like the Austrian economist Friedrich von Hayek, 1899 to 1992, had never been pragmatists, ready, if reluctant, to be persuaded that economic activities which interfered with laissez-faire worked, though of course they denied, with subtle arguments, that they could work. They were believers in the equation free market equals freedom of the individual and consequently condemned any departure from it as, to quote the title of his 1944 book, The Road to Serfdom. They had stood by the purity of the market in the Great Slump. They continued to condemn the policies which made the Golden Age golden, as the world grew richer and capitalism, plus political liberalism, flourished again on the basis of mixing markets and governments. But between the 1940s and the 1970s nobody listened to such old believers. Nor can we doubt that capitalism was deliberately reformed, largely by the men who were in a position to do so in the USA and Britain, during the last war years. It is a mistake to suppose that people never learn from history. The interwar experience, and especially the Great Slump, had been so catastrophic that nobody could possibly dream, as plenty of men in public life had done after the First World War, of returning as soon as possible to the time before the air raid sirens had begun to sound. All the men, women were hardly yet accepted into the first division of public life, who sketched out what they hoped would be the post-war principles of the world economy and the future of the global economic order, had lived through the Great Slump. Some, like J.M. Keynes, had been in public life since before 1914. And if the economic memory of the 1930s was not enough to sharpen their appetite for reforming capitalism, the fatal political risks of not doing so were patent to all who had just fought Hitler's Germany, the child of the Great Slump, and were confronted with the prospect of communism and Soviet power advancing westwards across the ruins of capitalist economies that did not work. Four things seemed clear to these decision-makers. The interwar catastrophe, which must on no account be allowed to return, had been due largely to the breakdown of the global trading and financial system and the consequent fragmentation of the world into would-be autarkic national economies or empires. The global system had once been stabilized by the hegemony, or at least the centrality of the British economy and its currency, the pound sterling. Between the wars Britain and sterling were no longer strong enough to carry this load, which could now only be taken over by the USA and the dollar. The conclusion, naturally, aroused more genuine enthusiasm in Washington than elsewhere. Third, the Great Slump had been due to the failure of the unrestricted free market. Henceforth the market would have to be supplemented by, or to work within the framework of, public planning and economic management. Finally, for social and political reasons, mass unemployment must not be allowed to return. Decision-makers outside the Anglo-Saxon countries could do little about the reconstruction of the world trading and financial system, but found the rejection of the old free market liberalism congenial enough. Strong state guidance and state planning in economic matters were not new in several countries, from France to Japan. Even the state ownership and management of industries was familiar enough, and had been widely extended in Western countries after 1945. It was in no sense a particular issue between socialists and anti-socialists, although the general leftward swing of wartime resistance politics gave it more prominence than it would have had before the war, as for instance in the French and Italian constitutions of 1946–47. Thus, even after 15 years of socialist government, Norway in 1960 had a proportionately, and of course absolutely, smaller public sector than West Germany, which was not a country given to nationalization. As for the socialist parties and labor movements which were so prominent in Europe after the war, they fitted in readily with the new reformed capitalism, because for practical purposes they had no economic policy of their own, except for the communists, whose policy consisted in gaining power and then following the model of the USSR. The pragmatic Scandinavians left their private sectors intact. The British Labour government of 1945 did not, but did nothing whatever to reform it, and showed a lack of interest in planning that was quite startling, especially when contrasted with the enthusiastic planned modernization of contemporary, and non-socialist, French governments. In effect, the left concentrated on improving the conditions of their working-class constituencies and social reforms for this purpose. Since they had no alternative solutions except to call for the abolition of capitalism, which no social democratic government knew how to, or tried to, abolish, they had to rely on a strong wealth-creating capitalist economy to finance their aims. In effect, a reformed capitalism which recognized the importance of labor and social democratic aspirations suited them well enough. In short, for a variety of reasons the politicians, officials, and even many of the businessmen of the post-war West were convinced that a return to laissez-faire and the unreconstructed free market were out of the question. Certain policy objectives, full employment, the containment of communism, the modernization of lagging or declining or ruined economies, had absolute priority and justified the strongest government presence. Even regimes dedicated to economic and political liberalism now could, and had to, run their economies in ways which would once have been rejected as socialist. After all, that is how Britain and even the USA had run their war economies. The future lay with the mixed economy. Though there were moments when the old orthodoxies of fiscal rectitude, stable currencies, and stable prices still counted, even these were no longer absolutely compelling. Since 1933 the scarecrows of inflation and deficit finance no longer kept the birds away from the economic fields, but the crops still seemed to grow. These were not minor changes. They led a U.S. statesman of ironclad capitalist credentials, Averell Harriman, in 1946 to tell his countrymen, "People in this country are no longer scared of such words as planning. People have accepted the fact the government has got to plan as well as individuals in this country." Mayer, 1987, p. 129. They made it natural for a champion of economic liberalism and admirer of the U.S. economy, Jean Monnet, 1888–1979, to become a passionate backer of French economic planning. They turned Lionel, Lord, Robbins, a free market economist who had once defended orthodoxy against Keynes and run a seminar jointly with Hayek at the London School of Economics, into a director of the semi-socialist British war economy. For 30 years or so there was a consensus among Western thinkers and decision-makers, notably in the USA, which determined what other countries on the non-communist side could do, or rather what they could not do. All wanted a world of rising production, growing foreign trade, full employment, industrialization, and modernization, and all were prepared to achieve it, if need be, through systematic government control and the management of mixed economies, and by cooperating with organized labor movements so long as they were not communist. The golden age of capitalism would have been impossible without this consensus that the economy of private enterprise, free enterprise was the preferred name, needed to be saved from itself to survive. However, though capitalism certainly reformed itself, we must make a clear distinction between the general readiness to do the hitherto unthinkable and the actual effectiveness of the specific new recipes which the chefs of the new economic restaurants were creating. This is hard to judge. Economists, like politicians, are always inclined to put down success to the sagacity of their policies, and, during the Golden Age, when even weak economies like the British flourished and grew, there seemed plenty of scope for self-congratulation. Still, deliberate policy undoubtedly scored some striking successes. In 1945–46 France, for instance, set out quite consciously on a course of economic planning to modernize the French industrial economy. This adaptation of Soviet ideas to a capitalist mixed economy must have had some effect, since between 1950 and 1979 France, hitherto a byword for economic retardation, caught up more successfully than any other of the chief industrial countries with U.S. productivity, more so even than Germany. Madison, 1982, p. 46. Nevertheless, we must leave the economists, a notably contentious tribe, to argue out the merits and demerits and the efficacy of the various policies of the various governments, mostly associated with the name of J. M. Keynes, who had died in 1946. 4. The difference between broad intention and detailed application is particularly clear in the reconstruction of the international economy, for here the lesson of the Great Slump, the word constantly appears in the discourse of the 1940s, were at least partly translated into concrete institutional arrangements. U.S. supremacy was, of course, a fact. The political pressure for action came from Washington, even when many of the ideas and initiatives came from Britain, and where opinions differed, as between Keynes and the American spokesman Harry White, over the new International Monetary Fund, IMF, the U.S. view prevailed. Yet the original plan for the new liberal economic world order envisaged it as part of a new international political order, also planned during the last war years as the United Nations, and it was not until the original model of the UN collapsed in the Cold War that the only two international institutions actually set up under the Bretton Woods agreements of 1944, the World Bank, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the IMF, both still in existence, became de facto subordinated to U.S. policy. They were to foster long-term international investment and maintain exchange stability as well, dealing with balance of payments problems. Other points on the international program did not generate special institutions, e.g. for controlling the price of primary commodities and for international measures to maintain full employment, or were only incompletely implemented. The proposed International Trade Organization ended up as the much more modest General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, a framework for reducing trade barriers by periodic bargaining. In short, insofar as the planners of the Brave New World tried to construct a set of working institutions to give their projects reality, they failed. The world did not emerge from the war in the shape of a working international system of multilateral free trade and payments, and the American moves to establish it broke down within 2 years of victory. And yet, unlike the United Nations, the international system of trade and payments worked, though not in the way originally predicted or intended. In practice, the Golden Age was the era of free trade, free capital movements and stable currencies that had been in the minds of the wartime planners. No doubt this was due primarily to the overwhelming economic dominance of the USA and of the dollar, which functioned all the better as a stabilizer because it was linked to a specific quantity of gold until the system broke down in the late 1960s and early 1970s. One must constantly bear in mind that in 1950 the USA alone contained 60% or so of all the capital stock of all the advanced capitalist countries, produced 60% or so of all their output, and even at the peak of the Golden Age, 1970, still held over 50% of the total capital stock of all these countries and produced almost half their output. Armstrong, Glenn, Harrison, 1991, p. 151. It was also due to the fear of communism. For, contrary to American convictions, the chief obstacle to a free-trading international capitalist economy was not the protectionist instincts of foreigners, but the combination of traditional U.S. high tariffs at home and the drive for a vast expansion of American exports, which the wartime planners in Washington regarded as essential to the attainment of full and effective employment in the USA. Calco, 1969, p. 13. Aggressive expansion was plainly in the minds of American policymakers as soon as the war was over. It was the Cold War which encouraged them to take a longer view, by persuading them that helping their future competitors to grow as rapidly as possible was politically urgent. It has even been argued that, in this manner, the Cold War was the major engine of the Great Global Boom. Walker, 1993. This is probably an exaggeration, but the gigantic largesse of Marshall Aid, see pages 240-1, certainly helped the modernization of such recipients as wanted to use it for this purpose, as Austria and France did systematically, and American aid was decisive in speeding up the transformation of West Germany and Japan. No doubt these two countries would have become great economic powers in any case. The mere fact that, as defeated states, they were not masters of their foreign policy gave them an advantage, since it did not tempt them into pouring more than a minimum of resources into the barren hole of military spending. Nevertheless, we have only to ask what would have happened to the German economy if its recovery had depended on the Europeans, who feared its revival. How fast would the Japanese economy have recovered, if the USA had not found itself building up Japan as the industrial base for the Korean War and again the Vietnam War after 1965? America funded the doubling of Japan's manufacturing output between 1949 and 1953, and it is no accident that 1966 to 70 were the years of peak Japanese growth, no less than 14.6% per annum. The role of the Cold War is thus not to be underestimated, even if the long-term economic effect of the vast diversion of resources by states into competitive armaments was damaging. In the extreme case of the USSR, it was probably fatal. However, even the USA traded off military strength against growing economic weakness. A capitalist world economy thus developed round the USA. It raised fewer obstacles to the international movements of factors of production than any other since the mid-Victorian period, with one exception: international migration was slow to recover from interwar strangulation. This was partly an optical illusion. The Great Golden Age boom was fueled not only by the labor of the formerly unemployed, but by vast flows of internal migration, from country to city, from farming, especially out of regions of poor upland soils, from poorer to richer regions. So Italian southerners flooded into the factories of Lombardy and Piedmont, and 400,000 Tuscan sharecroppers left their holdings in 20 years. The industrialization of Eastern Europe was essentially such a process of mass migration. Moreover, some of these internal migrants were actually international migrants, except that they had originally arrived in the receiving country, not as seekers for employment, but as part of the terrible mass exodus of refugees and expelled populations after 1945. Nevertheless, it is notable that in an era of spectacular economic growth and increasing labor shortage, and in a Western world dedicated to free movements in the economy, governments resisted free immigration, and, when they found themselves actually permitting it, as in the case of the Caribbean and other inhabitants of the British Commonwealth, who had the right to settle because they were legally British, put a stop to it. In many cases such immigrants, mostly from the less developed Mediterranean countries, were only allowed conditional and temporary residence, so that they could be easily repatriated, although the expansion of the European Economic Community to include several emigrant countries, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, made this harder. Still, by the early 1970s about 7.5 million had migrated into the developed European countries. Potts, 1990, pages 146-47. Even in the Golden Age, immigration was a politically sensitive issue. In the difficult decades after 1973, it was to lead to a sharp rise in public xenophobia in Europe. However, the world economy in the Golden Age remained international rather than transnational. Countries traded with each other to an ever greater extent. Even the USA, which had been largely self-supplying before the Second World War, quadrupled its exports to the rest of the world between 1950 and 1970, but it also became a massive importer of consumer goods from the late 1950s on. In the late 1960s it even began to import automobiles. Bloch, 1977, p. 145. Yet, though the industrial economies increasingly bought and sold each other's production, the bulk of their economic activities remained home-centered. At the peak of the Golden Age, the USA exported only just under 8% of its GDP, and, more surprisingly, export-oriented Japan only a little more. Margolin and Shore, p. 43, table 2.2. Nevertheless, an increasingly transnational economy began to emerge, especially from the 1960s on, that is to say, a system of economic activities for which state territories and state frontiers are not the basic framework, but merely complicating factors. In the extreme case, a world economy comes into existence which actually has no specifiable territorial base or limits, and which determines, or rather sets limits to, what even the economies of very large and powerful states can do. Sometime in the early 1970s such a transnational economy became an effective global force. It continued to grow, if anything more rapidly than before, during the crisis decades after 1973. Indeed, its emergence largely created the problems of these decades. Of course, it went hand in hand with a growing internationalization. Between 1965 and 1990 the percentage of the world's product which went in exports was to double. World Development, 1992, p. 235. Three aspects of this transnationalization were particularly obvious: transnational firms, often known as multinationals, the new international division of labor, and the rise of offshore finance. The last of these was not only one of the earliest forms of transnationalism to develop, but also the one which demonstrates most vividly the way in which the capitalist economy escaped from national, or any other, control. The term offshore entered civilian public vocabulary sometime in the 1960s to describe the practice of registering the legal seat of businesses in some, usually tiny and fiscally generous territory which permitted entrepreneurs to avoid the taxes and other constraints imposed on them by their own country. For every serious state or territory, however committed to the freedom of profit-making, had by the mid-century established certain controls and restrictions on the conduct of legitimate business in the interests of its people. A suitably complex and ingenious combination of the legal loopholes in the corporate and labor laws of kindly many territories, for instance Curaçao, the Virgin Islands and Liechtenstein, could do wonders for a firm's balance sheet. For the essence of offshoreness lies in turning an enormous number of loopholes into a viable but unregulated corporate structure. Raw, Page and Hodgson, 1972, p. 83. For obvious reasons offshoreness lent itself particularly to financial transactions, although Panama and Liberia had long subsidized their politicians by the income from registering the merchant ships of other countries whose owners found their native labor and safety regulations too onerous. Sometime in the 1960s a little ingenuity turned the old international financial center, the City of London, into a major global offshore center by the invention of euro currency, i.e. mainly eurodollars. Dollars held on deposit in non-US banks and not repatriated, mainly to avoid the restrictions of U.S. banking law, became a negotiable financial instrument. These free-floating dollars, accumulating in huge quantities thanks to the growing American investments abroad and the enormous political and military expenditures of the U.S. government, became the foundation of an entirely uncontrolled global market, mainly in short-term loans. Its rise was quite dramatic. The net euro currency market rose from perhaps $14 billion in 1964 to perhaps $160 billion in 1973 and almost $500 billion 5 years later, when this market became the main mechanism for recycling the Klondike of oil profits which the OPEC countries suddenly found themselves wondering how to spend and invest. CP 473. The USA was the first country to find itself at the mercy of these vast, multiplying floods of unattached capital that washed round the globe from currency to currency, looking for quick profits. Eventually all governments were to be its victims, since they lost control over exchange rates and the world money supply. By the early 1990s even joint action by leading central banks proved impotent. That firms based in one country, but operating in several, should expand their activities, was natural enough. Nor were such multinationals new. The U.S. corporations of this kind raised their foreign affiliates from about 7,500 in 1950 to over 23,000 in 1966, mostly in Western Europe and the Western Hemisphere. Sparrow, 1977, p. 92. However, increasingly other countries' firms followed. The German chemical corporation Hoechst, for instance, established or associated itself with 117 plants in 45 countries, in all but 6 cases after 1950, Frobel, Heinrichs, Cry, 1986, Tabel 3a, p. 281 ff. The novelty lay rather in the sheer scale of operations of these transnational entities. By the early 1980s U.S. transnational corporations accounted for over 3/4 of their country's exports and almost half its imports, and such corporations, both British and foreign, were responsible for over 80% of British exports. UN Transnational, 1988, p. 90. In one sense these are irrelevant figures, since the main function of such corporations was to internalize markets across national frontiers, i.e. to make themselves independent of the state and its territory. Much of what the statistics, which are still basically collected country by country, show as imports or exports is in fact internal trade within a transnational entity such as General Motors, which operated in 40 countries. The ability to operate in this manner naturally reinforced the tendency for capital to concentrate, familiar since Karl Marx. By 1960 it was already estimated that the sales of the 200 largest firms in the non-socialist world were the equivalent of 17% of the GNP of that sector of the world, and by 1984 they were said to amount to 26%. Most of such transnationals were based in substantial developed states. In fact, 85% of the Big 200 were based in the USA, Japan, Britain, and Germany, with firms from 11 other countries making up the rest. Yet, even if the links of such supergiants with their native governments were likely to close, by the end of the Golden Age it is doubtful whether any of them, except the Japanese ones and some essentially military firms, could be confidently described as identified with their governments or nations' interests. It was no longer as clear as it had once seemed that, in the words of a Detroit tycoon who entered the U.S. government, what's good for General Motors is good for the USA. How could it be, when their operations in the home country were merely those in one market of the 100 in which, say, Mobil Oil was active, or the 170 in which Daimler-Benz was present? Business logic would force an international oil firm to calculate its strategy and policy towards its native country in exactly the same way as towards Saudi Arabia or Venezuela, namely in terms of profit and loss on one hand, of the comparative power of company and government on the other. The tendency for business transactions and business enterprises, and by no means only those of a few score of giants, to emancipate themselves from the traditional nation-state, became even more marked as industrial production began, slowly at first but with growing speed, to move out of the European and North American countries that had pioneered industrialization and capitalist development. These countries remained the powerhouse of Golden Age growth. In the middle 1950s the industrial countries had sold about 3/5 of their manufactured exports to each other, in the early 1970s, 3/4. However, then things began to change. The developed world began to export somewhat more of its manufactures to the rest of the world, but, more significantly, the Third World began to export manufactures to the developed industrial countries on a substantial scale. As the traditional primary exports of backward regions lost ground, except, after the OPEC revolution, mineral fuels, they began, patchily but rapidly, to industrialize. Between 1970 and 1983 the Third World's share of global industrial exports, hitherto stable at about 5% or more than doubled, Frobel et al., 1986, p. 200. A new international division of labor therefore began to undermine the old one. The German firm Volkswagen set up car factories in Argentina, Brazil, 3 plants, Canada, Ecuador, Egypt, Mexico, Nigeria, Peru, South Africa, and Yugoslavia, as usually, mainly after the mid-1960s. New Third World industries supplied not only the swelling local markets, but also the world market. They could do this, both by exporting articles completely produced by local industry, such as textiles, most of which had by 1970 already emigrated from the old countries to the developing ones, and by becoming part of a transnational process of manufacture. This was the decisive innovation of the Golden Age, though it did not fully come into its own until later. It could not have happened but for the revolution in transport and communication, which made it possible and economically feasible to split the production of a single article between, say, Houston, Singapore and Thailand, air freighting the partly completed product between these centers and controlling the entire process centrally by modern information technology. Major electronics producers began to globalize themselves from the mid-1960s. The line of production now moved not through gigantic hangars on a single site, but across the globe. Some of them stopped in the extraterritorial free production zones or offshore plants which now began to spread, overwhelmingly in poor countries with cheap and mainly young women's labor, another and new device for escaping the control of a single state. Thus one of the earliest, Manaus, deep in the Amazonian jungle, manufactured textiles, toys, paper goods, electronics, and digital watches for US, Dutch and Japanese firms. All this produced a paradoxical change in the political structure of the world economy. As the globe became its real unit, the national economies of the large states found themselves giving way to such offshore centers, mostly situated in the small or tiny mini-states which had conveniently multiplied as the old colonial empires fell apart. At the end of the short 20th century, the world, according to the World Bank, contained 71 economies with populations of less than 2.5 millions, 18 of them with populations of less than 100,000, that is to say, 2/5 of all the political units officially treated as economies. World Development, 1992. Until the Second World War, such units had been regarded as economic jokes, and indeed not real states at all. They were and are certainly incapable of defending their nominal independence in the international jungle, but in the Golden Age it became evident that they could flourish as well as, and sometimes better than, large national economies by providing services directly to the global economy. Hence the rise of new city-states, Hong Kong, Singapore, a form of polity last seen to flourish in the Middle Ages. Patches of Persian Gulf desert were transformed into major players on the global investment market, Kuwait, and of the many offshore refuges from state law. This situation was to provide the multiplying ethnic movements of late 20th century nationalism with unconvincing arguments for the viability of an independent Corsica or Canary Islands. Unconvincing, because the only independence achieved by secession was that of separation from the nation-state with which such territories had previously been associated. Economically, separation would almost certainly make them more dependent on the transnational entities which increasingly determined such matters. The most convenient world for multinational giants is one populated by dwarf states or no states at all. v. It was natural that industry should shift from high-cost to cheap labor locations as soon as this became technically possible and cost-effective, and the, hardly surprising, discovery that some non-white labor forces were at least as skilled and educated as white ones was to be an additional bonus for high-tech industries. Yet there was a particularly convincing reason why the Golden Age boom should lead to a shift away from the core countries of the old industrialization. This was the peculiar Keynesian combination of economic growth in a capitalist economy based on the mass consumption of a fully employed and increasingly well-paid and well-protected labor force. This combination was, as we have seen, a political construct. It rested on an effective policy consensus between right and left in most Western countries, the extreme fascist ultranationalist right having been eliminated from the political scene by the Second World War, the extreme communist left by the Cold War. It was also based on a tacit or explicit consensus between employers and labor organizations to keep labor demands within limits that did not eat into the profits, and the future prospects of profits high enough to justify the huge investments without which the spectacular growth of Golden Age labor productivity could not have taken place. Indeed, in the 16 most industrial of the market economies, investment grew at an annual rate of 4.5%, about 3 times as fast as during the years from 1870 to 1913, even allowing for the rather less impressive rate in North America, which pushed the general average down. Madison, 1982, Table 5.1, p. 96. De facto, the arrangement was triangular, with governments, formally or informally, presiding over the institutionalized negotiations between capital and labor, who were now habitually described, at least in Germany, as the social partners. After the end of the Golden Age, these arrangements were savagely assailed by the rising free market theologians under the name of corporatism, a word which had half forgotten and entirely irrelevant associations with interwar fascism, CP 114. This was a deal acceptable to all sides. Employers, who hardly minded high wages during a long boom with high profits, welcomed the predictability which made forward planning easier. Labor got regularly rising wages and fringe benefits, and a steadily extended and more generous welfare state. Government got political stability, weakening communist parties, except in Italy, and predictable conditions for the macroeconomic management which all states now practiced. And the economies of the industrial capitalist countries did splendidly, if only because for the first time, outside North America and, perhaps Australasia, an economy of mass consumption came into existence on the basis of full employment and regularly rising real incomes, buttressed by social security, which in time was paid for by rising public revenues. Indeed, in the euphoric 1960s some incautious governments went so far as to guarantee the unemployed, who were then few, 80% of their former wage. Until the late 1960s the politics of the Golden Age reflected the state of affairs. The war was followed everywhere by strongly reformist governments, Rooseveltian in the USA, socialist-dominated or social democratic in virtually all ex-belligerent Western Europe except in occupied West Germany, where there were neither independent institutions nor elections until 1949. Even the communists were in government until 1947, CP 238. The radicalism of the resistance years affected even the emerging conservative parties. The West German Christian Democrats thought capitalism was bad for Germany as late as 1949, Lehman, 1988, or at least made it hard to swim against the tide. The British Conservative Party claimed credit for the reforms of the Labour government of 1945. Somewhat surprisingly, reformism soon retreated, though not the consensus. The great boom of the 1950s was presided over, almost everywhere, by governments of moderate conservatives. In the USA, from 1952, in Britain, from 1951, in France, except for brief episodes of coalition, West Germany, Italy, and Japan, the left was entirely out of power, though Scandinavia remained social democratic and socialist parties were in government coalitions in other small countries. There can be no doubt about the recession of the left. This was not due to any massive loss of support by the socialists or even the communists in France and Italy where they were the major working class party. Nor, except perhaps in Germany, where the Social Democratic Party, SPD, was unsound on German unity, and in Italy where it remained allied to the communists, was it due to the Cold War. Everybody, except for the communists, was reliably anti-Russian. The mood of the booming decade was against the left. This was not a time for change. In the 1960s the center of gravity of the consensus shifted towards the left, perhaps partly due to the increasing retreat of economic liberalism before Keynesian management, even in anti-collectivist holdouts like Belgium and West Germany, perhaps in part because the elderly gentleman who had presided over the stabilization and revival of the capitalist system left the scene, Dwight Eisenhower, born 1890, in 1960, Konrad Adenauer, b. 1876, in 1965, Harold Macmillan, b. 1894, in 1964. Eventually, 1969, even the great General de Gaulle, b. 1890, departed. A certain rejuvenation of politics took place. In fact, the peak years of the Golden Age seemed to be as congenial to the moderate left, once again in government in many West European states, as the 1950s had been ungenial. This drift to the left was partly due to electoral shifts, as in West Germany, Austria, and Sweden, and anticipated even more striking shifts in the 1970s and early 1980s, when both the French socialists and the Italian communists reached their all-time peaks, but essentially voting patterns remained stable. Electoral systems exaggerated relatively minor shifts. However, there is a clear parallelism between the shift to the left and the most significant public developments of the decade, namely the appearance of welfare states in the literal meaning of the word, that is to say states in which welfare expenditures, income maintenance, care, education, etc., became the greater part of total public expenditure, and people engaged in welfare activities formed the largest body of all public employment, e.g. in the middle of the 1970s 40% in Britain and 47% in Sweden, Dearborn, 1983. The first welfare states in this sense appeared round 1970. Of course, the decline of military expenditure during the détente years automatically raised the proportion of spending under other headings, but the example of the USA shows that there was a real change. In 1970, while the Vietnam War was at its height, the number of school employees in the USA for the first time became significantly larger than the number of military and civilian defense personnel. Statistical History 1976, 2, pages 1102, 1104, 1141. By the end of the 1970s, all advanced capitalist states had become such welfare states, with 6 states spending more than 60% of total public outlays for welfare: Australia, Belgium, France, West Germany, Italy, Netherlands. This was to produce considerable problems after the end of the Golden Age. Meanwhile, the politics of developed market economies seemed tranquil, if not somnolent. What was there to get impassioned about, except communism, the dangers of nuclear war and the crises imported into their affairs by imperial activities abroad, such as the Suez Adventure of 1956 in Britain, the Algerian War in France, 1954-61, and, after 1965, the Vietnam War in the USA. That was the reason why the sudden and almost worldwide spurt of student radicalism in and around 1968 took politicians and older intellectuals so much by surprise. It was a sign that the Golden Age balance could not last. Economically, this balance depended on a coordination between the growth of productivity and earnings which kept profits stable. A sag in the continuous rise of productivity or a disproportionate rise in wages would result in destabilization. It depended on what had been so dramatically absent between the wars, a balance between the growth of production and the ability of consumers to buy it. Wages had to rise fast enough to keep the market buoyant, but not fast enough to squeeze profits. But how to control wages in an era of labor shortage or, more generally, prices in a time of exceptionally booming demand? How, in other words, to control inflation, or at least keep it within bounds? Lastly, the Golden Age depended on the overwhelming political and economic dominance of the USA, which acted, sometimes without meaning to, as the stabilizer and guarantor of the world economy. In the course of the 1960s, all these showed signs of wear and tear. The hegemony of the USA declined and, as it slipped, the gold-dollar-based world monetary system broke down. There were some signs of slowdown in labor productivity in several countries, and certainly signs that the great labor reservoir of internal migration which had fed the industrial boom was close to exhaustion. After 20 years, a new generation had become adult, for whom interwar experience, mass unemployment, insecurity, stable or falling prices, were history and not part of experience. They had adjusted their expectations to the only experience of their age group, that of full employment and continuous inflation. Friedman, 1968, p. 11. Whatever the specific situation which triggered the worldwide wage explosion at the end of the 1960s, labor shortage, growing efforts by employers to hold down real wages or, as in France and Italy, the great student rebellions, all of them rested on the discovery by a generation of workers who had got used to having or finding work, that the regular and welcome rises so long negotiated by their unions were actually much less than could be screwed out of the market. Whether or not we detect a return to class struggle in this recognition of market realities, as many in the post-1968 New Left held, there is no doubt about the striking change of mood between the moderation and calm of wage negotiations before 1968 and the last years of the Golden Age. Since it was directly relevant to the way the economy worked, the shift in labor's mood was far more significant than the great burst of student unrest in and around 1968, though the students provided more dramatic material for the media and far more food for the commentators. The student rebellion was a phenomenon outside economics and politics. It mobilized a particular minority sector of the population, as yet barely recognized as a special group in public life, and, since most of its members were still being educated, largely outside the economy, except as purchasers of rock records, the middle class youth. Its cultural significance was far greater than its political significance, which was fleeting, unlike analogous movements in Third World and dictatorial countries, CPP 332 and 444. Yet it served as a warning, a sort of memento mori to a generation that half believed it had solved the problems of Western society for good. The major texts of Golden Age reformism Crosslands The Future of Socialism, J.K. Galbraith's The Affluent Society, Gunnar Myrdal's Beyond the Welfare State, and Daniel Bell's The End of Ideology, all written between 1956 and 1960, rested on the presumption of the growing internal harmony of a society that was now basically satisfactory, if improvable, that is to say, on confidence in the economy of organized social consensus. That consensus did not survive the 1960s. So 1968 was neither an end nor a beginning, but only a signal. Unlike the wage explosion, the collapse of the Bretton Woods international financial system in 1971, the commodities boom of 1972-3 and the OPEC oil crisis of 1973, it does not figure much in the explanation of economic historians about the end of the Golden Age. Its end was not quite unexpected. The expansion of the economy in the early 1970s, accelerated by rapidly rising inflation, by massive rises in the world's money supplies and the vast American deficit, became hectic. In the economists' jargon, the system became overheated. In the 12 months from July 1972, the real GDP in the OECD countries rose by 7.5%, and real industrial production by 10%. Historians who had not forgotten the way the great mid-Victorian boom ended, might well have wondered whether the system was not riding for a fall. They would have been right, though I do not think anyone predicted the fall of 1974, nor, perhaps, took it as seriously as it turned out to be, for, though the GNP of the advanced industrial countries actually dropped substantially, such a thing had not happened since the war. People still thought of economic crises in terms of 1929, and there was no sign of catastrophe. As usual, the immediate reaction of shocked contemporaries was to look for special reasons for the collapse of the old boom, an unusual bunching of unfortunate disturbances unlikely to be repeated on the same scale, the impact of which was compounded by some avoidable errors, to quote the OECD, McCracken, 1977, p. 14. The more simple-minded put it all down to the greed of the OPEC oil sheiks. Any historian who puts major changes in the configuration of the world economy down to bad luck and avoidable accidents should think again. And this was a major change. The world economy did not recover its old stride after the crash. An era was at an end. The decades since 1973 were to be once again an age of crisis. The Golden Age lost its gilt. Nevertheless, it had begun. Indeed, it had largely achieved the most dramatic, rapid, and profound revolution in human affairs of which history has record. To this we must now turn. The word capitalism, like imperialism, was avoided in public discourse, since it had negative associations in the public mind. Not until the 1970s do we find politicians and publicists proudly declaring themselves capitalist, slightly anticipated from 1965 in the motto of the business magazine Forbes, which, reversing a jargon phrase of American communists, began to describe itself as a capitalist tool. Ironically, White later became a victim of the U.S. witch hunt as an alleged secret Communist Party sympathizer. Such estimates are to be used with care, and are best treated simply as orders of magnitude. Not until the early 1990s were the ancient statelets of Europe, Andorra, Liechtenstein, Monaco, San Marino, treated as potential members of the United Nations. However, all left parties were electoral minorities, though large ones. The highest vote scored by such a party was 48.8% by the British Labour Party in 1951, ironically in an election won by the Conservatives with a slightly smaller vote, thanks to the vagaries of the British electoral system. Chapter 10. The Social Revolution 1945 to 1990. Lily. My grandmother'd tell us things about the Depression. You can read about it too. Roy. They're always tellin' us that we should be glad we got food and all that, 'cause back in the 30s they used to tell us people were starving and got no jobs and all that stuff. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bucky. I never had a depression, so it don't bother me really. Roy. From what you hear, you'd hate to live in that time. Bucky. Well, I ain't livin' in that time. Studs Terkel, Hard Times, 1970, pages 22 to 23. When General de Gaulle took power there were 1 million television sets in France. When he left there were 10 million. The state is always a showbiz affair. But yesterday's theater state was a very different matter from the TV state that exists today. Regis Debray, 1994, p. 34. When people face what nothing in their past has prepared them for, they grope for words to name the unknown, even when they can neither define nor understand it. Sometime in the third quarter of the century we can see this process at work among the intellectuals of the West. The key word was the small preposition after, generally used in its latinate form post as a prefix to any of the numerous terms which had, for some generations, been used to mark out the mental territory of 20th century life. The world, or its relevant aspects, became post-industrial, post-imperial, post-modern, post-structuralist, post-Marxist, post-Gutenberg, or whatever. Like funerals, these prefixes took official recognition of death without implying any consensus or indeed certainty about the nature of life after death. In this way the greatest and most dramatic, rapid, and universal social transformation in human history entered the consciousness of reflective minds who lived through it. This transformation is the subject of the present chapter. The novelty of this transformation lies both in its extraordinary speed and in its universality. True, the developed parts of the world, i.e. for practical purposes the central and western parts of Europe and North America, plus a thin layer of the cosmopolitan rich and mighty elsewhere, had long lived in a world of constant change, technological transformation, and cultural innovation. For them the revolution of global society meant an acceleration or intensification of movement to which they were already accustomed in principle. After all, New Yorkers of the mid-1930s already looked up to a skyscraper, the Empire State Building, 1934, whose height was not exceeded until the 1970s, and then only by a modest 30 meters or so. It took a while to notice, and even longer to take the measure of, the transformation of quantitative material growth into the qualitative upheavals of life, even in these parts of the world. But for most of the globe the changes were both sudden and seismic. For 80% of humanity the Middle Ages ended suddenly in the 1950s, or perhaps better still, they were felt to end in the 1960s. In many ways those who actually lived through these transformations on the spot did not grasp their full extent, since they experienced them incrementally, or as changes in the lives of individuals which, however dramatic, are not conceived as permanent revolutions. Why should the decision of country folk to look for work in the city imply in their minds any more lasting transformation than joining the armed forces or some branch of the war economy did for British or German men and women in the two world wars? They did not intend to change their way of life for good, even if it turned out that they did. It is those who see them from outside, revisiting the scenes of such transformations at intervals, who recognize how much has changed. How utterly different, for instance, the Valencia of the early 1980s was from the same city and region in the early 1950s, when the present writer had last seen that part of Spain. How disoriented a Sicilian peasant Rip Van Winkle felt, actually, a local bandit absent in jail for a couple of decades from the mid-1950s, when he returned to the environs of Palermo, which had in the meantime become unrecognizable by urban real estate development. Where once there were vineyards, now there are palazzi, he told me, head shaking in disbelief. Indeed, the speed of change was such that historical time could be measured in even shorter intervals. Less than 10 years, 1962 to 71, separated a Cuzco where, outside the confines of the city, most Indian men still wore traditional costume from a Cuzco where a substantial proportion of them already wore cholo, i.e. European clothes. At the end of the 1970s, stall holders in the food market of a Mexican village already figured out their customers' costs on small Japanese pocket calculators, unknown there at the start of the decade. There is no way in which readers not old and mobile enough to have seen history move in this manner since 1950, can expect to duplicate these experiences, although since the 1960s, when young Westerners discovered that travel to third world countries was both feasible and fashionable, all it has taken to watch global transformation is an open pair of eyes. In any case, historians cannot remain content with images and anecdotes, however significant. They need to specify and to count. The most dramatic and far-reaching social change of the second half of this century, and the one which cuts us off forever from the world of the past, is the death of the peasantry. For since the Neolithic era most human beings had lived off the land and its livestock or harvested the sea as fishers. With the exception of Britain, peasants and farmers remained a massive part of the occupied population even in industrialized countries until well into the 20th century. So much so that in the present writer's student days, the 1930s, the refusal of the peasantry to fade away was still currently used as an argument against Karl Marx's prediction that they would. After all, on the eve of the Second World War, there was only one industrial country, in addition to Britain, where agriculture and fisheries employed less than 20% of the population, namely Belgium. Even in Germany and the USA, the greatest industrial economies, where the agricultural population had indeed been declining steadily, it still amounted to roughly a quarter. In France, Sweden, and Austria it was still between 35 and 40%. As for backward agrarian countries, say, in Europe, Bulgaria or Romania, something like 4 out of every 5 inhabitants worked on the land. Yet consider what happened in the third quarter of the century. It is perhaps not too surprising that by the early 1980s less than 3 out of every 100 Britons or Belgians were in agriculture, so that the average Briton was far more likely in the course of everyday life to encounter a person who had once farmed in India or Bangladesh than one who actually farmed in the United Kingdom. The farming population of the USA had fallen to the same percentage, but, given its long-term steep decline, this was less astonishing than the fact that this tiny fraction of the labor force was in a position to flood the USA and the world with untold quantities of food. What few would have expected in the 1940s was that by the early 1980s no country west of the Iron Curtain borders had more than 10% of its population engaged in farming, except the Irish Republic, which was only a little above this figure, and the Iberian states. But the very fact that in Spain and Portugal people in agriculture, who had formed just under half the population in 1950, were reduced to 14.5% and 17.6% respectively 30 years later speaks for itself. The Spanish peasantry was halved in the 20 years after 1950, the Portuguese in the 20 years after 1960, ILO, 1990, Table 2A, FAO, 1989. These are spectacular figures. In Japan, for instance, farmers were reduced from 52.4% of the people in 1947 to 9% in 1985, i.e. between the time that a young soldier returned from the battles of the Second World War and the time he retired from his subsequent civilian career. In Finland, to take an actual life history known to the writer, a girl born as a farmer's daughter and who became a farmer's working wife in her first marriage, could, before she had got far into middle age, have transformed herself into a cosmopolitan intellectual and political figure. But then, in 1940 when her father died in the Winter War against Russia, leaving mother and infant on the family holding, 57% of Finns were farmers and foresters. By the time she was 45 less than 10% were. What is more natural than that, under such circumstances, Finns should begin on farms and end in very different circumstances. Yet if Marx's prediction that industrialization would eliminate the peasantry was at last evidently coming true in countries of headlong industrialization, the really extraordinary development was the decline of the farming population in countries whose obvious lack of such development the United Nations tried to disguise by a variety of euphemisms for the words backward and poor. At the very moment when hopeful young leftists were quoting Mao Zedong's strategy for the triumph of revolution by mobilizing the countless rural millions against the encircled urban strongholds of the status quo, these millions were abandoning their villages and moving into the cities themselves. In Latin America the percentage of peasants halved in 20 years in Colombia, 1951 to 73, in Mexico, 1960 to 80, and, almost, in Brazil, 1960 to 1980. It fell by 2/3, or almost 2/3, in the Dominican Republic, 1960 to 81, Venezuela, 1961 to 81, and Jamaica, 1953 to 81. All these, except Venezuela, were countries in which at the end of the Second World War peasants had formed half, or an absolute majority of, the occupied population. But as early as the 1970s there was, in Latin America, outside the many states of the Central American land strip and Haiti, no country in which peasants were not a minority. The situation was similar in the countries of Western Islam. Algeria slimmed its agriculturals from 75% of the population to 20%, Tunisia from 68% to 23% in just over 30 years. Morocco, less dramatically, lost its peasant majority in 1971 to 82. Syria and Iraq still had about half their people on the land in the mid-1950s. Within about 20 years the first had halved this percentage, the second reduced it to less than 1/3. Iran dropped from about 55% of peasants in the mid-1950s to 29% in the mid-1980s. Meanwhile, of course, the peasants of agrarian Europe stopped tilling the land. By the 1980s even the ancient strongholds of peasant agriculture in the east and southeast of the continent had no more than 1/3 or so of their labor force in farming. Romania, Poland, Yugoslavia, Greece, and some had considerably less, notably Bulgaria, 16.5% in 1985. Only one peasant stronghold remained in or around the neighborhood of Europe and the Middle East, Turkey, where the peasantry declined, but, in the mid-1980s, still remained an absolute majority. Only 3 regions of the globe remained essentially dominated by their villages and fields: Sub-Saharan Africa, South and continental Southeast Asia, and China. In these regions alone was it still possible to find countries which the decline of the cultivators had apparently passed by, where those who grew crops and looked after animals remained throughout the stormy decades a steady proportion of the population, over 90% in Nepal, about 70% in Liberia, about 60% in Ghana. Oregon even, a somewhat surprising fact, 70% or so in India through the 25 years after independence, and barely less, 66.4%, even in 1981. Admittedly these regions of peasant dominance still represented half the human race at the end of our period. However, even they were crumbling at the edges under the pressures of economic development. The solid peasant bloc of India was surrounded by countries whose farming populations were visibly declining quite fast: Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, where peasants had long ceased to be a majority, as they had, by the 1980s, in Malaysia, the Philippines, and Indonesia and, of course, in the new industrial states of East Asia, Taiwan, and South Korea, which had more than 60% of its people in the fields as recently as 1961. Moreover, in Africa the peasant predominance of several southern countries was a Bantustan illusion. Farming, mostly conducted by the women, was the visible side of an economy which actually depended largely on the remittances of male migrant labor to the white cities and mines in the south. The strange thing about this massive and silent exodus from the land in the greater part of the world's land mass and even more of its islands is that it was only partly due to agricultural progress, at least in the former peasant areas. As we have seen, see Chapter 9, the developed industrial countries with one or two exceptions, also transformed themselves into the major producers of agricultural goods for the world market, and they did so while reducing their actual farming population to a steadily diminishing, and sometimes an absurdly tiny percentage of their people. This was plainly achieved by an extraordinary spurt in capital-intensive productivity per head of the agriculturists. Its most immediately visible aspect was the sheer quantity of machinery which the farmer in rich and developed countries now had at his, or her, disposal, and which realized the great dreams of plenty through mechanized agriculture that inspired all those symbolic bare-chested tractor drivers in the propaganda photos of the young Soviet Republic, and which Soviet agriculture so signally failed to live up to. Less visible, but equally significant, were the increasingly impressive achievements of agricultural chemistry, selective breeding, and biotechnology. Under these conditions, farming simply no longer needed the numbers of hands and arms without which, in pre-technological days, a harvest could not be got in, nor indeed the number of regular farm families and their permanent servants. And where they were needed, modern transport made it unnecessary to keep them in the country. Thus in the 1970s, sheep farmers in Perthshire, Scotland, found it cost-effective to import expert specialist shearers from New Zealand for the short, local shearing season, which, naturally, did not coincide with that in the southern hemisphere. In the poor regions of the world the agricultural revolution was not absent, though it was patchier. Indeed, but for irrigation and the input of science through the so-called Green Revolution, controversial though the long-term consequences of both may be, large parts of South and Southeast Asia would have been unable to feed a rapidly multiplying population. Yet, on the whole, the countries of the Third World, and parts of the, formerly or still socialist, Second World, no longer fed themselves, let alone produce the major exportable food surplus that might be expected from agrarian countries. At best they were encouraged to concentrate on specialized export crops for the market of the developed world, while their peasants, when not buying the dumped surpluses of export food from the north, went on hoeing and plowing in the old, labor-intensive manner. There were no good reasons why they should have left an agriculture which needed their labor, except perhaps the population explosion which might make land scarcer. But the regions out of which the peasants flooded were often, as in Latin America, quite thinly settled and tended to have open frontiers to which a small proportion of the countrymen migrated as squatters and free settlers, often, as in Colombia and Peru, providing the political base for local guerrilla movements. Conversely, the Asian regions in which the peasantry maintained itself best was perhaps the most densely settled zone in the world, with densities per square mile ranging from 250 to 2,000, the average for South America is 41.5. When the land empties, the cities fill up. The world of the second half of the 20th century became urbanized as never before. By the mid-1980s 42% of its population were urban, and, but for the weight of the enormous rural populations of China and India, which kept 3/4 of Asia's countrymen, it would have been a majority, population, 1984, p. 214. But even in the rural heartlands people shifted from country to city, and especially to the great city. Between 1960 and 1980 the urban population of Kenya doubled, though in 1980 it had only reached 14.2%, but almost 6 out of every 10 townsmen now lived in Nairobi, whereas 20 years earlier only 4 out of 10 had done so. In Asia the multi-million city mushroomed, generally a capital. Seoul, Tehran, Karachi, Jakarta, Manila, New Delhi, Bangkok, all had between roughly 5 and 8.5 million inhabitants in 1980 and were expected to have between 10 and 13.5 million in the year 2000. In 1950 not one of them, except Jakarta, had more than about 1.5 million each. World Resources, 1986. Indeed, by far the most gigantic urban agglomerations at the end of the 1980s were to be found in the Third World, Cairo, Mexico City, Sao Paulo, and Shanghai, whose populations were counted in 8 figures. For, paradoxically, while the developed world remained far more urbanized than the poor world, except for parts of Latin America and the Islamic zone, its own giant cities were dissolving. They had reached their peak in the early 20th century, before the flight to suburbs and satellite out-of-town communities gained speed, and the old city centers became hollow shells at night when the workers, shoppers, and seekers after entertainment had gone home. While Mexico City almost quintupled in the 30 years after 1950, New York, London and Paris slowly drifted out of, or to the lower edges of, the big league of cities. Yet, in a curious way, both the old and the new worlds converged. The typical great city of the developed world became a region of linked urban settlements, generally focused on some central area or areas of business or administration recognizable from the air as a sort of mountain range of high-rise buildings and skyscrapers, except where, as in Paris, such building was not permitted. Their interconnection, or perhaps the breakdown of private motor traffic under the pressure of massive automobile ownership, was demonstrated, from the 1960s, by a new revolution in public transport. Never, since the first construction of urban streetcar and underground railway systems in the late 19th century, had so many new subway and rapid suburban transit systems been built in so many places, from Vienna to San Francisco, from Seoul to Mexico. At the same time decentralization spread, as most component communities or suburban complexes developed their own shopping and leisure services, notably through the American pioneered peripheral shopping malls. On the other hand, the third world city, though also bound together by, usually obsolete and inadequate, public transport systems and a myriad of broken down private buses and collective taxis, could not but be scattered and unstructured, if only because there is no way in which agglomerations to 10 to 20 million people cannot be so, especially if much of their component settlements have begun life as low-built shanty towns, as like as not established by groups of squatters on some unused open space. The inhabitants of such cities may have to spend several hours a day traveling to and from employment, for regular work is precious, and they may be willing to make pilgrimages of equal length to places of public ritual like Rio de Janeiro's Maracanã Stadium, 200,000 seats, where karaokas worship the divinities of football, but in fact, both Old and New World conurbations were increasingly collections of nominally, or, in the case of the West, often formally, autonomous communities, though in the rich West, at least on the outskirts, they contained far more green spaces than in the poor or overcrowded East and South. While in the slums and shanty towns humans lived in symbiosis with the hardy rat and roach, the strange no-man's land between town and country that surrounded what was left of the inner cities of the developed world was colonized by the fauna of the wilds, weasel, fox, and raccoon. 2. Almost as dramatic as the decline and fall of the peasantry, and much more universal, was the rise of the occupations which required secondary and higher education. Universal primary education, i.e. basic literacy, was indeed the aspiration of virtually all governments, so much so that by the late 1980s only the most honest or helpless states admitted to having as many as half their population illiterate, and only 10, all but Afghanistan in Africa, were prepared to concede that less than 20% of their population could read and write. And literacy made striking progress, not least in the revolutionary countries under communist rule whose achievements in this respect were indeed most impressive, even when the claims to have liquidated illiteracy within some implausibly short spell of time were sometimes optimistic. Yet, whether or not mass literacy was general, the demand for places in secondary and especially in higher education multiplied at an extraordinary rate. And so did the numbers of people who had undergone it or were undergoing it. This explosion of numbers was particularly dramatic in university education, hitherto so unusual as to be demographically negligible, except in the USA. Before the Second World War even Germany, France, and Britain, three of the largest, most developed, and educated countries with a total population of 150 millions, contained no more than 150,000 or so university students between them, or 1/10 of 1% of their joint populations. Yet by the late 1980s students were counted in millions in France, the Federal Republic of Germany, Italy, Spain, and the USSR, to name only European countries, not to mention Brazil, India, Mexico, the Philippines and, of course, the USA, which had been the pioneer of mass college education. By this time in educationally ambitious countries, students formed upwards of 2.5% of the total population, men, women, and children, or even, in exceptional cases, above 3%. It was not uncommon for 20% of the 20 to 24 age group to be in formal education. Even the academically most conservative countries, Britain and Switzerland, had risen to 1.5%. Moreover, some of the relatively largest student bodies were to be found in economically far from advanced countries: Ecuador, 3.2%, the Philippines, 2.7%, or Peru, 2%. All this was not merely new, but quite sudden. The most striking fact from the study of Latin American university students in the middle 1960s is that they were so few in number. Liebman, Walker, Glaser, 1972, p. 35, U.S. scholars wrote during that decade, convinced that this echoed the basic elitist European model of higher education south of the Rio Grande. And this in spite of the fact that their numbers had been growing by about 8% a year. In fact, not until the 1960s was it undeniable that students had become, both socially and politically, a far more important force than ever before, for in 1968 the worldwide uprisings of student radicalism spoke louder than statistics. But these also became impossible to overlook. Between 1960 and 1980, to stick to well-schooled Europe, the number of students tripled or quadrupled in the most typical country, except where it multiplied by 4 to 5, as in federal Germany, Ireland, and Greece, by 5 to 7, as in Finland, Iceland, Sweden, and Italy, and 7 to 9-fold, as in Spain and Norway. Berloyu, UNESCO, 1983, pages 62 to 63. At first sight it seems curious that, on the whole, the rush into the universities was less marked in the socialist countries, in spite of their pride in mass education, though the case of Mao's China is aberrant. The great helmsman virtually abolished all higher education during the Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 76. As the troubles of the socialist systems grew in the 1970s and 1980s, they fell further behind the West. Hungary and Czechoslovakia had a smaller percentage of their populations in higher education than practically all other European states. Does it seem quite as curious at second sight? Perhaps not. The extraordinary growth of higher education which, by the early 1980s, produced at least 7 countries with more than 100,000 teachers at university level, was due to consumer pressure, to which socialist systems were not geared to respond. It was obvious to planners and governments that the modern economy required far more administrators, teachers, and technical experts than in the past, who had to be trained somewhere, and universities or similar institutions of higher education had, by ancient tradition, functioned largely as training schools for public service and the specialized professions. But while this, as well as a general democratic bias, justified a substantial expansion of higher education, the scale of the student explosion far exceeded what rational planning might have envisaged. In fact, where families had the choice and the chance, they rushed their children into higher education, because it was by far the best way of winning them a better income, but, above all, higher social status. Of the Latin American students interviewed by U.S. investigators in the mid-1960s in various countries, between 79 and 95% were convinced that study would put them into a higher social class within 10 years. Only between 21 and 38% felt that it would win them a much higher economic status than their families. Liebman, Walker, Glaser, 1972. In fact, of course, it would almost certainly give them a higher income than non-graduates, and, in countries of small education, where the certificate of graduation guaranteed a place in the state machine, and therefore power, influence, and financial extortion, it could be the key to real wealth. Most students, of course, came from families that were better off than most. How otherwise could they have afforded to pay for some years' study by young adults of working age? But not necessarily rich. Often the sacrifices their parents made were real. The Korean educational miracle, it was said, rested on the carcasses of cows sold by small farmers to push their children into the honored and privileged ranks of scholars. In 8 years, 1975 to 83, Korean students rose from 0.8% to almost 3% of the population. No one who has the experience of being the first in his family to go to university full-time will have any difficulty in understanding their motivations. The Great World Boom made it possible for countless modest families, white-collar employees and public officials, shopkeepers and small businessmen, farmers, in the West, even prosperous skilled workers, to afford full-time study for their children. The Western welfare state, starting with the U.S. subsidies for ex-service students after 1945, provided substantial student aid in one way or another, though most students still expected a distinctly unluxurious life. In democratic and egalitarian countries, something like a right for graduates of secondary schools to move to higher things was often accepted, to the point where in France selective admission to a state university was still regarded as constitutionally impossible in 1991. No such right existed in the socialist countries. As young men and women surged into higher education, governments, outside the USA, Japan, and a few other countries, universities were overwhelmingly public rather than private institutions, multiplied new establishments to take them in, especially in the 1970s when the number of the world's universities more than doubled. And, of course, the newly independent ex-colonies which multiplied during the 1960s insisted on their own institutions of higher education as a symbol of independence, as they insisted on a flag, an airline, or an army. These masses of young men and women and their teachers, counted in millions or at least in hundreds of thousands in all except the very smallest or the exceptionally backward states, increasingly concentrated in large and often isolated campuses or university cities, were a novel factor in both culture and politics. They were transnational, moving and communicating ideas and experiences across frontiers with ease and speed, and were probably more at ease than governments with the technology of communications. As the 1960s revealed, they were not only politically radical and explosive, but uniquely effective in giving national, even international, expression to political and social discontent. In dictatorial countries they usually provided the only bodies of citizens capable of collective political action, and it is far from insignificant that, while other Latin American student populations swelled, their number in the military dictator Pinochet's Chile after 1973 was made to drop, from 1.5 to 1.1% of the population. And if there was a single moment in the golden years after 1945 which corresponds to the world's simultaneous upheaval of which the revolutionaries had dreamed after 1917, it was surely 1968, when students rebelled from the USA and Mexico in the West to socialist Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, largely stimulated by the extraordinary outbreak of May 1968 in Paris, epicentre of a continent-wide student uprising. It was far from revolution, though it was considerably more than the psychodrama or street theater which unsympathetic senior observers like Raymond Aron dismissed. After all, 1968 ended the era of General de Gaulle in France, the era of democratic presidents in the USA, the hopes of liberal communism in communist Central Europe and, through the silent after-effects of the student massacre of Tlatelolco, it marked the beginning of a new era in Mexican politics. The reason why 1968, with its prolongation into 1969 and 1970, was not the revolution, and never looked as though it would or could be, was that students alone, however numerous and mobilizable, could not make one alone. Their political effectiveness rested on their ability to act as signals and detonators for larger but less easily combustible groups. Since the 1960s, students have sometimes succeeded in doing so. They sparked off enormous working-class strike waves in France and Italy in 1968 and 1969, but, after 20 years of unparalleled improvement for wage earners in economies of full employment, revolution was the last thing in the minds of the proletarian masses. Not until the 1980s, and then in non-democratic countries as widely different as China, South Korea, and Czechoslovakia, did student rebellions look like realizing their potential for detonating revolution, or at least to force governments to treat them like a serious public danger by massacring them on a large scale, as in Tiananmen Square, Beijing. After the failure of the Great Dreams of 1968, some student radicals did indeed attempt to make revolution on their own by small group terrorism, but, though such movements received a great deal of publicity, thus achieving at least one of their major objectives, they rarely had any serious political impact. Where they threatened to have, they were fairly rapidly suppressed once the authorities decided to act, in the 1970s with unexampled brutality and systematic torture in dirty wars in South America, with bribery and backstairs negotiations in Italy. The only significant survivors of these initiatives in the last decade of the century were the Basque nationalist terrorist ETA and the theoretically communist peasant guerrilla Sendero Luminoso in Peru, an undesired gift of the staff and students of the University of Ayacucho to their countrymen. Nevertheless, this leaves us with a slightly puzzling question: why did the movement of this new social group of students, alone among the new or old social actors of the Golden Era, opt for a radicalism of the left? For, if we leave aside rebels against the communist regimes, even nationalist student movements tended to stitch the red badge of Marx, Lenin, or Mao somewhere on their banners until the 1980s. In some ways this inevitably takes us well beyond social stratification, for the new student body was, by definition, also an age group of youth, i.e. a temporary halting place on the human passage through life, and it also contained a rapidly growing, and disproportionately large, component of women, suspended between the impermanence of their age and the permanence of their sex. Later we shall consider the development of special youth cultures, which link students to others of their generation, and the new women's consciousness, which also reached out beyond the universities. Youth groups, not yet settled in established adulthood, are the traditional locus for high spirits, riot, and disorder, as even medieval university rectors knew, and revolutionary passions are more common at 18 than at 35, as generations of bourgeois parents in Europe had told generations of sceptical sons and, later, daughters. In fact, this belief was so ingrained in Western cultures that the establishment in several countries, perhaps mostly Latin ones on either side of the Atlantic, entirely discounted student militancy, even to the point of armed guerrilla struggle, in the younger generation. If anything, it was a sign of a spirited rather than a torpid personality. Students from San Marcos in Lima, Peru, as the joke went, did their revolutionary service in some ultra-Maoist sect before settling down to a solid and unpolitical middle-class profession, while such a thing as normal life still continued in that unhappy country. Lynch, 1990. Mexican students soon learned A, that the state and party apparatus essentially recruited its cadres from the universities, and B, that the more revolutionary they were as students, the better the jobs they were likely to be offered after graduation. But even in respectable France, the ex-Maoist of the early 1970s who made a brilliant career in the state service became familiar. Nevertheless, this does not explain why bodies of young people who were obviously on the way to a far better future than their parents, or, at any rate, than most non-students, should have, with rare exceptions, been attracted by political radicalism. Indeed, a high proportion of them probably were not, preferring to concentrate on getting the degrees which guaranteed their future, though they were less noticeable than the smaller, but still numerically large, number of the politically active, especially when these dominated the visible parts of university life, by means of public demonstrations ranging from graffiti and poster-filled walls to meetings, marches, and pickets. Still, even this degree of left-wing radicalization was new in the developed countries, though not in the backward and dependent ones. Before the Second World War, the great majority of students in Central and Western Europe and North America had been non-political or right-wing. The sheer explosion of student numbers suggests a possible answer. The number of French students at the end of the Second World War was less than 100,000. By 1960 it was over 200,000, and within the next 10 years it tripled to 651,000, Flora, p. 582, Du Ans, 1990, p. 4. During these 10 years the number of students in the humanities multiplied by almost 3.5, the number of students in the social sciences by 4. The most immediate and direct consequence was an inevitable tension between these masses of mainly first-generation students now suddenly pouring into universities, and institutions which were neither physically nor organizationally and intellectually prepared for such an influx. Moreover, as a growing proportion of the age group had the chance to study, in France it was 4% in 1950, 15.5% in 1970, going to university ceased to be an exceptional privilege which was its own reward, and the constraints it imposed on young, and generally impecunious, adults were more resented. Resentment of one kind of authority, the universities, easily broadened out into resentment of any authority, and therefore, in the West, inclined students to the left. It is not at all surprising that the 1960s became the decade of student unrest par excellence. Special reasons intensified it in this or that country: hostility to the Vietnam War in the USA, i.e. to military service, racial resentment in Peru, Lynch, 1990, pages 32 to 37, but the phenomenon was too general to need special ad hoc explanations. And yet, in a more general, less definable, sense this new mass of students stood, as it were, at an awkward angle to the rest of society. Unlike other and older established classes or social groupings, they had no established place in it or pattern of relations to it, for how could the new student armies be compared to the relatively tiny pre-war bodies, 40,000 in well-educated 1939 Germany, who were merely a junior phase of middle-class life? In many ways the very existence of the new masses implied questions about the society that had engendered them, and from questions to criticism is but one step. How did they fit into it? What sort of society was it? The very youth of the student body, the very width of the generation gap between these children of the post-war world and the parents who remembered and compared, made their questions more urgent, their attitude more critical. For the discontents of the young were not blanketed by the consciousness of living through times of staggering improvement, far better times than their parents had ever expected to see. The new times were the only ones that young men and women who went to college knew. On the contrary, they felt things could be different and better, even when they did not quite know how. Their elders, used to, or at least remembering, times of hardship and unemployment, did not expect mass radical mobilizations at a time when, surely, the economic incentive for them in the developed countries was less than ever before. But the explosion of student unrest erupted at the very peak of the great global boom, because it was directed, however vaguely and blindly, against what they saw as characteristic of this society, not against the fact that the older society might not have improved quite enough. But, paradoxically, the fact that the impetus for the new radicalism came from groups unaffected by economic discontent, stimulated even the groups used to mobilize on an economic basis to discover that, after all, they could ask for far more from the new society than they had imagined. The most immediate effect of the European student rebellion was a wave of working-class strikes for higher wages and better conditions. 3. Unlike countryside and college populations, the industrial working classes experienced no demographic earthquakes, until in the 1980s they began to decline quite noticeably. This is surprising, considering how much talk there was, even from the 1950s on, about a post-industrial society, considering how revolutionary, indeed, were the technical transformations of production, most of which economized, bypassed or eliminated human labor, and considering how obviously the political parties and movements which based themselves on the working class were in crisis after 1970 or thereabouts. Yet the widespread impression that somehow the old industrial working class was dying out was statistically mistaken, at least on a global scale. With the one major exception of the USA, where the percentage of people employed in manufacturing began to decline from 1965, and very obviously after 1970, the industrial working classes remained pretty stable throughout the golden years even in the old industrial countries, at about 1/3 of the occupied population. In fact, in 8 out of 21 OECD countries, the club of the most developed, it continued to rise between 1960 and 1980. Naturally it rose in the newly industrialized parts of non-communist Europe, and then remained stable until 1980, while in Japan it increased dramatically, remaining fairly stable in the 1970s and 1980s. In the communist countries undergoing rapid industrialization, notably in Eastern Europe, proletarians multiplied faster than ever, as indeed they did in those parts of the Third World which entered on their own industrialization, Brazil, Mexico, India, Korea, and others. In short, at the end of the golden years there were certainly far more workers in the world in absolute figures, and almost certainly a higher proportion of manufacturing employees in the global population, than ever before. With very few exceptions, such as Britain, Belgium, and the USA, in 1970 workers probably formed a larger proportion of the total occupied population than they had in the 1890s in all countries where vast mass socialist parties had suddenly emerged at the end of the 19th century on the basis of proletarian consciousness. Only in the 1980s and 1990s can we detect signs of a major contraction of the working class. The illusion of a collapsing working class was due to the shifts within it, and within the process of production, rather than to demographic hemorrhage. The old industries of the 19th and early 20th centuries declined, and their very visibility in the past, when they had often symbolized industry as a whole, made their decline particularly dramatic. Coal miners, once counted in hundreds of thousands, in Britain even in millions, became less common than university graduates. The U.S. steel industry now employed fewer people than McDonald's hamburger restaurants. Even when such traditional industries did not disappear, they shifted from old to new industrial countries. Textiles, clothing, and footwear migrated massively. The number of people employed in the textile and clothing industries within the German Federal Republic fell by more than half between 1960 and 1984. But in the early 1980s for every 100 German workers the German clothing industry employed 34 workers abroad. Even in 1966 it had been less than 3. Iron and steel and shipbuilding virtually disappeared from the lands of early industrialization, but surfaced in Brazil and Korea, in Spain, Poland, and Romania. Old industrial areas became rust belts, a term invented in the USA in the 1970s, or even entire countries identified with an earlier phase of industry, such as Great Britain, were largely deindustrialized, turning into living or dying museums of a vanished past, which entrepreneurs exploited, with some success, as tourist attractions. As the last coal mines disappeared from South Wales, where over 130,000 had earned their living as miners at the start of the Second World War, surviving elderly men descended into dead pits to demonstrate to tourist parties what they had once done down there in the eternal darkness. And even when new industries replaced old ones, they were not the same industries, often enough not in the same places, and more likely than not, differently structured. The jargon of the 1980s which talked about post-Fordism suggests as much. The huge mass production plant built around the conveyor belt, the city or region dominated by a single industry, as Detroit or Turin were by automobiles, the local working class united, welded together by residential segregation and workplace, into a multi-headed unity. These seem to have been characteristics of the classic industrial era. It was an unrealistic image, but represented more than a symbolic truth. Where the old industrial structures flourished in the late 20th century, as in newly industrializing third world countries or socialist industrial economies, caught in their, deliberately, Fordist time warp, the similarities to the interwar, or even the pre-1914 Western industrial world were evident, even to the emergence of powerful labor organizations in great industrial centers based on big auto works, as in São Paulo, or shipyards, as in Gdansk. Just so the United Auto Workers and Steel Workers unions had emerged from the great strikes of 1937 in what is now the Rust Belt of the U.S. Middle West. Conversely, while the large mass production firm and the large plant survived into the 1990s, though automated and altered, the new industries were very different. The classic post-Fordist industrial regions, for instance the Veneto, Emilia-Romagna, and Tuscany in north and central Italy, lacked the great industrial cities, the dominant firms, the huge plants. They were mosaics or networks of enterprises ranging from the cottage workshop to the modest, but high-tech, manufactory, spread across town and country. How would the city of Bologna like it, its mayor was asked by one of the largest firms in Europe, if one of its major factories were to be sited there? The mayor politely fended off the suggestion. His city and region, prosperous, sophisticated and, as it happens, communist, knew how to handle the economic and social situation of the new agro-industrial economy. Let Turin and Milan cope with the problems of their kinds of industrial city. Of course, eventually, and very plainly in the 1980s, the working classes visibly became the victims of the new technologies, especially the unskilled and semi-skilled men and women of the mass production lines, who could most easily be replaced by automated machinery. Or rather, as the great global boom decades of the 1950s and 1960s gave way to an era of world economic difficulties in the 1970s and 1980s, industry no longer expanded at the old rate which had swelled workforces even as production became more labor-saving, see Chapter 14. The economic crises of the early 1980s recreated mass unemployment for the first time in 40 years, at all events in Europe. In some ill-advised countries the crisis produced a veritable industrial holocaust. Britain lost 25% of its manufacturing industry in 1980–84. Between 1973 and the late 1980s the total number employed in manufacturing in the 6 old industrial countries of Europe fell by 7 million, or about a quarter, about half of which was lost between 1979 and 1983. By the late 1980s, as the working classes in the old industrial countries eroded and the new ones rose, the workforce employed in manufactures settled down at about a quarter of all civilian employment in all Western developed regions, except the USA, where by that time it was well below 20%. Baruch, 1988. It was a long way from the old Marxist dream of populations gradually proletarianized by the development of industry until most people would be manual workers. Except in the rarest cases, of which Britain was the most notable, the industrial working class had always been a minority of the working population. Nevertheless, the apparent crisis of the working class and its movements, especially in the old industrial world, was patent long before there was, speaking globally, any question of a serious decline. It was a crisis not of the class, but of its consciousness. At the end of the 19th century, see Age of Empire, Chapter 5, the very miscellaneous and far from homogeneous populations who earned their living in the developed countries by selling their manual labor for wages learned to see themselves as a single working class, and to regard that fact as by far the most important thing about their situation as human beings in society. Or at least enough of them came to this conclusion to make parties and movements which appealed to them essentially as workers, as indicated by their very name, Labour Party, Parti Ouvrier, etc., into huge political forces within a matter of a few years. They were, of course, united not only by wages and getting their hands dirty at work. They belonged, overwhelmingly, to the poor and the economically insecure, for, though the essential pillars of labor movements were far from destitution or pauperism, what they expected and got from life was modest, and well below what the middle classes expected. Indeed, the economy of consumer durables for the masses had passed them by everywhere before 1914, and everywhere except North America and Australasia between the wars. A British communist organizer sent to the arms factories of wartime Coventry, as militant as they were prosperous, came back open-mouthed. "Do you realize," he told his London friends, myself among them, "that up there the comrades have cars?" They were united also by massive social segregation, by separate lifestyles or even clothing, and by the constriction of life chances which separated them from the socially more mobile, if economically also hard-pressed, white-collar strata. Workers' children did not expect to go, and rarely went, to university. Most of them did not expect to go to school at all after the minimum school leaving age, usually 14. In the pre-war Netherlands 4% of the 10 to 19-year-olds went to secondary schools beyond this age, and in democratic Sweden and Denmark an even smaller proportion. Workers lived differently from others, with different expectations of life, in different places. As one of the earliest of their British university-educated sons put it in the 1950s, when this segregation was still fairly obvious, such people have their own recognizable styles of housing. Their houses are usually rented, not owned. Hogarth, 1958, p. 8. They were united, finally, by the central element of their life, collectivity, the domination of us over I. What gave labor movements and parties their original strength was the justified conviction of workers that people such as they could not improve their lot by individual action, but only by collective action, preferably through organizations, whether by mutual aid, striking, or voting. And, conversely, that the numbers and peculiar situation of manual wage workers put collective action within their grasp. Where workers saw private escape routes from their class, as in the USA, their class consciousness, though far from absent, was less of a uniquely defining characteristic of their identity. But we dominated I, not only for instrumental reasons, but because, with the major, and often tragic exception of the married working-class housewife, imprisoned behind her four walls, working-class life had to be largely public, because the private space was so inadequate. And even the housewife shared in the public life of market, street, and neighboring parks. Children had to play on street or in parks. Young men and women had to dance and court outside. Men socialized in public houses. Until the radio, which transformed the life of the housebound working-class woman between the wars, and then only in a few favored countries, all forms of entertainment beyond the private party had to be public, and in poorer countries even television was, in its early years, something watched in some public space. From football match to political meeting or holiday outing, life was something experienced, for most pleasurable purposes, en masse. In most respects this conscious working-class cohesiveness reached its peak, in older developed countries, at the end of the Second World War. During the golden decades almost all elements of it were undermined. The combination of secular boom, full employment, and a society of genuine mass consumption utterly transformed the lives of working-class people in the developed countries, and continued to transform it. By the standards of their parents, and indeed, if old enough, by their own memories, they were no longer poor. Lives immeasurably more prosperous than any non-Americans or non-Australians had ever expected were privatized by both money, technology, and the logic of the market. Television made it unnecessary to go to the football match, just as TV and videos have made it unnecessary to go to the cinema, or telephones to gossip with friends on the piazza or at the market. Trade unionists or party members who had once turned up for branch meetings or public political occasions because, among other things, they were also a form of diversion or entertainment, could now think of more attractive ways of spending their time, and less abnormally militant. Conversely, face-to-face contact ceased to be an effective form of electoral campaigning, although it continued out of tradition and in order to cheer up the increasingly untypical party activists. Prosperity and privatization broke up what poverty and collectivity in the public place had welded together. It was not that workers became unrecognizable as such, although, strangely, as we shall see, the new independent youth culture, CP 324 FF, from the late 1950s on took its fashions in both clothes and music from the working class young. It was rather that some sort of affluence was now within the reach of most, and the difference between the owner of a Volkswagen Beetle and the owner of a Mercedes was far less than that between the owner of any car and the owner of no car, especially if the more expensive cars were, in theory, available on monthly installments. Workers, especially in the last years of youth before marriage and household expenses dominated the budget, could now be luxury spenders, and the industrialization of the couture and beauty business from the 1960s on immediately responded. Between the top and the bottom end of the high-tech luxury markets which now developed, e.g. between the most expensive Hasselblad camera and the cheapest Olympus or Nikon that produced results while conferring status, there was only a difference of degree. In any case, starting with television, entertainments hitherto only available as personal services to millionaires were now in the most modest of living rooms. In short, full employment and a consumer society aimed at a genuine mass market placed most of the working class in the old developed countries, at least for part of their lives, well above the threshold below which their fathers, or they themselves, had once lived, where income is primarily spent on basic necessities. Moreover, several significant developments widened the cracks between different sections of the working classes, though this did not become evident until the end of full employment, during the economic crisis of the 1970s and 1980s, and until the pressure of neoliberalism on the welfare policies and corporatist systems of industrial relations which had given substantial shelter to the weaker sections of the workers. For the top end of the working class, the skilled and supervisory, adjusted more easily to the era of modern high-tech production, and their position was such that they could actually benefit from a free market, even as their less favored brothers lost ground. Thus in Mrs. Thatcher's Britain, admittedly an extreme case, as government and union protection was dismantled, the bottom fifth of the workers actually became worse off compared to the rest of the workers than they had been a century earlier. And as the top 10% of workers, with gross earnings 3 times as high as those in the bottom tenth, congratulated themselves on their improvement, they were increasingly likely to reflect that, as national and local taxpayers, they were subsidizing what came, in the 1980s, to be called by the sinister term the underclass, who lived on the public welfare system which they themselves could, they hoped, do without except in emergencies. The old Victorian division between the respectable and the unrespectable poor revived, perhaps in a more embittered form, for in the glorious days of the global boom, when full employment seemed to take care of most of labor's material needs, welfare payments had been raised to generous levels which, in the new days of mass welfare demands, seemed to enable an army of the unrespectable to live far better on welfare than the old Victorian pauper residuum. And far better than, in the opinion of hard-working taxpayers, they had a right to. The skilled and respectable thus found themselves, perhaps for the first time, potential supporters of the political right, all the more since the traditional labor and socialist organizations naturally remained committed to redistribution and welfare, especially as the numbers of those needing public protection grew. The Thatcher governments in Britain relied for their success essentially on the secession of skilled workers from labor. Desegregation, or rather a shift in segregation, promoted this crumbling of the laboring bloc. Thus the skilled and upwardly mobile moved out of the inner cities, especially as industries moved into periphery and country, leaving the old solid inner city working class districts, or red belts, to be ghettoized or gentrified, while the new satellite towns or greenfield industries generated no single class concentrations on the same scale. In the inner cities, public housing projects, once built for the solid core of the working class, indeed with a natural bias towards those able to pay rent regularly, now turned into settlements of the marginal, the socially problematic and welfare dependent. From 1914 to the fall of the USSR. At the same time mass migration brought a phenomenon hitherto confined, at least since the end of the Habsburg Empire, only to the USA and to a lesser extent France, ethnic and racial diversification of the working class and its consequence, conflicts within it. The problem lay not so much in ethnic diversity, even though the immigration of people of a different color, or, like North Africans in France, likely to be classified as such, brought out an always latent racism even in countries that had been regarded as immune to it, such as Italy and Sweden. The weakening of traditional socialist labor movements made this easier, since these had been passionately opposed to such discrimination, and thus damped down the more antisocial expression of racist feelings within their constituency. However, leaving pure racism aside, traditionally, and even in the 19th century, labor migration had rarely led to that direct competition between different ethnic groups which divides working classes, since each particular group of migrants tended to find its own niche or niches in the economy, which it then colonized or even monopolized. Immigrant Jews in most Western countries moved en masse into the garment industry, but not into, say, motor manufacturing. To cite an even more specialized case, the staff of Indian restaurants in both London and New York, and no doubt wherever this form of Asian cultural expansion has reached outside the Indian subcontinent, was even in the 1990s primarily recruited from immigrants from one particular district of Bangladesh, Sylhet. Or else immigrant groups found themselves concentrated in particular districts or plants or workshops or grades of the same industry, leaving the rest to others. In such a segmented labor market, to use the jargon term, solidarity between different ethnic groups of workers was easier to develop and maintain, since the groups did not compete, and variations in their conditions could not, or only rarely, be ascribed to the self-interest of other groups of workers. For a variety of reasons, among them the fact that immigration in post-war Western Europe was largely a state-sponsored response to labor shortage, the new immigrants entered the same labor market as the natives, and with the same rights, except where they were officially segregated from them as a class of temporary and therefore inferior guest workers. Both cases generated tension. Men and women with formally inferior rights hardly saw their interests as identical with people enjoying superior status. Conversely, French or British workers, even when they did not mind working side by side and on the same terms with Moroccans, West Indians, Portuguese, or Turks, were by no means so ready to see foreigners promoted above them, especially those regarded as collectively inferior to the national born. Moreover, and for similar reasons, there were tensions between different groups of immigrants, even when all resented the natives' treatment of outsiders. In short, whereas in the period when classic labor parties and movements had been formed, all sections of the workers, unless divided by unusually insuperable national or religious barriers, could reasonably assume that the same policies, strategies, and institutional changes would benefit each, this was no longer automatically the case. At the same time, both the changes in production, the emergence of the two-thirds society, CP 340, and the changing, and increasingly fuzzy frontier between what was manual and what was non-manual work, diffused and dissolved the formerly clear outlines of the proletariat. 4. One major change which affected the working class, as well as most other parts of developed societies, was the strikingly greater part played in it by women, and notably, a new and revolutionary phenomenon, of married women. The change was indeed dramatic. In 1940, married women who lived with their husbands and worked for pay formed less than 14% of the total female population of the USA. In 1980 they formed over half, the percentage just about doubled between 1950 and 1970. That women entered the labor market in growing numbers was not, of course, new. From the end of the 19th century on, office work and shops and certain kinds of services, e.g. telephone exchanges and the caring professions, were powerfully feminized, and these tertiary occupations expanded and swelled at the relative and eventually absolute expense of both primary and secondary ones, that is to say, agriculture and industry. In fact, this rise of the tertiary sector was one of the most striking tendencies of the 20th century. It is less easy to generalize about women in manufacturing industries. In the old industrial countries, the labor-intensive industries in which women had been characteristically concentrated, such as textiles and clothing, were on the decline, but so, in the new Rust Belt regions and countries, were the heavy and mechanical industries with their overwhelmingly masculine, not to say macho composition, mines, iron and steel, shipbuilding, car and trucks manufacture. On the other hand, in newly developing countries, and in the enclaves of manufacture developing in the Third World, labor-intensive industries thirsty for female labor, which was traditionally less well-paid and less rebellious than male hands, flourished. The share of women in the local workforce therefore rose, though the case of Mauritius, where it jumped from about 20% in the early 1970s to over 60% in the mid-1980s, is rather extreme. Whether it grew, but less than the service sector, or remained stable in the developed industrial countries depended on national circumstances. In practice, the distinction between women in manufacture and in the tertiary sector was not significant, since the bulk of them in both were in subaltern positions, and several of the feminized service occupations, notably those in the public and social services, were strongly unionized. Women also, and in strikingly growing numbers, entered higher education, which was now the most obvious entrance gate to the senior professions. Immediately after the Second World War, they constituted between 20 and 30% of all students in most of the developed countries, except for Finland, a beacon of female emancipation, where they already formed almost 43%. Even in 1960, nowhere in Europe and North America did they provide half of the students, though Bulgaria, another, and less widely advertised pro-feminine country, already almost reached that figure. The socialist states were on the whole quicker to foster women's study, the GDR outdistanced the Federal Republic, but otherwise their feminist record was patchy. However, in 1980 half or more than half of all students were women in the USA, Canada, and 6 socialist countries, headed by the GDR and Bulgaria, and in only 4 European countries did women by then constitute less than 40%, Greece, Switzerland, Turkey, and the UK. In a word, higher study was now as common among girls as among boys. The mass entry of married women, i.e. largely mothers, into the labor market and the striking expansion of higher education formed the background, at least in the typical developed Western countries, to the impressive revival of feminist movements from the 1960s on. Indeed, the women's movements are inexplicable without these developments. Since women in so many parts of Europe and North America had achieved the great aim of the vote and equal civic rights in the aftermath of the First World War and the Russian Revolution, Age of Empire, Chapter 8, feminist movements had moved out of the sunlight into the shadows, even where the triumph of fascist and reactionary regimes had not destroyed them. They remained in the shadows, in spite of the victory of anti-fascism and, in Eastern Europe and parts of East Asia, revolution, which extended the rights won after 1917 to most countries that had not yet enjoyed them, most obviously by giving votes to the women of France and Italy in Western Europe, and indeed to women in all newly communist countries, in almost all former colonies and, in the first 10 post-war years, in Latin America. Indeed, where elections were held at all, women everywhere in the world had acquired voting rights by the 1960s, except in some Islamic states and, rather curiously, in Switzerland. Yet these changes were neither achieved by feminist pressures, nor did they have any immediate notable repercussion on the situation of women, even in the relatively few countries where voting had political effects. However, from the 1960s, starting in the USA but spreading rapidly through the rich Western countries and beyond into the elites of educated women in the dependent world, but not, initially, into the heartlands of the socialist world, we find a striking revival of feminism. While these movements belonged, essentially, to the educated middle-class milieu, it is likely that in the 1970s and especially the 1980s a politically and ideologically less specific form of women's consciousness spread among the masses of the sex, which ideologists now insisted should be called a gender, far beyond anything achieved by the first wave of feminism. Indeed, women as a group now became a major political force, as they had not done before. The first, and perhaps most striking example of this new gender consciousness was the revolt of the traditionally faithful women in Roman Catholic countries against unpopular doctrines of the Church, as shown notably in the Italian referenda in favor of divorce, 1974, and of more liberal abortion laws, 1981, and later in the election to the presidency of Pious Ireland of Mary Robinson, a woman lawyer very much associated with the liberalization of the Catholic Moral Code, 1990. By the early 1990s, a striking divergence of political opinions between the sexes was recorded in a number of countries by public opinion surveys. No wonder that politicians began to court this new women's consciousness, especially on the left, where the decline of working-class consciousness deprived parties of some of their older constituencies. However, the very width of the new consciousness of femaleness and its interests makes simple explanations in terms of the changing role of women in the economy inadequate. In any case, what changed in the social revolution was not only the nature of women's own activities in society, but also the roles played by women, or the conventional expectations of what those roles should be, and in particular the assumptions about the public roles of women and their public prominence. For while major changes, such as the massive entry of married women into the labor market, might be expected to produce concomitant or consequential changes, they need not do so, as witness the USSR, where, after the initial utopian revolutionary aspirations of the 1920s had been abandoned, married women generally found themselves carrying the double load of old household responsibilities and new wage-earning responsibilities without any change in relations between the sexes or in the public or private spheres. In any case, the reasons why women in general, and especially married women, plunged into paid work had no necessary connection with their view of women's social position and rights. It might be due to poverty, to employers' preference for female over male workers as being cheaper and more biddable, or simply to the growing number, especially in the dependent world, of female-headed families. The mass labor migration of men, as from the countryside into the cities of South Africa, or from parts of Africa and Asia into the Persian Gulf states, inevitably left the women to head the family economy at home. Nor should we forget the appalling and sex-discriminating killings of the Great Wars, which left post-1945 Russia with 5 women for every 3 men. Nonetheless, the signs of significant, even revolutionary, changes in women's expectations about themselves and the world's expectations about their place in society, are undeniable. The new prominence of some women in politics was obvious, though it cannot be used in any way as a direct index of the situation of women as a whole in the countries concerned. After all, the percentage of women in the elected parliaments of macho Latin America, 11%, in the 1980s was considerably higher than the percentage of women in the equivalent assemblies of the demonstrably more emancipated North America. Again, a substantial proportion of the women who now, for the first time, found themselves heading states and governments in the dependent world did so through family inheritance. Indira Gandhi, India 1966-84, and Benazir Bhutto, Pakistan 1988-90, 1994, and Aung San Suu Kyi, who would have been chief of Burma but for the military veto, as daughters, Siraimavo Bandaranaike, Sri Lanka, 1960-65, 1970-77, and Corazon Aquino, Philippines, 1986-92, and Isabel Perón, Argentina, 1974-76, as widows. This was in itself no more revolutionary than the succession of Maria Theresa or Victoria to the throne of the Habsburg and British empires long before. Indeed, the contrast between the female rulers of such countries as India, Pakistan, and the Philippines, and the exceptionally depressed and oppressed state of women in their parts of the world underlines their untypicality. And yet, before the Second World War, the succession of any woman to the leadership of any republic under any circumstances would have been regarded as politically unthinkable. After 1945 it became politically possible. Siraimavo Bandaranaike in Sri Lanka became the world's first woman premier in 1960, and by 1990 women were or had been heads of government in 16 states, World's Women, p. 32. In the 1990s even the woman who had got to the top as a career politician was an accepted if uncommon part of the landscape, as Prime Minister in Israel, 1969, Iceland, 1980, Norway, 1981, not least in Great Britain, 1979, in Lithuania, 1990, and France, 1991, in the shape of Doi, accepted leader of the main, socialist, opposition party, in the far from feminist Japan, 1986. The political world was indeed changing fast, even though the public recognition of women, if only as a political pressure group, still usually took the form, even in many of the most advanced countries, of symbolic or token representation on public bodies. However, it makes little sense to generalize globally about the role of women in the public sphere, and the corresponding public aspirations of women's political movements. The dependent world, the developed world and the socialist or ex-socialist world are only marginally comparable. In the Third World, as in Tsarist Russia, the great mass of lower-class and poorly educated women remained outside the public sphere, in the modern Western sense, though some of these countries developed, and some already had, a small stratum of exceptionally emancipated and advanced women, mainly wives, daughters, and other female kin of the established indigenous upper classes and bourgeoisies, analogous to the corresponding female intelligentsia and activists of Tsarist Russia. Such a stratum had existed in the Indian Empire even in colonial times, and seems to have emerged in several of the less rigorist Islamic countries, notably Egypt, Iran, Lebanon, and the Maghreb, until the rise of Muslim fundamentalism pushed women into obscurity again. For these emancipated minorities a public space existed on the upper social levels of their own countries, where they could act and feel at home in much the same way as they, or their opposite numbers, could in Europe and North America, though probably they were slower to abandon the sexual conventions and traditional family obligations of their culture than Western women, or at least non-Catholic ones. In this respect emancipated women in the West or East-dependent countries were far more favorably situated than their sisters in, say, the non-socialist Far East, where the force of traditional roles and conventions to which even elite women had to conform, was enormous and stifling. Educated Japanese or Korean women who found themselves in the emancipated West for a few years often dreaded the return to their own civilizations, and to an as yet only marginally eroded sense of women's subordination. In the socialist world the situation was paradoxical. Practically all women were in the paid labor force in Eastern Europe, or at least it contained almost as many women as men, 90%, or a far higher proportion than anywhere else. Communism as an ideology had been passionately committed to women's equality and liberation, in every sense including the erotic, in spite of Lenin's own dislike of casual sexual promiscuity. However, both Krupskaya and Lenin were among the rare revolutionaries who specifically favored the sharing of housework between the sexes. Moreover, the revolutionary movement, from the Narodniks through the Marxists, had welcomed women, especially intellectual ones, with exceptional warmth, and had provided exceptional scope for them, as was still evident in the 1970s when they were disproportionately represented in some of the left-wing terrorist movements. Yet, with rather rare exceptions, Rosa Luxemburg, Ruth Fisher, Anna Pocher, La Pasionaria, Federica Montseny, they were not prominent in the first political ranks of their parties, or indeed at all, and in the new communist-governed states they became even less visible. Indeed, women in leading political functions virtually disappeared. As we have seen, one or two countries, notably Bulgaria and the German Democratic Republic, clearly gave their women unusually good chances of public prominence, as indeed of higher education, yet, on the whole, the public position of women in communist countries was not notably different from that in developed capitalist ones, and, where it was, it did not necessarily bring advantages. When women streamed into a profession open to them, as in the USSR, where the medical profession became largely feminized in consequence, it lost status and income. As against Western feminists, most married Soviet women, long used to a lifetime of paid work, dreamed of the luxury of staying at home and doing only one job. Indeed, the original revolutionary dream of transforming the relations between the sexes and of altering the institutions and habits that embodied the old masculine domination generally ran into the sand, even where, as in the early years of the USSR, but not, in general, in the new European communist regimes after 1944, it was seriously pursued. In backward countries, and most communist regimes were established in such countries, it was blocked by the passive non-cooperation of traditional populations, who insisted that in practice, whatever the law said, women were treated as less than men. The heroic efforts at female emancipation were not, of course, in vain. To give women equal legal and political rights, to insist on their access to education and men's work and men's responsibilities, even to unveil them and allow them to come and go freely in public, are not small changes, as anyone can verify who compares women's predicament in countries where religious fundamentalism rules or is reimposed. Moreover, even in those communist countries where female reality lagged rather far behind theory, even at times when governments imposed a virtual moral counter-revolution, seeking to reinstall the family and women as basically child-bearers, as in the USSR in the 1930s, the sheer freedom of personal choice available to them under the new system, including the freedom of sexual choice, was incomparably greater than it could have been before the new regime. Its real limits were not so much legal or conventional as material, like the shortage of devices for birth control for which, as for other gynecological needs, the planned economy made only the faintest provision. Still, whatever the achievements and failures of the socialist world, it did not generate specifically feminist movements, and could indeed hardly have done so, given the virtual impossibility of any political initiatives not sponsored by state and party before the mid-1980s. However, it is unlikely that the issues which preoccupied feminist movements in the West would have found much echo in the communist states before then. Initially these issues in the West, and notably in the USA, which pioneered the revival of feminism, were mainly concerned with problems affecting middle-class women, or in the form which chiefly affected them. This is fairly evident if we look at the occupations in the USA where feminist pressure achieved its major breakthrough, and which, presumably, reflect the concentration of its efforts. By 1981 women had not only virtually eliminated men from office and white-collar occupations, most of which were indeed subaltern though respectable, but they formed almost 50% of real estate agents and brokers and almost 40% of bank officers and financial managers, and they had established a substantial, though still inadequate presence in the intellectual professions, although the traditional professions of law and medicine still confined them to modest bridgeheads. But if 35% of college and university teachers, over a quarter of computer specialists, and 22% of those in the natural sciences were now women, the masculine monopolies of manual labor, skilled and unskilled, remained virtually undented. Only 2.7% of truck drivers, 1.6% of electricians and 0.6% of automobile mechanics were female. Their resistance to the female influx was certainly no weaker than that of doctors and lawyers, who had made way for 14% of them, but it is not unreasonable to suppose that the pressure to conquer these bastions of masculinity was less. Even a cursory reading of the American pioneers of the new feminism in the 1960s suggests a distinct class perspective on women's problems. Friedan, 1963, Degler, 1987. They were heavily concerned with the question how a woman could combine career or job with marriage and family, one which was central only to those who have this choice, which did not then exist for most of the world's women and for all the poor ones. They were, with entire justification, concerned with equality between men and women, a concept that became the chief tool for the legal and institutional advance of Western women, since the word sex was inserted into the American Civil Rights Act of 1964, which was originally intended to prohibit only racial discrimination. But equality, or rather equal treatment and equal opportunity, assume that there are no significant differences between men and women, social or otherwise, and for most of the world's women, and especially the poor, it seemed obvious that part of the social inferiority of women was due to their difference as a sex from men and might therefore require sex-specific remedies, for instance special provisions for pregnancy and maternity or special protection against attacks by the physically stronger and more aggressive sex. U.S. feminism was slow to address such vital interests of working-class women as maternity leave. A later phase of feminism did indeed learn to insist on gender difference as well as gender inequality, even though the use of a liberal ideology of abstract individualism and the tool of equal rights law was not readily compatible with the recognition that women were not, and ought not necessarily to be, like men, and the other way round. Moreover, in the 1950s and 1960s the very demand to break out of the domestic sphere into the paid labor market had a strong ideological charge among the prosperous, educated middle-class married women which it did not have for others, for its motivations in these milieux were seldom economic. Among the poor, or those with tight budgets, married women went out to work after 1945 because, to put it crudely, children no longer did so. Child labor in the West had almost vanished, while on the contrary, the need to give children an education that would improve their prospects, put a greater financial burden on their parents for longer than in the past. In short, as has been said, in the past children had worked so that their mothers could remain at home fulfilling domestic and reproductive responsibilities. Now when families needed additional income, mothers worked instead of children. Tilley/Scott, 1987, p. 219. This could hardly have been possible without fewer children, even though a substantial mechanization of household chores, notably by means of the domestic washing machines, and the rise of prepared and ready-cooked foods also made it easier. But for married middle-class women whose husbands earned an income suitable to their status, going out to work rarely made much of an addition to the family income, if only because women were paid so much less than men in the jobs then available for them. It might make no significant net contribution to the family when enough paid help to look after household and children had to be hired, in the form of cleaners and, in Europe, au pair girls, to enable the woman to earn an outside income. If there was an incentive for married women to go outside the home in those circles, it was the demand for freedom and autonomy, for the married woman to be a person in her own right and not an appendage of husband and household, someone judged by the world as an individual and not a member of a species, just a housewife and mother. Income came into it not because it was needed, but because it was something that a woman could spend or save without asking her husband first. Of course, as two-income middle-class households became more common, family budgets were increasingly calculated in terms of two incomes. Indeed, as higher education for middle-class children became almost universal, and parents might have to make financial contributions to their offspring into the late 20s or even later, paid work for middle-class married women ceased to be primarily a declaration of independence and became what it had long been for the poor, a way of making ends meet. Nevertheless, the consciously emancipatory element in it did not disappear, as the growth of commuting marriages showed. For the costs, and not only the financial ones, of marriages in which each spouse worked in often widely distant locations were high, though the revolution in transport and communications made it increasingly common in professions such as the academic, from the 1970s on. Yet where once middle-class wives, though not children above a certain age, had almost automatically followed wherever husbands' new jobs took them, it now became almost unthinkable, at least in middle-class intellectual circles, to disrupt the woman's own career, and her right to decide where she wanted to conduct it. At last, it seemed, men and women treated one another as equals in this respect. Nevertheless, in the developed countries of the world, middle-class feminism, or the movement of educated or intellectual women, broadened out into a sort of generic sense that the time for women's liberation, or at least women's self-assertion, had come. This was because the specific early middle-class feminism, though sometimes not directly relevant to the concerns of the rest of Western femininity, raised questions that concerned all, and these questions became urgent as the social upheaval we have sketched generated a profound, and in many ways sudden, moral and cultural revolution, a dramatic transformation of the conventions of social and personal behavior. Women were crucial to this cultural revolution, since it pivoted on, and found expression in, changes in the traditional family and household of which they had always been the central element. To this we must now turn. About the 3/5 of the land area of the globe, omitting the uninhabited continent of Antarctica. The systematic introduction in parts of the Third World of new high-yielding crop varieties grown by methods specifically suited to them. Mainly since the 1960s. Such high-rise centers, the natural consequence of high land prices in such districts, had been extremely unusual before 1950. New York was virtually unique. They became common from the 1960s, even low-slung, decentralized cities like Los Angeles, acquiring such a downtown. Here again, the socialist world was under smaller pressure. Among these rare exceptions we note Russia where, unlike all the other communist countries of Eastern Europe and China, students as a group were neither prominent nor influential in the years of the breakup of communism. The democratic movement in Russia has been described as a revolution of the 40-year-olds watched by a depoliticized and demoralized youth. Riordan, 1991. Belgium, West, Germany, Britain, France, Sweden, Switzerland. The phrase, which emerged from attempts to rethink left-wing analyses of industrial society, was popularized by Alain Lipietz, who took the term Fordism from the Italian Marxist thinker Gramsci. He told me so himself. Cf. Also, the predominance of industry, with its abrupt division between workers and management, tends to encourage the different classes to live apart, so that a particular district of a town becomes a reservation or ghetto. Allen, 1968, pages 32 to 33. Thus in the USA craftsmen and foremen declined from 16% of the total occupied population to 13% between 1950 and 1990, whereas laborers declined from 31% to 18% in the same period. Chapter 11. Cultural Revolution. In the film, Carmen Mora plays a man who's had a transsexual operation and, due to an unhappy love affair with his/her father, has given up men to have a lesbian, I guess, relationship with a woman, who is played by a famous Madrid transvestite. Film review in the Village Voice, Paul Berman, 1987, p. 572. Successful demonstrations are not necessarily those which mobilize the greatest number of people, but those which attract the greatest interest among journalists. Exaggerating only slightly, one might say that 50 clever folk who can make a successful happening get 5 minutes on TV, can have as much political effect as 500,000 demonstrators. Pierre Bourdieu, 1994. The best approach to this cultural revolution is therefore through family and household, i.e. through the structure of relations between the sexes and generations. In most societies this had been impressively resistant to sudden change, though this does not mean that such structures were static. Moreover, in spite of appearances to the contrary, patterns were worldwide, or at least had basic similarities over very wide areas, although it has been suggested, on socio-economic and technological grounds, that there is a major difference between Eurasia, including both sides of the Mediterranean, on one hand, and the rest of Africa on the other. Goody, 1990, 17. Thus polygyny, which is said to have been almost completely absent or had become so in Eurasia, except for specially privileged groups and in the Arab world, flourished in Africa, where more than a quarter of all marriages are said to be polygamous. Goody, 1990, p. 379. Nevertheless, across all variations the vast majority of humanity shared a number of characteristics, such as the existence of formal marriage with privileged sex relations for the spouses. Adultery is universally treated as an offense, the superiority of husbands to wives, patriarchy, and of parents to children, as well as of senior to junior generations, family households consisting of several people, and the like. Whatever the extent and complexity of the kinship network and the mutual rights and obligations within it, a nuclear residence, a couple plus children, was generally present somewhere, even when the co-resident or cooperating group or household was much larger. The idea that the nuclear family, which became the standard model in 19th and 20th century Western society, had in some way evolved out of much larger family and kinship units, as part of the growth of bourgeois or any other individualism, rests on a historical misunderstanding, not least of the nature of social cooperation and its rationale in pre-industrial societies. Even in so communist an institution as the Balkan Slavs zadruga or joint family, every woman works for her family in the narrow sense of the word, namely her husband and children, but also, when it is her turn, for the unmarried members of the community and the orphans. Guidetti/Stahl, 1977, p. 58. The existence of such a family and household nucleus does not, of course, mean that the kin groups or communities within which it is to be found are in other respects similar. Yet in the second half of the 20th century these basic and long-lasting arrangements began to change with express speed, at all events in the developed Western countries, though unevenly, even within these regions. Thus in England and Wales, admittedly a rather dramatic example, in 1938 there was one divorce for every 58 weddings, Mitchell, 1975, p. 30-32, but in the mid-1980s one for every 2.2 new weddings, UN Yearbook, 1987. Moreover, we can see the acceleration of this trend in the freewheeling 1960s. At the end of the 1970s there were more than 10 divorces for every 1,000 married couples in England and Wales, or 5 times as many as in 1961, Social Trends, 1980, p. 84. This trend was by no means confined to Britain. Indeed, the spectacular change is most clearly seen in countries with strongly compelling traditional moralities such as Catholic ones. In Belgium, France, and the Netherlands the crude divorce rate, annual number of divorces per thousand population, roughly trebled between 1970 and 1985. However, even in countries with a tradition of emancipation in these matters, like Denmark and Norway, they could double or almost double in the same period. Clearly something unusual was happening to Western marriage. The women attending a gynecological clinic in California in the 1970s showed a substantial decrease in formal marriage, a reduction in the wish for children, and an attitudinal shift towards acceptance of a bisexual adaptation. Essman, 1990, p. 67. It is unlikely that such a reaction from a cross-section of women would have been recorded anywhere, even in California, before that decade. The number of people living alone, i.e. not as a member of any couple or larger family, also began to shoot up. In Britain they stayed much the same for the first third of the century at about 6% of all households, drifting upwards fairly gently thereafter. Yet between 1960 and 1980 the percentage almost doubled from 12% to 22% of all households, and by 1991 it was more than one quarter. Abrams, Carr Saunders, Social Trends, 1993, p. 26. In many Western big cities they formed about half of all households. Conversely, the classical Western nuclear family, the married couple with children, was in patent retreat. In the USA such families fell from 44% of all households to 29% in 20 years, 1960 to 80, in Sweden, where almost half of all births in the mid-1980s were to unmarried women, World's Women, p. 16, from 37% to 25%. Even in the developed countries where they had still formed half or more than half of all households in 1960, Canada, Federal Germany, Netherlands, Britain, the nuclear family was now a distinct minority. In particular cases, it ceased to be even nominally typical. Thus in 1991 58% of all black families in the USA were headed by a single woman and 70% of all children were born to single mothers. In 1940 only 11.3% of non-white families had been headed by single mothers, and even in cities, only 12.4%, Franklin Frazier, 1957, p. 317. Even in 1970 the figure had only been 33%, New York Times, May 10, 92. The crisis of the family was linked with quite dramatic changes in the public standards governing sexual behavior, partnership, and procreation. These were both official and unofficial, and the major change in both is datable, and coincides with the 1960s and 1970s. Officially, this was an extraordinary era of liberalization both for heterosexuals, i.e. mainly for women, who had enjoyed so much less freedom than men, and homosexuals, as well as for other forms of cultural sexual dissidence. In Britain, most homosexuality was decriminalized in the second half of the 1960s, a few years later than the USA, where the first state to make sodomy legal, Illinois, did so in 1961, Johansson/Percy, p. 304, 1349. In the Pope's own Italy, divorce became legal in 1970, a right confirmed by referendum in 1974. The sale of contraceptives and birth control information was legalized in 1971, and in 1975 a new family code replaced the old one which had survived from the fascist period. Finally, abortion became legal in 1978, confirmed by referendum in 1981. Though permissive laws undoubtedly made hitherto forbidden acts easier, and gave far more publicity to these matters, the law recognized rather than created the new climate of sexual relaxation. That in the 1950s only 1% of British women had cohabited for any length of time with their future husband before marriage was not due to legislation, and neither was the fact that in the early 1980s 21% of them did so, Gillis, 1985, p. 307. Things now became permissible which had hitherto been prohibited, not only by law and religion, but also by customary morality, convention, and neighborhood opinion. These tendencies did not, of course, affect all parts of the world evenly. While divorce increased in all countries where it was available, assuming, for the moment, that formal dissolution of marriage by official action had the same meaning in all of them, marriage had clearly become much less stable in some. In the 1980s it remained much more permanent in non-communist, Roman Catholic countries. Divorce was far less common in the Iberian Peninsula and in Italy, and even rarer in Latin America, even in countries priding themselves on their sophistication, 1 divorce per 22 weddings in Mexico, per 33 in Brazil, but 1 per 2.5 in Cuba. South Korea remained unusually traditional for so fast-moving a country, 1 per 11 weddings, but in the early 1980s even Japan had a divorce rate less than 1/4 of the French and far below the readily divorcing British and Americans. Even within the, then, socialist world there were variations, though smaller than in capitalism, except for the USSR, which was second only to the USA in its citizens' readiness to break up their marriages. UN World Social Situation, 1989, p. 36. Such variations cause no surprise. What was and is far more interesting is that, large or small, the same transformations can be traced across the entire modernizing globe. Nowhere was this more striking than in the field of popular, or more specifically of youth culture. 2. For if divorce, illegitimate births and the rise of the single parent, i.e. overwhelmingly the single mother, household indicated a crisis in the relation between the sexes, the rise of a specific, and extraordinarily powerful youth culture indicated a profound change in the relation between the generations. Youth, as self-conscious group stretching from puberty, which in developed countries occurred several years earlier than in previous generations, Tanner, 1962, p. 153, to the middle 20s, now became an independent social agent. The most dramatic political developments, particularly in the 1960s and 1970s, were the mobilizations of the age band which, in less politicized countries, made the fortunes of the record industry, 75 to 80% of whose output, namely rock music, was sold almost wholly to customers between the ages of 14 and 25, Hobsbawm, 1993, PXXVIII, XXIX. The political radicalization of the 1960s, anticipated by smaller contingents of cultural dissidents and dropouts under various labels, belonged to these young people, who rejected the status of children, or even adolescents, i.e. not quite mature adults, while denying full humanity to any generation above the age of 30, except for the occasional guru. Except in China, where the ancient Mao mobilized the youth levies to terrible effect, see chapter 16, the young radicals were led, insofar as they accepted leaders, by members of their peer group. This was patently true of the worldwide student movements, but where these sparked off mass labor uprisings, as in France and Italy in 1968–69, the initiative there also came from young workers. Nobody with even minimal experience of the limitations of real life, i.e. no genuine adult, could have drafted the confident but patently absurd slogans of the Parisian May days of 1968 or the Italian hot autumn of 1969, tutto e subito, we want everything and we want it now, Albers/Goldschmidt/Erck, pages 59, 184. The new autonomy of youth as a separate social stratum was symbolized by a phenomenon which, on this scale, probably had no parallel since the Romantic era of the early 19th century, the hero whose life and youth ended together. This figure, anticipated in the 1950s by the film star James Dean, was common, perhaps even ideal typical, in what became the characteristic cultural expression of youth, rock music. Buddy Holly, Janis Joplin, Brian Jones of the Rolling Stones, Bob Marley, Jimi Hendrix, and a number of other popular divinities fell victim to a lifestyle designed for early death. What made such death symbolic was that youth, which they represented, was impermanent by definition. To be an actor can be a lifetime career, but not to be a jeune premier. Nevertheless, though the membership of youth is always changing, a student generation notoriously lasts a bare 3 or 4 years, its ranks are always being refilled. The emergence of the adolescent as self-conscious social actor was increasingly recognized, enthusiastically by the manufacturers of consumer goods, sometimes less willingly by his or her seniors, as they found the space expanding between those who were willing to accept the label child and those who insisted on that of adult. In the mid-60s even Baden-Powell's own movement, the English Boy Scouts, dropped the first part of their name as a concession to the mood of the times, and exchanged the old Scout sombrero for the less obtrusive beret. Gillis, 1974, p. 197. Age groups are nothing new in societies, and even in bourgeois civilization a stratum of those who are sexually mature but still engaged in physical and intellectual growth, and lack the experience of adult life, had been recognized. That this group was becoming younger in age as puberty began and maximum heights were reached earlier, Floud et al., 1990, did not in itself change the situation. It merely caused tension between the young and their parents and teachers who insisted on treating them as less grown-up than they felt themselves to be. Bourgeois milieu had expected that their young men, as distinct from their young women, passed through a period of turbulence and sowing their wild oats on the way to settling down. The novelty of the new youth culture was threefold. First, youth was seen not as a preparatory stage of adulthood but, in some sense, as the final stage of full human development. As in sport, the human activity in which youth is supreme, and which now defined the ambitions of more human beings than any other, life clearly went downhill after the age of 30. At best, after that age it held little more of interest. That this did not, in fact, correspond to a social reality in which, except for sport, some forms of entertainment and perhaps pure mathematics, power, influence, and achievement as well as wealth rose with age, was one more proof of the unsatisfactory way the world was organized. For, until the 1970s, the post-war world was actually governed by a gerontocracy to a greater extent than in most earlier periods, namely by men, hardly as yet by women, who had been adults at the end, or even at the beginning, of the First World War. This applied both to the capitalist world, Adenauer, de Gaulle, Franco, Churchill, and to the communist world, Stalin and Khrushchev, Mao, Ho Chi Minh, Tito, as well as to the large post-colonial states, Gandhi, Nehru, Sukarno. A leader below 40 was a rarity even in revolutionary regimes emerging from military coups, a type of political change usually made by relatively junior officers because these have less to lose than senior ones. Hence much of the international impact of Fidel Castro, who captured power at the age of 32. Nevertheless, silent and perhaps not always conscious concessions to the juvenescence of society were made by the establishments of the old, and not least by the flourishing industries of cosmetics, hair care and personal hygiene, which benefited disproportionately from the accumulating wealth of a few developed countries. From the end of the 1960s there was a tendency to lower the voting age to 18, e.g. in the USA, Britain, Germany, and France, and also some sign of a lowering of the age of consent for heterosexual sexual intercourse. Paradoxically, as the expectation of life lengthened, the percentage of the old increased and, at least among the favored upper and middle classes, senile decline was postponed, retirement was reached sooner and, in times of difficulty, early retirement became a favorite method of cutting labor costs. Business executives over 40 who lost their jobs found it as hard as manual and white-collar workers to find new ones. The second novelty of the youth culture follows from the first. It was or became dominant in the developed market economies, partly because it now represented a concentrated mass of purchasing power, partly because each new generation of adults had been socialized as part of a self-conscious youth culture and bore the marks of this experience, and not least because the amazing speed of technological change actually gave youth a measurable advantage over more conservative, or at least more inadaptable age. Whatever the age structure of the management of IBM or Hitachi, new computers were designed, new software devised, by people in their 20s. Even when such machines and programs had been hopefully made idiot-proof, the generation that had not grown up with them was acutely aware of its inferiority to the generations that had. What children could learn from parents became less obvious than what parents did not know and children did. The role of generations was reversed. Blue jeans, the deliberately demotic wear pioneered on American college campuses by students who did not wish to look like their elders, came to appear, on weekdays and holidays, or even, in creative or other hip occupations at work, below many a gray head. The third peculiarity of the new youth culture in urban societies was its astonishing internationalism. Blue jeans and rock music became the marks of modern youth, of the minorities destined to become majorities, in every country in which they were officially tolerated and in some where they were not, as in the USSR from the 1960s on, Star, 1990, chapters 12 to 13. The English language of rock lyrics was often not even translated. This reflected the overwhelming cultural hegemony of the USA in popular culture and lifestyles, although it should be noted that the heartlands of Western youth culture themselves were the opposite of culturally chauvinist, especially in their musical tastes. They welcomed styles imported from the Caribbean, Latin America and, from the 1980s, increasingly Africa. This cultural hegemony was not new, but its modus operandi had changed. Between the wars its chief vector had been the American film industry, the only one with a mass global distribution. It was seen by a public of hundreds of millions which reached its maximum size just after the Second World War. With the rise of television, of international film production and with the end of the Hollywood studio system, the American industry lost some of its predominance and more of its public. In 1960 it produced no more than 1/6 of the world film output even without counting Japan and India, UN Statistical Yearbook, 1961, although eventually it was to recover much of its hegemony. The USA never managed to establish a comparable hold on the vast and linguistically more diversified markets of television. Its youth styles spread directly, or through amplification of their signals via the cultural halfway house of Britain, by a sort of informal osmosis. It spread through records and later tapes, whose major medium of promotion, then as before and since, was old-fashioned radio. It spread through the world distribution of images, through the personal contacts of international youth tourism, which distributed small but growing and influential streams of young men and women in jeans across the globe, through the world network of universities, whose capacity for rapid international communication became obvious in the 1960s. Not least, it spread through the force of fashion in the consumer society which now reached the masses, magnified by pressure within peer groups. A global youth culture had come into being. Could it have emerged in any earlier period? Almost certainly not. Its constituency would have been far smaller, relatively and absolutely, for the lengthening of full-time education, and especially the creation of vast populations of young men and women living together as an age group in universities, dramatically expanded it. Moreover, even the adolescents who entered the full-time labor market at school-leaving age, between 14 and 16 in the typical developed country, had far more independent spending power than their predecessors, thanks to the prosperity and full employment of the Golden Age, and thanks to the greater prosperity of their parents, who had less need of their children's contribution to the family budget. It was the discovery of this youth market in the mid-1950s which revolutionized the pop music business and, in Europe, the mass market end of the fashion industries. The British teenage boom, which began at this time, was based on the urban concentrations of relatively well-paid girls in the expanding offices and shops, often with more to spend than the boys, and in those days less committed to the traditional male patterns of expenditure on beer and cigarettes. The boom first revealed its strength in fields where girls' purchases were preeminent, like blouses, skirts, cosmetics and pop records. Allen, 1968, pages 62 to 63, not to mention pop concerts, of which they were the most prominent and audible attenders. The power of young money may be measured by the sales of records in the USA, which rose from $277 millions in 1955 when rock appeared, to $600 millions in 1959 and 2,000 millions in 1973, Hobsbawm, 1993, PXXIX. Every member of the 5 to 19-year age group in the USA spent at least 5 times as much on records in 1970 as in 1955. The richer the country, the greater the record business. Youngsters in the USA, Sweden, West Germany, the Netherlands, and Britain spent between 7 and 10 times as much per head as those in poorer but rapidly developing countries like Italy and Spain. Independent market power made it easier for youth to discover material or cultural symbols of identity. However, what sharpened the outlines of that identity was the enormous historical gap which separated the generations born before, say, 1925 from those born after, say, 1950, a gap far greater than that between parents and children in the past. Most parents with teenage children became acutely aware of it in and after the 1960s. The young lived in societies sundered from their past, whether transformed by revolution, as in China, Yugoslavia, or Egypt, by conquest and occupation, as in Germany and Japan, or by colonial liberation. They had no memory of the era before the deluge. Except perhaps through the shared experience of a great national war, such as bonded old and young together for a while in Russia and Britain, they had no way of understanding what their elders had experienced or felt, even when these were prepared to talk about the past, as most German, Japanese, and French ones were reluctant to do. How could a young Indian, to whom Congress was a government or a political machine, understand one for whom it had been the expression of a nation struggling to be free? How, even, could the brilliant young Indian economists who swept the world's university departments understand their own teachers, for whom the height of ambition in the colonial period had been simply to become as good as their metropolitan models? The Golden Age widened this gap, at least until the 1970s. How could boys and girls, growing up in an era of full employment, understand the experience of the 1930s, or, conversely, an older generation understand the young for whom a job was not a safe haven after stormy seas, especially a secure one with pension rights, but something that could be got at any time and abandoned any time a person felt like going to Nepal for a few months? This version of the generation gap was not confined to the industrial countries, for the dramatic decline of the peasantry created a similar chasm between rural and ex-rural, manual and mechanized generations. French history professors, brought up in a France where every child came from a farm or passed its vacations there, discovered they had to explain to students in the 1970s what milkmaids had done and what a farmyard with a dung heap looked like. What is more, this generation gap affected even those, the majority of the world's inhabitants, whom the great political events of the century had passed by or who had no particular opinions about them, except insofar as they affected their private lives? But, of course, whether or not these events had passed them by, the majority of the world's population was now younger than ever. Over the greater part of the Third World, where the demographic transition from high to low birth rates had not yet taken place, anything between 2/5 and half the inhabitants at any moment of the second half of the century were likely to be less than 14 years old. However strong their family ties, however powerful the web of tradition that enmeshed them, there could not but be a vast gap between their understanding of life, their experiences and expectations, and those of older generations. The South African political exiles who returned to their country in the early 1990s had a different understanding of what it meant to fight for the African National Congress from the youthful comrades who carried the same flag in the African townships. Conversely, what could the majority in Soweto, born long after Nelson Mandela entered jail, make of him other than as a symbol or an icon? In many ways in such countries the generation gap was even greater than in the West, where permanent institutions and political continuity bound old and young together. 3. Youth culture became the matrix of the cultural revolution in the wider sense of a revolution in manners and customs, in ways of spending leisure and in the commercial arts, which increasingly formed the atmosphere that urban men and women breathed. Two of its characteristics are therefore relevant. It was both demotic and antinomian, especially in matters of personal conduct. Everyone was to do their own thing with minimal outside restraint, although in practice peer pressure and fashion actually imposed as much uniformity as before, at least within peer groups and subcultures. That the upper social strata should let themselves be inspired by what they found among the people was not a novelty in itself. Even if we leave aside Queen Marie Antoinette playing at milkmaids, the Romantics had adored rural folk culture, folk music, and folk dance. Their hipper intellectuals, Baudelaire, had fancied the urban nostalgie de la boue, the longing for the gutter, and many a Victorian had found that sex with someone from the lower orders, gender depending on taste, was unusually rewarding. Such feelings were far from extinct in the late 20th century. In the Age of Empire, cultural influences for the first time began to move systematically upward, see Age of Empire, Chapter 9, both through the powerful impact of the newly developing plebeian arts and through the cinema, the mass-market entertainment par excellence. Yet most of the popular and commercial entertainments between the wars remained in many ways under middle-class hegemony or were brought under its umbrella. The classic Hollywood movie industry was, above all, respectable, its social ideal that of the U.S. version of solid family values, its ideology that of patriotic oratory. Whenever, in the pursuit of the box office queue, it discovered a genre incompatible with the moral universe of the 15 Andy Hardy films, 1937-47, which won an Academy Award for Furthering the American Way of Life, Halliwell, 1988, p. 321, as for instance in the early gangster movies which risked idealizing delinquents, the moral order was soon restored, insofar as it was not already in the safe hands of the Hollywood Production Code, 1934-66, which limited the permissible time for screen kisses, with mouth shut, to a maximum of 30 seconds. The greatest triumphs of Hollywood, say, Gone with the Wind, were based on novels designed for middle-class middlebrow reading, and belonged to that cultural universe as firmly as Thackeray's Vanity Fair or Edmond Rostand's Cyrano de Bergerac. Only the anarchic and demotic genre of vaudeville and circus-born film comedy resisted gentrification for a while, although in the 1930s even it retreated under the pressure of a brilliant boulevard genre, the Hollywood crazy comedy. Again, the triumphant Broadway musical of the interwar years, and the dance tunes and ballads which studded it, were a bourgeois genre, though one unthinkable without the influence of jazz. They were written for a middle-class New York public with librettos and song lyrics plainly addressed to an adult audience that saw itself as one of emancipated urban sophisticates. A rapid comparison of the lyrics of Cole Porter with those of the Rolling Stones will make the point. Like the Golden Age of Hollywood, the Golden Age of Broadway rested on a symbiosis of the plebeian and the respectable, but it was not demotic. The novelty of the 1950s was that the upper and middle class young, at least in the Anglo-Saxon world which increasingly set the global tone, began to accept the music, the clothes, even the language of the urban lower classes, or what they took to be such, as their model. Rock music was the most startling example. In the mid-1950s it suddenly broke out of the ghetto of race or rhythm and blues catalogs of American record companies, aimed at poor U.S. blacks, to become the universal idiom of the young, and notably of the white young. Young working-class dandies in the past had sometimes taken their styles from high fashion in the upper social strata or from such middle-class subcultures as the artistic bohème, working-class girls even more so. Now a curious reversal seemed to take place. The fashion market for the plebeian young established its independence and began to set the tone for the patrician market. As blue jeans, for both sexes, advanced, Paris haute couture retreated, or rather accepted defeat by using its prestigious names to sell mass-market products, directly or under license. 1965, by the way, was the first year when the French women's clothing industry produced more trousers than skirts, Vaillant, p6. Young aristocrats began to shed the accents which, in Britain, had infallibly identified members of their class and began to talk in approximation to London working-class speech. Respectable young men and, increasingly, young women, began to copy what had once been a strictly unrespectable macho fashion among manual workers, soldiers, and the like, the casual use of obscenities in conversation. Literature kept pace. A brilliant theatrical critic brought the word fuck to the radio public. For the first time in the history of the fairy tale, Cinderella became the belle of the ball by not wearing splendid clothes. This demotic turn in the tastes of the middle and upper class young in the Western world, which even had some parallels in the Third World with the Brazilian intellectuals' championship of the samba, may or may not have something to do with the rush of middle-class students into revolutionary politics and ideology a few years later. Fashion is often prophetic, nobody knows how. It was almost certainly reinforced among male youth by the public emergence, in the new climate of liberalism, of a homosexual subculture of singular importance as trendsetters in fashion and in the arts. However, perhaps it is not necessary to assume more than that the demotic style was a convenient way of rejecting the values of parental generations or, more precisely, a language in which the young could grope for ways of dealing with a world to which their seniors' rules and values no longer seemed relevant. The essential antinomianism of the new youth culture came out most clearly at the moments when it found intellectual expression, as in the instantly famous posters of the Paris May days of 1968, "It is forbidden to forbid," and the American pop radical Jerry Rubin's maxim that one should never trust anyone who had not done time, in jail, Wiener, 1984, p. 204. Contrary to first appearances, these were not political statements in the traditional sense, even in the narrow sense of aiming to abolish repressive laws. This was not their object. They were public announcements of private feelings and desires. As a slogan of May 1968 put it, "I take my desires for reality, for I believe in the reality of my desires," Cachaficas, 1987, p. 101. Even when such desires came together in public manifestations, groups, and movements, even in what looked like, and sometimes had the effect of, mass rebellion, subjectivity was at their core. "The personal is political" became an important slogan of the new feminism, perhaps the most lasting result of the years of radicalization. It meant more than simply that political commitment had personal motivations and satisfactions, and that the criterion of political success was how it affected people. In some mouths it simply meant "I shall call anything that worries me political," as in the title of a 1970s book, "Fat is a Feminist Issue," Orbach, 1978. The May 1968 slogan "When I think of revolution I want to make love" would have puzzled not only Lenin, but also Ruth Fischer, the militant young Viennese communist whose championship of sexual promiscuity Lenin attacked, Zetkin, 1968, pages 28 ff. Yet, conversely, even for the typically politically conscious neo-Marxist-Leninist radical of the 1960s and 1970s, Brecht's Comintern agent who, like the commercial traveler, made love with other things on his mind, Der Liebe pflegt ich bloß, Brecht, 1976, 2, p. 722, would have been incomprehensible. For them the important thing was surely not what revolutionaries hoped to achieve by their actions, but what they did and how they felt while doing it. Making love and making revolution could not be clearly separated. Personal liberation and social liberation thus went hand in hand, the most obvious ways of shattering the bonds of state, parental and neighbors' power, law and convention, being sex and drugs. The former, in all its manifold forms, did not have to be discovered. What the melancholy conservative poet meant by the line sexual intercourse began in 1963, Larkin, 1988, p. 167, was not that this activity was uncommon before the 1960s or even that he had not practiced it, but that it changed its public character with his examples, the Lady Chatterley trial and the Beatles' first LP. Where an activity had formerly been prohibited, such gestures against older ways were easy. Where it had previously been tolerated, officially or unofficially, as for instance lesbian relationships had, the fact that it was a gesture had to be specially established. A public commitment to the hitherto prohibited or unconventional, coming out, therefore became important. Drugs, on the other hand, except for alcohol and tobacco, had hitherto been confined to small subcultures of high, low, and marginal society, and did not benefit from permissive legislation. They spread not only as a gesture of rebellion, for the sensations they made possible could be sufficient attraction. Nevertheless, drug use was by legal definition an outlaw activity, and the very fact that the drug most popular among the Western young, marijuana, was probably more harmless than alcohol or tobacco, made smoking it, typically, a social activity, not merely an act of defiance but of superiority over those who banned it. On the wilder shores of the American 1960s, where rock fans and student radicals met, the line between getting stoned and building barricades often seemed hazy. The newly extended field of publicly acceptable behavior, including the sexual, probably increased experimentation and the frequency of behavior hitherto considered unacceptable or deviant, and certainly increased its visibility. Thus in the USA the public emergence of an openly practiced homosexual subculture, even in the two trend-setting cities of San Francisco and New York, which influenced one another, did not occur until well into the 1960s, its emergence as a political pressure group in these two cities not until the 1970s, Huberman et al., 1989, p. 460. However, the major significance of these changes was that, implicitly or explicitly, they rejected the long-established and historical ordering of human relations in society, which the social conventions and prohibitions expressed, sanctioned, and symbolized. What is even more significant is that this rejection was not in the name of some other pattern of ordering society, though the new libertarianism was given ideological justification by those who felt it needed such labels, but in the name of the unlimited autonomy of individual desire. It assumed a world of self-regarding individualism pushed to its limits. Paradoxically, the rebels against the conventions and restrictions shared the assumptions on which mass consumer society was built, or at least the psychological motivations which those who sold consumers goods and services found most effective in selling them. The world was now tacitly assumed to consist of several billion human beings defined by their pursuit of individual desire, including desires hitherto prohibited or frowned on, but now permitted, not because they had now become morally acceptable but because so many egos had them. Thus until the 1990s official liberalization stopped short of legalizing drugs. These continued to be prohibited with varying degrees of severity and a high degree of inefficacy. For from the later 1960s an enormous market for cocaine developed with great rapidity, primarily among the prosperous middle classes of North America and, a little later, Western Europe. This, like the somewhat earlier and more plebeian growth in the market for heroin, also primarily North American, turned crime for the first time into genuinely big business, Arlacke, 1983, pages 215, 208. 4. The cultural revolution of the later 20th century can thus best be understood as the triumph of the individual over society, or rather, the breaking of the threads which in the past had woven human beings into social textures. For such textures had consisted not only of the actual relations between human beings and their forms of organization but also of the general models of such relations and the expected patterns of people's behavior towards each other. Their roles were prescribed, though not always written. Hence the often traumatic insecurity when older conventions of behavior were either overturned or lost their rationale, or the incomprehension between those who felt this loss and those too young to have known anything but anomic society. Thus a Brazilian anthropologist in the 1980s described the tension of a middle-class male, raised in his country's Mediterranean culture of honor and shame, faced with the increasingly common contingency of a group of robbers who asked for his money and threatened to rape his girlfriend. Under such circumstances a gentleman had always been expected to defend the woman, if not the money, at the cost of his life, a lady, to prefer death to a fate proverbially worse than death. Yet in the reality of late 20th century big cities it was unlikely that resistance would save either the woman's honor or the money. The rational policy in such circumstances was to yield, so as to prevent the aggressors from losing their tempers and committing real mayhem or even murder. As for female honor, traditionally defined as virginity before marriage and total marital fidelity thereafter, what exactly was being defended in the light of the assumptions about, and the realities of, sexual behavior by both men and women which were current among the educated and emancipated in the 1980s? And yet, as the anthropologist's inquiries showed, not surprisingly this did not make the predicament less dramatic. Less extreme situations could produce comparable insecurity and mental suffering, for instance ordinary sexual encounters. The alternative to an old convention, however unreasonable, might turn out to be not some new convention or rational behavior, but no rules at all, or at least no consensus about what should be done. Over most of the world the old social textures and conventions, though undermined by a quarter of a century of unparalleled social and economic transformation, were strained, but not yet in disintegration. This was fortunate for most of humanity, especially the poor, since the network of kin, community and neighborhood was essential to economic survival and especially to success in a changing world. In much of the Third World it functioned as a combination of information service, labor exchange, a pool of labor and capital, a savings mechanism and a social security system. Indeed, without cohesive families the economic successes of some parts of the world, e.g. the Far East, are difficult to explain. In the more traditional societies the strains would show chiefly inasmuch as the triumph of the business economy undermined the legitimacy of the hitherto accepted social order based on inequality, both because aspirations became more egalitarian and because the functional justifications of inequality were eroded. Thus the wealth and profligacy of Indian Rajas, like the known immunity to taxation of the British family's royal wealth, which was not challenged until the 1990s, had not been envied or resented by their subjects, as a neighbor's might have been. They belonged to, and were marks of, their special role in the social, perhaps even in the cosmic, order, which in some sense was believed to maintain, to stabilize, and certainly to symbolize, their realm. In a somewhat different mode, the considerable privileges and luxuries of Japanese business tycoons were less unacceptable, so long as they were seen not as individually appropriated wealth, but essentially as adjuncts to their official positions in the economy, rather like the luxuries of British cabinet ministers, limousines, official residences, etc., which are withdrawn within hours of their ceasing to occupy the post to which they are attached. The actual distribution of incomes in Japan, as we know, was considerably less unequal than in Western business societies. Yet anyone who observed the Japanese situation in the 1980s, even from afar, could hardly avoid the impression that during this boom decade the sheer accumulation of personal wealth and its public display made the contrast between the conditions under which the ordinary Japanese lived at home, so much more modestly than their Western homologues, and the condition of the Japanese rich far more visible. Perhaps for the first time they were no longer sufficiently protected by what had been seen as the legitimate privileges that go with service to state and society. In the West, the decades of social revolution had created far greater havoc. The extremes of such breakdown are most easily visible in the public ideological discourse of the Occidental fin de siècle, especially in the kind of public statements which, while laying no claim to analytical depth, were formulated in terms of widely held beliefs. One thinks of the argument, at one time common in some feminist circles, that women's domestic work should be calculated, and where necessary, paid, at a market rate, or the justification of abortion reform in terms of an abstract and unlimited right to choose of the individual, woman. The pervasive influence of neoclassical economics, which in secular Western societies increasingly took the place of theology, and, via the cultural hegemony of the USA, the influence of the ultra-individualist American jurisprudence, encouraged such rhetoric. It found political expression in the British Premier Margaret Thatcher's, "There is no society, only individuals." Yet, whatever the excesses of theory, practice was often equally extreme. Sometime in the 1970s, social reformers in the Anglo-Saxon countries, rightly shocked, as inquirers periodically were, by the effects of institutionalization on the mentally ill or impaired, successfully campaigned to have as many of them as possible let out of confinement to be cared for in the community. But in the cities of the West there no longer was a community to care for them. There was no kin. Nobody knew them. There were only the streets of cities like New York filled with homeless beggars with plastic bags who gestured and talked to themselves. If they were lucky or unlucky, it depended on the point of view. They eventually moved from the hospitals that had expelled them to the jails which, in the USA, became the main receptacle of the social problems of American society, especially its black part. In 1991, 15% of what was proportionately the largest prison population in the world, 426 prisoners per 100,000 population, were said to be mentally ill. Walker, 1991, Human Development, 1991, p. 32, Fig 2.10. The institutions most severely undermined by the new moral individualism were the traditional family and traditional organized churches in the West, which collapsed dramatically in the last third of the century. The cement that had held the communities of Roman Catholics together crumbled with astonishing speed. In the course of the 1960s, attendance at Mass in Quebec, Canada, fell from 80 to 20%, and the traditionally high French-Canadian birth rate fell below the Canadian average. Bernie/Boily, 1986. Women's liberation, or more precisely women's demand for birth control, including abortion and the right to divorce, drove perhaps the deepest wedge between the Church and what had in the 19th century become the basic stock of the faithful. See Age of Capital, as became increasingly evident in notoriously Catholic countries like Ireland and the Pope's own Italy, and even, after the fall of communism, in Poland. Vocations for the priesthood and other forms of the religious life fell steeply, as did the willingness to live lives of celibacy, real or official. In short, for good or ill, the Church's moral and material authority over the faithful disappeared into the black hole that opened between its rules of life and morality and the reality of late 20th century behavior. Western churches with a less compelling hold over their members, including even some of the older Protestant sects, declined even more rapidly. The material consequences of the loosening of traditional family ties were perhaps even more serious. For, as we have seen, the family was not only what it had always been, a device for reproducing itself, but also a device for social cooperation. As such, it had been essential for maintaining both the agrarian and the early industrial economies, the local and the global. This was partly because no adequate impersonal capitalist business structure had been developed before the concentration of capital and the rise of big business began to generate the modern corporate organization at the end of the 19th century, that visible hand, Chandler, 1977, which was to supplement Adam Smith's invisible hand of the market. but an even stronger reason was that the market by itself makes no provision for that central element in any system of private profit-seeking, namely trust, or, its legal equivalent, the performance of contracts. This required either state power, as the 17th-century political theorists of individualism knew well, or the ties of kin or community. Thus international trading, banking and finance, fields of sometimes physically remote activities, large rewards and great insecurity, had been most successfully conducted by kin-related bodies of entrepreneurs, preferably from groups with special religious solidarities like Jews, Quakers, or Huguenots. Indeed, even in the late 20th century, such links were still indispensable in criminal business, which was not only against the law but outside its protection. In a situation where nothing else guaranteed contracts, only kin and the threat of death could do so. The most successful Calabrian mafia families therefore consisted of a substantial group of brothers, Sicant, 1992, pages 361-62. Yet just these non-economic group bonds and solidarities were now being undermined, as were the moral systems that went with them. These had also been older than modern bourgeois industrial society, but they had also been adapted to form an essential part of it. The old moral vocabulary of rights and duties, mutual obligations, sin and virtue, sacrifice, conscience, rewards and penalties, could no longer be translated into the new language of desired gratification. Once such practices and institutions were no longer accepted as part of a way of ordering society that linked people to each other and ensured social cooperation and reproduction, most of their capacity to structure human social life vanished. They were reduced simply to expressions of individuals' preferences, and claims that the law should recognize the supremacy of these preferences. Uncertainty and unpredictability impended. Compass needles no longer had a north, maps became useless. This is what became increasingly evident in the most developed countries from the 1960s on. It found ideological expression in a variety of theories, from extreme free market liberalism to postmodernism and its like, which tried to sidestep the problem of judgment and values altogether, or rather to reduce them to the single denominator of the unrestricted freedom of the individual. Initially, of course, the advantages of wholesale social liberalization had seemed enormous to all except ingrained reactionaries, and its costs minimal, nor did it seem to imply economic liberalization. The great tide of prosperity washing across the populations of the favored regions of the world, reinforced by the increasingly comprehensive and generous public social security systems, appeared to remove the debris of social disintegration. Being a single parent, i.e. overwhelmingly a single mother, was still by far the best guarantee of a life of poverty, but in modern welfare states it also guaranteed a minimum of livelihood and shelter. Pensions, welfare services and, in the end, geriatric wards took care of the isolated old, whose sons and daughters could not, or no longer felt the obligation to, look after parents in their decline. It seemed natural to deal with other contingencies that had once been part of the family order in the same way, for instance by shifting the burden of caring for infants from mothers to public creches and nurseries, as socialists, concerned with the needs of wage-earning mothers, had long demanded. Both rational calculation and historical development seemed to point in the same direction as various kinds of progressive ideology, including all those which criticized the traditional family because it perpetuated the subordination of women or of children and adolescents, or on more general libertarian grounds. Materially, public provision was obviously superior to that which most families could provide for themselves, either because of poverty or for other reasons. That the children in democratic states emerged from the world wars actually healthier and better fed than before, proved the point. That welfare states survived in the richest countries at the end of the century, in spite of systematic attacks on them by free market governments and ideologists, confirmed it. Moreover, it was a commonplace among sociologists and social anthropologists that in general the role of kinship diminishes with the importance of governmental institutions. For better or worse, it declined with the growth of economic and social individualism in industrial societies. Goody, 1968, p. 402-3. In short, as had long been predicted, Gemeinschaft was giving way to Gesellschaft, communities to individuals linked in anonymous societies. The material advantages of a life in a world in which community and family declined were, and remain, undeniable. What few realized was how much of modern industrial society up to the mid-20th century had relied on a symbiosis between old community and family values and the new society, and therefore how dramatic the effects of their spectacularly rapid disintegration were likely to be. This became evident in the era of neoliberal ideology, when the macabre term the underclass entered, or re-entered the socio-political vocabulary around 1980. These were the people who, in developed market societies after the end of full employment, could not manage or did not want to make a living for themselves and their families in the economy of the market, supplemented by the social security system, which seemed to work well enough for two-thirds of most of the inhabitants of such countries, at all events until the 1990s, hence the phrase the two-thirds society coined in that decade by a worried German social democratic politician, Peter Glotz. The very word underclass, like the old underworld, implied an exclusion from normal society. Essentially such underclasses relied on public housing and public welfare, even when they supplemented their income by forays into the black or gray economy or into crime, i.e. those parts of the economy not reached by the government's fiscal systems. However, since these were the strata where family cohesion had largely broken down, even their incursions into the informal economy, legal or illegal, were marginal and unstable. For, as the Third World and its new mass immigration to the northern countries proved, even the unofficial economy of shanty towns and illegal immigrants works well only with kinship networks. The poor parts of the native-born urban Negro population in the USA, that is to say, the majority of U.S. Negroes became the standard example of such an underclass, a body of citizens virtually extruded from official society, forming no real part of it or, in the case of many of its young males, of the labor market. Indeed, many of its young, especially the males, virtually considered themselves an outlaw society or anti-society. The phenomenon was not confined to people of any skin color. With the decline and fall of the labor-employing industries of the 19th and early 20th century, such underclasses began to appear in a number of countries. Yet in the housing projects built by socially responsible public authorities for all who could not afford market rents or house purchase, but now inhabited by the underclass, there was no community either, and little enough regular kin mutuality. Even neighborliness, the last relic of community, could hardly survive the universal fear, generally of wild adolescent males, now increasingly armed, that stalked these Hobbesian jungles. Only in those parts of the world that had not yet entered the universe where human beings lived side by side but not as social beings did community survive to some extent, and with it a social order, though, for most human beings, a desperately poor one. Who could talk of a minority underclass in a country like Brazil where, in the mid-1980s, the top 20% of the population received over 60% of their country's income while the bottom 40% received 10% or even less? UN World Social Situation, 1984, p. 84. It was generally a life of unequal status as well as income. Yet, for the most part, it still lacked the pervasive insecurity of urban life in the developed societies, their old guides to behavior dismantled, and replaced by an uncertain void. The sad paradox of the 20th century fin de siècle was that, by all the measurable criteria of social well-being and stability, living in socially retrograde but traditionally structured Northern Ireland, unemployed and after 20 unbroken years of something like civil war, was better, and actually safer, than living in most of the great cities of the United Kingdom. The drama of collapsed traditions and values lay not so much in the material disadvantages of doing without the social and personal services once supplied by family and community. These could be replaced in the prosperous welfare states, although not in the poor parts of the world, where the great majority of humanity still had little to rely on except kin, patronage and mutual aid. For the socialist sector of the world, See chapters 13 and 16. It lay in the disintegration both of the old value systems and the customs and conventions which controlled human behavior. This loss was felt. It was reflected in the rise of what came to be called, again in the USA where the phenomenon became noticeable from the end of the 1960s, identity polities, generally ethnic/national or religious, and of militantly nostalgic movements seeking to recover a hypothetical past age of unproblematic order and security. Such movements were cries for help rather than carriers of programs, calls for some community to belong to in an anomic world, some family to belong to in a world of social isolates, some refuge in the jungle. Every realistic observer and most governments knew that crime was not diminished or even controlled by executing criminals or by deterrence through long penal sentences, but every politician knew the enormous, emotionally loaded strength, rational or not, of the mass demand of ordinary citizens to punish the antisocial. These were the political dangers of the fraying and snapping of the old social textures and value systems. However, as the 1980s advanced, generally under the banner of pure market sovereignty, it became increasingly obvious that it also constituted a danger to the triumphant capitalist economy. For the capitalist system, even while built on the operations of the market, had relied on a number of proclivities which had no intrinsic connection with that pursuit of the individual's advantage which, according to Adam Smith, fueled its engine. It relied on the habit of labor, which Adam Smith assumed to be one of the fundamental motives of human behavior, on the willingness of human beings to postpone immediate gratification for a long period, i.e. to save and invest for future rewards, on pride in achievement, on customs of mutual trust, and on other attitudes which were not implicit in the rational maximization of anyone's utilities. The family became an integral part of early capitalism because it supplied it with a number of these motivations. So did the habit of labor, the habits of obedience and loyalty, including the loyalty of executives to their firm, and other forms of behavior which could not readily be fitted into rational choice theory based on maximization. Capitalism could function in the absence of these, but, when it did, it became strange and problematic even for businessmen themselves. This happened during the fashion for piratical takeovers of business corporations and other financial speculations which swept the financial districts of ultra-free market states like the USA and Britain in the 1980s, and which virtually broke all links between the pursuit of profit and the economy as a system of production. That is why capitalist countries which had not forgotten that growth is not achieved by profit maximization alone, Germany, Japan, France, made such raiding difficult or impossible. Karl Polanyi, surveying the ruins of 19th-century civilization during the Second World War, pointed out how extraordinary and unprecedented were the assumptions on which it had been constructed, those of the self-regulating and universal system of markets. He argued that Adam Smith's propensity to barter, truck and exchange one thing for another had inspired an industrial system, which practically and theoretically, implied that the human race was swayed in all its economic activities, if not also in its political, intellectual, and spiritual pursuits, by that one particular propensity. Polanyi, 1945, pages 50 to 51. Yet Polanyi exaggerated the logic of capitalism in his time, just as Adam Smith had exaggerated the extent to which, taken by itself, the pursuit by all men of their economic advantage would automatically maximize the wealth of nations. As we take for granted the air we breathe, and which makes possible all our activities, so capitalism took for granted the atmosphere in which it operated, and which it had inherited from the past. It only discovered how essential it had been, when the air became thin. In other words, capitalism had succeeded because it was not just capitalist. Profit maximization and accumulation were necessary conditions for its success but not sufficient ones. It was the cultural revolution of the last third of the century which began to erode the inherited historical assets of capitalism and to demonstrate the difficulties of operating without them. It was the historic irony of the neoliberalism that became fashionable in the 1970s and 1980s, and looked down on the ruins of the communist regimes, that it triumphed at the very moment when it ceased to be as plausible as it had once seemed. The market claimed to triumph as its nakedness and inadequacy could no longer be concealed. Chapter 12. The Third World. I suggested that, without books to read, life in the evenings on their Egyptian country estates must hang heavily, and that an easy chair and a good book on a cool veranda would make life much more agreeable. My friend said at once, "You don't think that a landlord in the district could sit out on a veranda after dinner with a bright light over his head, do you, and not get shot?" I might have thought of that myself. Russell Pasha, 1949. Whenever village conversation was steered to the subject of mutual help and the offer of cash loans as part of such help to fellow villagers, it rarely failed to raise statements bemoaning the decreasing cooperation between villagers. Such statements were always accompanied with reference to the fact that people in the village are becoming increasingly calculating in their approach to money matters. Villagers would then unfailingly hark back to what was termed as the old days when people were always ready to offer aid. M.B. Abdul Rahim, 1973, in Scott, 1985, p. 188. I. Decolonization and revolution dramatically transformed the political map of the globe. The number of internationally recognized independent states in Asia quintupled. In Africa, where there had been one in 1939, there were now about 50. Even in the Americas, where early 19th century decolonization had left behind 20 or so Latino republics, decolonization added another dozen. However, the important thing about them was not their number, but their enormous and growing demographic weight and pressure they represented collectively. This was the consequence of an astonishing demographic explosion in the dependent world after the Second World War, which changed, and continues to change, the balance of world population. Since the first industrial revolution, possibly since the 16th century, this had been moving in favor of the developed world, i.e. of populations in or originating from Europe. From less than 20% of the global population in 1750, these had risen to constitute about one-third of humanity by 1900. The age of catastrophe froze the situation, but since the middle of the century, world population has grown at a rate beyond all precedent, and most of this has come from the regions once ruled by, or about to be conquered by, a handful of empires. If we take the membership of the rich countries in the OECD as representing the developed world, their collective population at the end of the 1980s represented a mere 15% of humanity, an inevitably declining share, but for immigration, since several of the developed countries were no longer giving birth to enough children to reproduce themselves. This demographic explosion in the poor countries of the world, which first caused serious international worry at the end of the Golden Age, is probably the most fundamental change in the short 20th century, even if we assume that global population will be eventually stabilized at 10 billions, or whatever the current guess may be, sometime in the 21st century. A world population that doubled in the 40 years since 1950, or a population like that of Africa which can expect to double in less than 30 years, is entirely without historical precedent, as are the practical problems it must raise. One has merely to consider the social and economic situation of a country 60% of whose people are less than 15 years old. The demographic explosion in the poor world was so sensational because the basic birth rates in these countries were usually far higher than those of the corresponding historical period in the developed countries, and because the enormous rates of mortality, which used to keep down the population, dropped like a stone since the 1940s, 4 or 5 times as fast as the corresponding drop in 19th century Europe. Kelly, 1988, p. 168. 4. While in Europe this fall had to wait for the gradual improvement of living and environmental standards, modern technology swept through the world of the poor countries like a hurricane in the Golden Age, in the form of modern drugs and the transport revolution. From the 1940s on, medical and pharmaceutical innovation for the first time was in a position to save lives on a massive scale, e.g. by DDT and antibiotics, which it had previously never been able to, except perhaps in the case of smallpox. So, as birth rates stayed high, or even rose in times of prosperity, death rates plummeted. In Mexico they dropped by more than half in the 25 years after 1944, and the population shot up, even though neither the economy nor its institutions had necessarily changed much. One incidental consequence of this was to widen the gap between the rich and poor, the advanced and backward countries, even when the economies of both regions grew at the same rate. To distribute a GDP twice as large as 30 years ago in a country whose population was stable is one thing, to distribute it among a population which, like Mexico, had doubled in 30 years is quite another. It is important to begin any account of the Third World with some consideration of its demography, since the population explosion is the central fact of its existence. Past history in the developed countries suggests that, sooner or later it will also undergo what the experts call the demographic transition, by stabilizing its population on the basis of a low birth rate and a low death rate, i.e. of giving up having more than 1 or 2 children. However, while there is indeed evidence that the demographic transition was in the process of taking place in several countries, notably in East Asia, at the end of the short 20th century the bulk of the poor countries had not advanced very far along that road, except in the ex-Soviet bloc. This was one reason for their continued poverty. Several countries with a giant population were so troubled about the tens of millions of additional mouths that asked to be fed every year that from time to time their governments engaged in ruthless coercion to impose birth control or some other kind of family limitation on their citizens, notably the sterilization campaign in India in the 1970s and the one-child policy of China. It is unlikely that the population problem in any country will be solved by these means. 2. However, as they emerged into the post-war and post-colonial world, these were not the first concerns of the states of the poor world. What shape should they take? Not surprisingly they adopted, or were urged into, political systems derived from their old imperial masters or those who had conquered them. The minority, emerging out of social revolution or, what amounted to the same thing, lengthy wars of liberation, were more likely to follow the model of the Soviet Revolution. In theory, therefore, the world was increasingly filled with what purported to be parliamentary republics with contested elections, plus a minority of people's democratic republics under a single guiding party. In theory everybody henceforth was democratic, though only the communist or social revolutionary regimes insisted on being popular and or democratic in their official title. In practice these labels indicated at most where such new states wished to situate themselves internationally. They were in general as unrealistic as the official constitutions of the Latin American republics had long tended to be, and for the same reasons, in most cases they lacked the material and political conditions to live up to them. This was so even in the new states of the communist type, though their basically authoritarian structure and the device of a single leading party made them rather less unsuitable to states of a non-Western background than were liberal republics. Thus one of the few unshakable and unshaken political principles of communist states was the supremacy of the civilian party over the military. Yet in the 1980s, among revolutionary-inspired states, Algeria, Benin, Burma, the Congo Republic, Ethiopia, Madagascar, and Somalia, plus the somewhat eccentric Libya, were under the rule of soldiers who had come to power by coups, as were both Syria and Iraq, both under governments of the Baath Socialist Party, though in rival versions. Indeed, the prevalence of, or the tendency to lapse into, military regimes united Third World states of whatever constitutional and political affiliation. If we omit the main body of Third World communist regimes, North Korea, China, the Indo-Chinese republics and Cuba, and the long-established regime sprung from the Mexican Revolution, it is difficult to think of any republics which have not known at least episodes of military regimes since 1945. The few monarchies, with some exceptions, Thailand, seem to have been safer. India, of course, remains at the time of writing by far the most impressive example of a Third World state that has both maintained unbroken civilian supremacy and an unbroken succession of government by regular and relatively honest popular election, though whether this justifies the label the world's greatest democracy depends on how precisely we define Lincoln's government of the people, for the people, by the people. We have become so accustomed to military coups and regimes in the world, even in Europe, that it is worth reminding ourselves that on the present scale they are a distinctly new phenomenon. In 1914 not a single internationally sovereign state had been under military rule, except in Latin America, where military coups d'état were part of tradition, and even there, at that time, the only major republic that was not under civilian rule was Mexico, which was in the middle of a revolution and civil war. There were plenty of militarist states, of states in which the military carried more than its share of political weight, and several states in which the bulk of the officer corps was out of sympathy with its government, France being an obvious example. Nevertheless, the instinct and the habit of soldiers in properly conducted and stable states was to obey and keep out of politics, or, more precisely, to participate in politics only in the manner of another group of officially voiceless personages, ruling class women, namely behind the scenes and by intrigue. The politics of military coup were therefore the product of the new era of uncertain or illegitimate government. The first serious discussion of the subject, by an Italian journalist with memories of Machiavelli, Curzio Malaparte's coup d'état, appeared in 1931, halfway through the years of catastrophe. In the second half of the century, while the superpower balance appeared to stabilize frontiers and, to a lesser extent, regimes, armed men became ever more commonly involved in politics, if only because the globe was now filled with up to 200 states, most of which were new and therefore lacked any traditional legitimacy, and most of which were saddled with political systems more likely to produce political breakdown than effective government. In such situations the armed forces were often the only bodies capable of political or any other action on a statewide basis. Moreover, since the international Cold War between the superpowers was largely conducted through the armed forces of client or allied states, these were subsidized and armed by the appropriate superpower or, in some cases, first by one and then by the other superpower, as in Somalia. There was more scope in politics for the men in tanks than ever before. In the core countries of communism they were kept under control by the presumption of civilian supremacy through the party, although in his last lunatic years Mao Zedong came close to abandoning it at moments. In the core countries of the Western Alliance the scope for military politics remained restricted by the absence of political instability or the effective mechanisms for keeping it under control. Thus after General Franco's death in Spain a transition to liberal democracy was negotiated efficiently under the aegis of the new king, and a putsch by the unreconstructed Francoist officers in 1981 was quickly stopped in its tracks by the king's refusal to accept it. In Italy, where the USA maintained a local coup potential against the possibility of participation in government by the large local Communist Party, civilian government remained in being, even though the 1970s produced various and still unexplained flurries of action in the obscure depth of the military, secret service and terrorist underworlds. Only where the traumas of decolonization, i.e. defeat by colonial insurrectionaries, proved intolerable, were Western officers tempted into military coups, as in France during the losing struggle to hold Indochina and Algeria in the 1950s, and, with left-wing political orientation, in Portugal as the African Empire collapsed in the 1970s. In both cases the armed forces were soon brought under civilian control again. The only military regime actually backed by the USA in Europe was that installed in 1967, probably on local initiative, by a particularly witless group of ultra-right-wing Greek colonels in a country where civil war between communists and their opponents, 1944-49, had left bitter memories on both sides. The regime, distinguished by a taste for the systematic torture of its opponents, collapsed after 7 years under the weight of its own political stupidity. Conditions for military intervention in the Third World were far more inviting, especially in new, feeble, and often tiny states where a few hundred armed men, reinforced or sometimes even replaced by foreigners, could carry decisive weight, and where inexperienced or incompetent governments were quite likely to produce recurrent states of chaos, corruption, and confusion. The typical military ruler in most African countries was not an aspirant dictator, but someone genuinely trying to clear up such messes, hoping, too often in vain, that civilian government would soon take over again. Generally he failed in both endeavors, which is why few military chieftains lasted very long. In any case, the slightest hint that local government might fall into the hands of the communists virtually guaranteed American support. In short, military politics, like military intelligence, tended to fill the void left by the absence of ordinary politics or intelligence. It was not any particular brand of politics, but a function of the surrounding instability and insecurity. However, it became increasingly pervasive in the Third World because virtually all the countries of the ex-colonial or dependent part of the globe were now committed, in one way or another, to policies which required them to have exactly those stable, functioning and efficient states which so few of them had. They were committed to economic independence and development. In the aftermath of the second round of World War, World Revolution, and its consequence, global decolonization, it seemed that there was no future for the old program of prosperity as primary producers for the world market of the imperialist countries. The program of the Argentine and Uruguayan estancieros, hopefully imitated by Mexico's Porfirio Diaz and Peru's Leguía. In any case, it had ceased to look plausible since the Great Slump. Moreover, both nationalism and anti-imperialism called for policies less dependent on the old empires, and the example of the USSR provided an alternative model of development. Never did that example look more impressive than in the years after 1945. The more ambitious states therefore called for an end to agrarian backwardness by systematic industrialization, whether on the centrally planned Soviet model or by import substitution. Both, in different ways, rested on state action and state control. Even the less ambitious, who did not dream of a future of great tropical steel works, powered by huge hydroelectric installations overshadowed by titanic dams, wanted to control and develop their own national resources themselves. Oil had been traditionally produced by private Western corporations, usually with the closest relations to imperial powers. Governments, following the example of Mexico in 1938, now took to nationalizing them and operating them as state enterprises. Those which refrained from nationalization discovered, especially after 1950 when Aramco offered Saudi Arabia the hitherto unimaginable deal of a 50/50 revenue split, that physical possession of oil and gas gave them the whip hand in negotiations with the foreign corporations. In practice, the Organization of Petrol Exporting Countries, OPEC, which eventually held the world to ransom in the 1970s, became possible because the ownership of the world's oil had shifted from companies to a relatively few producer governments. In short, even those governments of decolonized or dependent states which were quite happy with relying on foreign capitalists, old or new, neocolonialism in contemporary left-wing terminology, did so within a state-controlled economy. Probably the most successful of such states until the 1980s was the former French Ivory Coast. Probably the least successful were new countries which underestimated the constraints of backwardness, lack of skilled and experienced experts, administrators and economic cadres, illiteracy, unfamiliarity or lack of sympathy with programs of economic modernization, especially when their governments set themselves targets which even developed countries found difficult, such as centrally state-planned industrialization. Ghana, with Sudan the first sub-Saharan African state to be granted independence, thus threw away currency reserves of 200 millions, accumulated thanks to high cocoa prices and wartime earnings, higher than the sterling balances of independent India, in an attempt to build an industrialized state-controlled economy, not to mention Kwame Nkrumah's plans for Pan-African Union. The results were disastrous, and made worse by the collapse of cocoa prices in the 1960s. By 1972 the great projects had failed. The domestic industries in the small country could survive only behind high tariff walls, price controls, and import licenses, which led to a flourishing black economy and generalized corruption that has remained ineradicable. 3/4 of all wage earners were employed in the public sector, while subsistence agriculture, as in so many other African states, was neglected. After Nkrumah's overthrow by the usual military coup, 1966, the country continued on its disillusioned way amid a succession of usually disappointed military, and occasionally civilian governments. The dismal record of sub-Saharan Africa's new states should not lead us to underestimate the substantial achievements of better-placed ex-colonial or dependent countries, who chose the road of state-planned or state-sponsored economic development. What came to be known from the 1970s in international functionaries' jargon as the NICs, newly industrializing countries, were all, with the exception of the city-state of Hong Kong, based on such policies. As anyone with the slightest knowledge of Brazil and Mexico will testify, they produced bureaucracy, spectacular corruption, and much waste, but also a 7% annual rate of growth in both countries for decades. In short, both achieved the desired transition to modern industrial economies. In fact, Brazil became for a time the 8th largest industrial country of the non-communist world. Both countries had a sufficiently vast population to provide a substantial home market, so that industrialization by import substitution made sense, at least for quite a long time. Public spending and activities sustained high demand at home. At one time the Brazilian public sector handled about half the gross domestic product and represented 19 out of the 20 largest companies, while in Mexico it employed a fifth of the total workforce and paid 2/5 of the national wage bill. Harris, 1987, pages 84 to 85. State planning in the Far East tended to rely less on direct public enterprise and more on favored business groups dominated by government control of credit and investment, but the dependence of economic development on the state was the same. Planning and state initiative was the name of the game everywhere in the world in the 1950s and 1960s and in the NICs until the 1990s. Whether this form of economic development produced satisfactory or disappointing results depended on local conditions and human errors. 3. Development, state-controlled or not, was not of immediate interest to the great majority of the inhabitants of the Third World who lived by growing their own food, for even in countries or colonies whose public revenues relied on the income from one or two major export crops, coffee, bananas, or cocoa, these were usually concentrated in a few restricted areas. In sub-Saharan Africa and most of South and Southeast Asia as well as in China, the mass of people continued to live by agriculture. Only in the Western Hemisphere and in the dry lands of Western Islam did the countryside as yet drain into the giant cities, turning rural into urban societies in a couple of dramatic decades, see Chapter 10. In fertile and not too densely populated regions, like much of Black Africa, most people would have managed pretty well if left to themselves. Most of its inhabitants did not need their states, which were usually too weak to do much harm, and, if they grew too troublesome, could probably be bypassed by a retreat into village self-sufficiency. Few continents started the era of independence with greater advantages, which were soon to be thrown away. Most Asian and Islamic peasants were much poorer, or at least worse fed, sometimes, as in India, desperately and historically poor, and the pressure of men and women on limited lands was already more severe. Nevertheless, it seemed to a good many of them that the best solution to their problems was not to get involved with those who told them that economic development would bring untold wealth and prosperity, but to keep them at bay. Long experience had shown them and their ancestors before them, that no good came from outside. Generations of silent calculation had taught them that minimizing risks was a better policy than maximizing profits. This did not keep them entirely outside the ambit of a global economic revolution which reached even the more isolated among them in the form of plastic sandals, petrol cans, ancient trucks and, of course, government offices with pieces of paper in them, but it tended to divide humanity in such areas into those who operated in and through the world of writing and offices and the rest. In most of the rural Third World the central distinction was between coast and interior or city and backwoods. The trouble was that, since modernity and government went together, the interior was governed by the coast, the backwoods by the city, the illiterate by the educated. In the beginning was the Word. The House of Assembly of what would shortly become the independent state of Ghana, included among its 104 members 68 who had had some form of post-primary education. The 106 members of the Legislative Assembly for the Telangana, South India, contained 97 with secondary or higher education, including 50 graduates. In both these regions the great majority of the inhabitants at the time were illiterate. Hodgkin, 1961, p. 29, Gray, 1970, p. 135. What is more, anyone wishing to be active in the national government of third world states needed to be literate not only in the common language of the region, which was not necessarily that of his or her community, but in one of the small number of international languages, English, French, Spanish, Arabic, Mandarin Chinese, or at least the regional lingua franca which new governments tended to develop into written national languages, Swahili, Bahasa, Pidgin. The only exception was in those parts of Latin America where the written official languages, Spanish and Portuguese, coincided with the spoken language of the majority. Out of the candidates for public office in Hyderabad, India, in the general election of 1967 only 3, out of 34, spoke no English. Bernstorff, 1970, p. 146. Even the more remote and backward people therefore increasingly recognized the advantages of superior education, even when they could not themselves share them, perhaps especially when they could not. In a literal sense, knowledge meant power, most obviously in countries where the state appeared to its subjects to be a machine that extracted their resources and then distributed these resources to state employees. Education meant a post, often a guaranteed post in the public service, with luck a career, which enabled men to extract bribes and commissions and to provide jobs for family and friends. A village in, say, Central Africa, which invested in the education of one of its young men, hoped for a return in the form of income and protection for the whole community from the government post which education would guarantee. In any case, the successful civil servant was the best paid man in the population. In a country like Uganda in the 1960s he could expect a legal salary 112 times the average per capita income of his countrymen, as against a comparable ratio of 10:1 in Great Britain, UN World Social Situation, 1970, p. 66. Where it seemed that poor people from the countryside might themselves share in the advantages of education, or provide them for their children, as in Latin America, the Third World region closest to modernity and most distant from colonialism, the desire to learn was virtually universal. They all want to learn something, a Chilean communist organizer among the Mapuche Indians told the author in 1962. I'm not an intellectual, and I can't teach them school knowledge, so I teach them how to play football. This thirst for knowledge explains much of the amazing mass migration from village to city which emptied the countryside of the South American continent from the 1950s on. For all inquiries concur that the attraction of the city lay not least in the better chances of education and training for the children. There they could become something else. Schooling naturally opened the best prospects, but in backward agrarian regions even so simple a skill as being able to drive a motor vehicle could be the key to a better life. It was the first thing that an emigrant from a Quechua village in the Andes taught the cousins and nephews from home who joined him in the city, hoping to make their own way into the modern world, for had not his employment as an ambulance driver proved to be the foundation of his own family's success? Julka, 1992. Probably it was not until the 1960s or later that rural people outside parts of Latin America began systematically to see modernity as a promise rather than a threat. And yet there was one aspect of the policy of economic development which might have been expected to appeal to them since it directly affected the 3/5 or more of human beings who lived by agriculture: land reform. This general slogan of politics in agrarian countries might cover anything from the breakup of large land holdings and their redistribution to peasants and landless laborers to the abolition of feudal tenures or servitudes, rent reduction and tenancy reforms of various kinds to revolutionary land nationalization and collectivization. There has probably never been more of it than in the decade after the end of the Second World War, for it was practiced along the entire spectrum of politics. Between 1945 and 1950, almost half of the human race found themselves living in countries undergoing some kind of land reform, of the communist type in Eastern Europe and, after 1949, China, as a consequence of decolonization in the former British Indian Empire and as a consequence of Japan's defeat, or rather American occupation policy, in Japan, Taiwan, and Korea. The Egyptian Revolution of 1952 extended its range to the Western Islamic world. Iraq, Syria, and Algeria followed the Cairo example. The Bolivian Revolution of 1952 introduced it into South America, though Mexico since the Revolution of 1910, or, more precisely, since its revival in the 1930s, had long championed agrarismo. Still, in spite of an increasing flood of political declarations and statistical inquiry on the subject, Latin America had too few revolutions, decolonizations, or lost wars to have much actual land reform, until Fidel Castro's Cuban Revolution, which introduced it on that island, put the matter on the political agenda. For the modernizers, the case for land reform was political, gaining peasant support for revolutionary regimes or for those which could preempt revolution or the like, ideological, giving the land back to the toilers etc., and sometimes economic, although most revolutionaries or reformers did not expect too much from a mere distribution of land to a traditional peasantry and the landless or land poor. Indeed, farm output fell drastically in Bolivia and Iraq immediately after these countries' respective land reforms in 1952 and 1958, though in fairness one should add that, where peasant skill and productivity were already high, land reform could quickly release a great deal of productive potential hitherto held in reserve by sceptical villagers, as in Egypt, Japan and, most strikingly, Taiwan. Land Reform, 1968, pages 570-75. The case for maintaining a large peasantry in being was and is non-economic, since in the history of the modern world the enormous rise in agrarian output has gone together with an equally spectacular decline in the number and proportion of agriculturists, most dramatically so since the Second World War. Land reform could and did, however, demonstrate that peasant farming, especially by larger, modern-minded farmers, could be as efficient as, and more flexible than the traditional landed estate, the imperialist plantation, and, indeed, ill-judged modern attempts to conduct agriculture on a quasi-industrial basis, such as Soviet-type giant state farms and the British scheme for producing ground nuts in Tanganyika, the present Tanzania, after 1945. Crops like coffee, or even sugar and rubber, once thought of as essentially plantation-produced, are so no longer, even if the plantation still maintains a clear advantage over small-scale and unskilled producers in some cases. Still, the major advances of Third World agriculture since the war, the green revolution of new scientifically selected crops, have been achieved by business-minded farmers, as in the Punjab. However, the strongest economic case for land reform rests not on productivity but on equality. On the whole, economic development has tended, first to increase and later to diminish the inequality of national income distribution over the long haul, although economic decline and a theological belief in the free market have lately begun to reverse this here and there. Equality at the end of the Golden Age was greater in the developed Western countries than in the Third World. Yet while income inequality was at its highest in Latin America, followed by Africa, it was unusually low in a number of Asian countries, where a very radical land reform had been imposed under the auspices, or by, the American occupying forces, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. None, however, were as egalitarian as the socialist countries of Eastern Europe or, at the time, Australia. Kakwani, 1980. Observers of the industrializing triumphs of these countries have naturally speculated how far they have been assisted by the social or economic advantages of this situation, just as observers of the much more fitful advance of the Brazilian economy, always on the verge of but never achieving its destiny as the USA of the Southern Hemisphere, have wondered how far it has been held back by the spectacular inequality of its income distribution, which inevitably restricts the domestic market for industry. Indeed, the striking social inequality of Latin America can hardly be unconnected with the equally striking absence of systematic agrarian reform from so many of its countries. Land reform was undoubtedly welcomed by the peasantry of the Third World, at least until it was transformed into collective farming or cooperative production, as it usually was in communist countries. However, what the modernizer saw in it was not what it meant to the peasants, who were uninterested in macro-economic problems, who saw national politics in a different perspective from the city reformers, and whose demand for land was not based on general principle but on specific claims. Thus the radical land reform instituted by a government of reformist generals in Peru in 1969, which destroyed the country's system of large estates, haciendas, at one blow, failed for this reason. For the Indian highland communities, which had lived in unstable coexistence with the vast Andean livestock ranches to whom they supplied labor, reform simply meant the just return to the native communities of the common lands and pastures once alienated from them by the landlords, whose boundaries were accurately remembered over the centuries, and whose loss they had never accepted. Hobsbawm, 1974. They were not interested in the maintenance of the old enterprise as a productive unit, now under the ownership of the comunidades and its former workforce, in cooperative experiments, or in other agrarian novelties, other than the traditional mutual aid within the, far from egalitarian, community. After the reform, the communities went back to invading the lands of the cooperativized estates, of which they were now co-proprietors, as though nothing had changed in the conflict between estate and community, and between communities in dispute about their lands. Gomez Rodriguez, pages 242-55. As far as they were concerned, nothing had changed. The land reform closest to the peasant ideal was probably the Mexican one of the 1930s, which gave the common land inalienably to village communities to organize as they wished, ejidos, and assumed peasants were engaged in subsistence agriculture. It was a huge political success, but economically irrelevant to subsequent Mexican agrarian development. 4. It is not surprising that the dozens of post-colonial states which emerged after the Second World War, together with most of Latin America, which also plainly belonged to the regions dependent on the old imperial and industrial world, soon found themselves grouped together as the Third World. The term is said to have been coined in 1952, Harris, 1987, p. 18, by contrast with the First World of the developed capitalist countries and the Second World of the communist ones. In spite of the evident absurdity of treating Egypt and Gabon, India and Papua New Guinea as societies of the same kind, this was not wholly implausible, inasmuch as all were poor, compared to the developed world, all were dependent, all had governments that wanted to develop, and none believed, in the aftermath of the Great Slump and the Second World War, that the capitalist world market, i.e. the economists' doctrine of comparative advantage, or spontaneous private enterprise at home, would achieve this end. Moreover, as the iron grill of the Cold War was clamped across the globe, all who had any freedom of action wanted to avoid joining either of the two alliance systems, i.e. to keep out of the Third World War which everyone feared. This does not mean that the non-aligned were equally opposed to both sides in the Cold War. The inspirers and champions of the movement, usually called after its first international conference in 1955 at Bandung in Indonesia, were radical colonial ex-revolutionaries, Jawaharlal Nehru of India, Sukarno of Indonesia, Colonel Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, and a dissident communist, President Tito of Yugoslavia. All these, like so many of the ex-colonial regimes, were or claimed to be socialist in their own, i.e. non-Soviet, way, including the Royal Buddhist Socialism of Cambodia. All had some sympathies for the Soviet Union or were at least ready to accept economic and military help from it, not surprisingly, since the United States had abandoned its old anti-colonial traditions at a moment's notice after the world divided, and visibly looked for support among the most conservative elements of the Third World, Iraq, before the 1958 revolution, Turkey, Pakistan, and the Shah's Iran, which formed the Central Treaty Organization, CENTO, Pakistan, the Philippines and Thailand in the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, SEATO, both designed to complete the anti-Soviet military system whose main pillar was NATO, neither amounted to much. When the essentially Afro-Asian non-aligned group became tricontinental after the Cuban Revolution of 1959, its Latin American members not surprisingly came from the republics of the Western Hemisphere least sympathetic to the Big Brother of the North. Nevertheless, unlike the U.S. sympathizers in the Third World, who might actually join the Western alliance system, the non-communist Bandung states had no intention of being involved in a global superpower confrontation, since, as the Korean and the Vietnam War and the Cuban Missile Crisis proved, they were the perpetual potential front line in such a conflict. The more the actual, European, border between the two camps was stabilized, the more likely, if the guns were to fire, the bombs to drop, it would be in some Asian mountains or African bush. Yet though the superpower confrontation dominated, and to some extent stabilized, interstate relations worldwide, it did not entirely control them. There were two regions in which indigenous Third World tensions, essentially unconnected with the Cold War, created permanent conditions for conflict which periodically erupted in war: the Middle East and the northern part of the Indian subcontinent. Both, not by chance, were the heirs to imperial schemes of partition. The latter conflict zone was more easily insulated from the global Cold War, in spite of Pakistan's attempts to involve the Americans, which failed until the Afghan War of the 1980s, see chapters 8 and 16. Hence the West heard little and remembers even less of the three regional wars: the Sino-Indian War of 1962 over the ill-defined border between the two countries, won by China; the Indo-Pakistan War of 1965, handily won by India; and the Second Indo-Pakistan conflict of 1971, arising out of the breakaway of East Pakistan, Bangladesh, which India supported. USA and USSR tried to act as benevolent neutrals and mediators. The situation in the Middle East could not be so isolated, because several of America's allies were directly involved: Israel, Turkey, and the Shah's Iran. Moreover, as the succession of local revolutions, military and civilian, proved, from Egypt in 1952 via Iraq and Syria in the 1950s and 1960s, South Arabia in the 1960s and 1970s, to Iran itself in 1979, the region was and remains socially unstable. These regional conflicts had no essential connection with the Cold War. The USSR had been among the first to recognize the new state of Israel, which later established itself as the main ally of the USA, and the Arab or other Islamic states, right or left, were united in repressing communism within their frontiers. The main force of disruption was Israel, where the Jewish settlers built a larger Jewish state than had been envisaged under the British partition, driving out 700,000 non-Jewish Palestinians, perhaps a larger number than the Jewish population in 1948, Calvo Corsi, 1989, p. 215, fighting one war per decade for the purpose, 1948, 1956, 1967, 1973, 1982. In the course of these wars, which can best be compared with the wars fought by the Prussian King Frederick II in the 18th century to win recognition for his possession of Silesia, which he had robbed from his neighbor, Austria, Israel also turned itself into the most formidable military force in the region and acquired nuclear arms, but failed to establish a stable basis of relations with its neighbor states, let alone with the permanently embittered Palestinians within its extended frontiers or in the diaspora of the Middle East. The collapse of the USSR removed the Middle East from the front line of the Cold War, but left it as explosive as before. Three lesser centers of conflict helped to keep it so: the Eastern Mediterranean, the Persian Gulf, and the border region between Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria, where the Kurds attempted vainly to win the national independence which President Wilson had incautiously urged them to demand in 1918. Unable to find a permanent backer among the powerful states, they disturbed the relations between all their neighbors, who massacred them by all available means, including in the 1980s poison gas, insofar as not resisted by the proverbial skill of the Kurds as mountain guerrilla fighters. The eastern Mediterranean remained relatively quiet, since both Greece and Turkey were members of NATO, even though the conflict between the two led to a Turkish invasion of Cyprus, which was partitioned in 1974. On the other hand, the rivalry between the Western powers, Iraq and Iran, for positions in the Persian Gulf was to lead to the savage 8-year war between Iraq and revolutionary Iran 1980–88 and, after the end of the Cold War, between the USA and its allies and Iraq in 1991. One part of the Third World remained fairly remote from both global and local international conflicts until after the Cuban Revolution, Latin America. Except for small patches on the mainland, the Guianas, Belize, then known as British Honduras, and the smaller islands of the Caribbean, it had been decolonized long ago. Culturally and linguistically its populations were Western, inasmuch as the great bulk of even its poor inhabitants were Roman Catholics and, but for some areas of the Andes and continental Central America, spoke or understood a culture language shared by Europeans. While the region had inherited an elaborate racial hierarchy from the Iberian conquerors, it also inherited from an overwhelmingly male conquest tradition of massive miscegenation. There were few genuine whites, except in the southern cone of South America, Argentina, Uruguay, southern Brazil, populated by European mass immigration, where there were very few natives. In both cases, achievement and social status cancelled out race. Mexico elected a recognizably Zapotec Indian, Benito Juárez, as president as early as 1861. At the time of writing, Argentina has as president a Lebanese Muslim immigrant and Peru a Japanese immigrant. Both choices were still unthinkable in the USA. To this day, Latin America still remains outside the vicious circle of ethnic politics and ethnic nationalism which ravages the other continents. Moreover, while most of the continent clearly recognized itself to be what was now called a neocolonial dependency on a single dominant imperial power, the USA was realistic enough not to send gunboats and marines into the larger states. It did not hesitate to use them against the small ones, and the Latin governments from the Rio Grande to Cape Horn knew perfectly well that the wise thing was to keep on the right side of Washington. The Organization of American States, OAS, founded in 1948, its headquarters in Washington, was not a body inclined to disagree with the USA. When Cuba made its revolution, the OAS expelled it. And yet, at the very moment when the Third World and the ideologies based on it were at their peak, the concept began to crumble. In the 1970s it became increasingly evident that no single name or label could adequately cover a set of increasingly divergent countries. The term was still convenient to distinguish poor countries of the world from the rich, and insofar as the gap between the two zones, often now called the North and the South, was visibly widening, there was much point to the distinction. The gap in per capita GNP between the developed and the backward world, i.e. the OECD countries and the low and middle economies, continued to widen. The first group averaged 14.5 times the GNP per capita of the second in 1970, but over 24 times the poor country's GNP per capita in 1990. World Tables, 1991, Table 1. However, the Third World is demonstrably no longer a single entity. What split it was primarily economic development. The triumph of OPEC in 1973 produced, for the first time, a body of Third World states, mostly backward by any criteria and hitherto poor, which now emerged as world-scale supermillionaires, especially when they consisted of smallish thinly inhabited stretches of sand or forest ruled by, usually Muslim, sheikhs or sultans. It was plainly impossible to class, say, the United Arab Emirates, each of whose 500,000 inhabitants, 1975, had, in theory, a share of the GNP worth over $13,000, almost double the GNP per capita of the USA at this date. World Tables, 1991, pages 596, 604, in the same pigeonhole as, say, Pakistan, which then enjoyed a GNP per capita of $130. Oil states with a large population did not do so well, but it nevertheless became evident that states dependent on the export of a single primary commodity, however disadvantaged in other respects, could become extremely rich, even if this easy money also, almost invariably, tempted them into throwing it out of the window. By the early 1990s even Saudi Arabia had managed to run into debt. In the second place, part of the Third World was visibly and rapidly becoming industrialized and joining the First World, even though it remained much poorer. South Korea, as spectacular an industrial success story as any in history, had a GNP per capita, 1989, barely higher than that of Portugal, the poorest by far of the members of the European Community, World Bank Atlas, 1990, p. 7. Once again, qualitative differences apart, South Korea is no longer comparable with, say, Papua New Guinea, although the GNP per capita of the two countries was exactly the same in 1969 and remained of the same order of magnitude until the middle of the 1970s, it is now about 5 times as large. World Tables, 1991, pages 352, 456. As we have seen, a new category, the NICs, entered the international jargon. There was no precise definition, but practically all lists include the 4 Pacific Tigers, Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, and South Korea, India, Brazil and Mexico, but the process of Third World industrialization is such that Malaya and the Philippines, Colombia, Pakistan, and Thailand as well as some others have also been included. Actually, a category of new and rapid industrializers crosses the borders of the 3 worlds, for strictly it should also include such industrialized market economies, i.e. capitalist countries, as Spain and Finland, and most of the ex-socialist states of Eastern Europe, not to mention, since the late 1970s, Communist China. In fact, in the 1970s observers began to draw attention to a new international division of labor, i.e. a massive shift of industries producing for the world market from the first generation of industrial economies, which had previously monopolized them, to other parts of the world. This was partly due to the deliberate transfer by firms from the old industrial world of part or all of their production or supplies to the second and third worlds, eventually followed by some transfers of even very sophisticated processes in high-tech industries, such as research and development. The revolution in modern transport and communications made genuinely worldwide production both possible and economic. It was also due to the deliberate efforts of Third World governments to industrialize by conquering export markets, if need be, but preferably not, at the expense of the old protection of home markets. This economic globalization, which can be verified by anyone who checks the national origins of products sold in any North American shopping mall, developed slowly in the 1960s and accelerated strikingly during the decades of the world's economic troubles after 1973. How rapidly it advanced may once again be illustrated by South Korea, which, at the end of the 1950s, still had almost 80% of its working population in agriculture, from which it derived almost 3/4 of its national income. Rado, 1962, pages 740, 742-43. It inaugurated the first of its 5-year development plans in 1962. By the late 1980s it got only 10% of its GDP from agriculture and had become the 8th largest industrial economy of the non-communist world. In the third place, a number of countries emerged, or rather were submerged, at the bottom of the international statistics, which even international euphemism found it difficult to describe simply as developing, since they were plainly both poor and increasingly lagging. A subgroup of low-income developing countries was tactfully established to distinguish the 3 billion human beings whose GNP per capita, had they received it, would have worked out at an average of $330 in 1989, from the 500 luckier millions in less destitute countries, like the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, and Guatemala, whose average GNP was about 3 times as high, and the even more luxurious members of the next group, Brazil, Malaysia, Mexico, and the like, which averaged about 8 times as much. The 800 or so millions in the most prosperous group enjoyed a theoretical GNP allocation per head of $18,280 or 55 times as much as the bottom 3/5 of humanity, World Bank Atlas, 1990, p. 10. In effect, as the world economy became genuinely global and, especially after the fall of the Soviet region, more purely capitalist and business-dominated, investors and entrepreneurs discovered that large parts of it were of no profitable interest to them, unless, perhaps, they could bribe its politicians and civil servants into wasting the money extracted from their unfortunate citizens on armaments or prestige projects. A disproportionately large number of these countries were to be found in the unhappy continent of Africa. The end of the Cold War deprived such states of the economic, i.e. largely military, aid which had turned some of them, like Somalia, into armed camps and eventual battlefields. Moreover, as divisions among the poor increased, so globalization brought movements most obviously of human beings that crossed the dividing lines between regions and classifications. From the rich countries tourists flowed into the Third World as never before. In the middle of the 1980s, 1985, to take only some Muslim countries, the 16 millions of Malaysia received 3 million tourists per year, the 7 million Tunisians 2 millions, the 3 million Jordanians 2 millions, Din, 1989, p. 545. From the poor countries the streams of labor migration into the rich swelled into huge torrents, insofar as they were not dammed back by political barriers. By 1968 migrants from the Maghreb, Tunisia, Morocco and, above all, Algeria, already formed almost a quarter of all foreigners in France. In 1975 5.5% of the Algerian population emigrated, and 1/3 of all immigrants to the USA came from Latin America, at that time still overwhelmingly from Central America. Potts, 1990, pages 145, 146, 150. Nor did this migration move only towards the old industrial countries. The number of foreign workers in the oil-producing states of the Middle East and Libya shot up from 1.8 to 2.8 millions in a mere 5 years, 1975 to 80, population, 1984, p. 109. Most of them came from the region, but a large body came from South Asia and even further afield. Unfortunately, in the grim 1970s and 1980s, labor migration became increasingly hard to separate from the torrents of men, women, and children who fled from, or were uprooted by, famine, political or ethnic persecution, war, and civil war, thus facing the countries of the First World, equally committed, in theory, to helping refugees and, in practice, to preventing immigration from poor countries, with severe problems of political and legal casuistry. With the exception of the USA, and to a lesser extent Canada and Australia, which encouraged or permitted mass immigration from the Third World, they opted to keep them out under the pressure of a growing xenophobia among their native populations. 6. The astonishing great leap forward of the capitalist world economy, and its growing globalization not only divided and disrupted the concept of a third world, it also brought virtually all its inhabitants consciously into the modern world. They did not necessarily like it. Indeed, many fundamentalist and other nominally traditionalist movements which now gained ground in several third world countries, especially, but not exclusively, in the Islamic region, were specifically revolts against modernity, though this is certainly not true of all movements to which this imprecise label is attached. But they knew themselves to be part of a world which was not like their fathers. It came to them in the form of the dusty backroads bus or truck, the petrol pump, the battery-powered transistor radio, which brought the world to them, perhaps even to the illiterates in their own unwritten dialect or language, though this was probably the privilege of the urban immigrant. But in a world where country people migrated to the cities in their millions, and even in rural Africa countries with urban populations of a third or more becoming common, Nigeria, Zaire, Tanzania, Senegal, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Chad, Central African Republic, Gabon, Benin, Zambia, Congo, Somalia, Liberia, almost everybody had worked in the city, or had a relative who lived there. Village and city were henceforth interwoven. Even the most remote now lived in a world of plastic sheeting, Coca-Cola bottles, cheap digital watches and artificial fibers. By a strange inversion of history, the back country of the Third World even began to commercialize its skills in the First World. On city street corners of Europe, small groups of peripatetic Indians from the South American Andes played their melancholy flutes, and on the pavements of New York, Paris, and Rome, black peddlers from West Africa sold trinkets to the natives as the natives' ancestors had done on their trading voyages to the Dark Continent. Almost certainly the big city was the crucible of change, if only because it was modern by definition. In Lima, as an upwardly mobile migrant from the Andes used to tell his children, "There's more progress, there's much more stimulation," Masros, Julka, 1992. However much the migrants used the toolkit of traditional society to construct their urban existence, building and structuring the new shanty towns like the old rural communities, too much in the city was novel and unprecedented, too many of its mores conflicted with those of the olden days. Nowhere was this more dramatic than in the expected behavior of young women, whose break with tradition was deplored from Africa to Peru. In a traditional Hueno song from Lima, La Gringa, an immigrant boy complains. "When you came from your homeland, you came as a country girl. Now you are in Lima, you comb your hair in a city way. You even say, 'Wait please. I'm going to dance the twist.' Don't be pretentious, be less proud. Between your hair and my hair, there is no difference." Mangan, 1970, pages 31, 32. Yet from the city the consciousness of modernity spread to the countryside, even where rural life was not itself transformed by new crops, new technology, and new forms of organization and marketing, through the dramatic green revolution of grain crop farming by scientifically designed crop varieties in parts of Asia, which spread from the 1960s on, or, a little later, by the development of new export crops for the world market, made possible both by the mass air freighting of perishables, tropical fruit, flowers, and new consumer tastes in the developed world, cocaine. The effect of such rural changes is not to be underestimated. Nowhere did the old ways and the new come into more frontal collision than on the Amazonian frontier of Colombia, which in the 1970s became a staging post for the transport of Bolivian and Peruvian coca, and the location of the laboratories processing it into cocaine. This happened a few years after it had been settled by peasant frontier colonists escaping from state and landlords, and who were defended by those recognized protectors of the peasant way of life, the communist guerrillas of the FARC. Here the market, in its most ruthless form, clashed with those who lived by subsistence farming and what men could get with a gun, a dog, and a fishing net. How could a patch of yucca and bananas compete against the temptation to cultivate a crop commanding bonanza prices, even though unstable ones, and the old way of life against the airstrips and the boomtown settlements of the drug makers and traffickers and their freewheeling gunmen, bars, and brothels? Milano, 1988. The countryside was indeed being transformed, but even its transformations depended on the city civilization and its industries, for often enough its very economy depended on the earnings of the emigrants, as in the so-called black homelands of apartheid South Africa, which generated only 10 to 15% of their inhabitants' income, the remainder coming from the earnings of migrant workers in the white territories. Ripken and Welmer, 1978, pages 196. Paradoxically, in the Third World as in parts of the First, the city could become the savior of a rural economy which, but for its impact, might have been abandoned by people who had learned from migrant experience, their own or their neighbors, that men and women had alternatives. They discovered that it was not inevitable that they should slave a lifetime away scratching a wretched livelihood from marginal, exhausted and stony land, as their ancestors had done. Plenty of rural settlements across the globe, in romantic, and therefore agriculturally marginal landscapes, were emptied of all except the elderly from the 1960s on. Yet a highland community whose emigrants discovered a niche in the economy of the big city which they could occupy, in this case selling fruit, or, more precisely, strawberries in Lima, could maintain or revitalize its pastoral character by a shift from farm income to non-farm income operating through a complicated symbiosis of migrant and resident households. Smith, 1989, Chapter 4. It is perhaps significant that, in this particular case, which has been unusually well studied, the migrants rarely became workers. They chose to fit into the great network of the Third World informal economy as petty traders. For the major social change in the Third World was probably that carried by the new and growing middle and lower middle classes of migrants engaged in some method, or more likely multiple methods, of earning money, and the major form of its economic life was, especially in the poorest countries, the informal economy which escaped official statistics. So, sometime in the last third of the century the wide trench that separated the small modernizing or westernized ruling minorities of third world countries from the mass of their peoples began to be filled by the general transformation of their societies. We do not yet know how or when this happened or what forms the new consciousness of this transformation took, for most of these countries still lacked even adequate government statistical services or the machinery of market and public opinion research, or the academic social science departments with research students to keep busy. In any case, what happens at the grassroots of societies is difficult to discover even in the best documented countries, until it has happened, which is why the early stages of new social and cultural fashions among the young are unpredictable, unpredicted, and often unrecognized even by those who live by making money out of them, like the popular culture industry, let alone by the parental generation. Yet clearly something was stirring in third world cities below the level of elite consciousness, even in an apparently completely stagnant country like the Belgian Congo, now Zaire, for how else can we explain that the type of popular music developed there in the inert 1950s became the most influential in Africa in the 1960s and 1970s, Manuel, 1988, pages 86, 97 to 101? For that matter, how can we explain the rise of political consciousness which causes the Belgians to send the Congo off to independence in 1960 virtually at a moment's notice, though until then this colony, almost equally hostile to native education as to native political activity, looked, to most observers, as likely to remain as shut off from the rest of the world as Japan before the Meiji Restoration? Calvo Corsi, 1989, p. 377. Whatever the stirrings in the 1950s, by the 1960s and 1970s the signs of major social transformation were quite evident in the Western Hemisphere, and undeniable in the Islamic world and the major countries of South and Southeast Asia. Paradoxically, they were probably least visible in the parts of the socialist world which corresponded to the Third World, e.g. in Soviet Central Asia and the Caucasus. For it is not often recognized that communist revolution was an engine of conservation. While it set out to transform a specified number of aspects of life, state power, property relations, economic structure, and the like, it froze others in their pre-revolutionary shapes, or at any rate protected them against the universal continuous subversion of change in capitalist societies. In any case its strongest weapon, sheer state power, was less effective at transforming human behavior than either the positive rhetoric about the new socialist man or the negative rhetoric about totalitarianism like to think. Uzbeks and Tajiks who lived north of the Soviet-Afghan border were almost certainly more literate and more secularized and better off than those who lived south of it, but they may not have differed as much in their mores as 70 years of socialism would have led one to expect. Blood feud was probably not a major preoccupation of the authorities in the Caucasus since the 1930s, though during collectivization the death of a man in a kolkhoz threshing machine accident led to a feud which entered the annals of Soviet jurisprudence, but in the early 1990s observers warned of the danger of national self-extermination in Chechnya since the majority of the Chechen families have been dragged into a vendetta-type relationship. Trofimov/Jangeva, 1993. The cultural consequences of this social transformation await the historian. They cannot be considered here, though it is clear that, even in very traditional societies, the network of mutual obligation and customs came under increasing strain. The extended family in Ghana and across Africa, it was observed. Harden, 1990, p. 67, functions under immense stress. Like a bridge that has borne too much high-speed traffic for too many years, its foundations are cracking. The rural old and the urban young are separated by hundreds of miles of bad roads and centuries of development. Politically, it is easier to assess the paradoxical consequences. For, with the entry of the masses of the population, or at least the young and city people, into a modern world, the monopoly of the small, westernized elites who shaped the first generation of post-colonial history was being challenged. And with them, the programs, the ideologies, the very vocabulary and syntax of the public discourse, on which the new states rested. For the new urban and urbanist masses, even the new massive middle classes, however educated, were not, and by virtue of sheer numbers, could not be, the old elites, whose members could hold their own with the colonialists or with their fellow graduates from European or American schools. Often, this was very obvious in South Asia, they resented them. In any case, the masses of the poor did not share the belief in the Western 19th century aspiration of secular progress. In the Western Islamic countries, the conflict between the old secular leaders and the new Islamic mass democracy became patent and explosive. From Algeria to Turkey, the values which, in the countries of Western liberalism, are associated with constitutional government and the rule of law, as for instance the rights of women, were being protected, insofar as they existed, against democracy by the military force of the liberators of their nations, or their heirs. The conflict was not confined to Islamic countries, nor the reaction against the old values of progress to the masses of the poor. The Hindu exclusivism of the BJP party in India had substantial support among the new business and middle classes. The impassioned and savage ethno-religious nationalism which in the 1980s turned peaceful Sri Lanka into a killing field, comparable only to El Salvador, occurred, unexpectedly, in a prosperous Buddhist country. It was rooted in two social transformations: the profound identity crisis of villages whose social order had gone to pieces, and the rise of a mass stratum of better educated youth. Spencer, 1990. Villages transmuted by in and out migration, divided by the widening differences between rich and poor that the cash economy brought, racked with the instability brought by the unevenness of an education-based social mobility, the fading of the physical and linguistic markers of caste and status which separated people but also left no doubt about their positions. These inevitably lived in anxiety about their community. This has been used to explain, among other things, the appearance of novel symbols and rituals of a togetherness which was itself novel, such as the sudden development of congregational forms of Buddhist worship in the 1970s, replacing older private and household forms of devotion, or the institution of school sports days opened with the national anthem played on borrowed tape cassettes. These were the politics of a changing and inflammable world. What made them less predictable was that in many countries of the Third World, nationwide politics in the sense invented and recognized in the West since the French Revolution had never existed, or had not been allowed to function. Where there was a long tradition of politics with some kind of mass roots, or even a substantial acceptance among the passive citizens of the legitimacy of the political classes who conducted their affairs, a degree of continuity could be maintained. Colombians, as readers of Garcia Marquez know, continued to be born little liberals or little conservatives, as they had for more than a century, though they might change the content of the bottles with these labels. The Indian National Congress changed, split and reformed in the half-century since independence, but until the 1990s Indian general elections, with only fleeting exceptions, continued to be won by those who appealed to its historic aims and traditions. Though communism disintegrated elsewhere, the deep-rooted left-wing tradition of Hindu, West, Bengal, as well as competent administration maintained the Communist Party, Marxist, in almost permanent government in the state where the national struggle against Britain had meant not Gandhi nor even Nehru, but the terrorists and Subhas Bose. Moreover, structural change might itself lead politics in directions familiar in the history of the First World. Newly industrializing countries were likely to develop industrial working classes who demanded workers' rights and labor unions, as the record of Brazil and South Korea showed, as indeed did that of Eastern Europe. They did not have to develop political labor-cum-people's parties reminiscent of the mass social democratic movements of pre-1914 Europe, although it is not insignificant that Brazil generated just such a successful national party in the 1980s, the Workers' Party, PT. But the tradition of the workers' movement in its home base, the automobile industry of São Paulo, was a combination of populist labor law and communist factory militants, and that of the intellectuals who flocked to support it was solidly left, as was the ideology of the Catholic clergy, whose support helped to put it on its feet. Again, the rapid industrial growth tended to generate large and educated professional classes which, though far from subversive, would have welcomed the civic liberalization of authoritarian industrializing regimes. Such longings for liberalization were to be found, in the 1980s, in different contexts and with varying results, in Latin America and the Far Eastern NICs, South Korea and Taiwan, as well as within the Soviet bloc. Chapter 13. Real Socialism. The October Revolution did not only produce a world historical division by establishing the first post-capitalist state and society, but it also divided Marxism and socialist politics. After the October Revolution, socialist strategies and perspectives began to be based upon political example instead of upon analyses of capitalism. Goran Thirborn, 1985, p. 227. Economists today understand much better than before the real versus the formal modes of the economy's functioning. They know about the second economy, maybe even a third one too, and about a welter of informal but widespread practices without which nothing works. Moshe Lewin in Kerblay, 1983, pxxii. When the dust of the battles of war and civil war had settled in the early 1920s, and the blood of the corpses and wounds had congealed, most of what had before 1914 been the Orthodox Russian Empire of the Tsars emerged intact as an empire, but under the government of the Bolsheviks and dedicated to the construction of world socialism. It was the only one of the antique dynastic-cum-religious empires to survive the First World War, which shattered both the Ottoman Empire, whose sultan was caliph of all faithful Muslims, and the Habsburg Empire which maintained a special relationship with the Roman Church. Both broke up under the pressures of defeat. That Russia survived as a single multi-ethnic entity stretching from the Polish border in the west to the Japanese border in the east was almost certainly due to the October Revolution, for the tensions which had broken up the earlier empires elsewhere emerged or re-emerged in the Soviet Union at the end of the 1980s, when the communist system that had held the Union together since 1917 effectively abdicated. Whatever the future was to bring, what emerged in the early 1920s was a single state, desperately impoverished and backward, far more backward even than Tsarist Russia, but of enormous size, 1/6 of the world's surface, as communists liked to boast between the wars, dedicated to a society different from and opposed to capitalism. In 1945 the borders of the region that seceded from world capitalism were dramatically extended. In Europe they now included the entire area east of a line running, roughly, from the river Elbe in Germany to the Adriatic Sea, and the entire Balkan Peninsula except Greece and the small part of Turkey that remained on that continent. Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Yugoslavia, Romania, Bulgaria, and Albania now moved into the socialist zone, as well as that part of Germany occupied by the Red Army after the war and transformed into a German Democratic Republic in 1954. Most of the areas lost by Russia in the aftermath of war and revolution after 1917 and one or two territories previously belonging to the Habsburg Empire were also recuperated or acquired by the Soviet Union between 1939 and 1945. Meanwhile, a vast new extension of the future socialist region took place in the Far East with the transfer of power to communist regimes in China, 1949, and, partly, in Korea, 1945, and what had been French Indochina, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, in the course of a 30 Years' War, 1945 to 75. There were a few further extensions of the communist region somewhat later, both in the Western Hemisphere, Cuba, 1959, and in Africa in the 1970s, but substantially the socialist sector of the globe had taken shape by 1950. Thanks to the enormous numbers of the Chinese people, it now included about one-third of the world's population, though the average size of the socialist states other than China, the USSR, and Vietnam, 58 millions, was not particularly large. Their populations ranged from the 1.8 million of Mongolia to the 36 millions of Poland. This was the part of the world whose social system sometime in the 1960s came to be called, in the terminology of Soviet ideology, the countries of really existing socialism, an ambiguous term which implied or suggested that there might be other and better kinds of socialism, but in practice this was the only kind actually functioning. This was also the region whose social and economic systems as well as whose political regimes collapsed totally in Europe as the 1980s gave way to the 1990s. In the East the political systems maintained themselves for the time being, though the actual economic restructuring they undertook in varying degrees amounted to a liquidation of socialism as hitherto understood by those regimes, notably in China. The scattered regimes elsewhere imitating or inspired by really existing socialism in other parts of the world had either collapsed or were probably not destined for a long life. The first thing to observe about the socialist region of the globe was that for most of its existence it formed a separate and largely self-contained sub-universe both economically and politically. Its relations with the rest of the world economy, capitalist, or dominated by the capitalism of the developed countries, were surprisingly scanty. Even at the height of the great boom in international trade during the golden years, only something like 4% of the exports of the developed market economies went to the centrally planned economies, and by the 1980s the share of third world exports going to them was not much more. The socialist economies sent rather more of their modest exports to the rest of the world, but even so 2/3 of their international trade in the 1960s, 1965, was within their own sector. UN International Trade, 1983, Volume 1, p. 1046. There was, for obvious reasons, little movement of people from the first to the second world, though some East European states began to encourage mass tourism from the 1960s. Emigration to non-socialist countries as well as temporary travel were strictly controlled, and at times virtually impossible. The political systems of the socialist world, essentially modeled on the Soviet system, had no real equivalent elsewhere. They were based on a strongly hierarchical and authoritarian single party which monopolized state power. In fact, it sometimes virtually substituted itself for the state, operating a centrally planned command economy and, at least in theory, imposing a single mandatory Marxist-Leninist ideology on its country's inhabitants. The segregation or self-segregation of the socialist camp, as Soviet terminology came to call it from the late 1940s, gradually crumbled in the 1970s and 1980s. Nevertheless, the sheer degree of mutual ignorance and incomprehension that persisted between the two worlds was quite extraordinary, especially when we bear in mind that this was a period when both travel and communication of information were utterly revolutionized. For long periods very little information about these countries was allowed out and very little about other parts of the world was permitted to enter. In return, even non-expert educated and sophisticated citizens of the First World often found they could not make sense of what they saw or heard in countries whose past and present was so different from their own and whose languages were often beyond their reach. The fundamental reason for the separation of the two camps was no doubt political. As we have seen, after the October Revolution, Soviet Russia saw world capitalism as the enemy to be overthrown as soon as practicable by world revolution. That revolution did not take place and Soviet Russia was isolated, surrounded by a capitalist world, many of whose most powerful governments wanted to prevent the establishment of the center of global subversion, and, later, to eliminate it as soon as possible. The mere fact that the USSR did not acquire official diplomatic recognition of its existence by the USA until 1933 demonstrates its initial outlaw status. Moreover, even when the always realistic Lenin was prepared, and indeed anxious, to make the most far-reaching concessions to foreign investors in return for their assistance in Russia's economic development. In practice he found no takers. Thus the young USSR was necessarily launched on a course of self-contained development, in virtual isolation from the rest of the world economy. Paradoxically, this was soon to provide it with its most powerful ideological argument. It seemed immune to the gigantic economic depression which devastated the capitalist economy after the Wall Street crash of 1929. Politics once again helped to isolate the Soviet economy in the 1930s and, even more dramatically, the expanded Soviet sphere after 1945. The Cold War froze both the economic and the political relations between the two sides. For practical purposes, all economic relations between them other than the most trivial, or the unavowable, had to pass through the state controls imposed by both. Trade between the blocs was a function of political relations. Not until the 1970s and 1980s were there signs that the separate economic universe of the socialist camp was being integrated into the wider world economy. In retrospect, we can see that this was the beginning of the end for really existing socialism. Yet there is no theoretical reason why the Soviet economy, as it emerged from revolution and civil war, could not have evolved in a far closer relationship with the rest of the world economy. Centrally planned and Western-type economies can be closely linked, as shown by the case of Finland, which at one point, 1983, took over a quarter of its imports from the USSR and sent a similar proportion of its exports there. However, the socialist camp that concerns the historian is the one which actually emerged, not what might have been. The central fact of Soviet Russia was that its new rulers, the Bolshevik Party, had never expected it to survive in isolation, let alone to become the nucleus of a self-contained collectivist economy, socialism in one country. None of the conditions which Marx or any of his followers had hitherto considered essential to the establishment of a socialist economy were present in this enormous hulk of a territory which was virtually a synonym for economic and social backwardness in Europe. The founders of Marxism assumed that the function of a Russian revolution could only be to spark off the revolutionary explosion in the more advanced industrial countries where the preconditions for the construction of socialism were present. As we have seen, this was exactly what looked like happening in 1917-18, and it appeared to justify Lenin's highly controversial decision, at least among Marxists, to set the course of the Russian Bolsheviks for Soviet power and socialism. In Lenin's view, Moscow would only be the temporary headquarters of socialism until it could move to its permanent capital in Berlin. It is no accident that the official language of the Communist International, set up as the General Staff of World Revolution in 1919, was, and remained, not Russian but German. When it became clear that Soviet Russia was to be, for the time being, which would certainly not be short, the only country in which proletarian revolution had triumphed, the logical, indeed the only persuasive policy for the Bolsheviks, was to transform it from a backward into an advanced economy and society as soon as possible. The most obvious known way to do this was to combine an all-out offensive against the cultural backwardness of the notoriously dark, ignorant, illiterate, and superstitious masses with an all-out drive for technological modernization and industrial revolution. A Soviet-based communism therefore became primarily a program for transforming backward countries into advanced ones. This concentration on ultra-rapid economic growth was not without its appeal even in the developed capitalist world in its age of catastrophe, desperately seeking for a way to recover its economic dynamism. It was even more directly relevant to the problems of the world outside Western Europe and North America, most of which could recognize its own image in the agrarian backwardness of Soviet Russia. The Soviet recipe for economic development, centralized state economic planning aimed at the ultra-rapid construction of the basic industries and infrastructure essential to a modern industrial society, seemed designed for them. Moscow was not only a more attractive model than Detroit or Manchester because it stood for anti-imperialism, but it also seemed a more suitable model, especially for countries lacking both in private capital and a large body of private and profit-oriented industry. Socialism in this sense inspired a number of newly independent ex-colonial countries after the Second World War whose governments rejected the communist political system, see Chapter 12. Since the countries joining that system were also backward and agrarian, with the exception of Czechoslovakia, the future German Democratic Republic and, to a lesser extent, Hungary, the Soviet economic recipe also seemed to suit them, and their new rulers launched themselves into the task of economic construction with genuine enthusiasm. Moreover, the recipe seemed to be effective. Between the wars, and especially during the 1930s, the rate of growth of the Soviet economy outpaced all other countries except Japan, and in the first 15 years after the Second World War the economies of the socialist camp grew considerably faster than those of the West, so much so that Soviet leaders like Nikita Khrushchev sincerely believed that, the curve of their growth continuing upwards at the same rate, socialism would outproduce capitalism within a foreseeable future, as indeed did the British Premier Harold Macmillan. More than one economic observer in the 1950s wondered whether this might not happen. Curiously enough, no discussion of planning, which was to be the central criterion of socialism, nor of rapid industrialization with priority for the heavy industries, was to be found in the writings of Marx and Engels, though planning is implicit in a socialized economy. But socialists, Marxist or otherwise, before 1917 had been too busy opposing capitalism to give much thought to the nature of the economy that would replace it, and after October Lenin himself, dipping, as he himself put it, one foot into the deep waters of socialism, made no attempt to dive into the unknown. It was the crisis of the Civil War that brought matters to a head. It led to the nationalization of all industries in mid-1918, and to the war communism by means of which an embattled Bolshevik state organized its life and death struggle against counter-revolution and foreign intervention, and tried to raise the resources for it. All war economies, even in capitalist countries, involve planning and control by the state. In fact, the specific inspiration for Lenin's idea of planning was the German war economy of 1914-18, which, as we have seen, was probably not the best model of its period and kind. Communist war economies were naturally inclined on grounds of principle to replace private by public property and management, and to dispense with the market and the price mechanism, especially as none of these were of much use to improvise a national war effort at a moment's notice, and there were indeed communist idealists, like Nikolai Bukharin, who saw the Civil War as the opportunity to establish the main structures of a communist utopia, and the grim economy of crisis, permanent and universal shortage, and the non-monetary allocation of rationed basic necessities to the people in kind, bread, clothes, bus tickets, as a Spartan preview of that social ideal. In fact, as the Soviet regime emerged victorious from the struggles of 1918-20, it was evident that war communism, however necessary for the time being, could not continue, partly because the peasants would rebel against the military requisitioning of their grain, which had been its base, and the workers against its hardships, partly because it provided no effective means for restoring an economy which had been virtually destroyed. Iron and steel production was down from 4.2 million tons in 1913 to 200,000 in 1920. With his habitual realism, Lenin introduced the new economic policy in 1921, which in effect reintroduced the market and, indeed, in his own words, retreated from war communism to state capitalism. Yet it was at this very moment, when Russia's already retrograde economy had fallen to 10% of its pre-war size, see Chapter 2, that the need to industrialize massively, and to do so by government planning, became the obvious priority task for the Soviet government. And while the new economic policy dismantled war communism, state control and compulsion remained as the only known model of an economy of socialized ownership and management. The first planning institution, the State Commission for the Electrification of Russia, GOELRO, in 1920 aimed, naturally enough, at modernizing technology, but the State Planning Commission set up in 1921, Gosplan, had more universal objectives. It remained in being under that name until the end of the USSR. It became the ancestor and inspirer of all state institutions designed to plan, or even to exercise macroeconomic supervision over, the economies of 20th century states. The new economic policy, NEP, was the subject of impassioned debate in Russia in the 1920s and again in the early Gorbachev years of the 1980s, but for the opposite reasons. In the 1920s it was clearly recognized as a defeat for communism, or at least a diversion of the columns marching towards socialism from the main highway to which, in one way or another, the way back had to be found. Radicals, such as the followers of Trotsky, wanted a break with NEP as soon as possible and a massive drive for industrialization, which was the policy eventually adopted under Stalin. Moderates, headed by Bukharin, who had put the ultra-radicalism of the war communist years behind him, were keenly aware of the political and economic constraints under which the Bolshevik government had to operate in a country more overwhelmingly dominated by peasant agriculture than before the revolution. They favored a gradual transformation. Lenin's own views could not be adequately expressed after paralysis hit him in 1922, he survived only until early 1924, but, while he could express himself, he seems to have favored gradualism. On the other hand, the debates of the 1980s were retrospective searches for an historical socialist alternative to the Stalinism which actually succeeded NEP, a different road to socialism from the one actually envisaged by Bolshevik right and left in the 1920s. In retrospect, Bukharin became a sort of proto-Gorbachev. These debates are no longer relevant. Looking back, we can see that the original justification for the decision to establish socialist power in Russia disappeared when proletarian revolution failed to conquer Germany. Worse than this, Russia survived the Civil War in ruins and far more backward than it had been under Tsarism. True, Tsar, nobility, gentry and bourgeoisie had gone. 2 millions emigrated, incidentally depriving the Soviet state of a large section of its educated cadres. But so had the industrial development of the Tsarist era, and most of the industrial workers who provided the social and political base for the Bolshevik Party. Revolution and civil war had killed or dispersed them or transferred them from factories into the offices of state and party. What remained was a Russia even more firmly anchored in the past, the immobile, unshiftable mass of peasants in the restored village communities, to whom the revolution had, against earlier Marxist judgment, given the land, or rather whose occupation and distribution of the land in 1917-18 it had accepted as the necessary price of victory and survival. In many ways NEP was a brief golden age of peasant Russia. Suspended above this mass was the Bolshevik Party, no longer representing anyone. As Lenin recognized with his usual lucidity, all it had going for it was the fact that it was, and was likely to remain, the accepted and established government of the country. It had nothing else. Even so, what actually governed the country was an undergrowth of smaller and larger bureaucrats, on average even less educated and qualified than before. What options had this regime, which was, moreover, isolated and boycotted by foreign governments and capitalists, mindful of the expropriation of Russian assets and investments by the revolution? NEP was indeed brilliantly successful in restoring the Soviet economy from the ruin of 1920. By 1926 Soviet industrial production had more or less recovered its pre-war level, though this did not mean much. The USSR remained as overwhelmingly rural as in 1913, 82% of the population in both cases, Bergson/Levine, 1983, p. 100, Nov., 1969, and indeed only 7.5% were employed outside agriculture. What this mass of peasants wanted to sell to the cities, what it wanted to buy from them, how much of its income it wanted to save, and how many of the many millions who chose to feed themselves in the villages rather than face city poverty wanted to leave the farms, this determined Russia's economic future, for, apart from the state's tax income, the country had no other available source of investment and labor. Leaving aside all political considerations, a continuation of NEP, modified or not, would at best produce a modest rate of industrialization. Moreover, until there was a great deal more industrial development, there was little that the peasants could buy in the city to tempt them to sell their surplus rather than to eat and drink it in the villages. This, known as the scissors crisis, was to be the noose that eventually strangled NEP. 60 years later a similar but proletarian scissors undermined Gorbachev's perestroika. Why, Soviet workers were to argue, should they raise their productivity to earn higher wages unless the economy produced the consumer goods to buy with these higher wages? But how were these goods to be produced unless Soviet workers raised their productivity? It was therefore never very likely that NEP, i.e. balanced economic growth based on a peasant market economy steered by the state which controlled its commanding heights, would prove a lasting strategy. For a regime committed to socialism, the political arguments against it were in any case overwhelming. Would it not put the small forces committed to this new society at the mercy of petty commodity production and petty enterprise which would regenerate the capitalism just overthrown? And yet, what made the Bolshevik Party hesitate was the prospective cost of the alternative. It meant industrialization by force, a second revolution, but this time not rising from below but imposed by state power from above. Stalin, who presided over the ensuing Iron Age of the USSR, was an autocrat of exceptional, some might say unique, ferocity, ruthlessness and lack of scruple. Few men have manipulated terror on a more universal scale. There is no doubt that under some other leader of the Bolshevik Party the sufferings of the peoples of the USSR would have been less, the number of victims smaller. Nevertheless, any policy of rapid modernization in the USSR, under the circumstances of the time, was bound to be ruthless and, because imposed against the bulk of the people and imposing serious sacrifices on them, to some extent coercive. And the Central East Command economy which conducted this drive through its plans was, equally inevitably, closer to a military operation than to an economic enterprise. On the other hand, like military enterprises which have genuine popular moral legitimacy, the breakneck industrialization of the first 5-year plans, 1929–41, generated support by the very blood, toil, tears and sweat it imposed on the people. As Churchill knew, sacrifice itself can motivate. Difficult though it may be to believe, even the Stalinist system, which once again turned peasants into serfs attached to the land and made important parts of the economy dependent on a prison labor force of between 4 and 13 millions, the gulags, van der Linden, 1993, almost certainly enjoyed substantial support, though clearly not among the peasantry, Fitzpatrick, 1994. The planned economy of the 5-year plans which took the place of NEP in 1928 was necessarily a crude instrument, far cruder than the sophisticated calculations of the Gosplan's pioneer economists of the 1920s, which were in turn far cruder than the planning instruments available to governments and large corporations in the later 20th century. Essentially its business was to create new industries rather than to run them, and it chose to give immediate priority to the basic heavy industries and energy production which were the foundation of any large industrial economy: coal, iron and steel, electricity, oil, etc. The USSR's exceptional wealth in suitable raw materials made this choice both logical and convenient. As in a war economy, and the Soviet planned economy was a kind of war economy, targets for production can, and indeed often must, be set without considering cost and cost-effectiveness, the test being whether they can be met and when. As in all such life-or-death efforts, the most effective method of fulfilling targets and meeting deadlines is giving urgent orders which produce all-out rushes. Crisis is its form of management. The Soviet economy settled down as a set of routines broken by frequent, almost institutionalized shock efforts in response to orders from above. Nikita Khrushchev was later desperately to look for a way of making the system work in some other way than as a response to shouting, Khrushchev, 1990, p18. Stalin, earlier, had exploited storming by deliberately setting unrealistic targets which encouraged superhuman efforts. Moreover, the targets once set had to be understood, and carried out down to the remotest outpost of production in Inner Asia, by administrators, managers, technicians, and workers who, at least in the first generation, were inexperienced, ill-educated and used to wooden plows rather than machines. The cartoonist David Lowe, visiting the USSR in the early 1930s, drew a sketch of a collective farm girl absent-mindedly trying to milk a tractor. This eliminated the last elements of sophistication, except at the very top, which, for that very reason, carried the responsibility of an increasingly total centralization. As Napoleon and his chief of staff had once had to compensate for the technical deficiencies of his marshals, essentially untrained fighting officers promoted from the ranks, so all decisions were increasingly concentrated at the apex of the Soviet system. Gosplan's over-centralization compensated for the shortage of managers. The drawback of this procedure was an enormous bureaucratization of the economic apparatus as well as of all other parts of the system. So long as the economy remained at the semi-subsistence level and had merely to lay the foundation for modern industry, this rough and ready system, developed mainly in the 1930s, worked. It even developed its own flexibility, in an equally crude manner. Setting one lot of targets did not necessarily get into the immediate way of setting other targets, as it would in the sophisticated labyrinth of a modern economy. In fact, for a backward and primitive country isolated from foreign help, command industrialization, with all its waste and inefficiencies, worked impressively. It turned the USSR into a major industrial economy in a few years and one capable, as Tsarist Russia had not been, of surviving and winning the war against Germany in spite of the temporary loss of areas containing a third of her population and, in many industries, half the industrial plant. One must add that in few other regimes could or would the people have borne the unparalleled sacrifices of this war effort, see Mulward 1979, pages 92 to 97, or, indeed, those of the 1930s. Yet, if the system kept the consumption of the population at rock bottom, in 1940 the economy produced only a little over one pair of footwear in all for each inhabitant of the USSR, it guaranteed them that social minimum. It gave them work, food, clothes and housing at controlled, i.e. subsidized, prices and rents, pensions, health care and a rough equality until the system of rewards by special privileges for the nomenklatura got out of hand after Stalin's death. Much more generously, it gave education. The transformation of a largely illiterate country into the modern USSR was, by any standards, a towering achievement. And for millions from the villages to whom, even in the harshest of times, Soviet development meant the opening of new horizons, the escape from darkness and ignorance to the city, light and progress, not to mention personal advancement and careers, the case for the new society was entirely convincing. In any case, they knew no other. However, this success story did not include agriculture and those who lived by it, for industrialization rested on the backs of an exploited peasantry. There is very little to be said in favor of the Soviets' peasant and agricultural policy except perhaps that the peasants were not the only ones to carry the burden of socialist primitive accumulation, the phrase of a follower of Trotsky who favored it, as has been claimed. The workers also carried part of the burden of generating resources for investing in the future. The peasants, the majority of the population, were not only legally and politically inferior in status, at least until the entirely inoperative 1936 Constitution, they were not only taxed more highly and received inferior security, but the basic agricultural policy that replaced NEP, namely compulsory collectivization in cooperative or state farms, was and remained disastrous. Its immediate effect was to lower grain output and almost have livestock, thus producing a major famine in 1932-33. Collectivization led to a drop in the already low productivity of Russian farming, which did not regain the NEP level until 1940 or, allowing for the further disasters of the Second World War, 1950, Tuma, 1965, p. 102. The massive mechanizations which tried to compensate for this fall was also, and has remained, massively inefficient. After a promising post-war period when Soviet agriculture even produced a modest surplus of grain for export, though the USSR never even looked like becoming a major exporter as Tsarist Russia had been, Soviet farming ceased to be able to feed the population. From the early 1970s on it relied, sometimes to the extent of a quarter of its needs, on the world grain market. But for the slight relaxation of the collective system, which allowed peasants to produce for the market from small private plots, they covered about 4% of the farmed area in 1938, the Soviet consumer would have eaten little but black bread. In short, the USSR exchanged an inefficient peasant agriculture for an inefficient collective agriculture at vast cost. As so often, this reflected the social and political conditions of Soviet Russia, rather than the inherent nature of the Bolshevik project. Cooperation and collectivization, combined in varying degrees with private cultivation, or even, as in the Israeli kibbutzim, more communist than anything in the USSR, can be successful, while pure peasant farming has often been better at extracting subsidies from governments than profits from the soil. However, in the USSR there is no doubt at all that the agrarian policy was a failure. And one only too often copied, at least initially, by subsequent socialist regimes. The other aspect of Soviet development for which very little can be said is the enormous and overblown bureaucratization which a centralized command government engendered, and with which even Stalin was unable to cope. Indeed, it has been seriously suggested that the Great Terror of the later 1930s was Stalin's desperate method to overcome the bureaucratic maze and its skillful dodging of most government controls or injunctions, Lewin, 1991, p. 17, or at least to prevent it from taking over as an ossified ruling class, as was eventually to happen under Brezhnev. Every attempt to make the administration more flexible and efficient merely swelled it and made it more indispensable. In the last years of the 1930s it grew at 2.5 times the rate of employment in general. As war approached, there was more than one administrator for every 2 blue-collar workers, Lewin, 1991. Under Stalin the top layer of these leading cadres were, as has been said, uniquely powerful slaves, always on the brink of catastrophe. Their power and privileges were shadowed by a constant memento mori. After Stalin, or rather after the last of the great bosses, Nikita Khrushchev, was removed in 1964, there was nothing in the system to prevent stagnation. The third drawback of the system, and the one which in the end sank it, was its inflexibility. It was geared to constant growth in the output of products whose character and quality had been predetermined, but it contained no built-in mechanism for varying either quantity, except upward, or quality, or for innovation. In fact, it did not know what to do about inventions, and did not use them in the civilian economy, as distinct from the military-industrial complex. As for the consumers, they were provided for neither by a market, which would have indicated their preferences, nor by any bias in their favor within the economic or, as we shall see, the political system. On the contrary, the system's original bias towards maximum growth of capital goods was reproduced by the planning machine. The most that one might claim is that, as the economy grew, it provided more consumer goods even while industrial structure kept on favoring capital goods. Even so, the system of distribution was so bad, and, above all, the system of organizing services so non-existent, that the rising standard of living in the USSR, and improvement from the 1940s to the 1970s was very striking, could function effectively only with the help of, or by means of, an extensive second or black economy, which grew rapidly, particularly from the end of the 1960s. Since unofficial economies by definition escape from official documentation, we can only guess at its size, but in the late 1970s it was estimated that the Soviet urban population spent about 20 billion rubles on private consumer, medical and legal services, plus about another 7 billions in tips to ensure service, Alexeyev, 1990. This would at the time have been a sum comparable to the total of imports of the country. In short, the Soviet system was designed to industrialize a very backward and undeveloped country as rapidly as possible, on the assumption that its people would be content with a standard of living guaranteeing a social minimum and a standard of material living somewhat above subsistence. How much depended on what trickled down from the general growth of an economy geared to further industrialization. Inefficient and wasteful though it was, it achieved these objects. In 1913 the Tsarist Empire, with 9.4% of the world's population, produced 6% of the world's total of national incomes and 3.6% of its industrial output. In 1986 the USSR, with less than 6% of the global population, produced 14% of the globe's national income and 14.6% of its industrial output. But it produced only a slightly higher share of the world's agricultural output. Volodin, 1987, pages 148-52. Russia had been transformed into a major industrial power, and indeed its status as a superpower, maintained for almost half a century, rested on this success. However, and contrary to the expectations of the communists, the engine of Soviet economic development was so constructed as to slow down rather than speed up when, after the vehicle had advanced a certain distance, the driver stepped on the accelerator. Its dynamism contained the mechanism of its own exhaustion. This was the system which, after 1944, became the model for the economies under which a third of the human race lived. However, the Soviet Revolution also developed a very special political system. The European popular movements of the left, including the Marxist labor and socialist movements to which the Bolshevik Party belonged, drew on two political traditions, electoral, and sometimes even direct democracy, and the centralized action-oriented revolutionary efforts inherited from the Jacobin phase of the French Revolution. The mass labor and socialist movements which emerged almost everywhere in Europe at the end of the 19th century, whether as parties, labor unions, cooperatives, or a combination of all these, were strongly democratic both in their internal structure and their political aspirations. In fact, where constitutions based on a wide franchise did not yet exist, they were the chief forces pressing for them and, unlike the anarchists, the Marxists were fundamentally committed to political action. The political system of the USSR, which was also later transferred to the socialist world, broke sharply with the democratic side of socialist movements, though maintaining an increasingly academic commitment to it in theory. It even moved far beyond the Jacobin heritage, which, whatever its commitment to revolutionary rigor and ruthless action, did not favor individual dictatorship. In short, as the Soviet economy was a command economy, so Soviet politics was command politics. This evolution reflected partly the history of the Bolshevik Party, partly the crises and urgent priorities of the young Soviet regime, and partly the peculiarities of the drunkard cobbler's ex-seminarist son from Georgia who became the autocrat of the USSR under the self-chosen political name the Man of Steel, namely J.B. Stalin, 1879–1953. Lenin's model of the vanguard party, a uniquely efficient disciplined cadre of professional revolutionaries, geared to carrying out the tasks assigned to them by a central leadership, was potentially authoritarian, as numerous other equally revolutionary Russian Marxists had pointed out from the start. What was to stop substitutism of the party for the masses it claimed to lead? Of its elected committees for the members, or rather the regular congresses expressing their views. Of the actual operational leadership for the Central Committee, and eventually by the, in theory elected, unique leader who in practice replaced all of these? The danger, as it turned out, was no less real because Lenin neither wanted to nor was in a position to be a dictator, or because the Bolshevik Party, like all organizations of the ideological left, behaved much less like a military staff and much more like an endless debating society. It became more immediate after the October Revolution, as the Bolsheviks turned from a body of a few thousand illegals into a mass party of hundreds of thousands, eventually of millions of professional mobilizers, administrators, executives, and controllers, who swamped the old Bolsheviks and other pre-1917 socialists who had joined them, such as Leon Trotsky. They shared none of the old political culture of the left. All they knew was that the party was right and that decisions made by superior authority must be carried out if the revolution was to be saved. Whatever the pre-revolutionary attitude of the Bolsheviks to democracy in and outside the party, to free speech, civil liberties, and toleration, the circumstances of the years 1917 to 21 imposed an increasingly authoritarian mode of government on, and within, a party committed to any action that was, or seemed, necessary to maintain the fragile and struggling Soviet power. It had not actually begun as a one-party government, nor one rejecting opposition, but it won the Civil War as a single-party dictatorship buttressed by a powerful security apparatus, and using terror against counter-revolutionaries. Equally to the point, the party itself abandoned internal democracy, as the collective discussion of alternative policies was banned, in 1921. The democratic centralism which governed it in theory became mere centralism. It ceased to operate by its own party constitution. The annual meetings of party congresses became less regular, until under Stalin they became unpredictable and occasional. The NEP years relaxed the non-political atmosphere, but not the feeling that the party was a beleaguered minority which might have history on its side, but was working against the grain of the Russian masses and the Russian present. The decision to launch the Industrial Revolution from above, automatically committed the system to imposing authority, perhaps even more ruthlessly than in the Civil War years, because its machinery for exercising power continuously was now much greater. It was then that the last elements of a separation of powers, the modest even if diminishing room for maneuver of the Soviet government as distinct from the party, came to an end. The single political leadership of the party now concentrated absolute power in its hands, subordinating all else. It was at this point that the system became an autocracy under Stalin, and one seeking to impose total control over all aspects of its citizens' lives and thoughts, all their existence being, so far as possible, subordinated to the achievement of the system's objectives, as defined and specified by the supreme authority. This was certainly not envisaged by Marx and Engels, nor did it develop in the second, Marxist, International and most of its parties. Thus Karl Liebknecht, who, with Rosa Luxemburg, became the leader of the German Communists and was assassinated with her in 1919 by reactionary officers, did not even claim to be a Marxist, though he was the son of a founder of the German Social Democratic Party. The Austro-Marxists, though, as their name suggests, committed to Marx, made no bones about going their own various ways, and even when a man was branded an official heretic, as Eduard Bernstein was for his revisionism, it was taken for granted that he was a legitimate social democrat. Indeed, he continued as an official editor of the works of Marx and Engels. The idea that a socialist state should force every citizen to think the same, let alone to endow its leaders collectively with something like papal infallibility, that any single person should exercise this function was unthinkable, would not have crossed the mind of any leading socialist before 1917. One might at most claim that Marxist socialism was for its adherents a passionate personal commitment, a system of hope and belief, which had some characteristics of a secular religion, though not more than the ideology of non-socialist crusading groups, and, perhaps more to the point, that, once it became a mass movement, subtle theory inevitably became at best a catechism, at worst, a symbol of identity and loyalty, like a flag, which must be saluted. Such mass movements, as intelligent Central European socialists had long noted, also tended to admire, even to worship, leaders, though it must be said that the well-known tendency to argument and rivalry within left-wing parties would usually keep this under some control. The construction of the Lenin mausoleum on the Red Square, where the preserved body of the great leader would forever be visible to the faithful, did not derive from anything in even the Russian revolutionary tradition, but was an obvious attempt to mobilize the appeal of Christian saints and relics to a backward peasant people for the benefit of the Soviet regime. One might also claim that in the Bolshevik party constructed by Lenin, orthodoxy and intolerance were to some extent implanted not as values in themselves but for pragmatic reasons. Like a good general, and Lenin was fundamentally a planner of action, he did not want arguments in the ranks which would prevent practical effectiveness. Moreover, like other practical geniuses, he was convinced that he knew best, and had little time for other opinions. In theory, he was an orthodox, even a fundamentalist, Marxist, because it was clear to him that any monkeying with the text of a theory whose essence was revolution was likely to encourage compromisers and reformists. In practice, he unhesitatingly modified Marx's views and added to them freely, always defending his literal loyalty to the master. Since, for most of the years before 1917, he led, and represented an embattled minority on the Russian left, and even within Russian social democracy, he acquired a reputation for intolerance of dissent, but he had as little hesitation in welcoming his opponents, once the situation had changed, as he had in denouncing them, and, even after October, he never relied on his authority within the party, but invariably on argument. Nor, as we have seen, did his positions ever make their way unchallenged. Had he lived, Lenin would no doubt have gone on denouncing opponents, and, as in the Civil War, his pragmatic intolerance would know no limits. Yet there is no evidence that he envisaged, or would even have tolerated, the sort of secular version of a universal and compulsory state-cum-private religion which developed after his death. Stalin may not have founded it consciously. He may merely have gone with what he saw as the mainstream of a backward peasant Russia and its autocratic and orthodox tradition. But it is unlikely that, without him, it would have developed, and certain that it would not have been imposed on, or copied by other socialist regimes. Yet one thing must be said. The possibility of dictatorship is implicit in any regime based on a single, irremovable party. In a party organized on the centralized hierarchical basis of Lenin's Bolsheviks, it becomes a probability. And irremovability was merely another name for the total conviction of the Bolsheviks that the revolution must not be reversed, and that its fate was in their hands and in nobody else's. Bolsheviks argued that a bourgeois regime might safely envisage the defeat of a conservative administration and the succession of a liberal, since this would not change the bourgeois character of society, but it would and could not tolerate a communist regime, for the same reason that a communist one could not tolerate being overthrown by any force that would restore the old order. Revolutionaries, including revolutionary socialists, are not democrats in the electoral sense, however sincerely convinced of acting in the interests of the people. Nevertheless, even if the assumption that the party was a political monopoly with a leading role made a democratic Soviet regime as unlikely as a democratic Catholic Church, it did not imply personal dictatorship. It was Joseph Stalin who turned communist political systems into non-hereditary monarchies. In many ways Stalin, tiny, cautious, insecure, cruel, nocturnal and endlessly suspicious, seems a figure out of Suetonius' Lives of the Caesars rather than out of modern politics. Outwardly unimpressive and indeed forgettable, a grey blur as a contemporary observer called him in 1917, Sukhanov, he conciliated and maneuvered where he had to, until he reached the top, but, of course, his very considerable gifts had got him close to the top even before the revolution. He was a member of the first government after revolutionary government as Commissar for Nationalities. When he finally became the unchallenged leader of the party and, in effect, of the state, he lacked the palpable sense of personal destiny, the charisma and self-confidence which made Hitler the founder and accepted master of his party and kept his entourage loyal to him without coercion. Stalin ruled his party, as everything else within reach of his personal power, by terror and fear. In turning himself into something like a secular Tsar, defender of the secular Orthodox faith, the body of whose founder, transformed into a secular saint, awaited the pilgrims outside the Kremlin, Stalin showed a sound sense of public relations. For a collection of peasant and animal herding peoples mentally living in the Western equivalent of the 11th century, this was almost certainly the most effective way of establishing the legitimacy of the new regime, just as the simple, unqualified, dogmatic catechisms to which he reduced Marxism-Leninism were ideal for introducing ideas to the first generation of literates. Nor can his terror simply be seen as the assertion of a tyrant's unlimited personal power. There is no doubt that he enjoyed that power, the fear that he inspired, the ability to give life or death, just as there is no doubt that he was quite indifferent to the material rewards that someone in his position could command. Yet, whatever his personal psychological kinks, Stalin's terror was, in theory, as rationally instrumental a tactic as was his caution where he lacked control. Both, in fact, were based on the principle of avoiding risks, which, in turn, reflected that very lack of confidence in his ability to assess situations, to make a Marxist analysis, in the Bolshevik jargon, which had distinguished Lenin. His terrifying career makes no sense except as a stubborn, unbroken, pursuit of that utopian aim of a communist society to whose reassertion he devoted the last of his publications, a few months before his death. Stalin, 1952. Power in the Soviet Union was all that the Bolsheviks had gained by the October Revolution. Power was the only tool they could wield to change society. This was beset by constant, and in one way or another, constantly renewed, difficulties. This is the meaning of Stalin's otherwise absurd thesis that the class struggle would become more intense decades after the proletariat had taken power. Only the determination to use power consistently and ruthlessly to eliminate all possible obstacles to the process could guarantee eventual success. Three things drove a policy based on this assumption towards a murderous absurdity. First, Stalin's belief that in the last analysis only he knew the way forward and was sufficiently determined to pursue it. Plenty of politicians and generals have this sense of indispensability, but only those with absolute power are in a position to compel others to share this belief. Thus the great purges of the 1930s, which, unlike earlier forms of terror, were directed against the party itself and especially its leadership, began after many hardened Bolsheviks, including those who had supported him against the various oppositions of the 1920s and genuinely backed the Geat leap forward of collectivization and five-year plan, found the ruthless cruelties of the period and the sacrifices it imposed, more than they would willingly accept. No doubt many of them remembered Lenin's refusal to back Stalin as his successor because of his excessive brutality. The 17th Congress of the CPSU, revealed a substantial opposition to him. Whether it actually constituted a threat to his power we shall never know, for between 1934 and 1939 4 or 5 million party members and officials were arrested on political grounds, 400,000 or 500,000 of them were executed without trial, and the next, 18th, Party Congress, which met in the spring of 1939, contained a bare 37 survivors of the 1,827 delegates who had been present at the 17th in 1934, Kerblay, 1983, p. 245. What gave this terror an unprecedented inhumanity was that it recognized no conventional or other limits. It was not so much the belief that a great end justifies all the means necessary to achieve it, though it is possible that this was Mao Zedong's belief, or even the belief that the sacrifices imposed on the present generation, however large, are as nothing to the benefits which will be reaped by the endless generations of the future. It was the application of the principle of total war to all times. Leninism, perhaps because of the powerful strain of voluntarism which made other Marxists distrust Lenin as a Blanquist or Jacobin, thought essentially in military terms, as his own admiration for Clausewitz would indicate, even if the entire vocabulary of Bolshevik politics did not bear witness to it. Whom, was Lenin's basic maxim, the struggle as a zero-sum game in which the winner took, the loser lost, all. As we know, even the liberal states waged both world wars in this spirit, and recognized absolutely no limit on the suffering they were prepared to impose on the population of the enemy, and, in the First World War, even on their own armed forces. Indeed, even the victimization of entire blocks of people, defined on a priori grounds, became part of warfare, such as the internment during the Second World War of all U.S. citizens of Japanese origins or of all resident Germans and Austrians in Britain on the grounds that they might contain some potential agents of the enemy. This was part of that relapse of 19th-century civil progress into a renaissance of barbarism, which runs like a dark thread through this book. Fortunately, in constitutional and preferably democratic states under the rule of law and with a free press, there are some countervailing forces. In systems of absolute power there are none, even though eventually conventions of power limitation may develop, if only for the sake of survival and because the use of total power may be self-defeating. Paranoia is its logical end product. After Stalin's death, a tacit understanding among his successors decided to put an end to the era of blood, although, until the Gorbachev era, it was left to dissidents within and scholars or publicists abroad to estimate the full human cost of the Stalin decades. Henceforth Soviet politicians died in their beds, and sometimes at an advanced age. As the gulags emptied in the late 1950s, the USSR remained a society which treated its citizens badly by Western standards, but it ceased to be a society which imprisoned and killed its citizens on a uniquely massive scale. Indeed, by the 1980s it had a distinctly smaller proportion of its inhabitants in jail than the USA, 268 prisoners per 100,000 population against 426 per 100,000 in the USA, Walker 1991. Moreover, in the 1960s and 1970s the USSR actually became a society in which the ordinary citizen probably ran a smaller risk of being deliberately killed by crime, civil conflict, or the state than a substantial number of other countries in Asia, Africa and the Americas. Nevertheless, it remained a police state, an authoritarian society and, by any realistic standards, an unfree one. Only officially authorized or permitted information was available to the citizen, any other kind remained at least technically punishable by law until Gorbachev's policy of glasnost, openness, and freedom of travel and settlement depended on official permission, an increasingly nominal restriction within the USSR, but a very real one where frontiers had to be crossed even into another friendly socialist country. In all these respects the USSR remained distinctly inferior to Tsarist Russia. Moreover, even though for most everyday purposes the rule of law operated, the powers of administrative, i.e. arbitrary, imprisonment or internal exile remained. It will probably never be possible to calculate the human cost of Russia's iron decades adequately, since even such official statistics of execution and gulag populations as exist or might become available cannot cover all the losses, and estimates vary enormously depending on the assumption made by the estimators. By a sinister paradox it has been said, we are better informed as to losses to Soviet livestock in this period than about the number of the regime's opponents who were exterminated. Kerblay, 1983, p. 26. The suppression of the 1937 census alone introduces almost insuperable obstacles. Still, whatever assumptions are made, the number of direct and indirect victims must be measured in 8 rather than 7 digits. In these circumstances it does not much matter whether we opt for a conservative estimate nearer to 10 than to 20 millions or a larger figure, none can be anything but shameful and beyond palliation, let alone justification. I add, without comment, that the total population of the USSR in 1937 was said to have been 164 millions, or 16.7 millions less than the demographic forecasts of the second five-year plan, 1933-38. Brutal and dictatorial though it was, the Soviet system was not totalitarian, a term which became popular among critics of communism after the Second World War, having been invented in the 1920s by Italian fascism to describe its objects. Hitherto it had been used almost exclusively to criticize both it and German National Socialism. It stood for an all-embracing centralized system which not only imposed total physical control over its population but, by means of its monopoly of propaganda and education, actually succeeded in getting its people to internalize its values. George Orwell's 1984, published in 1949, gave this Western image of the totalitarian society its most powerful form, a society of brainwashed masses under the watchful eye of Big Brother, from which only the occasional lonely individual dissented. This is certainly what Stalin would have wanted to achieve, though it would have outraged Lenin and other old Bolsheviks, not to mention Marx. Insofar as it aimed at the virtual deification of the leader, what was later shyly euphemized as the cult of personality, or at least at establishing him as a compendium of virtues, it had some success, which Orwell satirized. Paradoxically, this owed little to Stalin's absolute power. The communist militants outside the socialist countries who wept genuine tears as they learned of his death in 1953, and many did, were voluntary converts to the movement they believed him to have symbolized and inspired. Unlike most foreigners, all Russians knew well enough how much suffering had been, and still was, their lot. Yet in some sense by virtue merely of being a strong and legitimate ruler of the Russian lands and a modernizer of these lands, he represented something of themselves, most recently as their leader in a war which was, for great Russians at least, a genuinely national struggle. Yet, in every other respect, the system was not totalitarian, a fact which throws considerable doubt on the usefulness of the term. It did not exercise effective thought control, let alone ensure thought conversion, but in fact depoliticized the citizenry to an astonishing degree. The official doctrines of Marxism-Leninism left the bulk of the population virtually untouched, since it had no apparent relevance to them, unless they were interested in a career in which such esoteric knowledge was expected. After 40 years of education in a country dedicated to Marxism, passers-by on Marx Square in Budapest were asked who Karl Marx was. They were told. He was a Soviet philosopher, Engels was his friend. Well, what else can I say? He died at an old age. Another voice, of course, a politician. And he was, you know, he was what's his name's, Lenin's, Lenin's works, well he translated them into Hungarian, Garten Ash, 1990, p. 261. For the majority of Soviet citizens most public statements about politics and ideology coming from on high were probably not consciously absorbed at all, unless they bore directly on their everyday problems, which they rarely did. Only the intellectuals were forced to take them seriously in a society built on and around an ideology that claimed to be rational and scientific. Yet, paradoxically, the very fact that such systems needed intellectuals, and gave those who did not publicly dissent from it substantial privileges and advantages, created a social space outside the state's control. Only terror as ruthless as Stalin's could completely silence the unofficial intellect. In the USSR it re-emerged as soon as the ice of fear began to thaw. The Thaw, 1954, was the title of an influential roman author by Ilya Ehrenberg, 1891–1967, a talented survivor, in the 1950s. In the 1960s and 1970s dissent, both in the uncertainly tolerated form of communist reformers and in the form of total intellectual, political and cultural dissidents, dominated the Soviet scene, though officially the country remained monolithic, a favorite Bolshevik term. This was to become evident in the 1980s. 2. The communist states which came into being after the Second World War, i.e. all except the USSR, were controlled by communist parties formed or shaped in the Soviet, i.e. Stalinist, mold. This was true even to some extent of the Chinese Communist Party, which had established real autonomy from Moscow in the 1930s under Mao Zedong. It was, perhaps, less true of later recruits to the socialist camp from the Third World, Fidel Castro's Cuba, and various more short-lived African, Asian, and Latin American regimes which arose in the 1970s, and which also tended to assimilate themselves officially to the established Soviet pattern. In all of them we find one-party political systems with highly centralized authority structures, officially promulgated cultural and intellectual truth determined by political authority, central state-planned economies, even, the most obvious relic of the Stalinist heritage, strongly profiled supreme leaders. Indeed, in the states directly occupied by the Soviet Army, including the Soviet security services, local governments were compelled to follow the Soviet example, for instance by organizing show trials and purges of local communists on the Stalin model, a matter for which the native communist parties showed no spontaneous enthusiasm. In Poland and East Germany they even managed to avoid these caricatures of the judicial process altogether, and no leading communist was killed or handed over to the Soviet security services, although, in the aftermath of the break with Tito, prominent local leaders in Bulgaria, Traicho Kostov, and Hungary, Laszlo Rajk, were executed, and in Stalin's last year a particularly implausible mass trial of leading Czech communists, with a markedly anti-Semitic tinge, decimated the old leadership of the local party. It may or may not have had some connection with the increasingly paranoid behavior of Stalin himself, as he deteriorated both physically and mentally and planned to eliminate even his most loyal supporters. The new regimes of the 1940s, though in Europe all were made possible by the victory of the Red Army, were only in 4 cases imposed exclusively by the force of that army: in Poland, the occupied part of Germany, Romania, where the local communist movement consisted at best of a few hundred people, most of them not ethnic Romanians, and, in substance, Hungary. In Yugoslavia and Albania it was very much homegrown. In Czechoslovakia the Communist Party's 40% of the vote in 1947 almost certainly reflected genuine strength at the time, and in Bulgaria communist influence was reinforced by the Russophile sentiment so universal in that country. Communist power in China, Korea, and former French Indochina, or rather, after the Cold War division, in the northern parts of those countries, owed nothing to Soviet arms, though after 1949 the smaller communist regimes benefited, for a while, from Chinese support. The subsequent additions to the socialist camp, starting with Cuba, had made their own way there, although struggling guerrilla liberation movements in Africa could count on serious support from the Soviet bloc. Yet, even in the states where communist power was imposed only by the Red Army, the new regime initially enjoyed a temporary legitimacy and, for a time, some genuine support. As we have seen, Chapter 5, the idea of building a new world on what was so visibly the total ruin of the old, inspired many of the young and the intellectuals. However unpopular party and government, the very energy and determination which both brought to the task of post-war reconstruction commanded a broad, if reluctant, assent. Indeed, the success of the new regimes in this task was hard to deny. In the more backward agrarian states, as we have seen, the communist commitment to industrialization, that is, to progress and modernity, re-echoed far beyond the party's ranks. Who could doubt that countries like Bulgaria or Yugoslavia were advancing far more rapidly than had seemed likely, or even possible before the war? Only where a primitive and ruthless USSR had occupied and forcibly absorbed less backward regions, or, at any rate, regions with developed cities, as in the areas transferred in 1939–40, and in the Soviet zone of Germany, after 1954 the German Democratic Republic, which continued for some time after 1945 to be pillaged by the USSR for its own reconstruction, did the balance look entirely negative. Politically, the communist states, homegrown or imposed, began by forming a single bloc under the leadership of the USSR, which, on grounds of anti-Western solidarity, was supported even by the communist regime which took full control of China in 1949, though Moscow's influence over the Chinese Communist Party had been tenuous ever since Mao Zedong became its unchallengeable leader in the middle 1930s. Mao went his own way amid professions of loyalty to the USSR, and Stalin, as a realist, was careful not to strain his relations with the effectively independent giant Eastern Brother Party. When in the later 1950s Nikita Khrushchev did strain them, the result was an acrimonious breach, as China challenged Soviet leadership of the international communist movement, though not very successfully. Stalin's attitude to the states and communist parties in the parts of Europe occupied by the Soviet armies was less conciliatory, partly because his armies were still present in Eastern Europe, but also because he thought he could rely on the genuine local communist loyalty to Moscow, and to himself personally. He was almost certainly surprised in 1948 when the Yugoslav communist leadership, so loyalist that Belgrade had been made the headquarters of the reconstructed Cold War Communist International, the Communist Information Bureau or Cominform, only a few months earlier, pushed their resistance to Soviet directives to the point of an open breach, and when Moscow's appeal to the loyalty of good communists over the head of Tito met with next to no serious response in Yugoslavia. Characteristically, his reaction was to extend purges and show trials to the remaining satellite communist leaderships. Nevertheless, the Yugoslav secession left the rest of the communist movement unaffected. The political crumbling of the Soviet bloc began with Stalin's death in 1953, but especially with the official attacks on the Stalinist era in general and, more cautiously, on Stalin himself, at the 20th Congress of the CPSU in 1956. Although aimed at a highly restricted domestic Soviet audience, foreign communists were excluded from Khrushchev's secret speech. The news soon got out that the Soviet monolith had split. The effects within the Soviet-dominated region of Europe was immediate. Within a few months a new, reforming communist leadership in Poland was peacefully accepted by Moscow, probably with the help of advice from the Chinese, and a revolution broke out in Hungary. Here the new government under another communist reformer, Imre Nagy, announced the end of one-party rule, which the Soviets might conceivably have tolerated. Opinions among them were divided, but also the withdrawal of Hungary from the Warsaw Pact and its future neutrality, which they would not tolerate. The revolution was suppressed by the Russian army in November 1956. That this major crisis within the Soviet bloc was not exploited by the Western Alliance, except for purposes of propaganda, demonstrated the stability of East-West relations. Both sides tacitly accepted the boundaries of each other's zones of influence, and during the 1950s and 1960s no indigenous revolutionary changes appeared on the globe to disturb this balance, except in Cuba. In regimes where politics was so obviously in control, no sharp line between political and economic developments can be drawn. Thus the governments of Poland and Hungary could not but make economic concessions to peoples who had so clearly demonstrated their lack of enthusiasm for communism. In Poland agriculture was decollectivized, though this did not make it notably more efficient, and, more to the point, the political force of a working class, much strengthened by the rush into heavy industrialization, was henceforth tacitly acknowledged. After all, it was an industrial movement in Poznan which had initiated the events of 1956. From then until the triumph of Solidarity at the end of the 1980s, Polish politics and economics were dominated by the confrontation of irresistible mass, the regime, and immovable object, the working class, which, initially without organization, was eventually organized into a classical labor movement, allied as usual with intellectuals, and eventually formed a political movement, just as Marx had predicted. Only the ideology of this movement, as Marxists had to note with melancholy, was not anti-capitalist but anti-socialist. Typically these confrontations were about the periodic attempts of Polish governments to cut down the heavy subsidies on basic living costs by raising prices. These then led to strikes, followed typically, after a crisis in the government, by retreat. In Hungary the leadership imposed by the Soviets after the defeat of the 1956 revolution was more genuinely reformist and effective. It set out under János Kadar, 1912–89, systematically, and possibly with tacit support from influential quarters in the USSR, to liberalize the regime, conciliate the opposition and, in effect, to achieve the objectives of 1956 within the limits of what the USSR would regard as acceptable. In this it was notably successful until the 1980s. This was not the case in Czechoslovakia, politically inert since the ruthless purges of the early 1950s, but cautiously and tentatively beginning to de-Stalinize. For two reasons this process snowballed in the second half of the 1960s. The Slovaks, including the Slovak component of the CP, never entirely at ease in the binational state, provided backing for potential opposition in the party. It is no accident that the man elected to the general secretaryship in a party coup in 1968 was a Slovak, Alexander Dubček. However, quite separately, pressure to reform the economy, and introduce some rationality and flexibility into the Soviet-type command system, became increasingly hard to resist in the 1960s. As we shall see, it was by then felt throughout the communist bloc. Economic decentralization, which was not in itself politically explosive, became so when combined with the demand for intellectual and, even more, for political liberalization. In Czechoslovakia this demand was all the stronger, not only because Stalinism had been particularly harsh and long-lasting, but also because so many of its communists, especially intellectuals, sprung from a party with genuine mass support both before and after the Nazi occupation, were profoundly shocked by the contrast between the communist hopes they still retained and the reality of the regime. As so often in Nazi-occupied Europe, where the party became the heart of the resistance movement, it attracted young idealists whose commitment at such a time was a guarantee of selflessness. What, other than hope and possible torture and death, could someone expect who, like a friend of the present writer, joined the party in Prague in 1941? As always, as was indeed inevitable, given the structure of communist states, reform came from above, i.e. from within the party. The Prague Spring of 1968, preceded and accompanied by politico-cultural ferment and agitation, coincided with the general outburst of global student radicalism which is discussed elsewhere. See Chapter 10:1 of the rare movements which crossed oceans and the borders of social systems, and produced simultaneous social movements, mainly student-centered, from California and Mexico to Poland and Yugoslavia. The action program of the Czechoslovak CP might or might not have been, just, acceptable to the Soviets, though it moved the one-party dictatorship rather dangerously towards a pluralist democracy. However, the cohesion, perhaps the very existence of the East European Soviet bloc seemed to be at stake, as the Prague Spring revealed, and increased, the cracks within it. On the one side, hardline regimes without mass support, such as Poland and East Germany, feared internal destabilization from the Czech example, which they criticized bitterly. On the other, the Czechs were supported enthusiastically by most European communist parties, by the reforming Hungarians and, from outside the bloc, by the independent communist regime of Tito in Yugoslavia, as well as by Romania which, since 1965, had begun to mark its distance from Moscow on nationalist grounds under a new leader, Nicolae Ceausescu, 1918-89. In internal matters, Ceausescu was anything but a communist reformer. Both Tito and Ceausescu visited Prague and received heroes' welcomes from the public. Hence Moscow, though not without divisions and hesitation, decided to overthrow the Prague regime by military force. This proved to be the virtual end of the Moscow-centered international communist movement, already cracked by the 1956 crisis. However, it held the Soviet bloc together for another 20 years, but henceforth only by the threat of Soviet military intervention. In the last 20 years of the Soviet bloc, even the leadership of the ruling communist parties appear to have lost any real belief in what they were doing. Meanwhile, and quite independently of politics, the need to reform or change the economic system of Soviet-type central planning became increasingly urgent. On the one hand, the developed non-socialist economies grew and flourished as never before, see Chapter 9, widening the already considerable gap between the two systems. This was particularly obvious in Germany, where both systems coexisted in different parts of the same country. On the other hand, the rate of growth of the socialist economies, which had surpassed the Western economies up to the latter part of the 1950s, began visibly to slacken off. The Soviet GNP, which grew at a rate of 5.7% per annum in the 1950s, almost as fast as in the first 12 years of industrialization, 1928-40, fell to 5.2% in the 1960s, 3.7% in the first half of the 1970s, 2.6% in the second half of that decade and 2% in the last 5 years before Gorbachev, 1980-85, Ofer, 1987, p. 1778. The record of Eastern Europe was similar. Attempts to make the system more flexible, essentially by decentralization, were made in the 1960s almost everywhere in the Soviet bloc, not least in the USSR itself under Premier Kosygin in the 1960s. With the exception of the Hungarian reforms, they were not notably successful, and, in several cases, they hardly got off the ground or, as in Czechoslovakia, were not allowed to for political reasons. A somewhat eccentric member of the family of socialist systems, Yugoslavia, was not notably more successful when, out of hostility to Stalinism, it replaced the centrally planned state economy with a system of autonomous cooperative enterprises. As the world economy entered a new period of uncertainties in the 1970s, nobody in East or West any longer expected the really existing socialist economies to overtake and surpass, or even to keep pace with the non-socialist ones. However, though more problematic than before, their future did not seem a cause for immediate worry. This was soon to change. Part 3. The Landslide. Chapter 14. The Crisis Decades. I was asked the other day about United States competitiveness and I replied that I don't think about it at all. We at NCR think of ourselves as a globally competitive company that happens to be headquartered in the United States. Jonathan Schell, New York Newsday 1993. At a particularly neuralgic level, one of the results of mass unemployment could be the progressive alienation from the rest of society of the young who, according to contemporary surveys, still want jobs, however difficult they may be to obtain, and still hope for meaningful careers. More broadly, there must be some danger that the coming decade will be a society in which not merely are we progressively divided from the two divisions representing, very roughly, the labor force and management, but in which the majority groups are increasingly splintered, with the young and the relatively unprotected at odds with the better protected and more experienced members of the workforce. The Secretary-General of OECD, Investing, 1983, p. 15. The history of the 20 years after 1973 is that of a world which lost its bearings and slid into instability and crisis. And yet, until the 1980s it was not clear how irretrievably the foundations of the Golden Age had crumbled. Until after one part of the world, the USSR and the Eastern Europe of real socialism, had collapsed entirely, the global nature of the crisis was not recognized, let alone admitted in the developed non-communist regions. Even so, for many years economic troubles were still recessions. The half-century's taboo on the use of the terms depression or slump, that reminder of the age of catastrophe, was not completely broken. Simply to use the word might conjure up the thing, even if the recessions of the 1980s were the most serious for 50 years, a phrase which carefully avoided specifying the actual period, the 1930s. The civilization that had elevated the word magic of the advertisers into a basic principle of the economy, was caught in its own mechanism of delusion. Not until the early 1990s do we find admissions, as, for instance, in Finland, that the economic troubles of the present were actually worse than those of the 1930s. In many ways this was puzzling. Why should the world economy have become less stable? As economists observed, the elements stabilizing the economy were now actually stronger than before, even though free market governments, like those of Presidents Reagan and Bush in the USA, Mrs. Thatcher and her successor in Britain, tried to weaken some of them. World Economic Survey, 1989, pages 10 to 11. Computerized inventory control, better communications, and quicker transport reduced the importance of the volatile inventory cycle of the old mass production, which produced enormous stocks just in case they were needed at times of expansion, and then stopped dead while stocks were sold off in times of contraction. The new method, pioneered by the Japanese, and made possible by the technologies of the 1970s, was to carry far smaller inventories, produce enough to supply dealers just in time, and in any case with a far greater capacity to vary output at short notice to meet changing demands. This was the age not of Henry Ford but of Benetton. At the same time, the sheer weight of government consumption and of that part of private income which came from government transfer payments such as Social Security and welfare, also stabilized the economy. Between them they amounted to about a third of GDP. If anything, both increased in the crisis era, if only because the cost of unemployment, pensions and health care rose. As this era was still continuing at the end of the short 20th century, we may have to wait for some years before the economists are able to use the historian's ultimate weapon, hindsight, to find a persuasive explanation. Of course, the comparison of the economic troubles of the 1970s to 90s with those between the wars is flawed, even though the fear of another great slump haunted these decades. Can it happen again, was a question asked by many, especially after a new, dramatic American, and global, stock exchange crash in 1987 and a major international exchange crisis in 1992, Temin, 1993, p. 99. The crisis decades after 1973 were no more a Great Depression in the sense of the 1930s than the decades after 1873 had been, even though they were also given that name at the time. The global economy did not break down, even momentarily, although the Golden Age ended in 1973-75 with something very like a classical cyclical slump, which reduced industrial production in the developed market economies by 10% in 1 year and international trade by 13%. Armstrong, Glenn, 1991, p. 225. Economic growth in the developed capitalist world continued, though at a distinctly slower pace than during the Golden Age, except for some of the, mainly Asian, newly industrializing countries or NICs, see Chapter 12, whose industrial revolutions had only begun in the 1960s. The growth of the collective GDP of the advanced economies until 1991 was barely interrupted by short periods of stagnation in the recession years 1973-75 and 1981-83, OECD, 1993, pages 18-19. International trade in the products of industry, the motor of world growth, continued, and in the boom years of the 1980s even accelerated to a rate comparable with the Golden Age. At the end of the short 20th century, the countries of the developed capitalist world were, taken as a whole, far richer and more productive than in the early 1970s, and the global economy of which they still formed the central element was vastly more dynamic. On the other hand, the situation in particular regions of the globe was considerably less rosy. In Africa, in Western Asia and in Latin America, the growth of GDP per capita ceased. Most people actually became poorer in the 1980s, and output fell for most years of the decade in the first two of these regions, for some years in the last. UN, World Economic Survey, 1989, pages 8, 26. Nobody seriously doubted that for these parts of the world the 1980s were an era of severe depression. As for the former area of Western real socialism, after 1989 their economies, which had continued in modest growth during the 1980s, collapsed utterly. In this region the comparison of the crisis after 1989, with the Great Slump was perfectly apposite, although it underestimated the devastation of the early 1990s. Russia's GDP fell by 17% in 1990-91, by 19% in 1991-92 and by 11% in 1992-93. Though some stabilization began in the early 1990s, Poland had lost over 21% of its GDP in 1988-92, Czechoslovakia almost 20%, Romania and Bulgaria 30% or more. Their industrial production in mid-1992 was between half and two-thirds that of 1989, Financial Times, 24/2/94, EIB Papers, November 1992, p. 10. This was not the case in the East. Nothing was more striking than the contrast between the disintegration of the economies of the Soviet region and the spectacular growth of the Chinese economy in the same period. In that country, and indeed in much of Southeast and East Asia, which emerged in the 1970s as the most dynamic economic region of the world economy, the term depression had no meaning, except, curiously enough, in the Japan of the early 1990s. However, though the capitalist world economy flourished, it was not at ease. The problems which had dominated the critique of capitalism before the war, and which the Golden Age had largely eliminated for a generation, poverty, mass unemployment, squalor, instability, CP 268, reappeared after 1973. Growth was, once again, interrupted by severe slumps, as distinct from minor recessions, in 1974 to 75, 1980 to 82 and at the end of the 1980s. Unemployment in Western Europe rose from an average of 1.5% in the 1960s to 4.2% in the 1970s, Van der Wee, p. 77. At the peak of the boom in the late 1980s it averaged 9.2% in the European Community, in 1993, 11%. Half of the unemployed, 1986 to 87, had been out of work for more than a year, one-third for more than 2 years, Human Development, 1991, p. 184. Since the potential working population was no longer being swelled, as in the Golden Age, by the flood of growing post-war babies, and since young people, in good times and bad, tended to have much higher unemployment rates than older workers, one would have expected permanent unemployment to shrink, if anything. As for poverty and squalor, in the 1980s even many of the richest and most developed countries found themselves, once again, getting used to the everyday sight of beggars on the streets, and the even more shocking spectacle of the homeless sheltering in doorways in cardboard boxes, insofar as they were not removed from visibility by the police. On any night of 1993 in New York 23,000 men and women slept on the street or in public shelters, a small part of the 3% of the population of the city which had, at one time or another in the 5 years before then, no roof over their heads. New York Times, 16/11/93. In the United Kingdom, 1989, 400,000 people were officially classed as homeless, UN Human Development, 1992, p. 31. Who, in the 1950s, or even the early 1970s, would have expected this? The reappearance of homeless paupers was part of the striking growth of social and economic inequality in the new era. By world standards, the rich developed market economies were not, or not yet, particularly unfair in the distribution of their income. In the most inegalitarian among them, Australia, New Zealand, the USA, Switzerland, the top 20% of the households enjoyed an income, on average, between 8 and 10 times that of the bottom fifth, and the top 10% usually took home between 20 and 25% of their country's total income. Only the top Swiss, New Zealanders, and the rich of Singapore and Hong Kong took home much more. This was as nothing compared to the inequality of countries like the Philippines, Malaysia, Peru, Jamaica, or Venezuela, where they received over a third of their country's total income, let alone Guatemala, Mexico, Sri Lanka, and Botswana, where they took home over 40%, not to mention the world contender for the championship of economic inequality, Brazil. In that monument to social injustice, the lowest 20% of the population divided 2.5% of the nation's total income among themselves, while the top 20% enjoyed almost 2/3 of it. The top 10% alone appropriated almost half. UN World Development, 1992, pages 276 to 77, Human Development, 1991, pages 152 to 53, 186. Nevertheless, during the crisis decades, inequality unquestionably increased in the developed market economies, and all the more so since the almost automatic rise in real incomes to which the working classes had got used in the Golden Age had now come to an end. The extremes of poverty and wealth both grew, as did the range of income distribution in between. Between 1967 and 1990, the number of American Negroes earning less than $5,000, 1990, and the number of those earning more than $50,000 both grew at the expense of the intermediate incomes. New York Times, 25/9/92. Since the rich capitalist countries were far richer than ever before, and their people, on the whole, were now cushioned by the generous welfare and social security systems of the Golden Age, CP 284, there was less social unrest than might have been expected, but government finances found themselves squeezed between enormous social welfare payments, which climbed faster than state revenues in economies growing more slowly than before 1973. In spite of substantial efforts, hardly any national governments in the rich, and mainly democratic, countries, and certainly not those most hostile to public social welfare, managed to reduce the vast proportion of their expenditure for these purposes, or even to keep it in check. Nobody in 1970 had expected, let alone intended, all this to happen. By the early 1990s a mood of insecurity and resentment had begun to spread even through much of the rich countries. As we shall see, it contributed to the breakdown of traditional political patterns in them. Between 1990 and 1993 few attempts were made to deny that even the developed capitalist world was in depression. Nobody seriously claimed to know what to do about it, other than to hope it would pass. Nevertheless, the central fact about the crisis decades is not that capitalism no longer worked as well as it had done in the Golden Age, but that its operations had become uncontrollable. Nobody knew what to do about the vagaries of the world economy or possessed instruments to manage them. The major instrument for doing so in the Golden Age, government policy, national or internationally coordinated, no longer worked. The crisis decades were the era when the national state lost its economic powers. This was not immediately obvious, because, as usual, most politicians, economists, and businessmen failed to recognize the permanence of the shift in the economic conjuncture. The policies of most governments in the 1970s, and the politics of most states, assumed that the troubles of the 1970s were only temporary. A year or two would bring a return to the old prosperity and the old growth. There was no need to change the policies that had served so well for a generation. Essentially the story of that decade was one of governments buying time, in the case of third world and socialist states often by going heavily into what they hoped was short-term debt, and applying the old recipes of Keynesian economic management. As it happened, in most advanced capitalist countries social democratic governments were in office in much of the 1970s, or returned to office after unsuccessful conservative interludes, as in Britain in 1974 and the USA in 1976. These were not likely to abandon the policies of the Golden Age. The only alternative offered was that propagated by the minority of ultra-liberal economic theologians. Even before the crash, the long-isolated minority of believers in the unrestricted free market had begun their attack on the domination of the Keynesians and other champions of the managed mixed economy and full employment. The ideological zeal of the old champions of individualism was now reinforced by the apparent impotence and failure of conventional economic policies, especially after 1973. The newly created, 1969, Nobel Prize for Economics backed the neoliberal trend after 1974 by awarding it to Friedrich von Hayek, CP 271, in 1974, and, 2 years later, to an equally militant champion of economic ultraliberalism, Milton Friedman. After 1974 the free marketeers were on the offensive, although they did not come to dominate government policies until the 1980s, with the exception of Chile, where a terrorist military dictatorship allowed U.S. advisors to install an unrestricted free market economy, thus, incidentally, demonstrating that there was no intrinsic connection between the free market, after the overthrow of a popular government in 1973, and political democracy. To be fair to Professor von Hayek, unlike the run-of-the-mill Cold War propagandists of the West, he did not claim that there was. The battle between Keynesians and neoliberals was neither a purely technical confrontation between professional economists, nor a search for ways of dealing with novel and troubling economic problems. Who, for instance, had so much as considered the unpredicted combination of economic stagnation and rapidly rising prices, for which the jargon term stagflation had to be invented in the 1970s. It was a war of incompatible ideologies. Both sides put forward economic arguments. The Keynesians claimed that high wages, full employment, and the welfare state created the consumer demand that had fueled expansion, and that pumping more demand into the economy was the best way to deal with economic depressions. The neoliberals argued that Golden Age economics and politics prevented the control of inflation and the cutting of costs in both government and private business, thus allowing profits, the real motor of economic growth in a capitalist economy, to rise. In any case, they held, that Adam Smith's hidden hand of the free market was bound to produce the greatest growth of the wealth of nations and the best sustainable distribution of wealth and income within it, a claim which the Keynesians denied. Yet economics in both cases rationalized an ideological commitment, and a priori view of human society. Neoliberals distrusted and disliked social democratic Sweden, a spectacular economic success story of the 20th century, not because it was to run into trouble in the crisis decades, as did other types of economy, but because it was based on the famed Swedish economic model with its collectivist values of equality and solidarity. Financial Times, November 11, 90. Conversely, Mrs. Thatcher's government in Britain was unpopular on the left, even during its years of economic success, because it was based on an asocial, indeed an antisocial egoism. These were positions barely accessible to argument. Suppose, for instance, it could be shown that the supply of blood for medical use was best obtained by buying it off anyone willing to sell a pint of his or her blood at the market price. Would this have weakened the argument for the British system of unpaid voluntary donors, so eloquently and powerfully put forward by R.M. Titmuss in The Gift Relationship, Titmuss, 1970? Surely not, although Titmuss had also shown that the British way of giving blood was as efficient and safer than the commercial way. Other things being equal, for many of us a society in which citizens are prepared to give selfless help to unknown fellow humans, however symbolically, is better than one in which they won't. In the early 1990s the Italian political system was shattered by a voters' rebellion against its endemic corruption, not because many Italians had actually suffered from it, a large number of them, perhaps a majority, had benefited from it, but on moral grounds. The only political parties not swept away by the moral avalanche were those not involved in the system. Champions of absolute individual freedom were unmoved by the evident social injustices of unrestricted market capitalism, even when, as in Brazil for most of the 1980s, it did not produce economic growth. Conversely, believers in equality and social fairness, like the present author, welcomed the chance to argue that even capitalist economic success might rest most firmly on a relatively egalitarian distribution of income, as in Japan, CP 356, that each side also translated its fundamental beliefs into pragmatic arguments, e.g. about whether the allocation of resources through free market pricing was or was not optimal, was secondary. But, of course, both sides had to produce policies to deal with the economic slowdown. In this respect the supporters of Golden Age economics were not very successful. This was partly because they were constrained by their political and ideological commitment to full employment, welfare states, and the post-war consensus politics. Or rather, they were squeezed between the demands of capital and labor, when Golden Age growth no longer allowed both profits and non-business incomes to rise without getting in each other's way. In the 1970s and 1980s Sweden, the social democratic state par excellence, maintained full employment with remarkable success by industrial subsidies, work spreading and expanding state and public employment dramatically, thus making possible a notable extension of the welfare system. Even so, the policy could only be maintained by holding down the living standards of employed workers, penal tax rates on high incomes and heavy deficits. In the absence of a return to the days of the Great Leap Forward, these could only be temporary measures, and from the mid-1980s on they were reversed. At the end of the short 20th century the Swedish model was in retreat even in its own country. However, the model was also, and perhaps even more fundamentally, undermined by the globalization of the economy after 1970, which put the governments of all states, except perhaps the USA, with its enormous economy, at the mercy of an uncontrollable world market. Moreover, it was an undeniable fact that the market was very much more likely to distrust left governments than conservative ones. In the early 1980s even a country as large and wealthy as France, then under a socialist government, found it impossible to pump up its economy unilaterally. Within 2 years of President Mitterrand's triumphant election France faced a balance of payments crisis, was forced to devalue its currency, and to replace Keynesian demand stimulation by austerity with a human face. On the other hand, the neoliberals were also at a loss, as was to become obvious at the end of the 1980s. They had little trouble attacking the rigidities, inefficiencies and economic wastages so often sheltering under Golden Age government policies once these were no longer kept afloat by the ever-rising tide of Golden Age prosperity, employment, and government revenues. There was considerable scope for applying the neoliberal cleansing agent to the encrusted hull of many a good ship mixed economy with beneficial results. Even the British left was eventually to admit that some of the ruthless shocks imposed on the British economy by Mrs. Thatcher had probably been necessary. There were good grounds for some of the disillusion with state-managed industries and public administration that became so common in the 1980s. Nevertheless, the mere belief that business was good and government bad, in President Reagan's words, government was not the solution but the problem, was not an alternative economic policy. Nor, indeed, could it be for a world in which, even in the Reaganite USA, central government expenditure amounted to about a quarter of the gross national product, and, indeed, in the developed countries of the European Community, averaged over 40% of GNP, UN World Development, 1992, p. 239. Such enormous chunks of the economy could be managed in a business-like manner and with a due sense of costs and benefits, as was not always the case, but they did not and could not operate like markets even when ideologists made them pretend to. In any case, most neoliberal governments were obliged to manage and steer their economies, while claiming that they were only encouraging market forces. Moreover, there was no way in which the weight of the state could be reduced. After 14 years in power, the most ideological of free market regimes, Thatcherite Britain, actually taxed its citizens somewhat more heavily than they had been taxed under Labour. In fact, there was no single or specific neoliberal economic policy, except after 1989 in the former socialist states of the Soviet region, where some predictably disastrous attempts were made, on the advice of Western economic whiz-kids, to transfer the operations of the economy to the free market from one day to the next. The greatest of neoliberal regimes, President Reagan's USA, though officially devoted to fiscal conservatism, i.e. balanced budgets, and Milton Friedman's monetarism, in fact used Keynesian methods to spend its way out of the Depression of 1979–82 by running a gigantic deficit and engaging in an equally gigantic armaments build-up. So far from leaving the value of the dollar entirely to monetary rectitude and the market, Washington after 1984 returned to deliberate management through diplomatic pressure. Kuttner, 1991, pages 88–94. As it happened, the regimes most deeply committed to laissez-faire economics were also sometimes, and notably in the case of Reagan's USA and Thatcher's Britain, profoundly and viscerally nationalist and distrustful of the outside world. The historian cannot but note that the two attitudes are contradictory. In any case, neoliberal triumphalism did not survive the world economic setbacks of the early 1990s, nor perhaps the unexpected discovery that the most dynamic and rapidly growing economy of the globe after the fall of Soviet communism, was that of Communist China, leading Western business school lectures and the authors of management manuals, a flourishing genre of literature, to scan the teachings of Confucius for the secrets of entrepreneurial success. What made the economic problems of the crisis decades unusually troubling, and socially subversive, was that conjunctural fluctuations coincided with structural upheavals. The world economy facing the problems of the 1970s and 1980s was no longer that of the Golden Age, although it was, as we have seen, the predictable product of that era. Its system of production had been transformed by technological revolution and it had been globalized or transnationalized to an extraordinary extent, and with dramatic consequences. Moreover, by the 1970s it became impossible to overlook the revolutionary social and cultural consequences of the Golden Age, discussed in earlier chapters, as well as its potential ecological consequences. The best way to illustrate these is through work and unemployment. The general tendency of industrialization has been to replace human skill by the skill of machines, human labor by mechanical forces, thus throwing people out of work. It was assumed, correctly, that the vast growth of the economy made possible by this constant industrial revolution would automatically create more than enough new jobs to replace the lost old ones, although opinions differed about how large a body of unemployed workers was necessary for the efficient operation of such an economy. The Golden Age had apparently confirmed this optimism. As we have seen, see Chapter 10, the growth of industry was so great that the number and proportion of industrial workers even in the most industrialized countries did not seriously drop. Yet the crisis decades began to shed labor at a spectacular rate, even in plainly expanding industries. Between 1950 and 1970 the number of long-distance telephone operators in the USA dropped by 12% as the number of calls grew fivefold, but between 1970 and 1980 it fell by 40% while calls tripled. Technology, 1986, p. 328. The number of workers diminished, relatively, absolutely and, in any case, rapidly. The rising unemployment of these decades was not merely cyclical but structural. The jobs lost in bad times would not come back when times improved, they would never come back. This was not only because the new international division of labor transferred industries from old regional countries and continents to new ones, turning the old centers of industry into rust belts, or, in some ways, even more spectrally, into urban landscapes like facelifts from which all trace of former industry had been removed. The rise of new industrial countries is indeed striking. In the mid-1980s 7 of such countries in the Third World alone already consumed 24% of the world's steel and produced 15% of it, still as good an index of industrialization as any. Moreover, in a world of free economic flows across state borders, except, characteristically, of migrants seeking work, labor-intensive industries naturally migrated from high-wage to low-wage countries, that is to say, from the rich core countries of capitalism like the USA to countries of the periphery. Every worker employed at Texan rates in El Paso was an economic luxury, if a worker, even an inferior one, was available at 1/10 of the wage across the river in Mexican Juarez. Yet even the pre-industrial and the new early industrial countries, were governed by the iron logic of mechanization, which sooner or later made even the cheapest human being more expensive than a machine capable of his or her work, and by the equally iron logic of genuine worldwide free trading competition. Cheap as labor was in Brazil, compared to Detroit and Wolfsburg, the São Paulo automobile industry faced the same problems of increasing labor redundancy through mechanization as in Michigan and Lower Saxony, or so the author was told by its trade union leaders in 1992. The performance and productivity of machinery could be constantly, and for practical purposes, endlessly raised by technological progress, and its cost could be dramatically reduced. Not so that of human beings, as a comparison of the improvements in the speed of air transport and the 100-meter world record demonstrates. In any case the cost of human labor cannot, for any length of time, be reduced below the cost of keeping human beings alive at the minimum level regarded as acceptable in their society, or indeed at any level. Human beings are not efficiently designed for a capitalist system of production. The higher the technology, the more expensive the human component of production compared to the mechanical. The historic tragedy of the crisis decades was that production now visibly shed human beings faster than the market economy generated new jobs for them. Moreover, this process was accelerated by global competition, by the financial squeeze on governments, which, directly or indirectly, were the largest single employers, and, not least, after 1980, by the then prevailing free market theology which pressed for the transfer of employment to profit-maximizing forms of enterprise, especially to private firms which, by definition, considered no interest but their own pecuniary one. This meant, among other things, that governments and other public entities ceased to be what has been called the employer of last resort, World Labor, 1989, p. 48. The decline of trade unions, weakened both by economic depression and by the hostility of neoliberal governments, accelerated this process, since the protection of jobs was one of their most cherished functions. The world economy was expanding, but the automatic mechanism by which its expansion generated jobs for men and women who entered the labor market without special qualifications was visibly breaking down. To put the matter another way, the peasantry, which had formed the majority of the human race throughout recorded history, had been made redundant by agricultural revolution, but the millions no longer needed on the land had in the past been readily absorbed by labor-hungry occupations elsewhere, which required only a willingness to work, the adaptation of country skills, like digging and building walls, or the capacity to learn on the job. What would happen to the workers in those occupations when they in turn become unnecessary? Even if some could be retrained for the high-grade jobs of the information age which continued to expand, most of which increasingly demanded a higher education, there were not enough of these to compensate. Technology, 1986, pages 7-9, 335. What, for that matter, would happen to the peasants of the Third World who still flooded out of their villages? In the rich countries of capitalism, they now had welfare systems to fall back on, although those who became permanently welfare dependent were both resented and despised by those who thought of themselves as earning a living by work. In the poor countries they joined the large and obscure informal or parallel economy in which men, women, and children lived, nobody quite knew how, by a combination of small jobs, services, expedients, buying, selling and taking. In the rich countries they began to form or reform an increasingly separate and segregated underclass whose problems were de facto regarded as insoluble, but secondary, since they formed only a permanent minority. The ghetto society of the native Negro population in the USA became the textbook example of such a social underworld. Not that the black economy was absent in the First World. Researchers were surprised to discover that in the early 1990s the 22 million households of Britain between them held over £10 billions in cash, or an average of £460 per household, a figure said to be so high because the black economy deals largely in cash. Financial Times, 18/10/93. 2. The combination of depression and a massively restructured economy designed to expel human labor created a sullen tension that penetrated the politics of the crisis decades. A generation had got accustomed to full employment or the confidence that the sort of work a person wanted was sure to be available somewhere soon. While the slump of the early 1980s had already brought insecurity back into the lives of workers in manufacturing industries, it was not until the slump of the early 1990s that large sections of the white-collar and professional classes in countries like Great Britain felt that neither their jobs nor their futures were safe. Almost half of all people in the most prosperous parts of the country thought they might lose theirs. These were times when people, their old ways of life already undermined and crumbling in any case, see Chapter 10 and 11, were likely to lose their bearings. Was it an accident that of the 10 largest mass murders in American history, 8 have occurred since 1980, typically the acts of middle-aged white men in their 30s and 40s, after a prolonged period of being lonely, frustrated and full of rage, and often precipitated by a catastrophe in their lives such as losing their job or divorce? Was even the growing culture of hate in the United States, which may have encouraged them, an accident? Butterfield, 1991. This hate certainly became audible in the lyrics of popular music in the 1980s, and evident in the growingly overt cruelty of film and TV programs. This sense of disorientation and insecurity produced significant tectonic cracks and shifts in the politics of the developed countries, even before the end of the Cold War destroyed the international balance on which the stability of several Western parliamentary democracies had rested. In times of economic troubles, voters are notoriously inclined to blame whatever party or regime is in power, but the novelty of the crisis decades was that the reaction against governments did not necessarily benefit the established forces of opposition. The major losers were the Social Democratic or Labor parties of the West, whose main instrument of satisfying their supporters, economic and social action by national governments, lost its force, while the central block of these supporters, the working class, broke into fragments. See Chapter 10. In the new transnational economy, domestic wages were far more directly exposed to foreign competition than before, and the ability of governments to shelter them was far less. At the same time, in a period of depression, the interests of various parts of the traditional social democratic constituency diverged, those whose jobs were, relatively, safe, those who were insecure, those in the old and unionized regions and industries, those in the less threatened new industries in new and non-union areas, and the universally unpopular victims of bad times who sank into the underclass. Moreover, since the 1970s, a number of, mainly young and or middle class, supporters abandoned the main parties of the left for more specialized campaigning movements, notably the environment, women's movements, and other so-called new social movements, thus weakening them. In the early 1990s, labor and social democratic governments became as uncommon as they had been in the 1950s, for even administrations nominally headed by socialists abandoned their traditional policies, willingly or not. The new political forces which stepped into this void were a mixed assortment, ranging from the xenophobic and racist on the right, via secessionist parties, mainly, but not only ethnic/nationalist, to the various Green parties and other new social movements which claimed a place on the left. Several of these established a significant presence in their country's politics, sometimes a regional dominance, though by the end of the short century none had actually replaced the old political establishments. The support of others fluctuated wildly. Most of the influential ones rejected the universalism of democratic and citizen politics for the politics of some group identity, and consequently shared a visceral hostility to foreigners and outsiders, and to the all-inclusive nation-state of the American and French revolutionary tradition. We shall consider the rise of the new identity politics below. However, the importance of these movements lay not so much in their positive content, as in their rejection of the old polities. Several of the most formidable rested essentially on this negative claim, for instance the separatist Northern League in Italy, the 20%er of the U.S. electorate which supported a wealthy Texan maverick for president in 1992, or, for that matter, the electors of Brazil and Peru who actually elected men to the presidency in 1989 and 1990 on the grounds that they must be trustworthy as they had never heard of them before. In Britain only the systematically unrepresentative electoral system prevented the emergence of a massive third party at various times since the early 1970s, when the Liberals, alone or in combination or after fusion with a moderate social democratic breakaway from the Labour Party, gained almost as much support as, or even more support than, one or other of the two major parties. Since the early 1930s, another depression period, there had been nothing like the dramatic collapse of electoral support in the late 1980s and early 1990s for established parties with long records in government, the Socialist Party in France, 1990, the Conservative Party in Canada, 1993, the Italian government parties, 1993. In short, during the crisis decades the hitherto stable structures of politics in the democratic capitalist countries began to fall apart. What is more, the new political forces which showed the greatest potential for growth were those which combined populist demagoguery, highly visible personal leadership and hostility to foreigners. Survivors from the interwar era had reasons for feeling discouraged. 3. It was not much noticed that, again from around 1970, a similar crisis had begun to undermine the second world of the centrally planned economies. It was first concealed, later underlined, by the inflexibility of their political systems, so that the change, when it came, was sudden, as in the late 1970s, after the death of Mao in China, and in 1983–85, after the death of Brezhnev in the USSR, see Chapter 16. Economically, it was clear from the middle 1960s that centrally state-planned socialism badly needed reform. From the 1970s on there were strong signs of actual regression. This was the very moment when these economies were exposed, like everyone else, even if perhaps not to the same extent, to the uncontrollable movements and unpredictable fluctuations of the transnational world economy. The massive entry of the USSR on the international grain market, and the impact of the oil crises of the 1970s dramatized the ending of the socialist camp as a virtually self-contained regional economy protected from the vagaries of the world economy, see pages 374. East and West were curiously bonded together not only by the transnational economy, which neither could control, but by the strange interdependence of the Cold War power system. This, as we have seen, see Chapter 8, stabilized both superpowers and the world between them, and was in turn to throw both into disorder when it collapsed. The disorder was not merely political, but economic. For, with the sudden collapse of the Soviet political system, the interregional division of labor and the network of mutual dependence which had developed in the Soviet sphere also collapsed, forcing countries and regions that were geared to it to come to terms singly with a world market for which they were not equipped. But the West was equally unprepared to integrate the remains of the old communist parallel world system into its own world market, even when it wanted to, as the European community did not. Finland, one of the spectacular economic success stories of post-war Europe, was plunged into a major slump by the collapse of the Soviet economy. Germany, the greatest economic power of Europe, was to impose tremendous strains on its own economy, and on Europe as a whole, simply because its government, against warnings by its bankers, it must be said, completely underestimated the difficulty and costs of absorbing a relatively tiny part of the socialist economy, the 16 million strong German Democratic Republic. These, however, were unpredicted consequences of the Soviet breakup, which almost nobody expected until it actually happened. Nevertheless, in the meantime, as in the West, unthinkable thoughts became thinkable in the East, invisible problems became visible. Thus in both East and West the defense of the environment became an important campaigning issue in the 1970s, whether the issue was the defense of whales or the preservation of Lake Baikal in Siberia. Given the restrictions on public debate, we cannot exactly trace the development of critical thoughts in these societies, but by 1980 first-class and formerly reforming communist economists within the regime, like János Kornai in Hungary, were publishing notably negative analyses of the socialist economic systems, and the ruthless probes into the defects of the Soviet social system, which became known in the mid-80s, had clearly been long gestating among the academics of Novosibirsk and elsewhere. When leading communists actually gave up their belief in socialism is even harder to establish, for after 1989 to 91 such people had some interest in retrospectively antedating their conversion. What was true in economics was even more patently true in politics, as Gorbachev's perestroika was to show, at any rate in the Western socialist countries. With all their historic admiration for and attachment to Lenin, there is little doubt that many reform communists would have wanted to abandon much of the political heritage of Leninism, though few, outside the Italian Communist Party, to which reformers in the East felt attracted, were prepared to say so. What most reformers in the socialist world would have wanted, was to transform communism into something like Western social democracy. Stockholm was their model rather than Los Angeles. There is no sign that Hayek and Friedman had many secret admirers in Moscow or Budapest. It was their bad luck that the crisis of the communist systems coincided with the crisis of Golden Age capitalism, which was also the crisis of social democratic systems. It was their even worse luck that the sudden collapse of communism made a program of gradual transformation appear both undesirable and impractical, and that it occurred when the root and branch radicalism of the pure free market ideologists was, briefly, triumphant in the capitalist West. This therefore became the theoretical inspiration of post-communist regimes, though in practice it proved as unrealizable there as anywhere else. However, though in many ways the crises in East and West ran parallel and were linked into a single global crisis by both politics and economics, they differed in two major respects. For the communist system, which at least in the Soviet sphere, was inflexible and inferior, it was a matter of life and death, which it did not survive. Survival of the economic system was never at issue in the developed countries of capitalism, and, in spite of the crumbling of their political systems, neither, as yet, was the viability of these systems. This may explain, though it cannot justify, the implausible claim by an American writer that, with the end of communism, the future history of humanity would be that of liberal democracy. Only in one vital respect were these systems at risk: their future existence as single territorial states was no longer guaranteed. However, in the early 1990s, not a single one of the Western nation-states threatened with secessionist movements had actually broken up. During the age of catastrophe, the end of capitalism had seemed near. The Great Slump could be described, like the title of a contemporary book, as this final crisis, Hud, 1935. Few were seriously apocalyptic about the immediate future of developed capitalism, although a French historian and art dealer firmly predicted the end of Western civilization in 1976 on the not untenable ground that the momentum of the U.S. economy, which had carried the rest of the capitalist world forward in the past, was now a spent force. Gimple, 1992. He therefore expected the current depression to continue well into the next millennium. It is only fair to add that, until the middle or even late 1980s, few were apocalyptic about the prospects of the USSR either. However, precisely because of the greater and more uncontrollable dynamism of the capitalist economy, the social texture of Western societies had been far more profoundly undermined than that of socialist ones, and consequently in this respect the crisis of the West was more severe. The social fabric of the USSR and Eastern Europe went to pieces as a result of the system's collapse and not as a precondition of it. Where comparisons were possible, as between West and East Germany, it seemed that the values and habits of traditional Germany had been better preserved under the lid of communism than in the western region of economic miracles. The Jewish emigrants from the USSR to Israel revived the classical music scene there, since they came from a country where going to live concerts was still a normal part of cultured behavior, at any rate for Jews. The concert public had not yet been reduced, in effect, to a small and mainly middle-aged or elderly minority. The inhabitants of Moscow and Warsaw were less worried by what troubled those of New York or London: a visibly rising crime rate, public insecurity, and the unpredictable violence of anomic youths. There was, obviously, little public flaunting of the kind of behavior which outraged the socially conservative or conventional, even in the West, who saw it as evidence of the breakdown of civilization, and darkly muttered Weimar. How much of this difference between East and West was due to the greater wealth of Western societies and the far more rigid control of the state in the East is difficult to establish. In some respects East and West had evolved in the same direction. In both, families became smaller, marriages broke up more freely than elsewhere, the populations of states, or, at any rate, of their more urbanized and industrialized regions, reproduced themselves barely if at all. In both, so far as we can tell, the hold of traditional Western religions was drastically weakened, although it was claimed by religious inquirers that there was a revival of religious belief in post-Soviet Russia, though not in religious attendance. As events after 1989 showed, Polish women became as reluctant to let the Catholic Church dictate their mating habits as Italian women, although in the communist era Poles had shown a passionate attachment to the Church on nationalist and anti-Soviet grounds. Plainly, the communist regimes provided less social space for subcultures, countercultures, and underworlds of all kinds, and repressed dissidents. Moreover, peoples which had passed through the periods of genuinely ruthless and wholesale terror, which studied the history of most such states, were likely to keep their heads down even when the exercise of power became gentler. Nevertheless, the relative tranquility of socialist life was not due to fear. The system insulated its citizens from the full impact of the Western social transformations because it insulated them from the full impact of Western capitalism. What change they underwent, came through the state or through their response to the state. What the state did not set out to change stayed much as it had been before. The paradox of communism in power was that it was conservative. 4. About the vast area of the Third World, including those parts of it which were now industrializing, it is hardly possible to generalize. Insofar as its problems can be surveyed as a whole, I have tried to do so in chapters 7 and 12. The crisis decades, as we have seen, affected its regions in very different ways. How are we to compare South Korea, where the ownership of television sets went from 6.4% of the population to 99.1% in the 15 years from 1970 to 1985, John, 1993, with a country like Peru, where over half the population was below the poverty line, more than in 1972, and the per capita consumption was falling, Anuario, 1989, let alone with the ravaged countries of sub-Saharan Africa. The tensions within a subcontinent like India were those of a growing economy and a society in transformation. Those in areas like Somalia, Angola, and Liberia were those of countries in dissolution, in a continent about whose future few were optimistic. Only one generalization was fairly safe: since 1970 almost all the countries in this region had plunged deeply into debt. In 1990 they ranged from the three giants of international debt, $60 to $110 billion, Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina, through the other 28 who owed over $10 billions each, down to the minnows who owed $1 billion or $2. The World Bank, which had reason to know, counted only 7 among the 96 low and middle income economies it monitored who had external debt substantially below $1 billion, countries like Lesotho and Chad, and even these were many times as large as they had been 20 years earlier. In 1970 there had been only 12 countries with a debt over $1 billion, and none with debts over $10 billions. In more realistic terms, by 1986 countries had a debt virtually as large as their entire GNP, or bigger. 1990 24 countries owed more than they produced, including, taking the region as a whole, all of sub-Saharan Africa. The relatively most heavily indebted countries were not surprisingly to be found in Africa: Mozambique, Tanzania, Somalia, Zambia, Congo, the Ivory Coast, some disrupted by war, some by the collapse of the price of their exports. However, the countries which had to bear the heaviest cost of servicing these vast debts, that is to say, where this amounted to a quarter or more of the country's total exports, were more evenly spread. Indeed, among the regions of the world, sub-Saharan Africa was rather below this figure, better off in this respect than South Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and the Middle East. Practically none of this money was ever likely to be repaid, but so long as the banks continued to earn interest on it, an average of 9.6% in 1982, UNCTAD, they did not mind. There was a moment of genuine panic in the early 1980s when, starting with Mexico, the major Latin American debtors could no longer pay, and the Western banking system was on the verge of collapse, since several of the largest banks had lent their money with such abandon in the 1970s, when the petrodollars flooded in, clamoring for investment, that they would now be technically bankrupt. Fortunately for the economy of the rich countries, the three Latin giants of debt failed to act together. Separate arrangements for rescheduling the debts were made, and the banks, supported by governments and international agencies, had time in which gradually to write off their lost assets and to maintain technical solvency. The debt crisis remained, but was no longer potentially fatal. This was probably the most dangerous moment for the capitalist world economy since 1929. Its full story has not yet been written. While their debts mounted, the assets or potential assets of the poor states did not. The capitalist world economy, which judges exclusively by profit or potential profit, clearly decided to write off a large part of the Third World in the crisis decades. Of the 42 low-income economies in 1970, 19 had zero net foreign investments. In 1990, direct foreign investors had lost total interest in 26. Indeed, there was substantial investment, more than $500 million, in only 14 out of almost 100 low and middle income countries outside Europe, and massive investment, from about $1 billion or so upwards, in only 8, of which 4 were in East and Southeast Asia, China, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and 3 in Latin America, Argentina, Mexico, Brazil. The increasingly integrated transnational world economy did not entirely overlook the outcast regions. The smaller and more scenic among them had potential as tourist paradises and offshore refuges from government control, and the discovery of some suitable resource on some hitherto uninteresting territory might well change the situation. However, on the whole a large part of the world was dropping out of the world economy. After the collapse of the Soviet bloc, this also looked like being the case with the area between Trieste and Vladivostok. In 1990 the only former socialist states of Eastern Europe which attracted any net foreign investment were Poland and Czechoslovakia. UN World Development, 1992, Tables 21, 23, 24. Within the vast area of the former USSR there were clearly resource-rich districts or republics which attracted serious money, and zones which were left to their own miserable devices. One way or another, most of the former Second World was being assimilated to Third World status. The main effect of the crisis decades was thus to widen the gap between rich and poor countries. The real GDP per capita of sub-Saharan Africa declined from 14% of that of the industrial countries to 8% between 1960 and 1987, that of the least developed countries, which included both African and non-African countries, from 9% to 5%. UN Human Development, 1991, Table 6. V. As the transnational economy established its grip over the world, it undermined a major, and since 1945, virtually universal, institution, the territorial nation-state, since such a state could no longer control more than a diminishing part of its affairs. Organizations whose field of action was effectively bounded by the frontiers of their territory, like trade unions, parliaments, and national public broadcasting systems, therefore lost, as organizations not so bounded, like transnational firms, the international currency market and the globalized media and communications of the satellite era, gained. The disappearance of the superpowers, which could at any rate control their satellite states, was to reinforce this tendency. Even the most irreplaceable function nation-states had developed during the century, that of redistributing their income among their populations through the transfer payments of the welfare, educational and health services and other fund allocations, could no longer be territorially self-contained in theory, though most of it had to remain so in practice, except where supranational entities like the European Community or Union supplemented it in some respects. During the heyday of the free market theologians, the state was further undermined by the tendency to dismantle activities hitherto conducted by public bodies on principle, leaving them to the market. Paradoxically, but perhaps not surprisingly, this weakening of the nation-state went with a new fashion for cutting up the old territorial nation-states into what claimed to be smaller, new ones, mostly based on the demand of some group to ethnic-linguistic monopoly. To begin with, the rise of such autonomist and separatist movements, mainly after 1970, was primarily a Western phenomenon, observable in Britain, Spain, Canada, Belgium, even in Switzerland and Denmark, but also, from the early 1970s, in the least centralized of socialist states, Yugoslavia. The crisis of communism spread it to the east, where more new and nominally national states were to be formed after 1991 than at any other time during the 20th century. Until the 1990s it left the Western Hemisphere south of the Canadian border virtually unaffected. In the areas where the 1980s and 1990s brought the collapse and disintegration of states, as in Afghanistan and parts of Africa, the alternative to the old state was not so much a partition into new states as anarchy. The development was paradoxical, since it was perfectly plain that the new mini-nation states suffered from precisely the same drawbacks as the older ones, only, being smaller, more so. It was less surprising than it seemed, simply because the only actual state model available in the late 20th century, was that of the bounded territory with its own autonomous institutions, in short the nation-state model of the age of revolution. Moreover, since 1918 all regimes had been committed to the principle of national self-determination, which had been increasingly defined in ethnic-linguistic terms. In this respect Lenin and President Wilson were at one. Both the Europe of the Versailles Peace Treaties and what became the USSR were conceived of as collections of such nation-states. In the case of the USSR, and Yugoslavia, which later followed its example, these were unions of such states which, however, in theory, though not in practice, retained their right to secession when such unions broke up. It would naturally be along the predetermined fracture lines. However, in fact the new separatist nationalism of the crisis decades was quite a different phenomenon from the nation-state creation of the 19th and early 20th century. It was indeed, a combination of three phenomena. One was the resistance of existing nation-states against their demotion. This became increasingly clear in the 1980s with the attempts by members or potential members of the European Community, sometimes of widely differing political complexions, like Norway and Mrs. Thatcher's Britain, to retain their regional autonomy within the all-European standardization in matters which they thought important. However, it was significant that the main traditional prop of nation-state self-defense, namely protectionism, was incomparably weaker in the crisis decades than it had been in the age of catastrophe. Global free trade remained the ideal and, to a surprising extent, the reality, more so than ever after the fall of the state-command economies, even though several states developed unacknowledged methods for protecting themselves against foreign competition. The Japanese and the French were said to be expert at this, but probably the Italians' success in keeping a lion's share of their home market for automobiles in Italian hands, i.e. Fiat, was the most striking. Nevertheless, these were rearguard actions, though increasingly hard-fought and sometimes successful ones. They were probably contested most bitterly where the issue was not simply economic but one of cultural identity. The French, and to a lesser extent the Germans, fought to maintain the vast subsidies for their peasants, not only because farmers had vital votes, but also because they genuinely felt that the destruction of peasant farming, however inefficient or uncompetitive, would mean the destruction of a landscape, a tradition, a part of the nation's character. The French, supported by the other Europeans, resisted the U.S. demand for free trade in films and audiovisual products, not simply because this would have swamped their public and private screens with American products, since an American-based, though by now internationally owned and controlled, entertainment industry had re-established a potential world monopoly on the scale of the old Hollywood power. They also, and justly, felt that it was intolerable that pure calculations of comparative costs and profitability should lead to the end of film production in the French language. Whatever the economic arguments, there were things in life which had to be protected. Would any government seriously consider tearing down Chartres Cathedral or the Taj Mahal if it could be shown that building a luxury hotel, shopping mall, and conference center on the site, assuming it were to be sold to private buyers, would make a greater net addition to the country's GNP than could be yielded by the existing tourist traffic? The question has only to be formulated to be answered. The second is best described as the collective egoism of wealth, and reflected the growing economic disparities within continents, countries, and regions. Old-fashioned nation-state governments, centralized or federal, as well as supranational entities like the European Community, had accepted responsibility for developing their entire territories, and therefore, to some extent, for equalizing burdens and benefits across the whole of them. This meant that the poorer and more backward regions were subsidized, via some central distributive mechanism, by the richer and more advanced, or even given preference in investment in order to diminish their lag. The European Community was realistic enough only to admit states to membership whose backwardness and poverty would not put too great a strain on the rest, a realism totally absent from the North American Free Trade Area of 1993 which yoked the USA and Canada, 1990 GNP per capita of about $20,000, with Mexico with 1/8 of this per capita GNP. The reluctance of rich areas to subsidize poorer ones had long been familiar to students of local government, especially in the USA. The problem of the inner city, inhabited by the poor, and with the tax base shrinking because of the flight to the suburbs, was largely due to this. Who wanted to pay for the poor? Rich suburbs in Los Angeles like Santa Monica and Malibu opted out of the city, and in the early 1990s Staten Island voted to secede from New York for the same reason. Some of the separatist nationalism of the crisis decades plainly fed on this collective egoism. The pressure for breaking up Yugoslavia came from European Slovenia and Croatia, and for splitting Czechoslovakia from the vociferously Western Czech Republic. Catalonia and the Basque Country were the wealthiest and most developed parts of Spain, and the only signs of significant separatism in Latin America came from the richest state of Brazil, Rio Grande do Sul. The purest example of this phenomenon was the sudden rise in the late 1980s of the Lombard League, later, Northern League, which aimed at the secession of the region centered on Milan, the economic capital of Italy, from Rome, the political capital. The rhetoric of the League, with its references to a glorious medieval past and the Lombard dialect, was the usual one of nationalist agitation, but the real issue was the rich region's wish to keep its resources to itself. The third element was perhaps chiefly a response to the cultural revolution of the second half of the century, that extraordinary dissolution of traditional social norms, textures, and values, which left so many of the inhabitants of the developed world orphaned and bereft. Never was the word community used more indiscriminately and emptily than in the decades when communities in the sociological sense became hard to find in real life: the intelligence community, the public relations community, the gay community. The rise of identity groups, human ensembles to which a person could belong, unequivocally and beyond uncertainty and doubt, was noted from the late 1960s by writers in the always self-observing USA. Most of these, for obvious reasons, appealed to a common ethnicity, although other groups of people seeking collective separatism used the same nationalist language, as when homosexual activists spoke of the queer nation. As the emergence of this phenomenon in the most systematically multi-ethnic of states suggests, the politics of identity groups had no intrinsic connection with the national self-determination, i.e. the desire to create territorial states, identical with a particular people, which was the essence of nationalism. Secession made no sense for U.S. Negroes or Italians, nor was it part of their ethnic politics. Ukrainian politics in Canada were not Ukrainian but Canadian. Indeed, the essence of ethnic or similar politics in urban, i.e. almost by definition heterogeneous societies, was to compete with other such groups for a share of the resources of the non-ethnic state, by using the political leverage of group loyalty. The politicians elected for the New York municipal constituencies, gerrymandered in order to provide specific representation for Latino, Oriental and homosexual voting blocs, wanted more out of New York City, not less. What ethnic identity politics had in common with fin de siècle ethnic nationalism was the insistence that one's group identity consisted in some existential, supposedly primordial, unchangeable, and therefore permanent personal characteristic shared with other members of the group, and with no one else. Exclusiveness was all the more essential to it, since the actual differences which marked human communities off from each other were attenuated. Young American Jews searched for their roots when the things which stamped them indelibly as Jews were no longer effective markers of Jewry, not least the segregation and discrimination of the years before the Second World War. Though Quebec nationalism insisted on separation because it claimed to be a distinct society, it actually emerged as a significant force precisely when Quebec ceased to be the distinct society it had so patently and unmistakably been until the 1960s, Ignatieff, 1993, pages 115-17. The very fluidity of ethnicity in urban societies made its choice as the only criterion of the group arbitrary and artificial. In the USA, except for blacks, Hispanics, and those of English and German origins, at least 60% of American-born women of all ethnic origins married outside their group. Lieberson, Waters, 1988, p. 173. Increasingly one's identity had to be constructed by insisting on the non-identity of others. How otherwise could the neo-Nazi skinheads in Germany, wearing the uniforms, hairstyles and musical tastes of the cosmopolitan youth culture, establish their essential Germanness, except by beating up local Turks and Albanians? How, except by eliminating those who did not belong. Could the essentially Croat or Serb character of some region be established in which, for most of history, a variety of ethnicities and religions had lived as neighbors? The tragedy of this exclusionary identity politics, whether or not it set out to establish independent states, was that it could not possibly work. It could only pretend to. The Italian Americans from Brooklyn, who, perhaps increasingly, insisted on their Italianness and talked to one another in Italian, apologizing for their lack of fluency in what they supposed to be their native language, worked in an American economy to which Italianness as such was irrelevant, except as a key to a relatively modest niche market. The pretense that there was a black, or Hindu, or Russian, or female truth incomprehensible and therefore essentially incommunicable to those outside the group, could not survive outside institutions whose only function was to encourage such views. Islamic fundamentalists who studied physics did not study Islamic physics, Jewish engineers did not learn Hasidic engineering, even the most culturally nationalist Frenchmen or Germans learned that operating in the global village of the scientists and technical experts who made the world work required communication in a single global language analogous to medieval Latin, which happened to be based on English. Even a world divided into theoretically homogeneous ethnic territories by genocide, mass expulsion, and ethnic cleansing was inevitably heterogeneous again by mass movements of people, workers, tourists, businessmen, technicians, of styles, and by the tentacles of the global economy. That, after all, is what happened to the countries of Central Europe, ethnically cleansed during and after the Second World War. That is what would inevitably happen again in an increasingly urbanized world. Identity politics and fin de siècle nationalism were thus not so much programs, still less effective programs for dealing with the problems of the late 20th century, but rather emotional reactions to these problems. And yet, as the century drew to its end, the absence of institutions and mechanisms actually capable of dealing with these problems became increasingly evident. The nation-state was no longer capable of dealing with them. Who or what was? Various devices had been invented for this purpose since the United Nations had been set up in 1945 on the assumption, immediately disappointed, that USA and USSR would continue to agree sufficiently to take global decisions. About the best that could be said for this organization is that, unlike its predecessor, the League of Nations, it remained in being throughout the second half of the century, and indeed became a club whose membership, increasingly, proved that a state had been formally accepted as internationally sovereign. It had, by the nature of its constitution, no powers or resources independent of those assigned to it by member nations, and hence no powers of independent action. The sheer need for global coordination multiplied international organizations faster than ever in the crisis decades. By the mid-1980s there were 365 intergovernmental ones and no less than 4,615 non-governmental ones, or more than twice as many as in the early 1970s, held, 1988, p15. Moreover, global action on problems such as conservation and the environment was increasingly recognized to be urgent. However, unfortunately, the only formal procedures for achieving it, namely by international treaties separately signed and ratified by sovereign nation-states, were slow, clumsy and inadequate, as was demonstrated by the efforts to preserve the Antarctic continent and permanently to ban the hunting of whales. The very fact that in the 1980s the government of Iraq killed thousands of its citizens by poison gas, thus breaking one of the few genuinely universal international conventions, the Geneva Protocol of 1925 against the use of chemical warfare, underline the weakness of available international instruments. Nevertheless, two ways of securing international action were available, and the crisis decades saw both substantially reinforced. One was the voluntary abdication of national power to supranational authorities by middle-sized states which no longer felt strong enough to stand on their own in the world. The European Economic Community, renamed the European Community in the 1980s and the European Union in the 1990s, doubled its size in the 1970s and prepared to expand it even further in the 1990s, while reinforcing its authority over the affairs of its member states. The fact of this double extension was unquestionable, though it was to provoke considerable national resistance, both by member governments and public opinion in their countries. The strength of the community/union lay in the fact that its unelected central authority in Brussels took independent policy initiatives and was virtually immune to the pressures of democratic politics, except very indirectly, through the periodic meetings and negotiations of representatives of its elected member governments. This state of affairs enabled it to function as an effective supranational authority, subject only to specific vetoes. The other instrument of international action was equally, if not more, protected against nation-states and democracies. This was the authority of the international financial bodies set up in the aftermath of the Second World War, mainly the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, see pages 274 ff. Backed by the oligarchy of the major capitalist countries which, under the vague label of the Group of Seven, became increasingly institutionalized from the 1970s, they acquired increasing authority during the crisis decades, as the uncontrollable vagaries of the global exchanges, debt crisis of the Third World and, after 1989, the collapse of the Soviet bloc economies made a growing number of countries dependent on the willingness of the rich world to grant them loans. These loans were increasingly made conditional on the local pursuit of economic policies agreeable to the global banking authorities. The triumph of neoliberal theology in the 1980s was, in effect, translated into policies of systematic privatization and free market capitalism which were imposed on governments too bankrupt to resist them, whether they were immediately relevant to their economic problems or not, as in post-Soviet Russia. It is interesting, but, alas, pointless to speculate on what J.M. Keynes and Harry Dexter White would have thought about this transformation of the institutions they had constructed with very different objects in mind, not least the object of full employment in their respective countries. Chapter 15. Third World and Revolution. In January 1974, General Bilata Abeba stopped over in the God barracks on his way to an inspection. The next day an incredible report came to the palace: the general has been arrested by the soldiers, who are forcing him to eat what they eat. Food so obviously rotten that some fear the general will fall ill and die. The Emperor of Ethiopia sends in the airborne unit of his guard, which liberates the general and takes him to the hospital. Ryszard Kapuscinski, The Emperor, 1983, p. 120. We killed all the cattle of the university's experimental farm that we could. But while we were killing them, the peasant women started to cry, "Those poor beasts, why are they killing them like that, what have they done?" When the ladies, senoras, began to cry, "Oh poor thing, we gave up, but we had already killed about a quarter, like 80 head. We wanted to kill the lot, but we couldn't because the peasant women started to cry." When we'd been there for a while, a gentleman on his horse, over towards Ayacucho, he'd gone to tell them what had happened. So, the next day, it was on the news on the La Voz radio station. Just then we were on the way back, and some comrades had those little radios, so we listened, and, well, that made us feel good, didn't it? A young member of Sendero Luminoso, Tiempos. 1990, p. 198. However we interpret the changes in the Third World and its gradual decomposition and fission, all of it differed from the First World in one fundamental respect. It formed a worldwide zone of revolution, whether just achieved, impending, or possible. The First World was, by and large, politically and socially stable when the global Cold War began. Whatever simmered under the surface of the Second World was held down by the lid of party power and potential Soviet military intervention. On the other hand, very few Third World states of any size passed through the period from 1950, or the date of their foundation, without revolution, military coups to suppress, prevent, or advance revolution, or some other form of internal armed conflict. The main exceptions up to the date of writing are India, and a few colonies ruled by long-lived and authoritarian paternalists, like Dr. Bunda of Malawi, the former colony of Nyasaland, and the, until 1994, indestructible M. Felix Houphouët-Boigny of the Ivory Coast. This persistent social and political instability of the Third World provided its common denominator. This instability was equally evident to the USA, protector of the global status quo, which identified it with Soviet communism, or at least regarded it as a permanent and potential asset for the other side in the great global struggle for supremacy. Almost from the start of the Cold War, the USA set out to combat this danger by all means, from economic aid and ideological propaganda through official and unofficial military subversion to major war, preferably in alliance with a friendly or bought local regime, but if need be without local support. This is what kept the Third World a zone of war, when the First and Second Worlds settled down to the longest era of peace since the 19th century. Before the collapse of the Soviet system, it was estimated that about 19, perhaps even 20, millions had been killed in over 100 major wars and military actions and conflicts between 1945 and 1983, virtually all in the Third World, over 9 million in East Asia, 3.5 million in Africa, 2.5 in South Asia, rather over 500,000 in the Middle East, without counting the most murderous of its wars, the Iran-Iraq conflict of 1980–88, which had barely begun, and rather less in Latin America. UN World Social Situation, 1985, p. 14. The Korean War of 1950–53, whose dead have been estimated at between 3 and 4 million, in a country of 30 million, Halliday/Cummings, 1988, pages 200–1, and the 30 years of Vietnam Wars, 1945–1975, were much the largest, and the only ones in which American forces themselves were directly engaged on a large scale. In each about 50,000 Americans were killed. The losses of the Vietnamese and other Indochinese peoples are difficult to estimate, but the most modest estimate runs to 2 million. However, some of the indirectly fought anti-communist wars were of comparable barbarity, especially in Africa, where about 1.5 million are said to have died between 1980 and 1988 in the wars against the governments of Mozambique and Angola, joint population c. 23 million, with 12 million displaced from their homes or threatened by hunger, UN, Africa, 1989, p. 6. The revolutionary potential of the Third World was equally evident to the communist regimes, if only because, as we have seen, the leaders of colonial liberation tended to see themselves as socialists, engaged on the same sort of project of emancipation, progress, and modernization as the Soviet Union, and along the same lines. If educated in the Western style, they might even think of themselves as inspired by Lenin and Marx, though powerful communist parties in the Third World were uncommon, and, outside Mongolia, China, and Vietnam, none became the main force in the movements of national liberation. However, several new regimes appreciated the usefulness of the Leninist type of party, and built or borrowed their own, as Sun Yat-sen had done in China after 1920. Some communist parties which acquired particular strength and influence were sidelined, as in Iran and Iraq in the 1950s, or eliminated by massacre, as in Indonesia in 1965, where something like 500,000 communists or supposed communists were killed after what was said to be a pro-communist military coup, probably the largest political butchery in history. For several decades the USSR took an essentially pragmatic view of its relations with Third World revolutionary, radical and liberation movements, since it neither intended nor expected to enlarge the region under communist government beyond the range of Soviet occupation in the West, or of Chinese intervention, which it could not entirely control, in the East. This did not change even in the Khrushchev period, 1956–64, when a number of homegrown revolutions, in which communist parties played no significant part, came to power under their own steam, notably in Cuba, 1959, and Algeria, 1962. African decolonization also brought to power national leaders who asked for nothing better than the title of anti-imperialist, socialist and friend of the Soviet Union, especially when the latter brought technical and other aid not tainted by the old colonialism, Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, Sékou Touré in Guinea, Modibo Keïta in Mali, and the tragic Patrice Lumumba in the Belgian Congo, whose murder made him a third world icon and martyr. The USSR renamed the People's Friendship University it established for third world students in 1960, Lumumba University. Moscow sympathized with such new regimes and helped them, though soon abandoning excessive optimism about the new African states. In the ex-Belgian Congo it gave armed support to the Lumumbist side against the clients or puppets of the USA and the Belgians in the Civil War, with interventions by a military force of the United Nations, equally disliked by both superpowers, that followed the precipitate granting of independence to the vast colony. The results were disappointing. When one of the new regimes, Fidel Castro's in Cuba, actually declared itself to be officially communist, to everyone's surprise, the USSR took it under its wing, but not at the risk of permanently jeopardizing its relations with the USA. Nevertheless, there is no real evidence that it planned to push forward the frontiers of communism by revolution until the middle 1970s, and even then the evidence suggests that the USSR made use of a favorable conjuncture it had not set out to create. Khrushchev's hopes, older readers may recall, were that capitalism would be buried by the economic superiority of socialism. Indeed, when Soviet leadership of the international communist movement was challenged in 1960 by China, not to mention by various dissident Marxists, in the name of revolution, Moscow's parties in the Third World maintained their chosen policy of studied moderation. Capitalism was not the enemy in such countries, insofar as it existed, but the pre-capitalism, local interests and the U.S. imperialism that supported them. Armed struggle was not the way forward, but a broad popular or national front in which the national bourgeoisie or petty bourgeoisie were allies. In short, Moscow's Third World strategy continued the Comintern line of the 1930s against all denunciations of treason to the cause of the October Revolution, see Chapter 5. This strategy, which infuriated those who preferred the way of the gun, sometimes looked like winning, as in Brazil and in Indonesia in the early 1960s, and in Chile in 1970. Perhaps not surprisingly, when it got to this point, it was stopped short by military coups followed by terror, as in Brazil after 1964, in Indonesia in 1965 and in Chile in 1973. Nevertheless, the Third World now became the central pillar of the hope and faith of those who still put their faith in social revolution. It represented the great majority of human beings. It seemed to be a global volcano waiting to erupt, a seismic field whose tremors announced the major earthquakes to come. Even the analyst of what he called the end of ideology in the stabilized, liberal, capitalist West of the Golden Age, Bell, 1960, admitted that the age of millennial and revolutionary hope was not dead there. Nor was the Third World important only to the old revolutionaries of the October tradition, or to romantics, recoiling from the tawdry if prosperous mediocrity of the 1950s. The entire left, including humanitarian liberals and moderate social democrats, needed something more than social security legislation and rising real wages. The Third World could preserve its ideals, and parties belonging to the great tradition of the Enlightenment need ideals as well as practical politics. They cannot survive without them. How otherwise can we explain the genuine passion for giving aid to Third World countries in those strongholds of non-revolutionary progress, the Scandinavian countries, the Netherlands, and the Protestant World Council of Churches, which was the late 20th century equivalent of the support of missionary endeavor in the 19th. In the later 20th century it led European liberals to support or sustain Third World revolutionaries and revolutions. 2. What struck both the opponents of revolution and the revolutionaries was that, after 1945, the primary form of revolutionary struggle in the Third World, i.e. anywhere in the world, now seemed to be guerrilla warfare. A chronology of major guerrilla wars compiled in the middle 1970s listed 32 since the end of the Second World War. All but 3, the Greek Civil War of the late 40s, the Cyprus struggle against Britain in the 1950s and Ulster, 1969, were outside Europe and North America, Lake Weir 1977, p. 442. The list could have been easily prolonged. The image of revolution as emerging exclusively from the hills was not quite accurate. It underestimated the role of left-wing military coups, which admittedly seemed implausible in Europe until a dramatic example of the species occurred in Portugal in 1974, but which were common enough in the Islamic world and not unexpected in Latin America. The Bolivian Revolution of 1952 was made by a conjunction of miners and army insurrectionaries, the most radical reform of Peruvian society by a military regime in the late 1960s and 1970s. It also underestimated the revolutionary potential of old-fashioned urban mass actions, which was to be demonstrated by the Iranian Revolution of 1979 and thereafter in Eastern Europe. However, in the third quarter of the century all eyes were on the guerrillas. Their tactics, moreover, were strongly propagated by ideologues on the radical left, critical of Soviet policy. Mao Zedong, after his split with the USSR, and, after 1959, Fidel Castro, or rather his comrade, the handsome and peripatetic Che Guevara, 1928–67, inspired these activists. The Vietnamese communists, though by far the most formidable and successful practitioners of the guerrilla strategy, and internationally much admired for defeating both the French and the might of the USA, did not encourage their admirers to take sides in the internecine ideological feuds of the left. The 1950s were full of Third World guerrilla struggles, practically all in those colonial countries in which, for one reason or another, the former colonial powers or local settlers resisted peaceful decolonization: Malaya, Kenya, the Mau Mau movement, and Cyprus in the dissolving British Empire, the much more serious wars in Algeria and Vietnam in the dissolving French one. Oddly, it was a relatively small movement, certainly smaller than the Malayan insurgency. Thomas, 1971, p. 1040, untypical but successful, which put the guerrilla strategy on the world's front pages, the revolution that took over the Caribbean island of Cuba on January 1, 1959. Fidel Castro, 1927, was a not uncharacteristic figure in Latin American politics, a strong and charismatic young man of good landowning family, whose politics were hazy, but who was determined to demonstrate personal bravery and to be a hero of whatever cause of freedom against tyranny presented itself at a suitable moment. Even his slogans, "Fatherland or Death," originally "Victory or Death," and "We shall be victorious," belong to an older era of liberation, admirable but lacking in precision. After an obscure period among the pistol-packing gangs of Havana University student politics, he chose rebellion against the government of General Fulgencio Batista, a familiar and tortuous figure in Cuban politics since his debut in an army coup in 1933 as the then Sergeant Batista, who had taken power again in 1952 and abrogated the constitution. Fidel's approach was activist: an attack on an army barracks in 1953, jail, exile, and the invasion of Cuba by a guerrilla force which, on its second attempt, established itself in the mountains of the remotest province. The ill-prepared gamble paid off. In purely military terms the challenge was modest. Che Guevara, the Argentinian doctor and highly gifted guerrilla leader, set out to conquer the rest of Cuba with 148 men, rising to 300 by the time he had virtually done so. Fidel's own guerrillas only captured their first town of 1,000 inhabitants in December 1958, Thomas, 1971, pages 997, 1020, 1024. The most that he demonstrated by 1958, though that was much, was that an irregular force could control a large liberated territory and defend it against an offensive by an admittedly demoralized army. Fidel won because the Batista regime was fragile, lacking all real support, except that motivated by convenience and self-interest, and led by a man grown lazy by long corruption. It collapsed as soon as the opposition of all political classes from the democratic bourgeoisie to the communists united against him, and the dictator's own agents, soldiers, policemen, and torturers concluded that his time had run out. Fidel proved that it had run out, and, naturally enough, his forces inherited the government. A bad regime which few supported had been overthrown. The victory of the rebel army was genuinely felt by most Cubans as a moment of liberation and infinite promise, embodied in its young commander. Probably no leader in the short 20th century, an era full of charismatic figures on balconies and before microphones, idolized by the masses, had fewer skeptical or hostile listeners than this large, bearded, unpunctual man in crinkled battle dress who spoke for hours at a time, sharing his rather unsystematic thoughts with the attentive and unquestioning multitudes, including the present writer. For once revolution was experienced as a collective honeymoon. Where would it lead? It had to be somewhere better. Latin American rebels in the 1950s inevitably found themselves drawing not only on the rhetoric of their historic liberators, from Bolívar to Cuba's own José Martí, but on the anti-imperialist and social revolutionary tradition of the post-1917 left. They were both for agrarian reform, whatever that meant, CP 354, and, at least implicitly, against the USA, especially in poor Central America, so far from God, so near to the USA, in the phrase of the old Mexican strongman Porfirio Diaz. Though radical, neither Fidel nor any of his comrades were communists nor, with two exceptions, even claimed to have Marxist sympathies of any kind. In fact, the Cuban Communist Party, the only such mass party in Latin America apart from the Chilean one, was notably unsympathetic until parts of it joined him rather late in his campaign. Relations between them were distinctly frosty. The U.S. diplomats and policy advisors constantly debated whether the movement was or was not pro-communist. If it were, the CIA, which had already overthrown a reforming government in Guatemala in 1954, knew what to do, but clearly concluded that it was not. However, everything was moving the Fidelist movement in the direction of communism, from the general social revolutionary ideology of those likely to undertake armed guerrilla insurrections to the passionate anti-communism of the USA in the decade of Senator McCarthy, which automatically inclined the anti-imperialist Latin rebels to look more kindly on Marx. The global Cold War did the rest. If the new regime antagonized the USA, which it was almost certain to do, if only by threatening American investments, it could rely on the almost guaranteed sympathy and support of the USA's great antagonist. Moreover, Fidel's form of government by informal monologues before the millions, was not a way to run even a small country or a revolution for any length of time. Even populism needs organization. The Communist Party was the only body on the revolutionary side which could provide him with it. The two needed one another and converged. However, by March 1960, well before Fidel had discovered that Cuba was to be socialist and he himself was a communist, though very much in his own manner, the USA had decided to treat him as such, and the CIA was authorized to arrange for his overthrow. Thomas, 1971, p. 1271. In 1961 they tried by an invasion of exiles at the Bay of Pigs, and failed. A communist Cuba survived 70 miles from Key West, isolated by the U.S. blockade and increasingly dependent on the USSR. No revolution could have been better designed to appeal to the left of the Western Hemisphere and the developed countries, at the end of a decade of global conservatism, or to give the guerrilla strategy better publicity. The Cuban Revolution had everything: romance, heroism in the mountains, ex-student leaders with the selfless generosity of their youth, the eldest were barely past 30, a jubilant people, in a tropical tourist paradise pulsing with rumba rhythms. What is more, it could be hailed by all left revolutionaries. In fact, it was more likely to be hailed by the critics of Moscow, long dissatisfied with the Soviets' priority for peaceful coexistence between it and capitalism. Fidel's example inspired the militant intellectuals everywhere in Latin America, a continent of ready trigger fingers and a taste for unselfish bravery, especially in heroic postures. After a while Cuba came to encourage continental insurrection, urged on by Guevara, the champion of pan-Latin American revolution and of the creation of many Vietnams. A suitable ideology was provided by a brilliant young French leftist, who else, who systematized the idea that, in a continent ripe for revolution, all that was needed was the import of small groups of armed militants into suitable mountains to form focos, for mass liberation struggle, Debray, 1965. All over Latin America enthusiastic groups of young men launched themselves into uniformly doomed guerrilla struggles under the banner of Fidel, or Trotsky, or Mao Zedong. Except in Central America and Colombia, where there was an old base for peasant support for armed irregulars, most such enterprises collapsed almost immediately, leaving behind the corpses of the famous Che Guevara himself in Bolivia, the equally handsome and charismatic priest-rebel Father Camilo Torres in Colombia, and the unknown. It was a spectacularly misconceived strategy, all the more so because, given the right conditions, effective and lasting guerrilla movements in many of these countries were possible, as the official communist, FARC, armed forces of the Colombian Revolution, proved in Colombia from 1964 to the time of this writing, and the Maoist, Shining Path movement, Sendero Luminoso, proved in Peru in the 1980s. However, even when peasants took to the guerrilla road, guerrillas were seldom, the Colombian FARC are a rare exception, a peasant movement. They were overwhelmingly carried into the Third World countryside by young intellectuals, initially drawn from their country's established middle classes, later reinforced by the new generation of student sons and, more rarely, daughters of the rising rural petty bourgeoisie. This was also true when the guerrilla tactic was transferred from the rural backcountry to the world of the big cities, as some parts of the revolutionary Third World left, e.g. in Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay and in Europe, began to do from the late 1960s. As it happens, urban guerrilla operations are much easier to mount than rural ones, since they need not rely on mass solidarity or connivance, but can exploit the anonymity of the big city plus the purchasing power of money and a minimum of, mostly middle-class, sympathizers. These urban guerrilla or terrorist groups found it easier to produce dramatic publicity coups, and spectacular killings, as of Admiral Carrero Blanco, Franco's intended successor, by the Basque EDA in 1973, of the Italian Premier Aldo Moro by the Italian Red Brigades in 1978, not to mention money-raising raids, than to revolutionize their countries. For even in Latin America the major forces for political change were civilian politicians, and armies. The wave of right-wing military regimes which began to flood large parts of South America in the 1960s, military government had never gone out of fashion in Central America, except for revolutionary Mexico and Little Costa Rica, which actually abolished its army after a revolution in 1948, were not primarily responding to armed rebels. In Argentina they overthrew the populist chieftain Juan Domingo Perón, 1895–1974, whose force lay in the organization of labor and the mobilization of the poor, 1955, after which they found themselves resuming power at intervals, since the Peronist mass movement proved indestructible and no stable civilian alternative could be constructed. When Perón returned from exile in 1972, this time with much of the local left hanging to his coattails, once again to demonstrate the predominance of his supporters, the military took over again with blood, torture and patriotic rhetoric, until dislodged after the defeat of their armed forces in the brief, pointless but decisive Anglo-Argentinian War of 1982. The armed forces took over in Brazil in 1964 against a very similar enemy, the heirs of the great Brazilian populist leader Getulio Vargas, 1883–1954, moving towards the political left in the early 1960s and offering democratization, land reform, and skepticism about U.S. policy. The small guerrilla attempts of the late 1960s, which provided an excuse for the ruthless repressions of the regime, never represented the slightest real challenge to it, but it must be said that after the early 1970s the regime began to relax and return the country to civilian rule by 1985. In Chile the enemy was the united left of socialists, communists, and other progressives, what European, and for that matter Chilean, tradition knew as a popular front, see Chapter 5. Such a front had already won elections in Chile in the 1930s, when Washington was less nervous and Chile was a byword for civilian constitutionalism. Its leader, the socialist Salvador Allende, was elected president in 1970, his government was destabilized and, in 1973, overthrown by a military coup strongly backed, perhaps even organized, by the USA, which introduced Chile to the characteristic features of 1970s military regimes, executions or massacres, official and para-official, systematic torture of prisoners, and the mass exile of political opponents. The military chief General Pinochet remained in power for 17 years, which he used to impose a policy of economic ultraliberalism on Chile, thus demonstrating, among other things, that political liberalism and democracy are not natural partners of economic liberalism. Possibly the military takeover in revolutionary Bolivia after 1964 had some connection with American fears of Cuban influence in that country, where Che Guevara himself died in a half-baked attempt at guerrilla insurrection, but Bolivia is not a place readily controlled for any length of time by any local soldier, however brutal. The military era ended after 15 years filled with a rapid succession of generals, increasingly eyeing the profits of the drug trade. Though in Uruguay the military took a particularly intelligent and effective urban guerrilla movement as an excuse for the usual killings and tortures, it was the rise of a broad left popular front, competing with the traditional two-party system, that probably explains the military takeover of 1972 in the only South American country which could be described as a genuine lasting democracy. The Uruguayans retained enough of their tradition eventually to vote down the handcuffed constitution offered them by their military rulers and in 1985 returned to civilian rule. Though it had already achieved, and was likely to achieve more dramatic successes in Latin America, Asia, and Africa, in the developed countries the guerrilla road to revolution made little sense. However, it is not surprising that, through its guerrillas, rural and urban, the Third World inspired the growing number of youthful rebels and revolutionaries, or merely the cultural dissidents of the First World. Rock music reporters compared the juvenile masses at the Woodstock Music Festival, 1969, to an army of peaceful guerrillas, Chappie and Garofalo, 1977, p. 144. Images of Che Guevara were carried like icons by student demonstrators in Paris and Tokyo, and his bearded, berets and unquestionably manly features fluttered even non-political hearts in the counterculture. No name, except that of the philosopher Marcuse, is mentioned more often than his in a well-informed survey of the global New Left of 1968, Cachaficas, 1987, even if, in practice, the name of the Vietnamese leader Ho Chi Minh, Ho 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 Chi Minh, was chanted even more frequently in the demonstrations of the First World Left. For it was support for Third World guerrillas, and, in the USA after 1965, resistance against being sent to fight against them, which mobilized the left more than anything else, except hostility to nuclear arms. The Wretched of the Earth, written by a Caribbean psychologist who had taken part in the Algerian War of Liberation, became an enormously influential text among intellectual activists who were thrilled by its praise of violence as a form of spiritual liberation for the oppressed. In short, the image of guerrillas with colored skins amid tropical vegetation was an essential part, perhaps the chief inspiration, of the First World radicalization of the 1960s. Third-worldism, the belief that the world would be emancipated by means of the liberation of its impoverished and agrarian periphery, exploited and pressed into dependency by the core countries of what a growing literature called the world system, captured much of the theorists of the First World Left. If, as the world system theorists implied, the roots of the world's troubles lay not in the rise of modern industrial capitalism, but in the conquest of the Third World by European colonialists in the 16th century, then the reversal of this historical process in the 20th century offered the powerless revolutionaries of the First World a way out of their impotence. No wonder that some of the most powerful arguments to this effect came from American Marxists, who could hardly count on a victory of socialism by forces indigenous to the USA. 3. Nobody in the flourishing countries of industrial capitalism took the classic prospect of social revolution by insurrection and mass action seriously anymore. And yet, at the very peak of Western prosperity, at the very core of capitalist society, governments suddenly, unexpectedly and, at first sight, inexplicably found themselves facing something that not only looked like old-fashioned revolution, but also disclosed the weaknesses of apparently firm regimes. In 1968–69 a wave of rebellion swept across all three worlds, or large parts of them, carried essentially by the new social force of students, whose numbers were now counted by the hundreds of thousands in even medium-sized Western countries, and would soon be counted in millions, see Chapter 10. Moreover, their numbers were reinforced by three political characteristics which multiplied their political effectiveness. They were easily mobilized in the enormous knowledge factories which contained them, while leaving them much more free time than workers in giant plants. They were usually to be found in capital cities, under the eyes of politicians and the cameras of the media. And, being members of the educated classes, often children of the established middle class, and, almost everywhere but especially in the Third World, the recruiting ground for the ruling elite of their societies, they were not so easy to shoot down as the lower orders. In Europe, West and East, there were no serious casualties, not even in the vast riots and street combats of Paris in May 1968. The authorities took care that there should be no martyrs. Where there was a major massacre, as in Mexico City in 1968, the official count was 28 dead and 200 wounded when the army dispersed a public meeting. González Casanova, 1975, Volume 2, p. 564, the subsequent course of Mexican politics was permanently changed. The student rebellions were thus disproportionately effective, especially where, as in France in 1968 and in the hot autumn of Italy in 1969, they released huge waves of working-class strikes which temporarily paralysed the economy of entire countries. And yet, of course, they were not genuine revolutions nor likely to develop into such. For the workers, where they took part in them, they were merely the opportunity to discover the industrial bargaining power they had accumulated without noticing over the past 20 years. They were not revolutionaries. The First World students were rarely interested in such trifling matters as overthrowing governments and seizing power, although in fact the French ones came quite close to bringing down General de Gaulle in May 1968 and certainly shortened his reign. He retired a year later, and the American student anti-war protest unseated President L.B. Johnson in the same year. Third World students were closer to the realities of power. Second World students knew that they were necessarily remote from them. The Western student rebellion was more of a cultural revolution, a rejection of everything in society represented by middle-class parental values, and has been discussed as such in chapters 10 to 11. Nevertheless, it helped to politicize a substantial number of the rebel student generation, who naturally turned towards the accepted inspirers of radical revolution and total social transformation, Marx, the non-Stalinist icons of the October Revolution, and Mao. For the first time since the anti-fascist era, Marxism, no longer confined to Moscow orthodoxy, attracted large numbers of young Western intellectuals. It had, of course, never ceased to attract them in the Third World. It was a peculiar seminar-oriented Marxism, combined with a variety of other than current academic fashions, and sometimes with other ideologies, nationalist or religious, for it came out of the classroom, not the experience of working lives. Indeed, it had little relation to the practical political behavior of these new disciples of Marx, which usually called for the kind of radical militancy that has no need for analysis. When the utopian expectations of the original rebellion had evaporated, many returned to, or rather turned to, the old parties of the left, which, like the French Socialist Party, reconstructed at this period, or the Italian Communist Party, were revived partly by the infusion of young enthusiasm. Since the movement was largely one of intellectuals, many were recruited to the academic profession. In the USA, This consequently acquired an unprecedented contingent of politico-cultural radicals. Others saw themselves as revolutionaries in the October tradition and joined or recreated the small, disciplined, preferably clandestine vanguard organizations of cadres along Leninist lines, either to infiltrate mass organizations or for terrorist purposes. Here the West converged with the Third World, which was also full of bodies of illegal fighters hoping to offset mass defeat by small group violence. The various Italian Red Brigades of the 1970s were probably the most important among the European groups of Bolshevik provenance. A curious clandestine world of conspiracy emerged in which direct action groups of nationalist and social revolutionary ideology, sometimes both, were linked in an international network that consisted of various, generally tiny, Red Armies, Palestinian, Basque insurrectionaries, the IRA and the rest, overlapping with other illegal networks, infiltrated by intelligence services, protected and where necessary assisted by Arab or Eastern states. It was a milieu ideally suited to the writers of Secret Service and terror thrillers, for whom the 1970s were a golden age. It was also the darkest era of torture and counter-terror in the history of the West. This was the blackest period so far recorded in the modern history of torture, of nominally unidentifiable death squadrons or kidnapping and death gangs in unmarked cars who disappeared people, but whom everyone knew to be part of army and police, of armed services, police and intelligence or security services that made themselves virtually independent of government, let alone of democratic control, of unspeakable dirty wars. This was observable even in a country of old and powerful traditions of law and constitutional procedure like Great Britain, when the early years of the conflict in Northern Ireland led to some serious abuses, which attracted the attention of Amnesty International's report on torture, 1975. It was probably at its worst in Latin America. Though it was not much noticed, the socialist countries were barely affected by this sinister fashion. Their ages of terror were behind them, and they had no terrorist movements in their borders, only tiny groups of public dissidents who knew that, in their circumstances, the pen was mightier than the sword, or rather the typewriter, plus Western public protest, than the bomb. The student revolt of the late 1960s was the last hurrah of the Old World Revolution. It was revolutionary in both the ancient utopian sense of seeking a permanent reversal of values, a new and perfect society, and in the operational sense of seeking to achieve it by action on streets and barricades, by bomb and mountain ambush. It was global, not only because the ideology of the revolutionary tradition, from 1789 to 1917, was universal and internationalist, even so exclusively nationalist a movement as the Basque separatist EDA, a typical product of the 1960s, claimed to be in some sense Marxian, but because, for the first time, the world, or at least the world in which student ideologists lived, was genuinely global. The same books appeared, almost simultaneously, in the student bookshops in Buenos Aires, Rome, and Hamburg, in 1968 almost certainly including Herbert Marcuse. The same tourists of revolution crossed oceans and continents from Paris to Havana to Sao Paulo to Bolivia. The first generation of humanity to take rapid and cheap global air travel and telecommunications for granted, the students of the late 1960s, had no difficulty in recognizing what happened at the Sorbonne, in Berkeley, in Prague, as part of the same event in the same global village in which, according to the Canadian guru Marshall McLuhan, another fashionable name of the 1960s, we all lived. And yet this was not the world revolution as the generation of 1917 had understood it, but the dream of something that no longer existed, often enough not much more than the pretense that behaving as though the barricades were up would somehow cause them to rise, by sympathetic magic. The intelligent conservative Raymond Aron even described the events of May 1968 in Paris, not quite inaccurately, as street theater or psychodrama. Nobody any longer expected social revolution in the Western world. Most revolutionaries no longer even regarded the industrial working class, Marx's gravedigger of capitalism, as fundamentally revolutionary, unless by loyalty to the orthodox doctrine. In the Western Hemisphere, whether among the theoretically committed ultra-left of Latin America or among the untheoretical student rebels of North America, the old proletariat was even dismissed as an enemy of radicalism, whether as a favored labor aristocracy or as patriotic supporters of the Vietnam War. The future of revolution lay in the, now rapidly emptying, peasant hinterlands of the Third World, but the very fact that their inhabitants had to be shaken out of their passivity by armed apostles of revolt from far away, led by Castros and Guevaras, suggested a certain flagging in the old belief that historic inevitability guaranteed the damned of the earth, of whom the Internationale sang, would break their chains alone. Moreover, even where revolution was a reality, or a probability, was it any longer genuinely worldwide? The movements in which the revolutionaries of the 1960s put their hopes were the opposite of ecumenical. The Vietnamese, the Palestinians, the various guerrilla movements for colonial liberation, were concerned purely with their own national affairs. They were linked to the wider world only insofar as they were led by communists who had such wider commitments, or insofar as the bipolar structure of the Cold War world system automatically made them the friends of their enemy's enemy. How inessential the old ecumenism had become, was demonstrated by Communist China, which, in spite of a rhetoric of global revolution, pursued a relentlessly self-centered national policy that was to take it, in the 1970s and 1980s, into a policy of alignment with the USA against communist USSR and into actual armed conflict with both the USSR and communist Vietnam. Revolution aiming beyond national borders survived only in the attenuated form of regional movements, Pan-African, Pan-Arabic, and especially Pan-Latin American. Such movements had a certain reality, at least for intellectual militants who spoke the same language, Spanish, Arabic, and moved freely from country to country, as exiles or planners of revolt. One could even claim that some of them, notably the Fidelista version, contained genuinely globalist elements. After all, Che Guevara himself fought for a while in the Congo, and Cuba was to send its troops to assist revolutionary regimes in the Horn of Africa and in Angola in the 1970s. And yet, outside the Latin American left, how many really expected even an all-African or all-Arabic triumph of socialist emancipation? Did not the breakup of the short-lived United Arab Republic of Egypt and Syria, with a loosely attached Yemen, 1958-61, and the constant frictions between the equally pan-Arab and socialist Ba'ath Party regimes in Syria and Iraq demonstrate the fragility, even the political unreality, of supranational revolutions? Indeed, the most dramatic proof of the fading of world revolution, was the disintegration of the international movement dedicated to it. After 1956 the USSR and the international movement under its leadership, lost their monopoly of the revolutionary appeal, and of the theory and ideology that unified it. There were now many different species of Marxists, several of Marxist-Leninists, and even 2 or 3 different brands among those few communist parties which, after 1956, maintained the picture of Joseph Stalin on their banners, the Chinese, the Albanians, the very different CP. Marxist which split from the orthodox Indian Communist Party. What remained of the Moscow-centered international communist movement disintegrated between 1956 and 1968, as China broke with the USSR in 1958-60 and called, with little success, for the secession of states from the Soviet bloc and the formation of rival communist parties, as, mainly Western, communist parties, headed by the Italians, began openly to distance themselves from Moscow, and as even the original socialist camp of 1947 was now split into states with varying degrees of loyalty to the USSR, ranging from the totally committed Bulgarians to the totally independent Yugoslavia. The Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, in 1968, for the purpose of replacing one form of communist policy by another, finally nailed down the coffin of proletarian internationalism. Thereafter it became normal for even Moscow-aligned communist parties to criticize the USSR in public and to adopt policies at variance with those of Moscow, Eurocommunism. The end of the international communist movement was also the end of any kind of socialist or social revolutionary internationalism, for the dissident and anti-Muscovite forces developed no effective international organizations other than rival sectarian synods. The only body which still faintly recalled the tradition of ecumenical liberation was the old, or rather revived, Socialist International, 1951, which now represented government and other parties, mostly Western, that had formally abandoned revolution, worldwide or not, and, in most cases, even the belief in the ideas of Marx. 4. However, if the tradition of social revolution in the mode of October 1917 was exhausted, or even, as some argued, its parent tradition of revolution in the mode of the French Jacobins of 1793, the social and political instability which generated revolutions remained. The volcano had not ceased to be active. As the golden age of world capitalism came to an end in the early 1970s, a new wave of revolution swept across large parts of the world, to be followed in the 1980s by the crisis of the Western communist systems, which led to their breakdown in 1989. Though they occurred overwhelmingly in the Third World, the revolutions of the 1970s formed a geographically and politically ill-assorted ensemble. They began, surprisingly enough, in Europe with the overthrow in April 1974 of the Portuguese regime of the longest-lived right-wing system of the continent, and, shortly after, the collapse of a much briefer ultra-right-wing military dictatorship in Greece, CP 349. After General Franco's long-awaited death in 1975, the peaceful transition of Spain from authoritarianism to parliamentary government completed this return to constitutional democracy in southern Europe. These transformations could still be considered as the liquidation of unfinished business left over from the era of European fascism and the Second World War. The coup of radical officers which revolutionized Portugal was engendered in the long and frustrating wars against African colonial liberation guerrillas, which the Portuguese army had been waging since the early 1960s, though without major troubles, except in the small colony of Guinea-Bissau, where perhaps the ablest of all African liberation leaders, Amilcar Cabral, had fought them to a standstill by the end of the 1960s. African guerrilla movements had multiplied in the 1960s, following the Congo conflict and the hardening of South African apartheid policy, the creation of the Black Homelands, the Sharpeville massacre, but without significant success, and weakened by both intertribal and Soviet, Chinese rivalries. With increasing Soviet help, China was otherwise occupied with the bizarre cataclysm of Mao's Great Cultural Revolution. They revived in the early 1970s, but it was the Portuguese Revolution that enabled the colonies finally to win their independence in 1975. Mozambique and Angola were soon plunged into a far more murderous civil war again by the joint intervention of South Africa and the USA. However, as the Portuguese Empire collapsed, a major revolution broke out in the oldest independent African country, the famine-stricken Ethiopia, where the emperor was overthrown, 1974, and eventually replaced by a leftist military junta strongly aligned with the USSR, which therefore switched its support in this region from the military dictatorship of Siad Barre in Somalia, 1969–91, also then advertising its enthusiasm for Marx and Lenin. Within Ethiopia the new regime was challenged, and was eventually to be overthrown in 1991 by equally Marxist-inclined regional liberation or secession movements. These changes created a fashion for regimes dedicated, at least on paper, to the cause of socialism. Dahomey declared itself a People's Republic under the usual military leader and changed its name to Benin. The island of Madagascar, Malagasy, declared its commitment to socialism, also in 1975, after the usual military coup. Congo, not to be confused with its giant neighbor, the former Belgian Congo, now renamed Zaire under the sensationally rapacious pro-American militarist Mobutu, stressed its character as a People's Republic, also under the military, and in southern Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, the 11-year attempt to establish a white-ruled independent state came to an end in 1976 under growing pressure from two guerrilla movements, divided by tribal identity and political orientation, Russian and Chinese respectively. In 1980 Zimbabwe became independent under one of the guerrilla leaders. While on paper these movements belonged to the old revolutionary family of 1917, in reality they clearly belonged to a different species, inevitably so given the differences between the societies for which Marx's and Lenin's analyses had been designed, and those of sub-Saharan post-colonial Africa. The only African country in which some of the conditions of such an analysis applied was the economically developed and industrialized settler capitalism of South Africa, where a genuine mass liberation movement crossing tribal and racial frontiers came into existence, the African National Congress, with the help of the organization of a genuine mass trade union movement and an effective communist party. After the end of the Cold War, even the apartheid regime was forced into retreat by it. Still, even here the movement was disproportionately strong among certain African tribes, relatively much weaker among others, e.g. the Zulus, a situation exploited by the apartheid regime to some effect. Everywhere else, except for the small and sometimes tiny cadre of the educated and westernized urban intellectuals, national or other mobilizations were essentially based on tribal loyalties or alliances, a situation which was to enable the imperialists to mobilize other tribes against the new regimes, as notably in Angola. The only relevance of Marxism-Leninism to these countries was a recipe for forming disciplined cadre parties and authoritarian governments. The U.S. withdrawal from Indochina reinforced the advance of communism. All of Vietnam was now under unchallenged communist government, and similar governments now took over in Laos and Cambodia, in the latter case under the leadership of the Red Khmer Party, a particularly murderous combination of the Paris Café Maoism of their leader Pol Pot, 1925, and the armed backwoods peasantry bent on destroying the degenerate civilization of the cities. The new regime killed its citizens in numbers enormous even by the standards of our century. They cannot have eliminated much less than 20% of the population, until it was driven from power by a Vietnamese invasion which restored a human government in 1978. After this, in one of the more depressing episodes of diplomacy, both China and the US bloc continued to support the remains of the Pol Pot regime on anti-Soviet and anti-Vietnamese grounds. The late 1970s saw the wave of revolution send its sprays directly over the USA, as Central America and the Caribbean, Washington's unquestioned zone of domination, seemed to veer to the left. Neither the Nicaraguan Revolution of 1979, which overthrew the Somoza family, kingpins of U.S. control in the small republics of the region, nor the growing guerrilla movement in El Salvador, nor even the troublesome General Torrijos, who sat by the Panama Canal, weakened U.S. dominance seriously, any more than the Cuban Revolution had done, still less the revolution on the tiny island of Grenada in 1983 against which President Reagan mobilized all his armed might. And yet the success of such movements contrasted strikingly with their failure in the 1960s, and caused an atmosphere little short of hysteria in Washington during the period of President Reagan, 1980–88. Nevertheless, these were undoubtedly revolutionary phenomena, though of a familiar Latin American type. The major novelty, both puzzling and troubling to those of the old left-wing tradition, which had been basically secular and anti-clerical, was the appearance of Marxist Catholic priests who supported or even participated in and led insurrections. The tendency, legitimized by a theology of liberation backed by an Episcopal conference in Colombia, 1968, had emerged after the Cuban Revolution and found powerful intellectual support in the most unexpected quarter, the Jesuits, and less unexpected opposition in the Vatican. While the historian sees how far from the October Revolution even those revolutions of the 1970s were, which claimed an affinity to it, the governments of the USA inevitably regarded them essentially as part of a global offensive by the communist superpower. This was partly due to the supposed rule of the zero-sum game of the Cold War. The loss of one player must be the gain of the other, and, since the USA had aligned itself with the conservative forces in most of the Third World, and more than ever in the 1970s, it found itself on the losing side of revolutions. Moreover, Washington thought it had some cause for nervousness about the progress of the Soviet nuclear armament. In any case, the golden age of world capitalism, and the centrality of the dollar in it, was at an end. The position of the US as a superpower was inevitably weakened by the universally predicted defeat in Vietnam, from which the greatest military power on earth was forced finally to withdraw in 1975. Since Goliath had been felled by the slingshot of David, there had not been such a debacle. Is it too much to suppose, especially in the light of the Gulf War against Iraq in 1991, that a more confident USA would, in 1973, have taken the coup of OPEC so unresistingly? What was OPEC other than a group of mostly Arab states of no political significance apart from their oil wells and not yet armed to the teeth thanks to the high oil prices they could now extort? The USA inevitably saw any weakening in its global supremacy as a challenge to it, and as a sign of Soviet thirst for world domination. The revolutions of the 1970s therefore led to what has been called the Second Cold War, Halliday, 1983, which was, as usual, fought by proxy between the two sides, mainly in Africa and later in Afghanistan, where the Soviet Army itself became involved outside its frontiers for the first time since the Second World War. Yet we cannot dismiss the assertion that the USSR itself felt that the new revolutions allowed it to shift the global balance slightly in its favor, or, more precisely, to offset at least part of the major diplomatic loss it suffered in the 1970s by the setbacks in China and Egypt, whose alignments Washington managed to shift. The USSR kept out of the Americas, but it intervened elsewhere, especially in Africa, to a far greater extent than before, and with some success. The mere fact that the USSR allowed or encouraged Fidel Castro's Cuba to send troops to help Ethiopia against the new U.S. client state Somalia, 1977, and Angola against the US-backed rebel movement UNITA and the South African Army, speaks for itself. Soviet statements now spoke of socialist-oriented states in addition to fully communist ones. Angola, Mozambique, Ethiopia, Nicaragua, South Yemen, and Afghanistan attended the funeral of Brezhnev in 1982 under this heading. The USSR had neither made these revolutions nor controlled them, but it visibly welcomed them as allies with some alacrity. Nevertheless, the next succession of regimes to collapse or be overthrown demonstrated that neither Soviet ambition nor the communist world conspiracy could be made responsible for these upheavals, if only because, from 1980 on, it was the Soviet system itself that began to be destabilized, and, at the end of the decade, it disintegrated. The fall of really existing socialism and the question how far it can be treated as revolutions will be discussed in another chapter. However, even the major revolution which preceded the Eastern crises, though a greater blow to the USA than any of the other changes of regime in the 1970s, had nothing to do with the Cold War. This was the overthrow of the Shah of Iran in 1979, the greatest by far of the revolutions of the 1970s, and which will enter history as one of the major social revolutions of the 20th century. It was the response to the program of lightning modernization and industrialization, not to mention armament, undertaken by the Shah on the basis of the solid support of the USA and the country's oil wealth, its value multiplied after 1973 by the OPEC price revolution. No doubt, apart from other signs of the megalomania usual among absolute rulers with a formidable and dreaded secret police, he hoped to become the dominant power in Western Asia. Modernization meant agrarian reform as the Shah saw it, which turned large numbers of sharecroppers and tenants into large numbers of sub-economic smallholders or unemployed laborers who migrated to the cities. Tehran grew from 1.8 millions, 1960, to 6 millions. The capital-intensive high-tech agribusinesses favored by the government made more labor surplus, but did not help the per capita production of agriculture, which declined in the 1960s and 1970s. By the late 1970s Iran was importing most of its food from abroad. Increasingly, therefore, the Shah relied on industrialization financed by oil, and, unable to compete in the world, promoted and protected at home. The combination of a declining agriculture, an inefficient industry, massive foreign imports, not least of arms, and the oil boom produced inflation. It is possible that the standard of living of most Iranians not directly involved in the modern sector of the economy, and or the growing and flourishing urban business classes, actually dipped in the years before the revolution. The energetic cultural modernization of the Shah also turned against him. His, and the Empress's, genuine support for an improvement in the position of women was unlikely to be popular in a Muslim country, as the Afghan communists also were to discover. And his equally genuine enthusiasm for education increased mass literacy, but about half the population remained illiterate, and produced a large body of revolutionary students and intellectuals. Industrialization strengthened the strategic position of the working class, especially in the oil industry. Since the Shah had been put back on the throne in 1953 by a CIA-organized coup against a large popular movement, he did not have much accumulated capital of loyalty and legitimacy to draw on. His very dynasty, the Pahlavis, could look back only to a coup by its founder, Reza Shah, a soldier in the Cossack Brigade, who took the imperial title in 1925. Still, in the 1960s and 1970s the old communist and national opposition was kept down by the secret police, regional and ethnic movements were repressed, as were the usual leftist guerrilla groups, whether orthodox Marxist or Islamic Marxist. These could not provide the spark for the explosion, which, a return to the ancient tradition of revolution from Paris in 1789 to Petrograd in 1917, was essentially a movement of the urban masses. The countryside remained quiet. The spark came from the peculiar speciality of the Iranian scene, the organized and politically active Islamic clergy which occupied a public position that had no real parallel elsewhere in the Muslim world, or even within its Shiite sector. They, with the bazaar merchants and artisans, had in the past formed the activist element in Iranian politics. They now mobilized the new urban plebs, a vast body with more than adequate reasons for opposition. Their leader, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, aged, eminent and vindictive, had been in exile since the middle 1960s when he had led demonstrations against a proposed referendum on land reform and police repression of clerical activities in the holy city of Qum. Thence he denounced the monarchy as un-Islamic. From the early 1970s he began to preach a total Islamic form of government, the duty of the clergy to rebel against despotic authorities and, in effect, to take power, in short, an Islamic revolution. This was a radical innovation, even for politically activist Shiite clergymen. These sentiments were communicated to the masses by means of the post-Quranic device of tape cassettes, and the masses listened. The young religious students in the Holy City acted in 1978 by demonstrating against an alleged assassination by the secret police, and were shot down. Further demonstrations mourning the martyrs were organized, and these were to be repeated every 40 days. They grew, until by the end of the year millions went on the street to demonstrate against the regime. The guerrillas went into action again. The oil workers shut down the oil fields in a crucially effective strike, the bazaars their shops. The country was at a standstill and the army failed or refused to suppress the uprising. On January 16, 1979 the Shah went into exile and the Iranian Revolution had won. The novelty of this revolution was ideological. Virtually all the phenomena commonly recognized as revolutionary up to that date had followed the tradition, ideology and, in general, the vocabulary of Western revolution since 1789, more precisely, of some brand of the secular left, mainly socialist or communist. The traditional left was indeed present and active in Iran, and its part in the overthrow of the Shah, e.g. by means of the workers' strikes, was far from insignificant. Yet it was almost immediately eliminated by the new regime. The Iranian Revolution was the first made and won under the banner of religious fundamentalism and which replaced the old regime by a populist theocracy whose professed program was a return to the 7th century AD, or rather, since we are in an Islamic milieu, the situation after the Hijra when the Holy Quran was written down. For revolutionaries of the old kind this was as bizarre a development as if Pope Pius IX had taken the lead in the Roman Revolution of 1848. This does not mean that henceforth religious movements were to fuel revolutions, even though from the 1970s on in the Islamic world they undoubtedly became a mass political force among the middle classes and intellectuals of their country's swelling populations, and took an insurrectionary turn under the influence of the Iranian Revolution. Islamic fundamentalists revolted and were savagely put down in Ba'athist Syria, stormed the holiest of shrines in pious Saudi Arabia, and assassinated the president of Egypt, under the leadership of an electrical engineer, all in 1979–82. No single doctrine of revolution replaced the old revolutionary tradition of 1789–1917, nor any single dominant project for changing the world, as distinct from overthrowing it. It does not even mean that the old tradition disappeared from the political scene, or lost all force to overthrow regimes, though the fall of Soviet communism virtually eliminated it as such over a large part of the world. The old ideologies retained substantial influence in Latin America, where the most formidable insurrectionary movement of the 1980s, the Peruvian Sendero Luminoso, or Shining Path, flaunted its Maoism. They were alive in Africa and India. Moreover, to the surprise of those brought up on Cold War commonplaces, the vanguard ruling parties of the Soviet type survived the fall of the USSR, especially in backward countries and in the Third World. They won bona fide elections in the Southern Balkans, and demonstrated in Cuba and Nicaragua, in Angola, even, after the withdrawal of the Soviet army, in Kabul, that they were more than simple clients of Moscow. Still, even here the old tradition was eroded, and often virtually destroyed from within, as in Serbia, where the Communist Party transformed itself into a party of greater Serb chauvinism, or in the Palestinian movement, where a leadership of the secular left was increasingly undermined by the rise of Islamic fundamentalism. V. The revolutions of the late 20th century thus had two characteristics: the atrophy of the established tradition of revolution was one, the revival of the masses was another. As we have seen, see Chapter 2, few revolutions since 1917–18 had been made at the grassroots. Most had been made by the activist minorities of the committed and organized, or imposed from above, as by army coups or military conquest, which does not mean that they had not, in suitable circumstances, been genuinely popular. Except where they came with foreign conquerors, they could rarely have established themselves otherwise. Yet in the late 20th century the masses returned to the scene in major rather than supporting roles. Minority activism, in the form of rural or urban guerrillas and terrorism, continued, and indeed became endemic in the developed world, and in significant parts of South Asia and the Islamic zone. International terrorist incidents, as counted by the U.S. State Department, rose almost continuously from 125 in 1968 to 831 in 1987, the number of their victims rose from 241 to 2,905, UN World Social Situation, 1989, p. 165. The list of political assassinations grew longer: Presidents Anwar Sadat of Egypt, 1981, Indira Gandhi, 1984, and Rajiv Gandhi of India, 1991, to name but some. The activities of the Provisional Irish Republican Army in the United Kingdom and of the Basque EDA in Spain are characteristic of this type of small group violence, which had the advantage that it could be conducted by a few hundred, or even a few dozen activists, with the help of the extremely powerful, cheap, and portable explosives and armaments that a flourishing international arms traffic now scattered wholesale over the globe. They were a symptom of the growing barbarization of all three worlds, and added to the pollution by generalized violence and insecurity of the atmosphere which urban humanity at the end of the millennium learned to breathe. However, its contribution to political revolution was small. Not so, as the Iranian Revolution showed, the readiness of people in their millions to come out on the streets. Or, as in East Germany 10 years later, the decision of citizens of the German Democratic Republic, unorganized, spontaneous, though decisively facilitated by the decision of Hungary to open its frontiers, to vote against their regime with their feet and cars by migrating to West Germany. Within 2 months about 130,000 had done so, Bruch, 1990, pages 7 to 10, before the Berlin Wall fell. Or, as in Romania, where television for the first time caught the moment of revolution, in the sagging face of the dictator as the crowd convoked by the regime on the public square began to boo rather than to cheer. Or in the occupied parts of Palestine, when the mass non-cooperation movement of the Intifada, which began in 1987, demonstrated that henceforth only active repression, not passivity or even tacit acceptance, sustained Israeli occupation. Whatever stimulated hitherto inert populations into action, modern communications like TV and tape recorders made it hard to insulate even the most secluded from the world's affairs. It was the readiness of the masses to come out that decided matters. These mass actions did not and could not overthrow regimes by themselves. They might even have been stopped short by coercion and guns, as the mass mobilization for democracy in China was, in 1989, by the massacre of Tiananmen Square in Beijing. Still, vast though it was, this student and urban movement represented only a modest minority in China and, even so, it was large enough to cause the regime serious hesitation. What such mobilization of the masses achieved was to demonstrate a regime's loss of legitimacy. In Iran, as in Petrograd 1917, the loss of legitimacy was demonstrated in the most classical fashion by the refusal of army and police to obey orders. In Eastern Europe it convinced old regimes already demoralized by the refusal of Soviet help that their time had run out. It was a textbook demonstration of Lenin's maxim that voting with citizens' feet could be more effective than voting in elections. Of course, the mere clump of the massed citizens' feet alone could not make revolutions. They were not armies, but crowds, or statistical aggregates of individuals. They required leaders, political structures, or strategies to be effective. What mobilized them in Iran was a campaign of political protest by adversaries of the regime, but what turned that campaign into a revolution was the readiness of the millions to join it. Just so earlier massive examples of such direct mass intervention responded to a political call from above, whether from the Indian National Congress to abstain from cooperation with the British in the 1920s and 1930s, see Chapter 7, or from the supporters of President Perón to demand the release of their arrested hero on the famous Day of Loyalty in the Plaza de Mayo of Buenos Aires, 1945. Moreover, what counted was not sheer numbers, but numbers acting in a situation which made them operationally effective. We do not yet understand why voting with massed feet became so much more significant a part of politics in the last decades of the century. One reason must be that in this period the gap between rulers and ruled widened almost everywhere, though in states which provided political mechanisms for discovering what their citizens thought, and ways for them to express political preferences from time to time, this was unlikely to produce revolution or complete loss of contact. Demonstrations of almost unanimous non-confidence were most likely to occur in regimes which had either lost or, like Israel in the occupied territories, never had legitimacy, especially when they concealed this from themselves. Still, massive demonstrations of rejection for existing political or party systems became common enough even in established and stable parliamentary democratic systems, as witness the Italian political crisis of 1992–93, and the rise of new and large electoral forces in several countries, whose common denominator was simply that they were not identified with any of the old parties. However, there is another reason for the revival of the masses, the urbanization of the globe, and especially the Third World. In the classic era of revolution, from 1789 to 1917, old regimes were overthrown in the great cities, but new ones were made permanent by the inarticulate plebiscites of the countryside. The novelty of the post-1930s phase of revolutions was that they were made in the countryside and, once victorious, imported into the cities. In the late 20th century, a few retrograde regions apart, revolution once more came from the city, even in the Third World. It had to, both because a majority of the inhabitants of any large state now lived there, or seemed likely to, and because the big city, seat of power, could survive and defend itself against rural challenge, thanks not least to modern technology, so long as its authorities did not lose the loyalty of their populations. The war in Afghanistan, 1979–88, demonstrated that a city-based regime could maintain itself in classic guerrilla country, bristling with rural insurrectionaries, supported, financed and equipped with modern high-technology weaponry, even after the withdrawal of the foreign army on which it had relied. The government of President Najibullah, to everyone's surprise, survived some years after the Soviet army left, and when it fell, it was not because Kabul could no longer resist the rural armies, but because a section of its own professional warriors decided to change sides. After the Gulf War of 1991, Saddam Hussein maintained himself in Iraq, against major insurrections in the north and south of his country, and in a state of military weakness, essentially because he did not lose Baghdad. Revolutions in the late 20th century have to be urban if they are to win. Will they continue to occur? Will the four great 20th century waves of 1917–20, 1944–62, 1974–78, and 1989 be followed by further bouts of breakdown and overthrow? No one who looks back on a century in which no more than a handful of states existing at present have come into being or survived without passing through revolution, armed counter-revolution, military coups or armed civil conflict would bet much money on the universal triumph of peaceful and constitutional change, as predicted in 1989 by some euphoric believers in liberal democracy. The world which enters the third millennium is not a world of stable states or stable societies. However, if it is virtually certain that the world, or at least a great part of it, will be full of violent changes, the nature of these changes is obscure. The world at the end of the short 20th century is in a state of social breakdown rather than revolutionary crisis, though it naturally contains countries in which, like Iran in the 1970s, the conditions are present for the overthrow of hated regimes that have lost legitimacy, by popular upsurge under the leadership of forces capable of replacing them, for instance, at the time of writing, Algeria and, before the abdication of the apartheid regime, South Africa. It does not follow that revolutionary conditions, potential or actual, will produce successful revolutions. Nevertheless, this sort of focused discontent with the status quo is today less common than an unfocused rejection of the present, an absence or distrust of political organization, or simply a process of disintegration to which the domestic and international politics of states adjust, as best they can. Chapter 16. End of Socialism. The health of revolutionary Russia, however, is subject to one indispensable condition, that never, as one day happened even to the Church, should a black market of power be opened. Should the European correlation of power and money penetrate Russian too, then perhaps not the country, perhaps not even the party, but communism in Russia would be lost. Walter Benjamin, 1979, pages 195–6. It is not true any more that a single official creed is the only operative guide to action. More than one ideology, a mixture of modes of thinking and frames of references, coexist, and not only in society at large but also inside the party and inside the leadership. A rigid and codified Marxism-Leninism could not, except in official rhetoric, respond to the regime's real needs. M. Lewin in Kerblay, 1983, PXXVI. The key to achieving modernization is the development of science and technology. Empty talk will get our modernization program nowhere. We must have knowledge and trained personnel. Now it appears that China is fully 20 years behind the developed countries in science, technology, and education. As early as the Meiji Restoration, the Japanese began to expend a great deal of effort on science, technology, and education. The Meiji Restoration was a kind of modernization drive undertaken by the emerging Japanese bourgeoisie. As proletarians we should, and can, do better. Deng Xiaoping, Respect Knowledge, Respect Trained Personnel, 1977. One socialist country in the 1970s was particularly worried by its relative economic backwardness, if only because its neighbor, Japan, was the most spectacularly successful of the capitalist states. Chinese communism cannot be regarded simply as a subvariety of Soviet communism, still less as part of the Soviet satellite system. For one thing, it triumphed in a country with a far larger population than the USSR, or for that matter any other state. Even allowing for the uncertainties of Chinese demography, something like 1 out of every 5 human beings was a Chinese living on mainland China. There was also a substantial Chinese diaspora in East and Southeast Asia. Moreover, China was not only nationally far more homogeneous than most other countries, about 94% of its population were Han Chinese, but had formed a single, though intermittently disrupted, political unit probably for a minimum of 2,000 years. Even more to the point, for most of these 2 millennia the Chinese Empire, and probably most of its inhabitants who had a view on these matters, had considered China to be the center and model of world civilization. With minor exceptions, all other countries in which communist regimes triumphed, from the USSR on, were and saw themselves as culturally backward and marginal, relative to some more advanced and paradigmatic center of civilization. The very stridency with which the USSR insisted, in the Stalin years, on its lack of intellectual and technological dependence on the West, and on the indigenous source of all the leading inventions from telephones to aircraft, was a telling symptom of this sense of inferiority. Not so China, which, quite correctly, saw its classical civilization, art, script, and social value system as the acknowledged inspiration and model for others, not least for Japan itself. It certainly had no sense whatever of any intellectual and cultural inferiority, either collectively or of individual Chinese compared to any other people. The very fact that China had no neighboring states which could even faintly threaten her, and, thanks to adopting firearms, no longer had any difficulty in fending off the barbarians on its frontier, confirmed sense of superiority, even as it made the empire unprepared for Western imperial expansion. The technological inferiority of China, which became only too evident in the 19th century, because it was translated into military inferiority, was not due to technical or educational incapacity, but to the very sense of self-sufficiency and self-confidence of traditional Chinese civilization. This made it reluctant to do what the Japanese did after the Meiji Restoration of 1868, plunge into modernization by adopting European models wholesale. This could and would be done only on the ruins of the ancient Chinese Empire, guardian of the old civilization, and through social revolution, which was at the same time a cultural revolution against the Confucian system. Chinese communism, therefore, was both social and, if the word does not beg questions, national. The social explosive which fueled communist revolution was the extraordinary poverty and oppression of the Chinese people, initially of the laboring masses in the great coastal cities of Central and South China, which formed enclaves of foreign imperialist control and sometimes modern industry, Shanghai, Canton, Hong Kong, later of the peasantry which formed 90% of the country's vast population. Its condition was far worse than even the Chinese urban population, whose consumption, per capita, was something like 2.5 times higher. The sheer poverty of China is hard for Western readers to imagine. Thus, at the time of the communist takeover, 1952 data, the average Chinese lived essentially on half a kilogram of rice or grains a day, and consumed rather less than 0.08 kilos of tea a year. He or she acquired a new pair of footwear once every 5 years or so. China Statistics, 1989, Tables 3.1, 15.2, 15.5. The national element in Chinese communism operated both through the intellectuals of upper and middle class origin who provided most of the leadership of all 20th century Chinese political movements, and through the feeling, undoubtedly widespread among the Chinese masses, that the barbarian foreigners meant no good to such Chinese individuals as they had dealings with, and to China as a whole. Since China had been attacked, defeated, partitioned, and exploited by every foreign state within reach since the middle of the 19th century, this assumption was not implausible. Mass anti-imperialist movements with a traditional ideology were already familiar before the end of the Chinese Empire, for instance the so-called Boxer Rising of 1900. There is little doubt that resistance to the Japanese conquest of China is what turned the Chinese Communists from a defeated force of social agitators, which they were in the middle 1930s, into the leaders and representatives of the entire Chinese people. That they also called for the social liberation of the Chinese poor made their appeal for national liberation and regeneration sound more convincing to the, mainly rural, masses. In this they had the advantage over their rivals, the older Kuomintang Party, which had attempted to rebuild a single, powerful, Chinese republic out of the scattered warlord-led fragments of the Chinese Empire after its fall in 1911. The short-term objectives of the two parties did not seem incompatible. The political base of both was in the more advanced cities of South China, where the republic established its capital, and their leadership consisted of very much the same sort of educated elite, allowing for a certain bias towards businessmen in one, peasants and workers in the other. Both, for instance, contained virtually the same percentage of men drawn from the traditional landlords and scholar gentry, the elites of imperial China, although the communists tended to have more leaders with a higher education of the Western type. North/Poole, 1966, pages 378-82. Both movements came out of the anti-imperial movement of the 1900s, reinforced by the May movement, the national upsurge among students and teachers in Peking after 1919. Sun Yat-sen, the Kuomintang leader, was a patriot, democrat, and socialist, who relied for advice and support on Soviet Russia, the only revolutionary and anti-imperialist power, and found the Bolshevik model of the single-state party more suited than Western models for his task. In fact, the Communists became a major force largely through the Soviet tie-up, which allowed them to be integrated into the official national movement, and, after Sun's death in 1925, to share in the Great Northern Advance by which the Republic extended its influence into the half of China it did not control. Sun's successor, Chiang Kai-shek, 1887–1975, never managed to establish complete control over the country, even though in 1927 he broke with the Russians and suppressed the Communists, whose main body of mass support at that time was among the small urban working class. The Communists, forced to turn their main attention to the countryside, now waged a peasant-based guerrilla war against the Kuomintang, on the whole, thanks, not least, to their own divisions and confusions and the remoteness of Moscow from Chinese realities, with little success. In 1934 their armies were forced to retreat to a remote corner of the far northwest in the heroic Long March. These developments made Mao Zedong, who had long favored the rural strategy, into the undisputed leader of the Communist Party in its exile in Yenin, but did not offer any immediate prospects of communist advance. On the contrary, the Kuomintang steadily extended their control over most of the country until the Japanese invasion of 1937. Yet the Kuomintang's lack of a genuine mass appeal to the Chinese, as well as its abandonment of the revolutionary project, which was at the same time a project of modernization and regeneration, made them no match for their communist rivals. Chiang Kai-shek never became an Ataturk, another head of a modernizing, anti-imperialist, national revolution who found himself making friends with the young Soviet Republic, using the local communists for his own purposes and turning away from them, though less stridently than Chiang. Like Ataturk, he had an army, but it was not an army with national loyalty, let alone the revolutionary morale of the communist armies, but a force recruited from among men for whom, in times of trouble and social collapse, a uniform and a gun are the best way to get by, and officered by men who knew, as did Mao Zedong himself, that at such times power grew from the barrel of a gun, and so did profit and wealth. He had a good deal of urban middle-class support, and perhaps even more support from the wealthy overseas Chinese, but 90% of Chinese, and almost all the country's territory, were outside the cities. They were controlled, if at all, by local notables and men of power, from warlords with their armed men to gentry families and relics of the imperial power structure, with whom the Kuomintang came to terms. When the Japanese set out to conquer China seriously, the Kuomintang armies could not prevent them from almost immediately overrunning the coastal cities, where its genuine strength lay. In the rest of China, they became what they had always potentially been, another corrupt landlord-warlord regime, resisting the Japanese ineffectively, if at all. Meanwhile, the Communists effectively mobilized mass resistance to the Japanese in the occupied areas. When they took over China in 1949, having almost contemptuously swept aside the Kuomintang forces in a brief civil war, they were, for all except the fleeing remnants of the Kuomintang power, the legitimate government of China, true successors to the imperial dynasties after a 40 years interregnum. And they were all the more readily accepted as such because, from their experience as a Marxist, Leninist party, they were able to forge a nationwide disciplined organization capable of bringing government policy from the center to the remotest villages of the giant country, as, in the mind of most Chinese, a proper empire should do. Organization, rather than doctrine, was the chief contribution of Lenin's Bolshevism to changing the world. Yet, of course, they were more than the empire revived, even though they undoubtedly benefited from the enormous continuities of Chinese history, which established both how ordinary Chinese expected to relate to any government enjoying the mandate of heaven, and how those who administered China expected to think about their tasks. There is no other country in which political debates within a communist system would have been conducted by reference to what a loyal Mandarin said to the Ming Emperor Qiaqing in the 16th century. That is what a hard-nosed old China watcher, the London Times correspondent, meant in the 1950s by the claim, shocking to those who heard it at the time, like the present writer, that there would be no communism left in the 21st century, except in China, where it would survive as the national ideology. For most Chinese this was a revolution which was primarily a restoration, of order and peace, of welfare, of a system of government whose civil servants found themselves appealing to precedents from the Tiang dynasty, of the greatness of a great empire and civilization. And, for the first few years, that is what most Chinese seemed to be getting. Peasants raised their output of food grains by more than 70% or between 1949 and 1956, China Statistics, 1989, p. 165, presumably because they were not yet interfered with too much, and while China's intervention in the Korean War of 1950-52 created a serious panic, the ability of the Chinese Communist Army first to defeat, then to hold at bay the mighty USA could hardly fail to impress. Planning for industrial and educational development began in the early 1950s. Yet very soon the new People's Republic, under the now unchallenged and unchallengeable Mao, began to enter 2 decades of largely arbitrary catastrophes provoked by the great helmsman. From 1956 the rapidly deteriorating relations with the USSR, which ended in the clamorous breach between the two communist powers in 1960, led to the withdrawal of the important technical and other material aid from Moscow. However, this complicated rather than caused the cavalry of the Chinese people, which was marked by 3 main stations of the cross: the ultra-rapid collectivization of peasant farming in 1955-57, the great leap forward of industry in 1958, followed by the Great Famine of 1959-61, probably the greatest famine of the 20th century, and the 10 years of Cultural Revolution which ended with Mao's death in 1976. These cataclysmic plunges were, it is generally agreed, due largely to Mao himself, whose policies were often received with reluctance in the party leadership, and sometimes, most notably in the case of the Great Leap Forward, with frank opposition, which he overcame only by launching the Cultural Revolution. Yet they cannot be understood without a sense of the peculiarities of Chinese communism, of which Mao made himself the spokesman. Unlike Russian communism, Chinese communism had virtually no direct relations with Marx and Marxism. It was a post-October movement which came to Marx via Lenin, or more precisely Stalin's Marxism, Leninism. Mao's own knowledge of Marxist theory seems to have been almost entirely derived from the Stalinist history of the CPSUB, short course of 1939. And yet below the Marxist-Leninist top-dressing, there was, and this is very evident in the case of Mao, who never traveled outside China until he became head of state, and whose intellectual formation was entirely homegrown, a very Chinese utopianism. This naturally had points of contact with Marxism. All social revolutionary utopias have something in common, and Mao, no doubt in complete sincerity, seized on those aspects of Marx and Lenin which fitted into his vision and used them to justify it. Yet his view of an ideal society united by a total consensus, and in which, it has been said, the individual's total self-abnegation and total immersion in the collectivity, are ultimate goods. A kind of collectivist mysticism is the opposite of classical Marxism which, at least in theory and as the ultimate object, envisaged the complete liberation and self-fulfillment of the individual. Schwartz, 1966. The characteristic emphasis on the power of spiritual transformation to bring this about by remolding man, though it seizes on Lenin's, and later Stalin's belief in consciousness and voluntarism, went far beyond it. With all his belief in the role of political action and decision, Lenin never lost sight of the fact, how could he have done? That practical circumstances imposed severe constraints on the effectiveness of action, and even Stalin recognized that his power had limits. Yet without the belief that subjective forces were all-powerful, that men could move mountains and storm heaven if they wanted to, the lunacies of the Great Leap Forward are inconceivable. Experts told you what could and could not be done, but revolutionary fervor alone could overcome all material obstacles, and mind transform matter. Hence to be read was not so much more important than to be expert, but its alternative. A unanimous surge of enthusiasm in 1958 would industrialize China immediately, leaping across the ages into the future when communism would immediately come into full operation. The countless little low-quality backyard furnaces by which China was to double its steel output within 1 year, and did actually more than treble it by 1960, before it fell back by 1962 to less than it had been before the Great Leap, represented one side of the transformation. The 24,000 people's communes of farmers, set up in a mere 2 months of 1958, represented the other side. They were completely communist, not only in that all aspects of peasant life were collectivized, including family life, communal nurseries and mess halls freeing women from household and child care, and sending them, regimented, into the fields, but the free supply of 6 basic services were to replace wages and money income. These 6 services were food, medical care, education, funerals, haircuts, and movies. Patently, this did not work. Within months, faced with passive resistance, the extremer aspects of the system were abandoned, though not before it had, like Stalin's collectivization, combined with nature to produce the famine of 1960–61.